Throughout the life of a pirate, OS's achievements are countless. However, if one were to identify a pivotal moment of fate, it would undoubtedly be during his youth when he fervently shouted, "Little brat, why must you board our ship?" The man who concealed the great treasure at the end of the sea, the pirate King Gol D, Roger, inquired with a smile at OS. "Ha, of course, it's to turn this world upside down." Upon boarding, Roger was astounded. Chapter 1. The boy with innate strength and observation hockey. I'm a brain fruit user, possessing the ability to store brains. In the year 1492 of the Sea Circle, on the island of Duramos, a typical Alf situated in the first half of the New World. Hey Jesse, you wouldn't want the news of you still wetting the bed at 8 years old to spread, would you? In a chaotic alley, a small boy with long black hair and a bare upper body grinned wickedly at a sniffling kid in front of him that a few distant children, too afraid to speak out, glared at the long-haired boy. "Hey, I clearly cleaned up before dawn, how could you know?" OS Jesse, the sniffling boy, quickly covered his mouth, fearful that the others might overhear. "I've told you before, nothing escapes my eyes," OS declared, snatching the handful of pocket money from Jesse, and with a hearty laugh, he stuffed it into his pocket and sauntered away. Once he left, the other children dared to approach Jesse, offering their consolation and angrily exclaiming, "Damn it, that guy. I will definitely get my revenge when I grow up. Yeah, OS keeps stealing our pocket money if I get the chance. They'll make him pay." Yet, some children were more rational, watching OS's retreating figure with a bitter expression. How could we possibly achieve something like that? The mayor has said that OS killed a wild boar when he was just 6 years old. As they spoke, a hint of fear flickered in their eyes, recalling their parents' warnings. A born monster. Great, another 500 berries in my pocket. I can buy a couple more newspapers now. OS joyfully pushed open the door to his home. This marked the 9th year since he arrived in the world of the Pirate King. Abandoned at birth and raised by the old mayor, OS had long since adapted to this unusual world. However, he had yet to witness the vastness of this world in its entirety. Hence, he diligently purchased newspapers from the seagull vendor to stay abreast of significant events occurring upon the seas. As he prepared to return home for lunch, he noticed the old mayor was absent. Looking around, he furrowed his brows towards the neighbor's door, sensing something amiss. After a moment, he shook his head. Wait, the widow next door isn't home either. He guessed the old man might have gone out for drinks. And without further thought, he grabbed some bread and ham from the kitchen and sat down to eat while perusing the newspaper he had just bought. The remnants of rocks are developing their own powers, including figures like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, though one must admit the young Charlotte Linlin was indeed quite beautiful, OS mused while chewing, glancing at the voluptuous figure in the paper. He continued reading. The Roger pirates are suspected to have been sighted at Sandrilla Island. The living pirate king, OS thought, chewing thoughtfully before continuing down the page. The next news item was, "Wait." OS abruptly halted mid-bite, sensing something awry. He suddenly gazed intently at the news regarding the Roger pirates, his bread falling unnoticed to the ground as he became utterly transfixed. Sandrilla Island? Isn't that the island just a few dozen nautical miles away? Whoa. At this time, Roger hasn't even reached Raftel, nor is he the pirate king yet. Unbelievable. OS's eyes widened, and within a mere few seconds, a bold decision formed in his mind. I waited nearly 30 years in my past life without discovering what the One Piece truly is now. Don't I have a golden opportunity to see it firsthand? If he could join the Roger pirates, isn't this what they call starting at the pinnacle? A common pirate searches a lifetime for the great treasure, and here I am, set to find it within 2 years of setting sail. The mere thought sent OS into a frenzy of excitement, not to mention the array of world-class experts on Roger's crew. Learning even a few skills from them would suffice to make one a final boss in a theatrical release. A minor bonus would be the prestige of such an identity. Did you not see how, even in the future, Buggy was held in high regard simply for being a member of Roger's crew? With determination, he declared, "Old man, I'm joining the Roger pirates. I will repay your kindness when I return in glory." He penned a farewell note, slung a stick over his shoulder with a bundle of belongings tied to it, and resolved to repay his village once he became a significant figure. By then, He'll ensure the village's stray dogs are trained as police dogs in those grand kingdoms, and they shall feast on royal rations surely. That would be enough. OS swiftly packed the few belongings from the old mayor's house and sprinted towards the dock, his strides filled with purpose. Meanwhile, a magnificent ship, adorned with 2 mermaid statues at its prow, docked at Duramos's largest pier. At the helm stood a man resembling a captain, draped in a red coat and topped with a captain's hat, his signature handlebar mustache revealing a bold smile unique to the strong, exuding an innate regal aura. Imposing and charismatic, truly befitting a top-tier power of the sea, OS could already sense the chasm between his own strength and that of the man before him. This was the pirate king, Gol D. Roger. At this moment, he had already traversed the Valley of Gods with his companions and was sailing the seas in search of the 4 lost pieces of historical text, embarking on his final adventure. He had yet to succumb to his terminal illness and was reveling in the freedom and journey of the SEBY the dock. Members of the Roger Pirates began to disembark, their purpose merely to replenish supplies. Yet amidst the towering figures, 2 little ones wove through, appearing out of place 2 small boys. One with red hair, the other with a red nose. Who are you calling red-nosed, huh? Say that again, if you dare. A furious young Buggy exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. No one called you red-nosed, Buggy. Shanks jumped down from the gangplank, adjusting his straw hat against the gust of wind, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Even without words, you can feel it as your observation hockey, just your red nose. That's not true, someone definitely said it. There's no way I could be mistaken. Buggy clenched his fists, shouting loudly. At that moment, he spotted a figure sprinting toward them. Hey, is that you, kid? Ha, sassy. Buggy Shanks, OS called out, laughing as he approached. Chapter 2. The Enchantress of the COS. At the dock, numerous crew members watched the spectacle with amusement, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. What the heck? Although he was unaware of how the sudden apparition of the young boy had come to know his name, Bucky's discontent with this unsolicited familiarity was palpable. Do I know you? You just came over and started acting all chummy. As he feigned annoyance, imitating the cheerful demeanor of Oz, Bucky's performance was both vivid and animated, evoking hearty laughter from Shanks, who was nearby, as well as from the other companions who couldn't help but embrace one another in mirth. Don't say that. Bucky. Oz, possessing a thick skin, faced a ship full of elite New World warriors without a trace of trepidation. Still smiling as he declared, my observation hockey never lies, we are destined to become great friends. With his long black hair cascading down to nearly his waist, Oz, though still somewhat youthful in appearance, exuded a certain handsomeness. His infectious smile, coupled with his bare upper body revealing faint scars and muscular lines, was complemented by simple military trousers and boots, lacking any superfluous adornments apart from the luggage he carried upon his shoulder. Upon hearing this, the first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, narrowed his elongated eyes slightly. Did he awaken his observation hockey at such a young age? It seems rather extraordinary. Is it akin to that of Ryder Field? Roger, intrigued, interjected, leaning against the ship's railing, casting a glance at the long-haired boy on the dock, and asked with a smile, Hey, kid, what brings you here? Of course, it's to join you. Fully aware of the personalities of these formidable figures, Oz responded with a grin. Please call me the Enchantress of the Seas, Oz. Kid, why do you absolutely need to board our ship? The man who concealed the grand treasure at the end of the sea, the pirate King Gol D. Roger smiled as he posed this question to Oz. To this inquiry, Oz had a ready and standard answer. Haha, of course, it's to turn this world upside down. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Oz's youthful declaration, both Roger and Rayleigh were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances and burst into laughter together. Both recalled the scene of their own initial encounter, which had been the very catalyst for the formation of the Roger Pirates. In this young man, they saw the reflection of their own youthful selves. Ha ha ha. If you're not afraid of death, then boldly come aboard. Roger, with his casual disposition, waved his hand in acquiescence to Oz's request. Rayleigh, unusually, did not pose any questions, allowing the captain's whimsical behavior to unfold. However, Jabba and the others were somewhat perplexed by this turn of events, thinking, Hey, Captain, our ship is about to turn into a nursery for kids. Having a capricious captain is truly a challenge. Another crew member shrugged, resigned to the situation. Within the Roger Pirates, all crew members shared a common understanding. They would engage in light-hearted banter and revelry. But once the captain made a command or decision, they were obliged to accept it unconditionally. And this was also a testament to Roger's personal charm. Observing this scene, Oz mused, truly, this was the man who had captivated the Golden Lion with his charisma. His allure was undeniable. Thus, Oz successfully infiltrated the Pirate King's ship as an intern. Once a minion under rocks, and after being defeated by Roger and his crew, Old Keek, now returning home as the town mayor, found himself in silence upon seeing his ransacked house, and the note on the table, and then erupted in frustration. "Roger, you bastard!" As Oz gazed at the receding coastline, he perceived a figure on the shore leaping about. Though his innate observation hockey did not allow him to discern the distance, his keen eyesight enabled him to recognize that it appeared to be the old town mayor. "Oi, farewell. I will take good care of myself." Oz waved vigorously at the old man, bouncing joyfully in farewell, mistaking his actions for reluctance to part, with tears welling in his eyes. After all, they had shared 9 years together. Even a dog would form an attachment, usually so stern, yet finally showing tenderness as I depart. "You old fool." Oz's gestures caught the attention of Shanks and Bucky, who approached him, patting his shoulder, sharing in his melancholic sentiment. "Don't be sad. We will be your family and brothers from now on," Shanks offered with genuine warmth. "A man of the sea shouldn't cry so easily, you know." Bucky, with his sharp tongue yet soft heart, attempted to console him indirectly. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who had been drinking on the side, raised an eyebrow at the old-school trio, pondering but ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. With his exceptional observation hockey that could navigate through the calm belt without losing his way, he easily sensed that the old man on the shore was shouting something, likely along the lines of, "Damn you, Roger, you kill without a thought ill." There seemed to be some mention of someone's mother as well. However, being a new crew member's family, Rayleigh chose to overlook it, pretending he hadn't heard. "Roger, you bastard. Hey, Oz, remember to wear your shirt, don't catch a chill." Old Keek shouted through gritted teeth, wiping away the tears from his eyes as he watched the Oro Jackson disappear into the sunset. As the sun and moon rotated, the sea breeze caressed gently. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. To be honest, even with mental preparation, life at sea was still far more tedious than Oz had initially anticipated. The endless expanse of blue ocean, occasionally interrupted by sea kings lulled to sleep by the ship's conqueror's hockey, the never-ending feasts, and the incessant cleaning. If not for the company of 2 companions to chat and amuse him, Oz felt he might truly lose his sanity. "Hey Oz, why are you slacking off again? Still lounging on my bed?" The cabin door burst open suddenly, and Bucky, having just finished tidying the deck, stormed in, seizing Oz by the collar and scolding him sharply. "Don't be so serious, Bucky. I can give you a little something for your troubles." As Oz dangled from his collar, he showed no concern for Bucky's attitude, instead pulling out a few bills from his pocket and cheerfully stuffing them into Bucky's pocket. Seeing Bucky's eyes light up at the sight of money, Oz adjusted his collar, realizing that Bucky was likely the only one on this ship who resembled a proper pirate. Greedy, cunning, and loyal. Oz merely needed to pay a little to placate Bucky, thus allowing him to enjoy the occasional lazy day. At that moment, a youthful voice called from outside. "Oz, Bucky, come out for training." Chapter 3. The Sharingan version of observation hockey. Upon hearing the voice, OS, who had been seated on the bed, was the first to leap to his feet, excitedly dashing toward the door. In contrast, Buggy wore a grimace of reluctance. He truly despised the arduous training. After all, there were plenty of skilled fighters aboard, and he wouldn't be the one to take the lead when it came to seizing treasure. However, seeing OS and Shanks swiftly racing toward the stern, he felt compelled to keep up, feigning calmness as he called out, "Wait for me, you two." As they emerged from the cabin and made their way to the ship's rear, they passed several burly men who had indulged a bit too much and now lay sprawled on the floor. This scene was nothing new for the trio, who had long since grown accustomed to such raucous revelry. They proceeded to the storeroom to select their weapons. Buggy chose throwing knives, while Shanks favored a rapier. OS, after a moment of contemplation, decided on a sniper rifle and a knife. This decision stemmed from careful consideration. While a knife certainly exuded a certain flair, he did not limit himself to it alone. Beyond aligning with his innate talent for observation hockey, which suited him for a supporting role, He also recognized the fierce competition within the swordsmanship realm, with renowned figures like Gold Roger, and Rayleigh already established. Not to mention the likes of red-haired Shanks and Mihawk, along with the future potential of Roronoa Zoro. OS felt that the cost-benefit ratio of pursuing swordsmanship was rather low. If he were to dedicate himself, he aimed to become the world's foremost swordsman, worthy of his fortunate beginnings. Yet, on the path of the great swordmaster, he questioned his potential for mastering the art of the sword. Even if he managed to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he would likely be relentlessly pursued by Mihawk and Zoro, plagued by their incessant challenges. He didn't fear challenges, he merely found them bothersome. Thus, he resolved to strive for the title of the world's greatest marksman instead. As a former inhabitant of Blue Star, OS held a natural fascination for firearms. And with his innate observation haki, he recognized that this path was far less troublesome. In the realm of sharpshooters, the competition was limited to figures like Jesus Burgess, Usopp, and Van Augur, with perhaps a mention of Ben Beckman. The niche market was not overly saturated, and OS felt confident that he could excel in any field. Once he developed his conqueror's haki and honed his skills in observation haki to foresee the future, perhaps with some sea prism stone bullets, he might not be able to take down an emperor with a single shot, but surely he could manage to fell one with a well-aimed bullet. After all, Shanks could dispatch 30 billion with a single strike. Once his skills reached their zenith, he envisioned traveling the world, savoring life, experiencing various iconic locales, and eventually, in his later years, acquiring a few maids and establishing a quaint estate to enjoy. Having endured hardship in his past life, he was determined to live more comfortably in this one. However, while his dreams were grand, reality was stark. He was currently just a child with a nascent awakening of observation haki, albeit a bit sturdier than most. Although Rayleigh might be considered a mediocre teacher, he should still be able to lay a solid foundation for OS. Thus, he resolved to learn as best as he could. Thus began OS's first lesson aboard the ship: physical combat, the cornerstone of all fighting styles. Whether wielding a sword or using fists, even with firearms, one required exceptional reflexes and haki to thrive. For the trio living in the New World, the term haki was not unfamiliar. So Rayleigh offered little explanation as he turned his attention to the weapons each had chosen. Beyond physical combat, each individual sought to refine their preferred fighting style. Rayleigh took a swig of his drink and asked, "What do you wish to learn? If I'm able, I can impart my knowledge and skills. I want to learn swordsmanship." Shanks declared with fervor, perhaps influenced by Roger and Rayleigh's prowess with the longsword. "Swordsmanship, is it?" Rayleigh chuckled. "Very well, starting today, you will practice 5,000 slashes daily, beginning with mastering the basic grip." Next, he turned his gaze to Buggy. "The differences between a short dagger and a longsword are minimal. Let's start with basic swings." Finally, he looked at the eager OS, uncertain of the child's aspirations. "What do you wish to learn? Anything is possible, right?" OS replied, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. "Of course, but if you wish to learn marksmanship, the ship's sharpshooter, Tam, is exceptionally skilled. I want to learn Conqueror's haki." Rayleigh nearly spat out his drink in surprise, wiping his mouth as he retorted, "Little brat, while I don't know where you picked up that term, such advanced techniques require at least a natural aptitude for Conqueror's haki. In other words, OS might not even possess the necessary talent for Conqueror's haki. So how could he hope to wield it?" However, OS was undeterred, holding on to a glimmer of hope. "So, if I do possess Conqueror's haki, would you be able to teach me, Uncle Rayleigh?" "Why not?" Rayleigh casually replied, dismissing the child's naivety. After a brief exchange, the trio commenced their foundational trainings. Bearing the weight of large iron plates, OS performed one-handed push-ups while glancing at a newspaper on the ground, simultaneously honing his observation haki. In his perception, he noted Shanks, drenched in sweat, diligently practicing his swordsmanship, his youthful face adorned with determination. Buggy was also training, albeit with a deliberate slowing of his movements, revealing that he was slacking off. Shanks seemed to grow ever more precise with each swing. Upon completing his strength training, OS observed as Shanks finished his daily sword practice. One could indeed call him a prodigy of swordsmanship. The observable progress was remarkable. OS, akin to a seasoned strategist, stealthily noted Shanks's techniques, while simultaneously picking up Shanks's abandoned longsword. Recalling the nuances of Shanks's movements and the airflow changes, he began to practice his own sword swings. What a greedy little rascal. On the lookout, a long-haired man wearing sunglasses observed OS's diligent training at the ship's stern and remarked to the nearby blonde, "He wants to learn both gunplay and swordsmanship. If he comes seeking lessons on axes, I won't teach him." While I may not entirely approve of a sharpshooter wielding a sword, this boy is a bit different. As an adept of observation hockey, Roger's crew's sharpshooter, Tam, can discern certain subtleties. OS, it seems, is stealing Shanks's hard work. Indeed. Shanks requires 5,000 swings to refine his techniques, while OS managed to master them after mimicking just 1,000. This revelation filled OS with delight. Incredible. The Sharingan version of observation hockey? The naturally awakened range of his observation hockey was not particularly vast, after years of diligent effort. It extended to merely a few dozen meters. Yet, OS's observation hockey was distinct. Its detail, while not quite at the microscopic level, was nonetheless at its maximum innate capacity. Every subtle change in technique was laid bare before his eyes, allowing him to learn any skill with remarkable efficiency. Chapter 4. Young Sea Ice. Take my shot. In the days that followed, OS devoted the majority of his training to physical conditioning. Though he could not compare to those rare geniuses who exert themselves 100-fold. He was able to learn both sniper techniques and swordsmanship at double the efficiency of a prodigy like Shanks, which was nothing short of monstrous. Thus, developing his physical strength and hockey took precedence over all else. Time swiftly passed, and it has been 2 months since OS left his hometown. His life aboard the ship has been fulfilling yet uneventful. At dawn, OS was roused by Buggy and Shanks to clean the quarters. Last night, due to an increase in Captain Roger's bounty, yet another banquet was held on board. Everyone reveled in the festivities, save for the notorious trio of the worst generation. How can one sustain such celebrations daily without succumbing to exhaustion? Faced with this group of fervent fools, including Roger, who bore a striking resemblance to Monkey D. Luffy in temperament, OS felt helpless. It was he that he was unwilling to join in. Rather, the rum was simply unbearable, and OS, who lacked a taste for alcohol, could not appreciate the merriment. This experience starkly contrasted with OS's imagination of an exhilarating adventure as the Pirate King, which, apart from occasional storms, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes, lacked the thrilling escapades he envisioned. Indeed, the so-called grand journey of the Pirate King was merely a gathering of top-tier warriors. After tirelessly cleaning until nearly lunchtime, OS and his companions finally cleared away the bottles and debris. Just as they were about to eat a bit of food and then engage in some training, OS suddenly sensed something amiss and froze, gazing toward the distant sky. Something was approaching. OS first heard the sound, and when Buggy rushed to the ship's railing, he squinted to discern that it appeared to be a cannonball. Goodness! He quickly glanced toward the horizon and was astonished to see a white sail coming into view. What sort of cannonball could be launched so far? A missile, perhaps? OS had a nagging suspicion about the identity of the assailant. Without calling for caution, he immediately drew his spear and aimed at the black dot in the sky. Meanwhile, Captain Roger's figure appeared at the bow of the ship. Observing OS as he took aim, "Kid, that cannonball travels fast. Do you think you can hit it?" Roger grinned, showing his teeth, as he watched OS struggle to steady his aim. Who does he look down upon? Just because I can't match him in strength doesn't mean I can't hit a cannonball. OS smirked, aligning his sights on the dot, aided by his observation hockey. He hit it. In his perception, the cannonball was struck by his bullet several dozen meters outside the ship, hitting the spherical body squarely. However, contrary to expectations, the cannonball did not explode in midair. Instead, it deflected his bullet and fell back to Earth along its original trajectory. 666. This cannonball is from Garp. No. This is definitely a hockey-infused cannonball. Realizing he could do nothing about it, OS promptly lowered his weapon and retreated behind Buggy and Shanks, remaining unperturbed. Knowing well that if trouble arose, the taller crew members would shield them. As expected, Goddess Judgment. With a furious shout from Captain Roger, a blade imbued with dark red lightning cleaved through the sky, seemingly tearing it asunder. Besides the one OS had targeted, several cannonballs that followed did not even reach the ground before exploding violently in midair. OS was momentarily dazzled by the sheer power of Roger's sword. Although he had seen this technique in the anime and knew it was exaggerated, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. A single slash could part the heavens? Divine Judgment, truly impressive. OS felt his scalp tingle with excitement, nearly drooling, as he keenly observed every motion of Captain Roger executing the technique. However, perhaps due to his lack of experience, he could only sense a powerful force surging within Roger, unable to discern more clearly. OS lamented. This was akin to the inability of the Sharingan to replicate forbidden techniques. His level was simply too low to grasp it fully. Yet before he could react further, Shanks and Buggy pulled him back behind a gathering of crew members. Haha, young ones, prepare to face the Navy. Roger laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This mad dog. Just when we thought we had shaken him off, he is back after 2 months." Jabba, clad in a vest and wielding dual axes, replied tersely, "Let us give them a welcoming gift." Rayleigh, ever straightforward, swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of energy across the sea. Of course, as OS had anticipated, it bore little effect, being shattered by a black fist from the battleship. OS swiftly climbed up to the lookout tower and greeted his sniper mentor, Bitam. "Hey, Uncle Bitam." Bitam, stout yet agile, smiled at OS as he too reached the lookout. "Ah, it's OS. Be careful. This time, you're not facing mere underlings." "I'll take care of myself," OS replied with a smile, peering through the scope of his rifle to observe the figures aboard the distant naval ship. A robust man clad in an Admiral-esque coat and a black suit, with a short haircut and a beard, was weighing several cannonballs in his hands. The cannonballs that had previously vexed OS were hurled by this very individual. If OS were to comment, today's cannons seemed far too lacking. Even manual fire surpassed automatic. "Is that you, Carp? Can you hear me?" OS shouted, noticing Carp holding a massive loudspeaker from a distance. "Ha. That won't he do, Carp?" Roger responded with a smile. And the two old rivals began their customary banter from afar, exchanging lively greetings. What followed was the usual chase and skirmish. Given the multitude of skilled fighters in Roger's crew and their agility, it was unrealistic for Carp alone to capture them all. Moreover, Roger's crew had no desire to engage Carp, a formidable opponent, in a protracted battle at sea. After all, should either side's hockey clash become public, it could lead to the destruction of their ships and the loss of lives, resulting in a collective swim to the next island. Occasionally, some overzealous Navy recruits attempted to approach the R.O. Jackson, only to be thwarted by Rayleigh and others, or sniped by OS. Among these naive Navy personnel, OS spotted an unusual figure, a tall, curly-haired man. Hey, this guy mingling among the regular Navy must be up to no good. Had OS not recognized him, he might have been easily deceived by this young man. The ice fruit user opposing them seemed intent on getting closer to their ship, which could only spell trouble. Quietly pulling out the only sea stone bullet he had managed to obtain from Bitam, OS began to aim, a smile creeping onto his lips. This shall serve as a greeting gift for the young ice user. Chapter 5. Young OS and young Shanks OS closed his left eye, striving to steady his breathing. With his observation hockey firmly locked onto the tall figure among the Navy, he gently rested his finger on the trigger and decisively pulled it. A shot that alters destiny. Aspiring to learn from the user of the fate-altering fruit, OS certainly would not allow his prowess to fall below that of others, even if it was merely a shot utilizing observation hockey. With a sound reminiscent of flesh being torn apart, a spray of blood erupted over the sea, cascading into the waters below. The figure descending from the sky was remarkably tall, significantly towering over the surrounding Navy personnel, yet appeared slender, eyes wide with incredulity and despair, before gently sinking into the ocean. "Hey, Kazan." Not far away, a Navy soldier engaged in battle witnessed the scene and, with a loud shout, did not forget to stealthily approach to provide assistance. As a veteran aboard Admiral Carp's ship, he was acutely aware of the potential and abilities of this new recruit. He understood that such a promising talent must not be allowed to perish here. Meanwhile, Kazan, whose abilities were gradually sinking beneath the waves, felt excruciating pain in his thigh, coupled with an overwhelming sense of weakness and suffocation. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Who on earth would strike a minor character without the use of sea prism stone? However, just before he plunged into the water, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the assailant, a figure with long black hair. How typical, he thought. A man's instincts, even with observation hockey, could still falter in aim. The failure to hit his intended target indicated that the Navy's first female admiral would soon cease to exist. OS, with a slight grimace, felt a twinge of regret. However, he was not one to put all his eggs in one basket. Sharing the spoils was not a bad idea. This was also a means to restore balance amid the Navy's prevailing dominance of masculinity over femininity. Thus, in a certain sense, OS had taken an early step toward kingship, akin to Roger. If one were to ask OS what kind of king he aimed to be, the answer would undoubtedly be the king of bounties. Engaging in direct combat was not his forte. Instead, he believed that striking from a vantage point was the true path to mastery. Observing OS's increasingly refined marksmanship, Bitam, who was primarily focused on intercepting incoming cannonballs, felt a mix of relief and cold sweat. This kid was truly reckless. The pursuit was tense. But Roger's crew maintained an advantage due to their overall superior strength, steadily distancing themselves from the naval ships. Blast. My observation hockey detected another bullet. OS lamented, as his armament hockey failed to deflect the attack. While he could handle lowly opponents, any adversary with a modicum of hockey proved insurmountable. Nevertheless, with his meticulous observation hockey, no bullet could find its mark on OS. Once I master armament hockey and foresee the future, let us see if you can still protect yourselves. With agility, OS slung his gun over his back and swiftly descended the lookout tower. Since he hadn't fully developed yet, it was prudent to avoid high-stakes encounters. After all, those with advanced hockey could easily dispatch him. The other crew members, noticing the small figure retreating with a gun slung over his shoulders, said nothing. After all, in the face of such elite naval forces, a mere 9-year-old child was of little use if he insisted on joining the fray. They would only have to divert their attention to protect him. Similarly, Buggy and Shanks were in the same predicament. The crew had no time to spare for them. Even if OS believed he could easily outmatch Shanks and Buggy together, the seasoned crew members saw all three of them as equally inexperienced. Hey, Shanks. OS has probably hidden away by now. We should hurry too. Buggy urged. Don't be like that, Buggy. This is a battle for men on the high seas. Shanks countered, still lingering on the deck. OS paused, sensing two figures still lingering above deck. At his core, OS was a jovial soul who enjoyed exploring the world and doing as he pleased. His fervent desire to grow stronger stemmed from a wish to seek pleasure rather than be treated as mere entertainment. Observing the two clowns lingering on deck, OS smirked, deciding not to rush back to the cabin just yet. On the deck, a red-nosed kid was tugging at the red-haired child, while the small figure with the black gun stealthily approached them. It appeared that Shanks was brandishing a knife, wishing to join the battle, while Buggy was trying to persuade him to hide together. However, due to his inability to budge Shanks, an argument ensued. One must admit, despite Buggy's mischievous nature, he was still a loyal companion. Who says I'm hiding? Shanks retorted, just as OS silently landed behind Buggy and gave him a sudden pat on the back, causing the two to nearly jump out of their skins. OS, you jerk, can't you make a sound when you walk? Buggy exclaimed, his face flushed. But upon seeing OS's sudden appearance, he quickly formulated a plan to drag him and Shanks to safety. After all, they dared not approach Carp's ship. And standing on deck without long-range weaponry while dodging bullets was perilous. After all, not everyone could awaken observation hockey at the tender age of 9. Hey, OS. Let us retreat to the cabin together, Buggy suggested, and after a moment's thought, OS agreed. Both he and Buggy had recently joined Roger's crew and had yet to undergo the trials of battle, making their reactions understandable. However, Buggy was exasperated by Shanks, who, having adventured with Roger's crew since birth, was headstrong. What's the matter? OS asked, deflecting a bullet aimed from afar with his gun, noticing Buggy's distressed expression. But upon seeing Shanks remain stationary, he quickly understood. The notorious trio had always operated as a unit, and Shanks was more of a hindrance than a help. This was not the Battle of Wano years later, where generals faced each other. Here, elite naval soldiers could easily claim the life of a 9-year-old with a mere hint of hockey. While OS recognized Shanks would become formidable in time, he also knew he had yet to mature and should not act recklessly. Gesturing for Buggy to step aside, OS raised his gun, aiming for the back of Shanks's head. Bang! With strength that could rival a young Whitebeard, coupled with relentless training, OS was confident that his prowess was comparable to that of the young Pirate King. This strike would surely leave Shanks dazed. Indeed, young OS triumphs over young Shanks. OS nodded in satisfaction, dragging Shanks by the collar toward the cabin amidst Buggy's astonished gaze. Chapter 6, let us call it a draw. OS after the battle, aboard the somewhat battered Oro Jackson in an uncharted sea of the New World. The sky post-rain was exceptionally refreshing. With the weather improving, Roger began to rally the crew for a new round of festivities, citing the occasion as a celebration of their latest evasion of Carp's pursuit. Time for a feast. Oh, with the captain's exuberant toast. The other crew members laughed heartily in agreement, filling the deck with a vibrant and spirited atmosphere. In the midst of this merriment, a loud crash of the door went unnoticed as a red-haired boy, sporting a bump on his head, surveyed his surroundings with gritted teeth. The straw hat on his head was askew due to the bump, lending an amusing sight that drew laughter from nearby crew members. Did your head sustain an injury during the recent sea battle, Shanks? Roger, clutching a bottle of wine, spotted him and, seeing great potential in the budding new generation, affectionately ruffled his hair while inquiring, "Where's OS?" Shanks, seemingly unwilling to discuss the bump on his head, awkwardly shifted the topic. After regaining consciousness, he had interrogated Buggy about the cause of his injury, only to have Buggy, eager to deflect attention, swiftly sold OS out. Indeed, while Shanks considers himself to be a rather easygoing individual, he finds it difficult to maintain his composure after being struck unexpectedly by a comrade, resulting in a considerable bump on his head. Who does not know that aside from his companions, Shanks holds his dignity in the highest regard? After 9 years in this world, encountering such an inconsiderate individual is unprecedented for him. Consequently, the once untroubled youth known as Shanks seeks to assert himself, or perhaps avenge this indignity. As he weaves through the bustling banquet, Shanks continuously scans the surroundings in search of OS. Ultimately, he spots him amidst a group of burly men, indulging in barbecued meat, devouring large bones and guzzling down drinks, appearing both relaxed and relieved. Truly a champion of food in his original world. Oh, Shanks, why do you glare at me? Do you wish to partake in the barbecue as well? What is with the knife in your hand? It's all been cut for you. The meat clinging to the bone. What? A man-ass duel? I'm too hungry for that. Wait until I'm full. Or you wouldn't want to win without a fight, would you? I'm stuffed, you understand, right? Just let me digest for a moment. Hold on. I have digested it, but I overindulged, and now I must relieve myself. Would you like to join me? Are you done? You want to guard the door while I relieve myself? Is a duel what you truly desire? Then behold my mop, tainted with filth. Shanks is acutely aware of OS's innate strength and his extraordinary observation skills, making him wisely opt for a tactical retreat in the face of such a weapon. He is not afraid of a genuine confrontation. Even if he were to lose, it would merely result in a few days of recuperation wrapped in bandages. However, the thought of a mop sullied with excrement terrifies him. As a result of this incident, Shanks remains fixated on OS for the following days, causing the latter considerable discomfort. Forget it. A child is just a child. Let us have our fight, OS mutters, shaking his head. He retrieves a standard longsword from the storeroom and tosses it to the still pouting Shanks, who fumbles to catch it. OS beckons him with a finger, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. You scoundrel! Shanks exclaims, a rush of excitement surging through him upon realizing that OS is finally willing to engage in a duel. He grips the sword with one hand, poised for action. Noticing that OS stands still, he decides to take the initiative. Are you going to use the gun on your back? I want to give you the chance to shoot. He acknowledges the prowess of OS's marksmanship, but he feels confident in close combat. Witnessing OS's demeanor, Shanks is filled with a sense of defiance. With a powerful push from his legs, he lunges at OS. Wielding the sword, a technique honed under the tutelage of Rayleigh and Roger, undoubtedly formidable yet seemingly ineffective against OS's techniques. OS closes his eyes, refraining from countering, merely shifting his head and torso, employing evasive maneuvers. Cursed OS. Are you just going to keep dodging? Shanks, now enraged, feels as if he is being toyed with. If you want me to use a weapon, very well. OS opens his eyes, having initially intended to further practice his observation skills, only to reluctantly draw a small knife he had pilfered from Buggy. Apologies, but I have no smaller knife. Are you jesting? It becomes evident that the disparity in strength between peers with and without hockey is colossal, even if one happens to be the illustrious red-haired Shanks. However, at 9 years of age, he can only rely on his swordsmanship to contend with OS, yet each strike is effortlessly parried by OS, who seems to jest with his small knife, forcing Shanks to retreat continuously. Shanks finds himself thoroughly suppressed by OS. A number of crew members, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, observe the unfolding spectacle. Rayleigh shakes his head, lamenting that while it appears to be a clash of novices, OS is indeed overpowering Shanks with his observation and brute strength. Such innate power often signifies the potential of a king, and the presence of these youths suggests a promising future. Roger bursts into hearty laughter, while the remaining crew, eager for entertainment, revel in the spectacle. OS's mentor, Bidem, seizes the opportunity to establish a betting pool. OS, 1-1 Shanks, 1-10 draw, 1-5. This move even excites Roger, who eagerly places a bet. OS, splendid work. Keep the momentum going for victory. Hey, Shanks, don't concede so easily. What? You must be joking. There's no way Shanks can win. What if? The odds are 1-10. Gambling dogs don't end well. The crew erupts into fervent chatter, with Roger placing a bet and cheering for Shanks, despite acknowledging the slim chances of victory. After all, he has raised Shanks since childhood and feels compelled to support him, especially since the treasures wagered are from a recent heist and of no personal use to him. just as the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. OS's heightened observation suddenly senses something amiss, followed by a voice echoing in his ear. Make it a draw, OS. Uncle bite him. A fixed match? That is not my style. OS's gaze reflects disdain. He is determined to suppress the red-haired man, seeking to maintain dominance in the new era. He aspires to become an undefeated man. Perhaps sensing OS's reluctance, Bidem sighs and retorts, once you succeed, I'll share half of my earnings with you. Master, you truly have a keen eye? OS's lips curl into an involuntary smile. It is not a lack of spirit, but rather the meager stipend he receives as an intern that compels him to yield. Shanks, let us make this decisive. Huh. Hearing OS's declaration, Shanks, exhausted and breathless from being toyed with, grits his teeth. Fine, that suits me perfectly. The surrounding crew erupts in cheers. Are we finally going to determine a victor? Go, Shanks, don't lose face. Good job, OS. Stay sharp. Don't let the wind turn against you. The atmosphere grows increasingly charged with excitement. As the tension mounts, OS becomes serious, tightening his grip as he gazes at the equally earnest Shanks. In his narrowed eyes, a flicker of crimson light begins to emerge. What is that? Jabba exclaims, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his mouth agape in disbelief. Rayleigh's pupils constrict, his expression grave as he watches OS intently. No. He merely possesses the potential. Such advanced application of observation is beyond a child of his age. Roger, equally astonished, finds his smile stiffening. The king of the next generation. It seems he has found his match. Meanwhile, OS, wholly absorbed, remains oblivious to the high regard the three legendary pirates hold for him. He focuses intently on discerning the trajectory of Shanks' blade, attempting to predict his movements. As Shanks unleashes his most powerful strike, OS watches the glimmering arc of the blade flash past the side of his cheek, catching a fleeting glimpse of its blurred trajectory. Impressive as Shanks' slashes may be, it is unfortunate that OS, with bated breath and intense focus, seized upon the aftermath of Shanks' skill, delivering a forceful blow to his abdomen. The dull thud resonated, leaving Shanks momentarily dazed, even causing him to regurgitate bile. OS, relying solely on his extraordinary strength, dominated the inexperienced Shanks, whose youthful form swayed unsteadily, eyes rolling back as he appeared on the verge of collapse. Observing that Shanks would likely lose consciousness, OS sighed, then abruptly raised his fist, adorned with an exaggerated and insincere expression. Oh, my fist aches. Did I hurt myself? It hurts so much I might faint. Turning to the onlookers, OS resolutely closed his eyes and fell to the ground, synchronizing with Shanks as they both lay sprawled out in shape. Silence enveloped the arena. Baitam, unable to contain himself, nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, Come on, you could have put in a little more effort. Can't you be a tad more dramatic? Reluctantly, Baitam spoke up. It appears to be a draw. My apologies, everyone. At that moment, Buggy, who had been stealthily counting his hidden stash, emerged from the cabin. He beheld Baitam, surrounded and beaten by the crew, the motionless Shanks, and OS, lying on the ground and picking his nose, leaving him utterly bewildered. Don't do this, Shanks. A balance of work and rest is essential, OS advised, observing Shanks, who was squatting with a barbell. Shut up, idiot. Put down that steel on your back first. Shanks roared, his temper flaring even though he was generally of good nature, unable to resist OS's provocations. Hahaha. OS could only respond with an awkward laugh, continuing to perform one-handed push-ups while carrying the heavy steel. You two monsters. Can't you remain quiet for just a moment? Buggy, overhearing their exchange, felt a flush of embarrassment. While he struggled with small dumbbells, he recognized that even Shanks surpassed him effortlessly, let alone OS with his monstrous physique. As Shanks, spurred by OS's taunts, began to grow increasingly powerful, OS also reaped significant gains from his training. Even Buggy, the master of slacking off, found his training regimen intensifying, much to his chagrin. The ensuing days grew monotonous, with OS finding his fleeting joys in reading newspapers, brawling, training, and fishing. Yet, with so much he wished to learn, he often found little time to indulge in his fishing hobby, though his cleverness allowed him to adapt. Hey, OS, haven't you caught anything yet? Buggy inquired as he leaned beside OS, who sat motionless at the ship's edge, eyes closed. It must be nearly training time. Upon hearing this, OS, who had just been practicing expanding his observation hockey, slowly opened his eyes, the faint red glow fading from his pupils. Relax. Have I ever failed to catch a fish before training? But Shanks has already started. All right, I understand. OS sighed, drawing a pistol from his waist. Have you ever heard of American fishing techniques? With a series of sharp gunshots, several fish floated to the surface, smoke curling from their bellies. OS deftly hooked them and tossed them into the basket, making his way back to the cabin. I'm off, Buggy. Wait for me. OS has gotten even stronger, hasn't he? Indeed, he is a true monster. He reminds me of someone. Let me guess, is it Redfield? Well, sort of, but I was actually thinking of Whitebeard. On the deck, the crew observed the sparring match between the young lad and Vice Captain Rayleigh, discussing amongst themselves, including the two youngsters in the front row. That OS fellow is certainly no match for him. Don't be so pessimistic, Buggy. We'll undoubtedly grow stronger. Having faced many setbacks against OS, Shanks gradually regained his composed demeanor, returning to his easygoing nature. What foolishness are you spouting, Shanks? If we grow stronger, won't TOS as well? Buggy retorted, feeling more despondent, already overshadowed by Shanks, now feeling the weight of OS's prowess. Don't be so downcast. Look, the practice between OS and the Vice Captain is starting. Chapter 8. OS and the Iron Block. It begins. It begins. How long do you think OS can last this time? Last time was 1 minute. This time, surely 1.5? I bet 2 minutes. Anyone want to place a wager? Don't make me slap you, by Tam. Perhaps due to the overwhelming boredom. The rough men aboard the Roger pirates gathered excitedly to witness the impending battle as OS donned a shrunken black military uniform, a black gun slung across his back, standing resolutely before his opponent. His long black hair danced in the wind, and though his youthful face bore a determined expression, it could not mask his charm, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's unique beauty. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with golden hair, exuding an undeniable pressure despite his casual stance. No wonder he is the Pirate King's first mate. One can tell at a glance how formidable he is. OS understood that no powerful figure in the world of pirates achieved their status without engaging in battle. Mere rigorous training was the path of inferior pirates, while he, OS, thrived on sheer tenacity. Those afraid of pain should not become pirates. Noticing Rayleigh's lack of movement, OS decided not to wait any longer. In a blur, he vanished from sight, leaving Buggy and Shanks in shock. Wait, he disappeared? When did OS eat a devil fruit? They were aware of OS's partnership with Bytam in a scam, and thus knew that the treasure lost by Captain Roger in a gamble was none other than a devil fruit. During the division of spoils, OS had chosen not to take money but instead claimed the fruit, which Rayleigh referred to as the teleportation fruit. Not at all. Unbeknownst to them, Captain Roger had approached the two youngsters from behind, ruffling their hair with his large hands. You should have seen it. OS is employing the Navy's 6 powers. Wait. Shanks and Buggy gaped in disbelief. They were well aware of the 6 powers, an advanced application of physical techniques, akin to a preschool version of hockey. The key question, however, was how OS had mastered it at the tender age of 9. As they turned their attention back to the battlefield, OS had reappeared behind Rayleigh, delivering a swift kick aimed at his waist. Forgive me, Shanks. However, just before contact, OS inexplicably withdrew his foot and swiftly distanced himself from Rayleigh. Rayleigh slowly turned to face OS, whose eyes were filled with tension, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why did you pull back? OS glared at Rayleigh, who resembled a mischievous uncle, and shrugged. It's nothing. I just had a feeling that if I went through with it, something very bad might happen. In that fleeting moment, he had caught a glimpse of his leg fracturing, and, opting for caution, OS chose to retract his kick, attempting to recapture that ominous sensation. The observation hockey is indeed a powerful ability, yet at times, it can hinder your development, young one. Rayleigh chuckled as he instantaneously appeared before us. What? This is observation hockey, alerted him urgently. Observation hockey, an enemy is present. Brain, react quickly. Body, 666. Come and try to react. This exemplifies one of Us's shortcomings. His excessively potent observation hockey grants him a perspective akin to that of a mighty being or perhaps a divine observer. However, it does not alter the fact that he is still but a child, and his physical responses cannot keep pace. The disparity between the two is his flaw. Independent of talent, requiring relentless combat to hone his instincts and reactions to monstrous levels, thereby enabling him to wield more advanced powers, such as hockey. In simpler terms, more battles and more hits serve as the finest crash course in armament hockey. A naturally robust physique may expedite this process for Us, but it cannot bypass it entirely. Thus, when confronted with Rayleigh's sudden assault, Us quickly realized evasion was futile. it would be more beneficial to endure the blows and refine himself. He steeled his resolve and unleashed the recently acquired beggar's version of armament hockey, iron block. He was determined to prove that he could withstand even a mere kick. Us. You have finally awakened. Us slowly opened his eyes, observing the two youths standing by his bedside. In merely 2.5 seconds, he pieced together what had transpired. He had once again been lulled to sleep by Uncle Rayleigh's kick. Should one commend Rayleigh's strength, or deem being lulled to sleep a passive of this absurd skill? If I use iron block again, I truly am a fool, Us silently vowed. Hey, Us, are you really all right? Seeing Us rise from the bed, Buggy and Shanks exhibited concern. They had witnessed the moment Us fainted, along with the ominous, dark purple hue of Rayleigh's armament hockey, which even Captain Roger regarded with trepidation, questioning if Rayleigh had been a tad too forceful. Although Us was a monster, sustaining such a kick surely warranted a few days of rest, and they could hardly fathom how he had managed to endure it. Furthermore, as Us's close friends, they worried about his well-being. Us had been rather reckless. Yet, the center of the incident, Us seemed unconcerned, stretching his limbs. I'm fine. By the way, how long did I sleep? It wasn't an entire day, right? Us was nonchalant, until he touched his chest and gasped sharply. That hurts. Seeing his expression, Shanks and Buggy feared the injury had recurred and rushed to support him. Don't push yourself, Us. Yes, if you're injured, you should rest properly, you fool. Us grimaced as he unfastened his shirt, revealing a dark, bruised chest, his lips twitching slightly. Hey, when did you learn armament hockey? Shanks exclaimed, astonished, while Buggy, witnessing his reaction, could hardly contain his frustration. Are you an idiot? That's clearly a bruise. Oh, I see. Shanks chuckled in realization, laughing heartily. I mistook it. You're truly infuriating. Buggy could not stand Shanks' obliviousness, often failing to grasp conversational cues while remaining unfazed by Buggy's ire. Typically, at such moments, Us would laugh heartily, waiting for their argument to conclude before embracing their shoulders and deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Don't be angry, Buggy. Let us go eat. Fine. I'll consider it a favor to us, but not because of you, Shanks. All right, I understand. Chapter 9. Black Gun Doris in the year 1493 of the Sea Circle. Why is this fellow named Odin dressed in a diaper? The weather was splendid, and the scenery was perfect as the Roger pirates had just replenished their supplies on an island. Us returned from procurement with a newspaper, where Shanks and Buggy were crowded together, captivated by a headline that caught Roger's attention. It featured Kazuki Odin, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, a recently renowned figure upon the seas. A samurai from Wano country? He seems quite dashing, utterly hideous, scoffed, shouldering a barrel taller than himself, placing it before Roger. What a weirdo, dressed in an open crotch cloth for convenience. I say, black military attire is the most stylish. Wouldn't you agree, Barrett? Indeed, Barrett, the Ironhead Kid, had joined the crew a month prior. Us had observed the battle challenging Captain Roger, which could not be deemed evenly matched, rather a one-sided domination. As for the rumors of 15-year-old Barrett being on par with peak Rayleigh, Us thought, do you think I appear foolish? Not even Barrett, nor a 15-year-old Roger, Whitebeard, or Rocks could contend with peak Rayleigh. Do you think mastering the 3 forms of hockey and the supreme swordsmanship is a mere jest? It must be said that sometimes Buggy speaks without consideration, claiming Barrett and Rayleigh were evenly matched. Nonetheless, Us did not mind this peculiarity. Having endured Rayleigh's kick without perishing, he hoped Barrett would boast of his own exploits in the future. For instance, Us, once a crew member of the Roger Pirates, was once evenly matched with Rayleigh at the tender age of 9. At this moment, although Barrett had not yet ascended to the ranks of the world's top-tier powers, he was undeniably a master of martial arts. Shortly after boarding, he had sparred with Us. Even Barrett, strong as a monster, marveled at the sheer number of heroes in the world, astonished by Us's exceptional observation hockey and formidable strength. At merely 10 years old, he could contend with a 15-year-old Barrett without faltering. While confident he would not be defeated, Barrett knew he could not easily overpower Us. Barrett did not trust his comrades, yet he respected strength, so when Us initiated conversation, he acknowledged him with a nod. As a soldier, he believed military attire to be the most handsome of outfits. A diaper? Haha. Roger burst into laughter at Us's description, the sound of his wine bottle clinking. Observing this, Carocas's expression darkened as he snatched the bottle from Roger's hands. Your body can no longer handle alcohol. You wouldn't want to collapse before our voyage is complete. Would you, Roger? Roger paused, his countenance shifting. Then he pleaded, "Please, Kurokas, just a little bit, one tea hurt." Unfortunately, in the presence of the ship's doctor, the captain's authority held little weight, and he could only watch helplessly as Kurokas carried away his precious wine. Deprived of alcohol, Roger felt somewhat despondent. But the situation soon took a turn when he stealthily approached his side, discreetly producing a wine bottle from his jacket and swiftly placing it in Roger's arms. They exchanged knowing glances. "Good boy, Us," Roger praised. "No need for words, Captain," Us replied. "Is it all right, Rayleigh? Is Roger's health?" Their discreet exchange did not escape the keen perception of the observation hockey, but the crew members who noticed refrained from commenting. "It's fine. Roger is not a man to be easily defeated." With the wine restored, Roger appeared more spirited than ever, shouting to everyone, "Everyone, we are setting sail for the New World." Oh, big news, big news. One of the dominators of the New World, the Roger Pirates, has emerged in the latter seas of this realm. They have consecutively vanquished several notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Is this the dawn of a new era, heralded by rocks? Ever since Roger discovered his terminal illness and resolved to journey to the final island, the voyage of the Roger Pirates appears to have entered a fast-forward mode. In just 2 fleeting years, they have traversed the seas, battling across the world, all in pursuit of the truth of history. In the latter part of the New World, specifically in the Edvard Sea, a lively celebration unfolds upon the deck. "OSS, your bounty has been announced," shouts Buggy, his head wrapped in a scarf, excitedly rushing over and nearly stumbling in his haste. Upon hearing the news, all crew members pause momentarily before raising their cups towards the long-haired youth in the crowd, exclaiming in unison, "You've made it, OSS. Let us celebrate your bounty with another round of festivities." The sea breeze tousles the boy's long hair as OSS, holding a bottle of juice, approaches Buggy with a disapproving glare at the revelers. "Is my bounty truly a reason for your merriment?" he retorts. "Do not be such a downer, OSS," Buggy replies cheerfully. Shanks, infected by the celebratory spirit, seems to relish the atmosphere. With a smile, OSS accepts the bounty poster from Buggy's hand. The largest image depicts OSS during a naval battle, where he stands tall, his eyes radiating a fierce red glow, exuding an aura of intimidation. The bounty reads, "Black Gun Daughter OSS. Bounty, 139,600,000 berries. Most wanted, life or death." Is this for real? 139 million? Buggy exclaims, surprised, as he has always maintained a low profile and has yet to draw the attention of the Navy. Although this bounty is bolstered by the reputation of the Roger Pirates and OSS's penchant for engaging in combat, it undeniably signifies that, at just 12 years of age, OSS is recognized by the world government as a formidable pirate. Shanks concurs, acknowledging OSS as a worthy adversary despite his occasional irritations. However, before they can continue their conversation, OSS interrupts with a serious expression, gazing skyward, causing both boys to look up in confusion. Buggy soon notices something amiss. Several dark specks appear to be descending from the clouds. "Here we go again," OSS mutters, drawing the black gun from his back. Darkness enveloping the weapon while a menacing red glow ignites in his eyes. Edvard Sea Battle. Chapter 10. The Head of the Golden Lion Enemy Attack. Buggy shouts, panic seeping into his voice as he watches a fleet of pirate ships descend from the sky. His alarm is abruptly quelled as a large hand rests upon his head, Captain Roger himself. "Calm down, Buggy. Prepare for battle." Raising his gaze, he meets the ever-composed visage of Roger. Amongst the dozen ships, on the prow of the flagship adorned with a golden lion's head, stands a man with flowing golden hair. This is the true essence of piracy. Even from a distance, OSS feels the overwhelming presence of a top-tier powerhouse. The former officer of the Rocks Pirates and one of the 3 great dominators of the New World, Gold Lion Shiki. "I've said this countless times, Roger," Shiki exclaims, his cape billowing and a cigar clenched between his teeth. "Though we have had our share of grievances in our youth, let us put them aside. With the world-destroying weapon you possess, combined with my forces and strategies, we shall conquer the world." Before he can finish his proclamation, a gunshot interrupts him. Who dares to disrupt the governor's speech? They shall meet their demise. The crew of the Flying Sky Pirates trembles, glancing around in trepidation. "Ah. It seems this is still futile," a sigh escapes Roger's lips. In the next moment, a jet-black bullet spins and ultimately falls into the sea, having lost its momentum. As it strikes Shiki's armament-hardened face, his words die on his lips, veins bulging on his forehead as he locks his furious gaze onto the figure beside Roger, a youth in military attire with tousled hair, his long gun still smoking. "How dare you?" Shiki bellows, rage and fear intertwining. The crew erupts in chaos, clearly outraged at the affront to their commander's dignity. Yet, under OSS's observation, those who dare to shout find themselves marked for elimination. With a flash of red light in his eyes, he draws forth a series of crimson gun barrels. The bullets, empowered by his precognitive prowess, are nearly unavoidable unless one possesses superior observation skills or overwhelming armament hockey. The non-officers of the pirate crew fall swiftly, one by one. Hahaha. "This is my answer, Shiki," Roger exclaims, laughter echoing through the chaos. Shiki's demeanor shifts visibly. "So, you're suggesting I should simply kill you here? You mean to say you wish for all of your crew to be vanquished?" The first shot of war has been fired by OSS, leading to a fierce clash. He fires several shots before drawing his blade as enemy ships close in, vanishing from sight with a swift movement, leaving behind a plethora of wounds on unsuspecting foes. However, soon, a formidable officer approaches, a burly man, presumably the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates. That little brat dares to challenge Captain Dark. He will surely meet a brutal end. The surrounding pirates, though wary of approaching OSS, boast about their commander, the sheer size difference evident as they compare a slender child to a 4-meter giant. Yet, Captain Dark finds himself unnerved, sensing an intense danger emanating from OSS. In your future, victory is not an option. OSS, brandishing his black blade, though still young and lacking advanced armament hockey, manages to envelop his weapon with a basic layer of it. Seeking thrills and battles, he strives to hone his hockey and earn his renown across the seas. Roger's grand vision for the world is one he wishes to seize for himself: wealth, fame, power. With a thunderous crash, the entire deck begins to sink and roll, sending numerous pirates flying. Dark, shrouded in armament hockey, lunges at OSS with a powerful punch. As the smoke clears, contrary to the anticipated overwhelming scene, the seemingly frail figure stands firm, having effortlessly blocked Dark's formidable blow with a single hand. Impressive strength. But your speed is akin to a snail. OSS's voice drips with disdain, and his arrogant tone ignites Dark's fury, pushing him to unleash a frenzied assault. This should prove quite manageable. A faint smile curved at the corner of OS's mouth, seemingly satisfied with his opponent's performance. He foresaw that the enemies he would most enjoy confronting in the future would be those who could only lash out in impotent rage. However, he did acknowledge that the opponent's mastery of hockey surpassed his own. Therefore, when OS desired to fight, he would engage in a flurry of punches. And when he wished to retreat, he would deftly maneuver away. His proficiency with hockey was still on the rise. On the other hand, Dark was filled with frustration, almost to the point of boiling over. Initially, he thought that dealing with a mere brat who had offended the governor would be a straightforward task, allowing him to gain favor with the governor while avoiding the monstrous Roger pirates. Yet, he found the situation far more troublesome than anticipated, particularly due to the incessant taunting from his opponent. "Damn it," Dark exclaimed as he threw another punch, feeling the satisfying impact of striking something solid. However, as he reveled in his momentary triumph, a sudden chill ran down his spine. How could such immense strength reside within a mere child? Once OS grasped his fist, Dark found himself immobilized, unable to escape the grip. The disparity in strength was shocking. Dark's eyes widened in terror as he noticed OS's disinterest. "Your purity is still too low. Your progress in hockey is slower than the beating you received from the captain, you pathetic fool." OS smirked, using an incomprehensible force to fling Dark around, eliciting gasps from the surrounding henchmen. Dark gritted his teeth, attempting to stabilize himself, but it proved futile. He was hurled into the air, spinning wildly, and with a sudden release, he found himself crashing onto another ship, only to be swiftly dispatched by Jabba's axe. After discarding Dark, OS decided to abandon the skirmish. With the nearby henchmen nearly cleared out, he employed Moonwalk to return to the bow of the Oro Jackson. Shanks and Buggy were on the ship, back to back, confronting the encroaching pirates. One sword style, black light. A wave of black sword energy surged forth as OS cleaved his way through the crowd, breaking through to reunite with the two. "Excellent. It's OS. OS, hurry over here." The battle raged fiercely. Even though the Roger pirates were elite, they struggled under the relentless assault. The fighters aboard the ship found themselves unable to manage the three young ones. Buggy, though appearing fierce, was internally panicking. OS, arriving amidst the chaos, seemed to radiate brilliance. Chapter 11. The Conqueror's Hockey and Fortune. Buggy hoped fervently for OS's assistance, but unfortunately, OS had his own tasks to attend to. Sorry, Buggy, but I have other matters to handle. You and Shanks hold on a little longer. OS patted Buggy's shoulder before swiftly slicing his way out of the encirclement. Wait. Damn it, Buggy lamented, his face a mask of despair as he and Shanks fought while retreating. They were not monstrous beings like OS, at only 12. Their combat capabilities were decent, but they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of elite pirates. Shanks, however, appeared unfazed. After bidding farewell to OS, he re-engaged with the advancing pirates. Stay sharp, Buggy. The enemies are coming again. Damn it. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield of the Edwar naval battle, Roger and Shiki clashed with their conquerors Haki, unleashing a tempest of black and red lightning that threatened to tear the sky asunder. Some less powerful pirates dared not approach the battlefield, fearing the sight of their fallen comrades. The intensity of their confrontation was palpable. God's avoidance. Lion's thousand cuts. The two swords clashed violently. OS, observing from a distance, dared not blink, fixated on the two swords that never actually connected, no matter how many times he witnessed it. He remained awestruck by such raw power. Conquerors Haki entwined. OS was entranced, standing on the sidelines and feeling the residual might of the two overwhelming Haki forces. As he fully concentrated on this innate talent, he admitted it was the first time he truly felt fear, not from a lack of courage or will, but from the instinctual terror of life and death. He understood that if he dared to step even a few paces closer, no matter how strong his physique or his dual Haki, he would be obliterated by that force. Yet, OS did not retreat. He acknowledged the gamble he was taking. But evidently, he had wagered wisely. Confronted with the terrifying reality of life and death, one often finds the capacity to transcend limits, perhaps due to his proximity. OS's body began to erupt with countless wounds, and even Haki could not provide effective defense. Blood trickled from his orifices, but he dared not retreat. For to do so would mean a lifetime of regret. To falter in the presence of another's conqueror's Haki would hinder his own awakening. With his understanding of this formidable force, he realized that if he did not seize this moment, he might only achieve the level of a vice admiral at best, which would leave him unable to flaunt his strength or enjoy life. He refused to become someone who could be effortlessly dispatched by a single strike. Someone beneath the level of an admiral, who would be rendered immobile before Shanks' conqueror's Haki. In his past life, he had been stuck at the bottom, never able to rise. In this life, he had finally discovered his talent and the opportunity to grow stronger. He was determined to become the world's strongest man, the most flamboyant individual, the freest soul. He wanted his name to evoke terror in the hearts of all who heard it. It was this simple thought that fueled OS's unwavering resolve as he faced the baptism of the two supreme Haki forces. Boom. Just as Shiki and Roger reveled in their battle, a youthful yet domineering will surged onto the battlefield, the black-red lightning suddenly capturing their attention. Shiki and Roger widened their eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. Little brat, it seems you have ambitions of your own. Join me, and I shall overlook that previous shot. Not a chance, Shiki. This child is one of the futures of the new era. In the distance, Rayleigh and several cadres battling felt the presence of this exceptionally pure Haki will, smiles spreading across their faces. Among them, Buggy was the most astonished. His hair whipping in the storm of energy, eyes wide with disbelief. Wait. OS has awakened Conqueror's Haki. No doubt it's OS. Shanks, on the other hand, remained calm, genuinely pleased for his friend's progress. However, they failed to notice a seemingly inconspicuous pirate among the flying sky pirates, holding a din mushy aloft. On the other end of the line, at the Marine headquarters in Marine Ford to awaken Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. This brat from the Roger pirates may possess potential rivaling that of the current Roger. I know this kid. From behind Vice Admiral Carp, a voice emerged, startling Carp from his stupor. What? Is it over already? Carp. As Carp drifted back into slumber, the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku gritted his teeth, ready to unleash his fury, only to be halted by Admiral Akiji. Carp's crew, tell me everything. Kazan, seated behind Carp, rose with gritted teeth, fixated on the image of a young boy clad in black and crimson military garb emanating a thunderous aura. Slowly, he produced a bounty notice, the target named Daedalus. Age 12, proficient in dual Haki and marksmanship, with exceptional martial skills and a suspected mastery of observation Haki. It was not unreasonable to consider him a potential successor to the legacy of the great pirate Roger. If the preceding information reflected the intelligence gathered by the Navy through years of combat and resources, The final statement was purely a matter of personal grievance. As a natural type ability user, the scar on his thigh remained a painful reminder of a close call, where he nearly transformed from a future Navy admiral into a future Navy disgrace. Such a young prodigy must be suppressed in his infancy. Upon hearing Kuzan's words, Admiral Kong furrowed his brows tightly. The proliferation of talented monsters among pirates posed a significant challenge for the Navy, especially those affiliated with Roger, the notorious pirate. Now confirmed to possess Conqueror's Haki, the prospect of another pirate of Roger's caliber emerging filled Kong with trepidation for the future of the Navy. Had that boy, who once carried a gun aboard Roger's ship, now reached such heights? As the Navy hero Carp munched on rice crackers, he mused aloud, "By the way, old man Carp." Sengoku interjected with a sigh. "One after another, none are willing to serve my cause. Then let them perish. Enough with the bravado, Shiki." Despite awakening Conqueror's Haki, the undeniable truth remained that OS was still but a boy. Roger had no choice but to shield him, as even a mere clash of swordplay sent OS tumbling once again. Regaining his footing, OS chose not to recklessly return to the fray but rather glided towards Shanks and Buggy, who appeared visibly elated upon seeing him. "OS, there are too many enemies. What shall we do?" Buggy exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "Fear not, Buggy," OS replied, shaking the rain from his blade and gazing at the tumultuous sky, as if a storm was brewing. "You possess the same luck of Conqueror's Haki as Shanks." Chapter 12. Well done, Buggy, do not lose face. As if to affirm OS's words, a tempest began to brew in the heavens. Nanny, in the face of such overwhelming might, even the self-proclaimed world-destroying overlord of the New World had to yield. Countless ships manipulated by the float fruit were engulfed by the storm and tsunami, with the Golden Lion himself being no exception. As he was swept into the tsunami, a ship's helm hurtled towards him, initiating their departure. Everyone, the Aro Jackson, crafted from Adam's tree, remained remarkably sturdy, bolstered by a cadre of formidable non-fruit users paving the way. Not even the tsunami could halt the advance of the Roger pirates. This sight left Buggy and Shanks momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open as Buggy barged in, the already battered door now teetering on the edge of collapse. "OS," Buggy exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement and disbelief. "Is it true what you said? That storm that saved us was truly because of my luck?" OS, secretly snacking in the kitchen, his left hand clutching meat and his right hand a milk jug, was busy replenishing his energy. Having devoured a mountain of food without a hint of distension in his belly, he had sensed Buggy's presence long before, finding it amusing that Buggy genuinely believed his words. Indeed, Buggy might possess the luck of Conqueror's Haki. After all, it was improbable for someone of his modest strength to ascend to the ranks of the Shichibukai and even the Four Emperors so effortlessly. However, OS believed that their survival in battle was less about luck and more about the divine favor bestowed upon them by Captain Roger. Nevertheless, OS remained emotionally intelligent, for Buggy was one of his few true friends. "Of course, Buggy, with your modest strength, you've managed to stay on this ship and navigate through countless battles unscathed. Doesn't that speak volumes?" OS said earnestly to Buggy. Buggy was indeed a true man, recalling the words he had once spoken, "Will your lives not cry out?" Such spirit, regardless of strength, was worthy of being called a great pirate. Upon hearing this, Buggy fell into a moment of silence, uncertain if OS's words were meant as praise. Yet, after some contemplation, he chose to trust OS. Though Buggy often found OS infuriating and annoying, he understood that OS had never misled him. In times of peril, it was OS who frequently came to his aid, unlike Shanks, who would deceive him with fake treasure maps, leading to many a brawl, which Buggy had invariably lost. Thinking of this brought a smile to Buggy's face, and he couldn't help but grin as he sat down to share a moment of leisure with OS. Among the crew, he preferred OS's company above all else. Shanks was too irritating, and the other crew members favored the more talented OS and Shanks, prompting Buggy to contemplate giving up on his dreams. Only OS, with his soothing words and lack of provocation, always recognized Buggy's worth, showering him with affirmations and gifts of treasure maps. "By the way, OS, aside from juice, you really enjoy milk, don't you?" Buggy mused, rubbing his red nose and taking a sip from the milk jug, finding it sweet, yet unremarkable. "Oh, this. I'm not particularly fond of it," OS replied. "Then why drink so much?" Buggy questioned, incredulous. "Because milk helps you grow." OS chuckled. "I aim to reach 3 meters tall. Otherwise, facing the sea's monsters would require me to look up at them. A most embarrassing predicament." "Is that really the reason?" Buggy asked. Of course, but my true favorite is orange juice, OS confessed, raising his jug to clink with Buggy S as they continued to guzzle down their drinks. Buggy clenched his fist, as if resolving something, and suddenly stood up, looking at OS with a mix of determination and bashfulness. OS, when I become a great pirate, I'll treat you to the best orange juice in the world. As he spoke, a blush crept across Buggy S' face, yet he maintained a facade of composure. His gaze fixed on OS. Haha. Absolutely, Buggy. You will undoubtedly become a figure of great renown upon the seas. When I'm down on my luck, I'll come to seek refuge with you. OS replied, his laughter genuine, while Buggy took his words to heart. Rest assured, OS. The position of my first mate will always be yours, Buggy declared, although deep down he felt uncertain when recalling OS's and Shanks' prowess. These two were indeed exceptionally talented, and he questioned whether he truly deserved to harbor such dreams. As the two rested their heads on their hands, indulging in conversation and snacks, night fell upon the ship. It was not until the ship's cook sensed something amiss and stormed in with a mop that he finally unearthed the two lazy slackers. However, upon observing OS, who had just burped contentedly, and Buggy, who had unwittingly ballooned in size, the cook could only shake his head in exasperation. OS's monstrous constitution allowed him to digest boundless amounts of food instantly, while Buggy, on the other hand, could not afford to partake in such indulgences. Reluctantly, OS took it upon himself to carry Buggy back to his quarters. After bidding farewell to Buggy, AUS finally found the time to return to his dormitory for a refreshing shower, cleansing himself of the grime and blood accumulated during battle. However, with this moment of respite came an itch in his mind, a desire to unleash his conqueror's haki for a brief amusement. When he first mastered the moonwalk technique, he had frolicked in the skies daily, relishing the exhilarating sensation of flight. Though it ended with Uncle Jabba delivering a headache-inducing thump to his head due to the incessant noise of his air treading. Considering the late hour, AUS decided against frivolously using his conqueror's haki, aware that it could attract an unwelcome brawl. Yet, gazing at his scarred yet powerful physique in the mirror, he felt an undeniable force coursing through him. The dark, armament haki enveloped his arms, reflecting the dim light of the room. Once he reached Wano, he intended to observe the flowing sakura and compare it to the external manifestation of haki that Uncle Rayleigh had taught him. Ultimately, he envisioned ascending from a mid-level strength to that of a vice admiral, and then to the rank of an emperor. To this day, his monstrous physique made ordinary training ineffective in yielding significant power growth. Its impact was almost negligible. Henceforth, he would need to rely on the passage of time, further development, and the tutelage of higher-level haki practitioners to maintain such rapid progress. However, if one were to speak of alternative means to enhance his abilities, AUS glanced toward the small treasure chest beneath his bed. Chapter 13, Shanks. You have no face at all. Inside lay the devil fruit he had obtained 3 years prior, the paramecia-type teleportation fruit. In the original narrative, it belonged to Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, and was undoubtedly a fruit well-suited for sharpshooters. Yet for AUS, it represented far more than mere assistance for sniping. When progress seemed stagnant, he contemplated consuming this fruit, which was connected to the realm of space, as its awakening might yield numerous surprises, such as instantly teleporting enemy attacks miles away, achieving an ethereal state of immunity to all assaults, or effortlessly sending fruit users into the depths of the sea. If even the pawpaw fruit could inflict pain, why couldn't he his teleportation fruit? In Ausa's opinion, while Zoan-type fruits were undeniably powerful, paramecia-type fruits were no less formidable, especially those with conceptual abilities. As for why he had yet to consume it, AUS was exercising patience. He harbored concerns about a certain hypothesis that before the right moment, devil fruit users might be rejected by the final island. In the original tale, Buggy had inexplicably fallen ill with a high fever on the eve of arriving at the island, causing him to miss the grand treasure, a fate not shared by anyone else. The primary distinction between Buggy and the others was that Buggy was a user of the chop-chop fruit. Thus, AUS dared not gamble. After all, the fruit would still be there, and he wouldn't begrudge waiting an additional 2 years. During this time, he could focus on enhancing his haki. For as Teacher K said, only haki reigns supreme over all. AUS had no intention of sacrificing the fundamentals for the sake of becoming a fruit user who appeared formidable yet crumbled under the weight of haki. Was Kid impressive? He could easily injure an emperor with his awakened electromagnetic cannon, obliterating fleets with a single shot. But if one's haki could not keep pace, A mere glimpse into the future from Shanks could lead to a swift demise, as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Hence, no matter what, AUS would not abandon his hockey training. He aspired to master the hardest armament hockey, to foresee the future with clarity, and to wield Conqueror's hockey that surpassed all. Sailing alongside the Roger Pirates was currently the most expedient way for him to enhance his hockey, effectively mirroring Shanks's path to prominence. Bang! Bang! As AUS momentarily lost himself in thought, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Uncle Bidem? House's eyes gleamed with a peculiar red light, instantly conjuring an image of a portly figure at the door. After putting on his trousers, he opened it to reveal his sniper mentor, Bidem, the sharpshooter of the Roger Pirates. AUS, still awake? Bidem greeted with familiarity, patting AUS on the shoulder while holding a bandage-wrapped long object. AUS nodded, inviting him to sit. What brings you here? I'm here to congratulate you, House. Not everyone possesses the aptitude for Conqueror's hockey, Bidem beamed, handing over the object. As AUS took it, he immediately recognized it as a long rifle, heavy and finely crafted. Unwrapping the bandages revealed a sleek black sniper rifle, elegantly designed and made of exceptional materials, notably sea stone. Wow. AUS was momentarily speechless. He had initially aimed to become a fruit user capable of combat, resilience, and sniping. Yet now he faced the dilemma of reconciling teleportation abilities with the use of a sniper rifle. Indeed, this is an impressive weapon. Bidem chuckled heartily, clearly pleased to have found a worthy recipient for the rifle, as he had invested a significant sum to acquire it. I was saving it for you. But since I saw Shanks was still awake, I figured you might be too, so I decided to bring it over tonight. At Bidem's words, AUS raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What has got Shanks acting up in the middle of the night? Probably you, Bidem replied with a grin. Seeing someone of your age effortlessly defeat enemy ship officers must have inspired him. He then erupted into laughter, reflecting on how Shanks, having been nurtured by Roger since childhood, was deemed a prodigy, while AUS, his apprentice, was now on par with him. In a sense, AUS and Shanks represented a new generation, akin to Bidem and Roger. It seemed Shanks possessed a strong heart of a warrior. This was entirely reasonable. When Shanks first boarded the ship, having already received Roger's straw hat, he had developed a mindset of looking down upon the world, burdened by expectations of becoming the next king. The emergence of AUS, someone who had grown up in the town, placed a ceiling on Shanks's invincibility, akin to a talented heir being eclipsed by a grassroots champion, casting doubt on whether Roger's legacy was truly meant for him. Shanks found it unbearable, even though Us did not deliberately target him. The inherent disparity still compelled Shanks to compare himself, hoping that one day he could reclaim his place among the trio. After Us unleashed his Conqueror's hockey during the day, that very night, Shanks began to intensify his efforts. Come on, Us, you might just surpass me if I'm not careful. As for Tame's words, Us felt little pressure, for he had never intended to inherit any will or aspire to be the Pirate King. His curiosity was purely sentimental. If he truly wished to claim the title of Pirate King, it would be a simple matter. Once Roger passed, he could revisit Raftel with the Eternal Pointer and declare he had found the great treasure. However, he did place significant value on strength. He could not allow himself to merely flee when Shanks, renowned for meddling in others' affairs, obstructed him. After all, in front of Shanks and Buggy, he had no standing whatsoever. Chapter 14. Will you be the next strongest in the world? A month after the Edward Sea battle, the Roger Pirates enjoyed a fleeting period of tranquility, save for Barrett, who continued to wreak havoc. Knowing he was outmatched, he still fought stubbornly, a folly aptly described as obstinacy. Us thought the sentiment was perfectly applicable to Barrett's current state. What made Barrett believe he could defeat Roger, a mere boy not yet 20, especially when he charged without even mastering hockey, only to be cut down time and again? Eventually, the crew grew accustomed to his antics. Everyone assumed such farce would continue indefinitely until Roger Pirates landed on an island, where Barrett was once again sent flying by a single blow. However, this time, his demeanor shifted. It seemed he had resolved something, a fact only Us noticed. Are you leaving, Barrett? Us asked, chewing on a piece of ham, leaning against the doorframe while watching Barrett pack. In truth, there was little to pack, just a few clothes, a couple of headphones, and some treasures. Barrett turned, meeting Us's gaze, which had earned his respect. Roger's time is short. I no longer harbor hopes of surpassing him. It is time to depart. And what are your plans? Us inquired, though he already suspected Barrett's decision. As the final act of the movie's frenzy, Barrett's strength was indisputable. A veritable hexagonal warrior, having faced the Navy's demon-slaying order multiple times, earning the moniker of the Devil's Heir. Even Luffy in Gear 4th appeared feeble before him, and he toyed with the supernovas effortlessly. Yet what struck us most was Barrett's overwhelming haki, enough to cover half an island. Unfortunately, he had veered down a misguided path, obsessing over the study of gigantic amalgamations and pursuing an avenue of growth without strength, merely serving as a target for others. Had he focused on mastering haki instead of fixating on giants, he would at least rank among the Yonko. As for plans, I'm not quite sure yet. I suppose I should focus on getting stronger first, and after you grow stronger, challenge the next strongest in the world, Barrett asserted, his tone resolute. His glance at us left us momentarily stunned. Will you be someone who surpasses Roger? Us raised an eyebrow, feeling an ominous thought creep into his mind, regretting his decision to bid Barrett farewell. I can see your spirit and talent are undoubtedly exceptional. Once you ascend to the world stage, perhaps we can have another match. I do not wish to bear the burden of Captain Roger's legacy. You should seek Shanks instead. Barrett did not respond. Yet Us could discern from his expression that Barrett's resolve remained unchanged. But with Captain Roger gone, why must I face trouble from you? I may believe I have the potential to be among the strongest in the world, yet that does not imply I relish seeking out trouble. Us, having known Barrett for some time, did not desire to kill him merely for the sake of challenge, but he also recognized that winning would only entangle him further. Akin to how Barrett clung to Roger's ship, presenting incessant challenges. After some idle chatter, Barrett took the initiative to leave upon reaching the shore. Surprisingly, without anyone attempting to retain him, including Captain Roger, who merely watched him depart. Was felt no different. After all, Barrett had never truly been one of them. He did not believe in camaraderie, only in his absolute strength, a philosophy that clashed with the crew's beliefs, making separation inevitable. Moreover, even if Barrett did not leave, they would disband in 2 years regardless. Rayleigh stood at the ship's edge, observing Barrett's silhouette gradually fade against the sunset. The sentiment of parting was hardly cultivated before Us interrupted. Vice Captain, when will you teach me about Conqueror's haki? You little rascal, Rayleigh sighed in exasperation, feeling the weight of his earlier jest. This powerlax technique, Us, your Conqueror's haki must reach sufficient strength first. What? How can I achieve that strength? As your power increases, so too will your spirit. It is still too early for you. There have been prodigies who awakened their Conqueror's haki in their youth. But how many of them mastered the technique at such an early age? Us was left speechless, reflecting on this truth. Whether it was Doflamingo, Ace, Yamato, or Katakuri. Some had awakened earlier than us, yet none had mastered the technique by middle age. In the New World, many wielders of Conqueror's haki were numerous. Yet few could control it as effectively as the most renowned. Perhaps this power indeed relied heavily on innate talent. After a long silence, Us finally relinquished his fantasy of mastering haki at the age of 12. However, Rayleigh did not entirely dismiss him. Instead, he shared insights on how to eventually wrap Conqueror's haki around his body or weapons like armament haki once his aptitude was sufficient, emphasizing that while he could provide the technique, the execution would ultimately depend on us himself. Interestingly, there were also techniques for using the god avoidance, blending Conqueror's haki with the swordsmanship of the Grand Swordsman, which held significant learning value for us. Meanwhile, this exchange was observed by Buggy and Shanks from a distance, both pondering whether they could ever catch up to us. What are you two looking at? Us approached, playfully draping an arm around each of their shoulders. Nothing much. Captain Roger said to hurry with the supplies. We must set sail for our next destination. Where to? Wano. Wano has already drifted this far. Us mused, realizing they were indeed nearing their destination. My time is limited, Us. Behind the trio, Captain Roger approached with a smile, ruffling the hair of the 3 apprentices. His words bore none of the despondency or resignation one would expect from a dying man. Venture forth into the islands of the latter half of the New World. Who knows what surprises you may encounter? Us had no words in response, for indeed, Roger had found the means to decipher the true history within the remaining time. Guided by fate itself. Chapter 15. Flowing Sakura, the arrival of Watashi indeed. The days at sea are long. Although Monkey D. Luffy has journeyed across the world in just a few months, the Roger pirates do not share such a clear trajectory. Much of their time is spent simply traversing the ocean. It can be said that Roger is truly the destined child, serendipitously gathering all the conditions necessary to reach the final island. Conversely, the unfortunate pirates may spend a lifetime searching for the hidden location of the historical texts and those capable of interpreting them. As a year swiftly passed. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, The now 13-year-old OSI began to emerge. However, he was preoccupied with something else entirely. Hey, Buggy, I have great news. I've grown to 2 meters. Are you an idiot? Now is hardly the time to be fixating on that. Buggy, standing at a mere 1.45 meters, could not help but scoff at OSI, who towered over him. We're in the midst of battle. Hahaha, I know. OSI replied cheerfully, casually tilting his head to evade a few bullets aimed at him. He moved to Buggy's side, and with a swift motion, his darkened armament color enveloped his entire arm, resting dangerously close to Buggy's temple. A bullet struck his hand, ricocheting off with a clang as it fell to the ground. Be careful, Buggy, OSI chuckled. Buggy's eyes widened in horror, realizing how close he had come to death. I almost died. He was a user of the split fruit. Indeed, but the only immunity he possessed was against slashing attacks. A bullet to the head was undoubtedly fatal. Patting Buggy on the shoulder, OSI leaped to the side of the ship, his observation haki radiating outward, instantly perceiving the situation of 2 approaching warships in the distance. They didn't even dispatch an admiral to deal with us. What kind of powerful figure did these Marines offend? With one hand gripping a pistol, OSI's gaze fell upon Captain Roger at the bow of the ship. Noticing OSI's advance, many crew members, including the Straw Hat crew, keenly observed his actions. OSI was becoming increasingly capable on his own. Since awakening his conqueror's haki, OSI had shown remarkable enthusiasm in subsequent battles. In his own words, he aimed for as many direct confrontations as possible, believing that victory and fierce battles were the best training for the spirit. After all, this was the essence of the path to dominance. As a result of OSI's stylistic transformation, his bounty steadily increased over the following year. And he had now become a man worth 500 million berries. Leave it to me, Captain Roger. They are merely a band of naval miscreants. Initially, Roger had no intention of intervening, but upon hearing OSI's words, he sheathed his sword and turned his gaze toward the island shrouded in waterfall mist, Wano country. Make it quick, OSI. We are about to land. Understood. OSI raised his sniper rifle, his formidable observation haki sweeping over the 2 warships 100 meters away. All their steel fortifications appeared inconsequential before him. This was a new application of his observation haki, akin to a godly perspective, reminiscent of a heart network. Regulating his breath, a fierce crimson glow ignited in OSI's eyes. Visions of explosions flashed before him. The pursuit of mere foresight was no longer his goal. He sought to glimpse a far more distant future. With a sharp gunshot, a dark, armed haki bullet vanished into the air, accompanied by a faint sonic boom. After a brief silence, boom, like a chain reaction, a cacophony of impacts erupted, followed by a series of explosions. Amidst the wails and cries, a massive iron vessel slowly tipped and sank into the depths of the sea. This scene clearly terrified the sailors aboard the nearby warship, leaving them dumbstruck, their eyes wide in disbelief. Can one truly discern the location of the ammunition hold from hundreds of meters away? This must be a trick. How could such a thing be possible? Witnessing this unfold, a rear admiral aboard the neighboring ship felt a wave of despair wash over him before quickly regaining composure. He shouted orders to his men, retreat, turn the ship. A monster like this is beyond our capacity to confront. Orders were given to change course. But they failed to grasp that a distance of several hundred meters meant little to a formidable opponent. Someone is charging at us. The target is too fast to discern. It's Black Gun OSI. As OSI soared through the air, the crew of the Roger pirates showed no surprise. Leaning over the ship's edge in anticipation of this inevitable confrontation, the surviving sailors aboard the naval vessel, relieved to see the R.O. Jackson not approaching, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were the Navy of the New World, and the ship's commander, Rear Admiral Tesoro, was no unknown figure. Confident in his dual haki, he believed he could hold OSI at bay for a while. If we can just stall for a moment. Once the warship is far enough away, overwhelming him as a group will be effortless. Black Gun OSI, come at me. The surrounding sailors, who had momentarily felt they had escaped, found their smiles frozen in place. To die with a smile, this is my greatest mercy for you. Unbeknownst to them, OSI had already appeared on the deck, casually flicking the blood from his blade, glancing back at the grinning head of the rear admiral on the ground. It was hardly surprising. After all, he had foreseen this moment before drawing his blade. The surrounding sailors' expressions morphed from delight to despair as OSI leisurely dispatched them. One by one, perhaps terrified by the slaughter, 2 sailors sought refuge in the kitchen. Hey, sailors, you should have prepared yourself for the possibility of dying before you struck. OSI showed no mercy. Any weak pirate, even if spared, would likely spend a lifetime in prison. He was no saint. However, he did find an unexpected treasure. The Rear Admiral's sword appeared to be of fine craftsmanship. Its black patterned blade was long and heavy, lacking the ornate decorations typical of most swords, resembling a staff sword instead. It was somewhat akin to the gambler's blade but longer and more elegant. Although OSI was unfamiliar with famed swords, he sensed it was superior to his own ordinary longsword, and its length would serve him well at 3 meters tall. With his prize in hand, OSI returned to the Oro Jackson, eager to see the flowing sakura of Wano country and to compare it with the newly acquired flowing hockey techniques taught to him by first mate Rayleigh. Chapter 16. The Unveiling of Weakness. Marcoso. This is Wano country? After landing, the crew disembarked, commencing their exploration of this ancient island. OSI, however, was filled with excitement. His gaze fixed on the distance as a red glow erupted before him. Is it here? Hey, OSI, where are you going? Seeing OSI suddenly leap onto a nearby hillside. Seemingly observing something, Shanks, donning a captain's hat and crouching while munching on chocolate, looked up and asked. Buggy hurriedly followed. Lacking OSI's exaggerated observation hockey and resorting to binoculars to scan the horizon. Suddenly, he seemed to discover something. Captain Roger. It's the Whitebeard pirates, right across the island. Upon reflection, Roger displayed little reaction to the words spoken, merely letting out a hearty laugh. All right, then let us engage in battle. Almost immediately, a figure swiftly approached, a warrior. The captain of the ship. Oz remained calm, unlike Buggy, as he sensed the identity of the incoming presence without much surprise. It was the renowned samurai, Kazuki Odin. A masterful hand squandered, merely a hot-blooded fool of a warrior. Odin struck down 2 crew members with a single blow, and upon witnessing this, Rayleigh and Jabba drew their weapons, preparing for combat. Just as formidable as the rumors suggest, stop him, Rayleigh. Let's proceed. Wait, Jabba, Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Roger, brimming with excitement, dashed past the two. I can't allow you to be harmed. In truth, he merely wished to engage in the fight himself. Oz chuckled. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the imminent clash between Roger and Odin. His observation hockey enveloped both men, as he wished to miss not even the slightest detail. Roger charged forward, grinning, with dark red lightning coalescing upon his blade. God's avoidance. Such exquisite mastery of Conqueror's hockey. Watching Odin being cleaved away. Oz reveled in the recent display of hockey entanglement. Having witnessed it numerous times, he gradually grasped the principles behind the power of Conqueror's hockey. It resembled what Rayleigh had taught him. Rather than indiscriminately overwhelming weaker foes, hockey entanglement concentrated power into a singular point, unleashing far greater strength. This was akin to how Shanks wielded his hockey in his prime, compressing it into dark red lightning that could overwhelm even a vice admiral. Yet, unlike armament hockey, it lacked physicality and could not be easily concentrated in a singular part of the body. A year had passed, and Oz observed the black-red arcs of electricity generated by the friction in his palm. He had only grasped the surface of this power. All eyes were on Odin, who was sent flying 100 meters, colliding with countless trees before finally coming to a halt. Only Oz and a few others kept their gaze fixed on the sky, sensing a powerful presence rapidly approaching. It's coming. Oz widened his eyes, fixated on the colossal figure in the distance, a robust, exaggerated physique, golden hair, a white cape, and that iconic crescent-shaped white beard. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. He charged directly at Roger, who did not back down, his own immense Conqueror's hockey coiling around his sword as he swung upward. The blades never made contact. Instead, they engaged in a clash of hockey, dark red lightning erupting as a result. The terrifying shockwave sent everyone else tumbling as the sky threatened to tear apart, clearing the clouds for miles. Even Oz sought to experience the intensity up close, but he could only brace himself against a nearby ancient tree that had not been uprooted. As for Buggy, Shanks, and others, they had already been pulled away by Rayleigh, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Confronted with such formidable power, Oz fearlessly unleashed his own Conqueror's hockey, attempting to harness it around himself. What an amusing little brat. Whitebeard noticed the boy nearby who was resisting being blown away, a smirk forming on his lips. Is he from your crew, Roger? Roger laughed heartily. Ha. Indeed. This lad is quite the monster. Jealous, are you, Newgate? Humph. My son shall not be bested by anyone. After a playful exchange, the two stood firm for a moment before bursting into laughter, brandishing their weapons beside them, formally greeting one another. Ha. Leave all your belongings behind. With a single command from the two captains, the pirate crews officially engaged in battle. However, none noticed the skilled sniper perched on a distant tree, raising his long rifle. A glimmer of red in his eyes. Exposed, Marco. Bang. It was Oz who had quietly taken the shot. Having just felt the power of hockey entanglement, he realized that joining the fray against the common foes would no longer elevate his spirit. One could say he had tasted the fine grain and no longer wished to chew on coarse food. Moreover, he clearly understood that ordinary battles and killings were no longer sufficient to enhance his conqueror's hockey. Now, he had two paths for growth. One was to allow time to bring about his development, enhancing both his mental and physical attributes comprehensively. The other was to confront those who possessed stronger conqueror's hockey, as that held the potential for advancement. Thus, he returned to his old profession, sniping. As for why he did not target Whitebeard himself, Oz had contemplated this, but regrettably, no matter how many times he glimpsed the future, the result remained the same. Failure. Failure. Yet again, failure. It seems this powerhouse is still beyond my grasp. Oz had to settle for a more manageable target. Aiming for the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the immortal bird, Marco. As Marco prepared to charge with his wings spread, he was abruptly struck by a bullet, shattering his pirate dreams. His wings quickly retracted, returning to human form, collapsing to the ground, unable to move an inch, narrowly avoiding being trampled by his rushing comrades. Is this sea prism stone? Oz's shot had struck true, and he no longer hoped to remain undetected, deciding to reveal himself. Leaping down from the tree, Oz sheathed his sniper rifle behind him, stepping out from the shadows as a youthful figure in military garb with long black hair emerged. Slowly, he unsheathed the long sword he had previously confiscated, the sound of metal ringing as he did so. The pitch-black armament hockey enveloped his arms, gradually adhering to the blade, with flickers of dark red lightning weaving through. Upon recognizing him, the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates were infuriated. How dare you launch a surprise attack? Meanwhile, the crew of the Roger Pirates displayed a more nonchalant demeanor. It's just Oz. Not surprising, given his style. Although Oz had revealed himself, he clearly showed no interest in the younger members of the Whitebeard crew, instead fixing his gaze upon one individual, Kazuki Odin, one of the two possessors of Conqueror's Hockey within the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 17. Underground, I will charge at you without fear. With Oz making the first move, chaos erupted. However, due to Marco's early exit and Oz's unexpected intervention, the overall advantage lay with the Roger Pirates. Not to mention, the Whitebeard crew had only Odin as their high-tier combatant, while Rayleigh and the others could easily handle their opponents with a mere finger. Therefore, rather than a battle, it resembled more of a sparring session. Oz, though not sufficiently powerful, relied on his monstrous strength and honed dual hockey, holding his own against Odin for the time being. Oz began to understand why there were so many scenarios in the world of One Piece where battles could be evenly matched. One side might indeed be weaker, but as long as they were not overwhelmingly powerful, they could fight for days on end with ease. Truly, a realm of resilient warriors. Moreover, compared to the extraordinary hockey entanglement wielded by Captain Roger and his crew, Kazuki Odin's strength was slightly inferior, and his Conqueror's hockey was not of the highest caliber. Although Oz might not surpass him, he was still a suitable opponent to hone his skills against, with the worst that could happen being a bit of pain. One sword style. The dense armament hockey coated his blade, with threads of Conqueror's hockey entwining it, with Oz's monstrous strength and swordsmanship amplifying the attack. The terrifying force of his strike even seemed to tear the air asunder. This marks the first instance where Oz has unleashed his utmost power, his gaze ceaselessly probing the future, enveloped in an inky black light. Yu Tian, taken aback, did not anticipate Oz to commence with such ferocity, yet he would not yield easily. With a mastery that even surpassed Oz, he entwined his dual blades with a formidable armament color and surged forward with a slicing strike. Yu Tian's dual sword style. The soul of the samurai clashed with Oz. In an instant, the two passed each other, unleashing such tremendous force that the very ground beneath them fractured with each step. Though it did not shatter the heavens or the earth, it stirred the dust and stones, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The onlookers, still engaged in their own brawls, were momentarily stunned. Are you two truly serious? After just one exchange, Oz furrowed his brow as the crimson light in his eyes flared. How is this possible? I clearly evaded. In the next moment, he spat a mouthful of blood, sending a shockwave of alarm through the beleaguered buggy and Shanks in the distance. Despite having no visible wounds, blood flowed from his mouth, a sight they had witnessed at the moment of Oz's engagement. Yet, he quickly comprehended, was this the flowing Sakura? Thanks to OS's extraordinary physical constitution, even after taking a hit from the flowing Sakura, he did not immediately lose his combat capability. After all, most of the attack had been anticipated by his observation haki, and he had merely endured a fraction of the internal damage. With a physique comparable to that of a young Whitebeard, it was no easy feat to bring him down. Flowing Sakura, a manifestation of internal chaos. OS meticulously contemplated the sensations from the recent encounter, his observation haki repeatedly scanning Yutian behind him, attempting to activate his own armament color. Although Uncle Rayleigh had imparted knowledge, it was evident that combat is the true crucible for rapid advancement and mastery. What a fearsome strike it was. In truth, Yutian's experience with the blow was not without its own discomfort, as his block had been entirely anticipated by OS. That strike landed squarely upon his chest, carving a deep wound that bled profusely. Battling an enemy with the foresight to predict the future was indeed frustrating. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, one must be prepared to endure continual injury, for no matter how one sought to defend, the relentless march of time would unveil every intention. The ensuing battle remained largely unchanged. Although Yutian's raw power exceeded that of OS, he was still at a disadvantage against OS's grotesque observation haki and monstrous strength. Yutian even felt that in a simple contest of strength, he might fall short. Furthermore, as their conquerors' haki clashed, OS persistently endeavored to grasp and familiarize himself with the flowing Sakura and the intertwining of conquerors' haki. Their strengths were in constant flux, growing more formidable with each engagement. While OS exhibited remarkable endurance, this was the first time Yutian felt so constrained. Even during his encounters with Whitebeard and Roger, he had never experienced such a sensation. Gradually, the flowing Sakura that had once posed a threat to OS was being countered by the latter's growing defensive strategies. After 2 days of intense combat, OS had thoroughly drained Yutian of all his resources. Having adapted, Yutian found himself unable to further bolster OS's strength. Rather, he had to guard against OS's unpredictable strikes and occasional black gunfire. Uncle Jabba, switch with me. After another clash with Yutian, OS opted not to turn back and fire the black gun again, but instead called for reinforcements. Jabba, who had found it tedious to deal with a group of unseasoned youngsters, suddenly became animated at OS's summons, a smile gracing his face. Leave this to me. Before Yutian could respond, OS executed a swift movement, vanishing from sight, only to be replaced by a burly man wielding dual axes. And the two engaged in an equal exchange of blows. OS was not idle either. Noticing the struggles of Shanks and Buggy, he propelled himself towards them with great force. The Whitebeard crew captain, engaged with the duo, felt a chill creep down his spine as an ominous sensation washed over him. He swung the iron chain in his hand, hurling a massive iron ball towards the source of his unease. However, the anticipated sound of shattering did not occur. Emerging from the smoke, a tall figure stepped forward, grasping the gigantic iron ball with bare hands. How is this possible? He caught it with his bare hands. Turning to Buggy and Shanks, their faces lit up with joy. Great, it's OS. Buggy and Shanks, feeling a renewed sense of security, retreated to OS's side, weapons in hand. Be careful, Buggy. Shanks, observing the bruised faces of the two. OS frowned as crimson light surged in his eyes, swiftly scanning the approaching members of the white crew. Meanwhile, his sword and spear slowly enveloped in armament haki, albeit in a hue distinct from before, a flowing, crimson armament haki. Your future holds no victory. OS made his move, unleashing his spear with unimaginable speed, sending bullets flying in all directions, each imbued with the swirling red haki. There was no escape. This was the shared sentiment among those targeted, particularly those with exceptional observation haki, who could only resort to layering their defenses with armament. Even seasoned crew members struggled, while the inexperienced ones suffered grievously, many sustaining injuries that rendered them combat ineffective. One particularly unfortunate stout figure was grievously wounded, nearly grazing his neck, leaving him on the ground, blood flowing profusely as he cried out in agony. The flowing Sakura was exceedingly difficult to fully defend against, if one could not evade. The internal damage would still wreak havoc, proving to be immensely lethal. Even OS, with his monstrous physique, could not escape unscathed, suffering minor injuries that drew blood. A few hardy souls attempted to charge forward despite their injuries, but OS was no fragile long-range shooter. Those who dared to approach found themselves equally outmatched. With the ability to foresee the future, monstrous strength, and the flowing Sakura, you wish to engage me in close combat? You must be mad. Thus, the epic battle raged on for 3 days, culminating in the White Crew's full acknowledgement of OS's monstrous prowess. Dark and formidable, a clear deviation from the norm. Fortunately, on the 4th day, an armistice was finally reached. Both sides began trading their respective supplies and treasure, akin to vendors at a market. The intense combat and mastery of hockey had left OS somewhat fatigued. He now required time to hone and solidify his abilities. However, he held little interest in the exchanges, as his possessions consisted merely of a single devil fruit and some everyday shares of berries and treasures. After a lengthy stroll, he traded some of his treasure for sea stone, convenient for crafting bullets or other uses. Buggy, Shanks, are you two going to just stand there foolishly? OS reclined against a fallen tree trunk, observing the two with their hands on their hips and airs of superiority, feeling somewhat exasperated. They've been watching us the entire time, retorted Buggy. Is that so? Across from them, the fallen Marco, having been felled by a single shot, sat cross-legged, bandaged, alongside the similarly wrapped stout figure. Marshal D. Teach, one of the future emperors. The rebellious Blackbeard. Yet, the focus of both men's attention seemed less on Buggy and Shanks, and more on OS, who was busy consuming food. Are those guys just apprentice pirates? Teach inquired seriously, his gaze fixed upon the three. Indeed, they've been part of the Roger Pirates for quite some time. As a veteran crew member who has followed Whitebeard from the very beginning, Marco is quite familiar with the people aboard Roger's ship. He had known about the existence of the 3 youngsters for quite some time, yet he never anticipated that the dark-haired fellow would be so formidable, completely exceeding his expectations. How could such a monster merely be an intern on Roger's ship? Titch felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The wound on his left shoulder still throbbed, the internal damage far more painful than it appeared. The other two seemed rather unimpressive. How could there be such a disparity between them? His first encounter with Ace had already left him with a significant psychological scar due to the latter's overwhelming strength. While the two examined the trio, the 3 youngsters were equally observant of their opponents. Hey, Ace, Shanks, you noticed that too, right? Yeah, that guy hasn't seemed to sleep at all during the ceasefire the past few nights. Why? Is not sleeping impressive? No, it said he's never slept since birth. That's a genuine monster. Upon hearing this, Ace's attention shifted to another matter. That clown Buggy had indeed been fixated on Titch for 3 days, which was rather unsettling. Ace had no particular feelings towards Blackbeard. He neither disliked him nor liked him. After all, in a strict sense, Blackbeard's greedy and treacherous behavior was more in line with the public's typical perception of pirates, while Roger and Luffy resembled travelers clad in pirate attire. The reason Ace had fired at Titch was partly to test his abilities. After all, leaving a scar on the face of an adult Shanks was no trivial feat, however. Judging by that shot, Blackbeard still appeared to be just a child. Ace had little interest in frightening children for amusement. His gaze drifted towards a massive tree where Roger, Whitebeard, and Odin were engaged in discussions, occasionally raising their voices in argument. Ace even noticed the spatial rifts shattered by their conversations. It seemed their journey was indeed on a countdown. Slowly swallowing a sip of juice, Ace pondered. So, Odin has become a member of the Roger Pirates? As Roger's crew set sail once more, Buggy incredulously asked about the samurai aboard the ship. Well, more or less, he borrowed from Whitebeard. Ace didn't react much to this. Rather, he saw an opportunity to continue learning about flowing Sakura. Although he felt that the flowing Sakura he had picked up should be no different from the original, it was always more comprehensive to consult the source. What if there were special techniques he and T grasped? Ace approached Odin, who was at the center of the banquet, and slowly drew his sword, startling Odin and the crew. The atmosphere grew tense, yet to their surprise, Ace was not there to engage in combat. Why are you all staring at me? I'm here to learn about flowing Sakura. Odin sighed in relief. He genuinely did not want to battle the tenacious young man again. Continuously missing his strikes while being hit was torture. The application of flowing Sakura's armament was nothing he couldn't teach, as they would be comrades in the future. However, when he inquired about Ace's understanding of flowing Sakura, he was taken aback. Ace simply extended his fist. Layers of red armament color began to spread across his body like flowing water. With a casual wave, the wine bottle in Odin's hand shattered into countless pieces. Is there anything that needs improvement? Ace smiled, completely shedding the frightening demeanor he had during battle. I discovered this during the fight a few days ago. Hearing this, Odin opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, as he had nothing left to teach. What Ace demonstrated was the most authentic application of flowing Sakura's armament. Moreover, He even suspected that Ace had already mastered it and was merely toying with him. After all, was there truly anyone in this world who progressed so rapidly? Amidst Odin's silence, Ace felt the chill of being ostracized. What? I merely used foresight to annoy you a few times, and you hold a grudge? Such pettiness. He had annoyed countless people with that technique. Yet Odin was the only one to react so strongly. Shouldn't he reflect on his own shortcomings? After failing to gain any insights, Ace quietly left the banquet center under the gaze of the crew, perhaps realizing that sometimes being too exceptional could lead to isolation. Out of frustration, Ace decided to seek out his two close friends. With his observation hockey, he discovered them at the ship's stern, diligently training. To be honest, the results of their training no longer held much value for Ace. The teachings he had absorbed from Rayleigh and Roger had spoiled him, and attempting to pilfer Shank's training methods with observation hockey felt entirely pointless now. Thus, he opted to rest for a moment, focusing instead on extending the duration of his foresight from 3 seconds to 4, far more beneficial than any other endeavor. However, he did not expect that upon seeing him, Buggy merely greeted him before continuing to slack off, while Shanks, on the other hand, appeared invigorated. He set aside his dumbbells, a look of excitement blossoming on his face as he drew his long sword. Come, let us fight, Ace. Wait, what? Before Ace could respond, Buggy jumped up, exaggeratingly exclaiming, Shanks, what are you thinking? There are limits to bravado. How can you possibly be Ace's opponent? Though this remark might have stung, Shanks had to concede that the gap in strength between him and Ace was indeed vast. At the same age of 13, Ace was already brushing against the threshold of conqueror's hockey, while Shanks, despite his best efforts, could barely grasp a hint of its essence. However, sometimes, gaining strength requires the courage to challenge oneself. I see, Ace thought with a knowing smile. Shanks was treating this as a learning experience. Indeed, the quickest method to enhance one's abilities is to engage in combat with those who are a level stronger. It neither feels like bullying the weak, nor does it lead to unrealistic aspirations due to vast disparities. Since you have that determination, let us go. Looking at Shanks, who was noticeably shorter than him, Ace had a sudden inspiration, recalling their duel from years ago, the infamous, sorry, I don't have a smaller sword than this. Yet after searching high and low, Ace could only find a long spear and a sword, unable to locate a small dagger. After much contemplation, he cleverly used his battle wits and found a substitute for a small knife on the clothesline, a pair of large underpants. Ace. Shanks stepped forward, gripping his sword with both hands, his voice brimming with youthful vigor. Isn't it fitting for the future Yonko to possess the courage to challenge stronger foes? Accept my challenge. Ace disregarded Shanks' impassioned declaration, casually strolling over to the clothesline, retrieving his freshly washed underwear. Under the bewildered gazes of Buggy and Shanks, he gave it a shake before twisting it into a rope-like shape, followed by the unmistakable sound of armament color enveloping it. Sorry, I don't have a smaller pair of underpants than this. Originally, Shanks was filled with excitement, immersed in the battle that was about to unfold, constantly contemplating how to exploit OS weaknesses. However, upon witnessing OS hardening a pair of shorts with his hockey and preparing to engage him in combat, he admitted he couldn't contain his frustration. Damn it, OS. You've got to have some limits to your arrogance. Last time it was a knife. And now you're using shorts? You're not even pretending. Having fought alongside OS for 5 years, Shanks was acutely aware of his capabilities. Whether it was marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, or hockey, OS was a master of all, effortlessly adapting to any adversary with the most suitable fighting style, even unarmed. Shanks had seen OS infuse his fists with hockey, using his incredible strength to break through. Yet now, facing Shanks, he casually chose a pair of shorts to defend himself. Shanks felt a surge of indignation. Was this some twisted sense of humor from OS, or did he truly believe that shorts were the best way to contend with him? What a joke. Against me, you could at least wield your proud marksmanship or formidable strength, perhaps even your sword at your side, you scoundrel. Gripping his longsword tightly, Shanks seemed determined to prove himself, unleashing the swordsmanship taught by Roger himself. His fierce gaze belied his youth, after all. He was hailed as the next generation's king by Roger. Though he might not match OS' extraordinary prowess, he was nevertheless among the elite of his peers. And his sword began to shimmer ominously, heralding the rise of a swordsman. Impressive swordplay, OS noted, his stance unwavering, even without foreseeing the future. He merely relied on his combat instincts as he watched Shanks charge at him. This nonchalant demeanor even gave Shanks a fleeting illusion that he could land a hit. There was a chance for victory. Even you, OS, are not entirely invincible. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the arena. Under Buggy's watchful eyes, Shanks executed a fierce strike, landing a blow on OS Shorts. However, to Shanks' astonishment, he was met with an unexpected barrier. When had OS blocked it? Even Buggy, spectating nearby, was taken aback. Shanks' mouth fell open as he turned to OS, only to see a mischievous grin and a glint of amusement in his eyes. That was close. OS had almost caught him off guard. With a devilish grin, OS remarked, "Shanks, you still have a long way to go. You are no match for me." Buggy chimed in, unsure if he was encouraging Shanks to concede or merely stoking the flames. As anticipated, Shanks' anger flared. Veins bulged on his forehead, and dark hockey began to manifest along his sword as he charged at OS once more. Clang! The sound echoed again as OS effortlessly blocked with his shorts, and soon, a flurry of clashing sounds filled the air. OS retreated methodically, wielding his oversized shorts with finesse, now resembling a formidable black blade under the hockey. In stark contrast to OS' nonchalance, Shanks found himself on the verge of breaking down. He couldn't even cut through a pair of shorts. Was his hockey on his blade merely a fade? Desperately, Shanks unleashed every sword technique he had ever learned, his blade weaving through the air like a tempest. Yet, against the continuously shifting shorts, his efforts seemed futile, rendering his strikes laughable. His blade even dulled against the fabric, which remained as resilient as ever, seemingly capable of enduring for eternity. Gradually, frustration gave way to exhaustion. Despite pushing beyond his limits with his newfound vigor, Shanks found himself utterly helpless against OS. Then, a rumble emerged from OS' stomach. "Grr, sorry, but I think we should call it a day." Shanks, still processing the situation, suddenly found OS had vanished from sight. A gust of wind brushed past him, and he thought, "No, I can't be knocked out by shorts." However, a dark object hurtled toward the back of his head, producing a sharp crack. Before he could utter another word, OS' makeshift weapon had already struck home, and in Buggy's astonished gaze, Shanks succumbed to slumber once again. A large bump forming on his head. Buggy winced at the sight, knowing Shanks had grown stronger in adversity, but at what cost? The ensuing chapter would reveal Shanks' vow. He would never face OS alone again. Shanks lay sprawled on the bed, his throbbing bump a painful reminder of his defeat. Unable to find solace in sleep, grumbling about OS' merciless strikes. Yet, OS seemed unconcerned. Not long after Shanks awoke, he returned with Buggy to check on him. "Come on, Shanks. Don't be so petty. Getting beaten up is a form of growth too, and I assure you, it wasn't intentional." OS reclined casually, propping his chin on one hand while gnawing on a substantial leg of meat. "Indeed, OS has helped you master hockey, hasn't he?" Buggy added, attempting to bolster OS' point. OS chuckled, fully aware of his intentions. He knew that if he held back now, a couple of decades down the line, Shanks would be a far more formidable opponent, with the potential to rival Roger's crew. Thus, it was prudent to accumulate some embarrassing moments now for their future encounters. However, Shanks seemed oblivious to OS' thoughtful intentions, sulking like a petulant child and turning his head away from him. But in doing so, he inadvertently bumped his tender head, eliciting another grimace of pain. "Stop sulking. Do you want some meat?" OS offered, extending the leg of meat toward the still pouting Shanks. "I'm not hungry," Shanks retorted stubbornly. "Really? Not even a little?" OS pressed. "Not at all. Do as you please." OS and Buggy exchanged amused glances, barely containing their laughter as Shanks' face flushed with indignation. "Quit babbling. If I say I want to eat, then I want to. Even if I starve to death on this deck, I want to touch the food. All right. I'll just leave it here. If you get hungry, you can eat it yourself." Seeing Shanks resolutely ignore him, OS exchanged a knowing look with Buggy, who understood immediately. "Well then, Shanks, you should take your time to rest." As they reached the door, they opened it but did not exit. Instead, they closed it again, creating the illusion of their departure. Shanks, having fallen victim to the absence of observation hockey, seized the opportunity when he heard the door shut. He sprang up, reaching for the meat on the table, his senses overwhelmed by its tantalizing aroma. He had been holding back, but now that the coast was clear, he could finally indulge his hunger. With a chuckle, he turned around to grab some meat, ready to indulge in a hearty meal, only to be interrupted by a burst of suppressed laughter. Shanks, surprised, glanced back towards the door, where he was met with the mischievous grins of two figures, causing his face to flush as red as a baboon's posterior. "You two rascals." During their time sailing with Roger's crew, OS had indeed experienced a rather amusing journey. As he would admit, the end of the year 1496 in the Sea Circle had been quite eventful since Kazuki Odin boarded the ship. The Roger pirates, adhering to the historical narrative, made a direct return to the Grand Line, traversing the doldrums, Skypiea, Water 7, and the Kingdom of Bridge. They encountered numerous wonders and delights along the way, all reveling in the joy of their travels. Despite knowing that parting was imminent, OS felt a profound happiness, cherishing this youthful experience that he would remember for a lifetime. After a brief stay at Sabaody Archipelago, they swiftly set course for Fishman Island. OS had hoped to witness the legendary auction house and slave market of Sabaody, as well as the protection of the celestial dragons, all while perhaps taking a ride in a bubble car. Regrettably, with Captain Roger's illness worsening, they had to depart, especially as he passed a street where scantily clad girls had beckoned to him on more than one occasion, having spent years among rough men. And though there was now a lady aboard, Lady Timiyu, she was a married woman, recently a mother as well. OS resolved that the crew's wives were off limits. As a young man entering his teenage years, OS often felt an urge to use his treasures to aid these lost girls. But he was ultimately pulled back by Buggy and Shanks. Oh well, I shall wait and return next year to explore properly, he thought, stealing several lingering glances back as he finally steeled himself to return to the ship. The Oro Jackson, now coated, gently sailed towards the depths of the sea. Notably, while Roger and Odin listened to the voices of all things, OS too attempted to perceive, yet he heard nothing. This led him to question whether such a skill was an innate ability rather than a manifestation of observation hockey. Otherwise, as a combatant skilled in this art, he ought to have heard something. Boredom settled in, and OS sat by the edge of the ship, casting his conqueror's hockey to fish, a discovery that thrilled him. He no longer had to fear starvation at sea. With a mere glare, schools of fish would float belly up, providing an abundance for his appetite. Even the formidable sea kings, when faced with high-level conqueror's hockey, would be so stunned that they dared not move, becoming easy prey. After about half a day, a beautifully ornate underwater island came into view. Having grown up in the New World, this was his first visit. Upon disembarking, Roger and the others were warmly welcomed by the new king, Neptune. It was imperative they received such hospitality, for they were one of the dominant forces in the New World, and they could not afford to offend the inhabitants of Fishman Island. During their stay, they encountered a small shark girl named Shirahoshi, the sister of Arlong, known for her prophetic abilities. However, OS held little interest, believing that no one could foresee the future with greater accuracy than himself, regardless of the time frame. Merely a glimpse of the birth of Shirahoshi. Upon returning to the New World, it was now the year 1497, the very year the Roger pirates reached Laugh Tale, completing their grand circumnavigation of the world. OS, the fortunate bystander, found himself swept along for the ride. Chapter 21, Arrival at Laugh Tale. Preserving an eternal pointer indeed, altering history was no simple task. OS squatted beside the feverish Buggy, shaking his head in disappointment. Despite his conscious reminders to Buggy about maintaining a healthy diet and exercising, as their voyage neared its conclusion, Buggy succumbed to illness. OS felt helpless. He could not allow Buggy to risk his life by continuing the journey. True to the original storyline, Shanks volunteered to stay behind to care for Buggy. OS understood that as long as Buggy refrained from disembarking, he would recover on the island, so he did not worry too much. After bidding farewell to Shanks, OS recognized that the final moment was approaching. The grace period for newcomers was about to end. During these days, he sought out Jabba and Rayleigh more frequently, eager to learn as much as possible to prepare for his future exploits at sea. If not for the concern that engaging Roger in battle before reaching Laugh Tale might hasten his departure, OS would have relished the opportunity to spar with such a formidable opponent, gaining insight into the gap between him and the pinnacle of the world. Alas, that chance was lost as Uncle Jabba completed the schematics, and OS felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the island labeled as the final island. As they landed, OS and the crew moved forward, with Roger leading the way. However, as they drew closer, laughter erupted among them. It appeared they had arrived too early. OS had many speculations in mind, but upon witnessing the true form of Laugh Tale, he could only smile knowingly. Ah, Oda, you rascal. As the ship gradually departed Laugh Tale, OS sat at the stern, holding a device akin to a bracelet, adorned with several glass spheres containing 3 pointers. Roger stood at the ship's edge, gazing at the receding island. Captain, would you mind if I recorded a pointer? OS asked, intending no secrecy, but rather openly sharing his thoughts with Roger. Prepared for rejection, he was surprised when Roger had no objections. That's fine, but you want to let this thing circulate freely, will you, OS? Just a keepsake. OS replied with a smile. Much like their jovial journey to the island, the return trip was filled with laughter, drinking, and conversation. The crew did not lament the end of their travels. Yet, OS felt a twinge of melancholy, for he knew that the day of parting was fast approaching. Lying silently at the edge of the ship, OS tossed the eternal pointer into the air, catching it repeatedly. Jabba noticed his discontent. Approaching with a newspaper in one hand and a bottle of liquor in the other. OS, care for a drink? Startled by the offer, OS, who usually abstained from alcohol, accepted the bottle, clinking it with Jabba's. It's bitter, he remarked. Men of the sea must drink to embody the spirit of adventure, Jabba declared. Though OS found it hard to comprehend, he clinked the bottle again with Jabba. They finished the bottle in just a few swigs, tossing the empty vessel into the sea. Jabba handed OS a small piece of paper. Here, this is my life card. If you ever change your mind and come to appreciate the joys of drinking, you can find me for a drink. You may not live to see that day, OS replied. OS smiled, taken aback by the unexpected warmth of his usually stern neighbor. Roger, one of the few strict parents aboard, revealed a softer side, much to OS's delight. He looked forward to visiting Uncle Jabba, eager to explore Elbaf and witness how Jabba tamed a wild female giantess. Curiosity piqued. OS wondered how Jabba managed to leave behind a giant heir. Did he somehow become one with her? The thought stirred excitement within him. He was resolute in his intention to visit Elbaf. The journey would take about 10 days. As they neared their destination, OS stood at the ship's bow, gazing at the island that gradually emerged in the distance. Beside him were Uton, Rayleigh, and Roger. In the presence of Roger's towering height of 2 meters 70, OS felt almost diminutive. Do you remember what you said when you boarded? Rayleigh asked, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Of course, OS replied, recalling the words he had spoken to secure his place on the ship. I once told Rayleigh something similar. Logically, you should be the one to inherit my will. But I sense you are not a man to be swept along by fate, OS, Roger remarked, affectionately ruffling OS's hair, though his words bore a weighty significance. OS nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in Roger's insight. I have a keen eye for people, which is why I chose to leave Shanks and Buggy behind. Yet brought you along, OS. You are not someone meant to wait for the world. Your talent and strength remind me of a man I must respect, once the ruler of the seas, rocks. So, for my sake, allow the future of this world to belong to Hope, as we witnessed at Laugh Tale. OS was surprised by Roger's depth of thought. Realizing the captain was not as carefree as he often appeared, the notion of the world's hope weighed heavily on him, and he remained silent for a long moment. I understand, Captain. I promise you. Truthfully, he had never contemplated supporting the world government Estaminion, nor did he possess any interest in toppling the old world. His desire lay solely in becoming immensely powerful, living freely, unshackled by any rules or powers. He would live for himself, pursuing happiness as he saw fit. In other words, he recognized that he could not bear the burdens the world bestowed upon him, nor would he sacrifice his life to advance history. Upon hearing OS's affirmation, Roger felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He turned to Rayleigh, reminiscing about their youth. Unbeknownst to them, the ship had already docked. From a distance, OS spotted an excited Shanks, who quickly called Buggy to join him. The two erupted in joyous celebration. But the atmosphere of reunion was abruptly interrupted when Shanks, who had been conversing with Roger, suddenly burst into tears. Though OS did not hear their exchange, he could surmise that Roger had revealed the impending disbandment of the pirate crew. Chapter 22. Farewell to the Roger Pirates. The following events unfolded as OS had anticipated. Upon returning from Laugh Tale, Roger was officially bestowed the title of Pirate King, and newspapers clamored to announce the momentous occasion. In an instant, the Roger Pirates, comprising no more than 30 members, found themselves at the pinnacle of the world's attention. Consequently, the status of OS and his fellow crewmates soared, as they were now recognized as the crew of the Pirate King, endowed with wealth, fame, and power. Countless pirates flocked to challenge Roger, seeking to claim the legendary treasure. And even the Navy was not exempt, dispatching elite fleets to hunt for the Roger Pirates. It was during this peak of renown that, on an ordinary evening, all members of the Roger Pirates gathered on deck. Roger stood before them, smiling as he delivered his final address. Reflecting on his imminent demise, he expressed heartfelt gratitude. It is truly remarkable that I have come this far despite my limited time left. Even Jabba, the most serious among them, found himself blushing at this unexpected sincerity, leaving OS feeling a tad embarrassed as well. As he surveyed his crew, Roger felt a profound sense of pride, yet he knew he had to convey the inevitable. His smile faded slightly as he began. Now, I have something to say. As the crew stood at attention, they gazed at their captain, who announced with a smile, "The Roger Pirates are disbanding." The announcement struck OS with a sense of nostalgia and reluctance. The ship, having passed through Fishman Island, set sail towards the four seas, with Roger poised to disembark first in the South Blue. That night, the Roger Pirates held a grand feast, savoring every moment together. Aware that such occasions were fleeting, despite their desire to prolong the journey, the winds carried the Oro Jackson to its destination. In the South Blue, at Batarilla Island, Roger disembarked with a suitcase and medical supplies. Everyone wept openly, and even OS could not contain his tears, silently shedding a few for his captain. Farewell, Captain Roger. After the departure, the crew continued their voyage under Rayleigh's leadership, heading towards the New World and Wano. However, to everyone's surprise, the second person to disembark was not Uton but OS. While passing through Sabaody Archipelago, no one anticipated OS's sudden decision to leave the ship. "Hey, OS. Why are you in such a hurry to disembark? Why not stay with me in Shanks?" Buggy, who was sobbing the hardest, nearly smeared his tears on OS. OS had his own reasons for leaving. "Sorry, Buggy, but I want to spend 2 years growing in paradise before embarking on my journey. Don't worry. We will meet again soon. My observation hockey will not fail me." "What observation hockey? Can't you only see 30 seconds into the future?" Buggy retorted, though deep down, he respected OS's decision and wept profusely. With a small bundle of belongings and some treasures, along with his sword and gun, OS bid farewell to his comrades. Before departing, he hesitated for a moment and turned to Uton, offering a reminder, not out of personal concern, but rather as a gesture of camaraderie forged over the past year. "Hey, Uton, strength is always the only solution to problems. The cunning of pirates exceeds your imagination. What on earth are you suddenly talking about?" Uton was perplexed. But OS offered no further explanation, merely waving goodbye. In truth, he had never been particularly fond of Uton, and his warning stemmed from friendship rather than obligation. Otherwise, he would have likely disposed of the troublesome child, Momonosuke, at their first encounter. Uton's fate was his own choice. OS would not interfere. Yet he was certain he would visit Wano in due time. After all, he believed in living freely. Perhaps he would even make Momonosuke incapable of fathering heirs, allowing him to focus solely on governance. After all, the Kazuki clan still had Hiyori to carry on the lineage. OS mused darkly as he watched the Oro Jackson, the ship he had called home for 5 years, slowly submerge, heading towards Fishman Island. Farewell, Roger Pirates. Osborne believed he had mentally prepared himself, thinking that the devil fruit might indeed be difficult to consume, but he never anticipated it would be this dreadful. It was worse than a foul-smelling egg smeared on an old woman's foot binding and then fermented for 3 days and nights. In truth, OS had initially planned to sandwich the teleportation fruit, which would awaken into a spatial fruit, between slices of bread and swallow it whole. But his curiosity proved too strong to resist. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. After taking a bite, he found himself standing by the roadside, retching into a trash bin for what felt like an eternity, before decisively swallowing the remainder of the fruit whole. Although it was somewhat large, given that even Buggy had managed it a few years prior, OS only exerted a modicum of effort to consume the remaining pulp. Despite the absence of fruit in his mouth, the lingering taste that assaulted his soul continued to vex him. He resolved to find somewhere to eat something palatable. With his belongings slung over his shoulder, OS set off on his journey, simultaneously experimenting with his newfound abilities. In no time at all, he fully adapted to the powers of teleportation. Fascinating. As he sauntered down the street, OS moved like a specter, with each step propelling him several dozen meters forward, evoking the essence of the infamous Yuan Tian gang. However, he was not well acquainted with Sabaody Archipelago. Each visit had been superficial. And although he possessed some awareness of the terrain through his observation hockey, he could not recall the specifics of each district's purpose. After meandering through the streets, he found himself standing before a vibrantly colored block, squinting in silence. Was this fate's design? Observing the revelers within, men seeking pleasure and women adorned in extravagant attire, OS did not need to speculate about the nature of this place. Particularly, his observation hockey revealed the fierce encounters between beauty and beast within the buildings flanking the street, prompting him to exclaim in awe. Having spent his time aboard Roger's ship, surrounded solely by men, he had never encountered such sights. Oh my, I never expected someone of your stature would be here, he mused. Chapter 23, The Red Light District, intriguing indeed. At the end of the year 1497 in the Sea Circle, mere months remained before Captain Roger's surrender. Members of the former Roger pirates disembarked, retreating into obscurity. As evening descended upon Sabiti Archipelago's red light district, while most returned home after a day's labor to savor tranquility. The atmosphere here was just beginning to stir with excitement. Within a lavish building at the heart of the district, a long-haired youth clad in a trench coat reclined in a chair, eyes closed in relaxation, resting one hand behind his head, exuding an aura of comfort. Behind him, a young girl with white hair extended her delicate fingers, her sparkling eyes fixed upon his face, as she focused intently on massaging his temples. The boy's expression reflected sheer enjoyment, a pitcher of juice at his side, and with a mere wave of his hand, another girl with black hair would promptly feed him. When he did not require sustenance, the black-haired girl would stretch her long, pale legs toward him, serving as armrest for his chair. Observing the handsome face of the long-haired youth, the white-haired girl noticed his brow slightly furrowing and hesitated before leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Lord O.S. Is there something that discontents you?" "Nothing," he sighed suddenly, merely lamenting that joyous moments are fleeting and the time for diligent training has come once more. The man indulging in life before him was none other than O.S., who had disembarked over a month ago. He extricated himself from the gentle hands of his masseuse, propping himself up on the black-haired girl's thigh. Before him lay a black blade and a long spear, both well maintained by the girls. Oh my, Lord O.S. Did these two girls neglect you?" At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed as a woman entered, carrying a small handbag. She was clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her long legs and ample bosom, embodying the allure of a woman of her age. Upon seeing O.S. rise, she assumed he was dissatisfied and promptly inquired. Upon hearing her words, the two girls attending to O.S. visibly tensed, their bodies rigid. O.S. noted this subtle shift and merely shrugged. "Not at all, Mrs. Sammy. I simply wish to stretch my body." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Sammy initially appeared taken aback, then, resting a hand on her cheek, revealed a seductive smile. Her cheeks flushed, as if to say, "You've finally come to your senses. Since you're in the mood, I shall arrange a room for you." Huh. O.S. was momentarily stunned, but quickly comprehended that Sammy had misunderstood. Little 6 and Little 7 were both delightful, but such matters could wait a couple of years. Despite having already reached an age where his body had developed corresponding functions, he had no intention of indulging at 14, for fear it would compromise his strength and future potential. Little 6 and Little 7 were names O.S. had bestowed upon them since Sammy, the madam of the red light district, had entrusted them to him in an effort to win his favor. Their destinies were now intertwined with his, including their names. Indeed, a young man had arrived in the red light district. This area, also known as the Pleasure Quarter, was a gathering place for those seeking companionship. The proprietor, Sammy, was a self-made woman who had taken in many fallen girls and female slaves. Through her own efforts, she managed this realm, but as her influence grew, so too did the challenges. The world government's exorbitant taxes, certain naval officers exploiting their power, and pirates causing unrest. One by one, adversaries threatened to engulf her and her business, leaving her feeling powerless in the face of such strength, a lament of the weak. Recognizing this truth, Sammy swiftly altered her strategy, seeking a formidable ally to safeguard her interests. Even if it meant sacrificing the majority of her profits, it was far preferable to being completely devoured. This was the wisdom of the small. Just as O.S. had departed from the Roger pirates, he seemed like a timely gift sent from above, arriving right before her. After amicable discussions, a man of power and a woman seeking protection effortlessly forged a partnership. As long as O.S. could serve as her shield, she would offer him 50% or more of her business's net profits, and all projects within his purview would be at his disposal without charge. Contemplating his newfound footing, O.S. readily accepted after a brief moment of thought. Consequently, in the days that followed, he experienced what one might call a celestial existence. With the comprehensive services arranged by Sammy, he found himself so thoroughly indulged that his resolve began to waver. And there were fleeting moments when he contemplated remaining in this paradise forever, never to leave. Fortunately, reason ultimately grounded him. After all, why were these delightful experiences bestowed upon him? It was due to his reputation and strength, once a crew member of the Pirate King, a notorious pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions from the New World. If he were to squander his potential, that would be the epitome of folly. Therefore, aside from indulging in massages and dining in the red light district during his leisure hours, O.S. spends the majority of his time cultivating on a deserted island. Although the distance to the Sabaody archipelago is considerable, for OS, whose ability to teleport is instantaneous, it is merely a matter of blinking a few times. Once he fully develops his fruit's capabilities, the time spent commuting will diminish even further. His training regimen is quite simple. Currently focusing on two main pursuits, the mastery of Conqueror's Haki and the development of his fruit's abilities. OS believes that once he perfects these two significant aspects, he will be nearing the prowess of Captain Roger. Of course, he will not neglect his swordsmanship and marksmanship either. In this idyllic existence, OS finishes the remaining juice in one gulp, wipes his mouth, and rises to his full height of over 2 meters. To several beautiful women, he appears remarkably tall and imposing, for they understand that, compared to wealth and territory, this seemingly youthful lad is the foundation of their standing. The gaze of Sammy towards OS is imbued with a primal desire for a powerful male, a sentiment that is particularly profound among strong women. OS affectionately ruffles the hair of his two attendants as he strides towards the door, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me." He smiles at Sammy. Chapter 24, Mastery of Conqueror's Haki in the year 1498 of the Sea Circle. At the center of the deserted island, a man stands bare-chested. His deep-set eyes carry an innate air of disdain, and his handsome face is etched with determination. His long, black hair is casually tied at the back. Gently, he sets down a small hillock, wiping the fine sweat from his brow. To train his mastery over strength, he has been tossing boulders that resemble small mountains from one side of the island to the other, teleporting to catch them, and then throwing them back. The distance must neither be too close nor too far, and if he fails to control the Conqueror's Haki properly, the boulder will shatter into pieces, forcing him to start anew. OS attempts to harness his innate superhuman strength and the evolving Conqueror's Haki through this method, and he is not disappointed. He genuinely feels a growing command over his own power. Let us try again. After wiping away his sweat, OS takes a deep breath, his aura steadily rising. As his Conqueror's Haki begins to surge forth, he assumes the preparatory stance of the fishman karate technique learned from his crewmate, Sambel, with his mental focus intensifying. The previously scattered domain of Conqueror's Haki gradually contracts, dense and potent, emanating dark red lightning as it coils around his fist, ultimately transforming into a radiant black-red thunderbolt. With a resounding crack, OS completes his charge. He throws a punch, and the largest and only remaining peak on the island crumbles under the terrifying black-red thunder, disintegrating into dust. What incredible power! A smile spreads across OS's face. The exhilaration sends tingles through his scalp, even more intoxicating than a massage. After months of arduous training, he has finally mastered the Conqueror's Haki. In high spirits, OS's subsequent training will be straightforward, mastering and developing the abilities of his teleportation fruit. His training consists mainly of combining teleportation with combat experience and experimenting with teleporting other objects. Only by exhausting himself will OS occasionally take time to fish or read the news, hobbies he has cultivated since childhood. It seems the time is drawing near. He cannot afford to miss the day of Captain Roger's execution. After a day filled with training, buoyed by his recent achievement, OS indulges in a meal larger than usual. As he devours his food, he peruses the latest news, searching for reports on the Roger pirates, pondering whether Captain Roger's bounty has increased now that he has become the Pirate King. Suddenly, the ringing of the transponder snail interrupts his thoughts. It is Sammy calling. On Sabaody archipelago, at the bustling tavern on Island 17, pirates from all corners gather to boast, play cards, and gather intelligence. As a front for the new world, Sabaody is often filled with an eclectic mix of people, hopeful newcomers eager to venture into the new world, human traffickers seeking to exploit the chaos, and bounty hunters living off rewards. Naturally, it is also a haven for those who have been cast aside in the new world, like Torpole and others who return seeking a second chance. Inside the tavern, in a lavishly decorated conference room, a tense standoff unfolds. At the guest table, a burly man clad in golden armor sits beside a grotesque man wearing sunglasses, who shamelessly laughs while wiping his nose. "Ah, Miss Sammy, we are certainly prepared. It's just that the ship is still en route. You wouldn't mind, would you?" "What? You took the money and told us the people aren't here?" Sammy's subordinate, hearing this, finds it utterly absurd and cannot help but question it. Those who engage in such dealings are often unscrupulous, and the underground world's rules dictate that payment is exchanged for goods. Torpal's approach, demanding payment upfront with promises of future delivery, is akin to mockery, essentially declaring, "I'm robbing you openly. What can you do about it?" Sammy, having successfully expanded her business prior to OS's arrival, certainly possesses her own enforcers, albeit discreet ones. Yet, in the face of such blatant arrogance, even the typically composed businesswoman finds herself seething with anger, ordering her men to surround the two. You won't be taking anyone away without seeing them first. As the boss, Sammy's imposing presence is undeniable, her striking eyes glaring at the two men, who remain unfazed. Hahaha, it appears Miss Sammy intends to engage in some blackmail? Even with a gun pointed at him, Torpole seems unfazed, grinning as if to say, I have you right where I want you. Sammy's anger surges, and she prepares to command her men to strike, but unexpectedly, the adversaries make their move first. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and the entire conference room begins to shake. Sammy's henchmen, who appear fearsome, struggle to maintain their grip on their weapons, stumbling and falling as the ground swallows them, leaving only their heads above the surface to breathe. Seeing her subordinates trapped in the ground, Sammy pales momentarily, but quickly realizes, you're devil fruit users? Hahaha, you guessed correctly, but unfortunately, there is no reward. At that moment, a woman clad in scanty attire abruptly burst in. Upon witnessing the escalating confrontation, she appeared somewhat flustered. Sammy's expression darkened as she gazed at her subordinates, a foreboding feeling gnawing at her heart. What has transpired? Ari, the woman, known as Ari, hailing from the red light district, gritted her teeth and spoke with a quivering voice. A multitude of raucous pirates have invaded the district, attacking taverns, restaurants, and casinos. We are utterly outmatched. Several leaders have already been killed in their resistance. Upon hearing this, Sammy's already alarmed visage turned even paler, and she immediately glanced at the smiling Torpole. The timing of the assault, coinciding with the outbreak of conflict, could hardly be a mere coincidence. Chapter 25. Forgive me, young sir. Whom do you intend to kill? In the Shambadi Archipelago's red light district, what should have been a revelry of laughter and song had devolved into chaos, with flames raging and cries echoing throughout. This lawless zone, a fertile ground for gray industries, was devoid of order. Neither the Navy nor the world government imposed any regulations here. Within the red light district, countless women striving to make a living cowered in their abodes. Trembling as they cautiously observed the violent clashes and bloodshed outside, their heavily made-up faces etched with fear. Murder, arson, and assault, these marauding thugs committed every atrocity, swaggering about and declaring themselves as subordinates of the Don Quixote family. The leaders among them, known as executives, swiftly dismantled all armed resistance in the red light district with their formidable and uncanny powers. Initially, they wreaked havoc in the North Sea, engaging in unspeakable acts and crazily expanding their influence in the underworld. Now, they were preparing to advance into the New World. Having set their sights on a substantial prize, a woman who dominated a vast market, primarily operating within the red light district, Mama Sammy. Not only did she possess a considerable market share, but she also held exclusive resources in human trafficking and intelligence. Most importantly, she was perceived as a soft target, a ripe plum for the burgeoning Don Quixote family, making it an opportunity too enticing to pass up. The Don Quixote family granted Sammy a day to contemplate, hoping to acquire her domain without shedding blood and thereby avoiding unnecessary expenditure of resources. In the red light district, a beleaguered Sammy repeatedly dialed her phone snail, surrounded by a cadre of her trusted subordinates. From the balcony of a high-rise, she could see the waves of marauders outside, the distant gaze of several Don Quixote executives, and that fledgling yet already notorious figure in the underworld, the night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. This newcomer from the North Sea had issued her an ultimatum: surrender her business and territory immediately, or he would personally obliterate the entire red light district and establish the largest slave market and auction house in the Shambadi archipelago. Watching the phone ring unanswered time and again, and observing the anxious glances of her subordinates, the weight of Sammy's distress was palpable. Suddenly, a connection tone blared, instantly invigorating everyone present. Heavenly voice. Moshi Moshi, Sammy. What is the matter? Lord Asta, you finally answered. We are under attack. Sammy nearly wept, her tone laced with a hint of relief, even a touch of petulance, leaving her subordinates utterly astonished. Was this the same proud and formidable Lady Sammy? In this moment, she resembled a girl who had been wronged, seeking her parents' intervention. The phone snail, now taking on Asta's form, displayed a composed and indulgent expression upon hearing her plight. My apologies, I was engrossed in training. I shall return at once. Aboard the Flamingo pirate ship, a goblet swayed, the crimson wine resembling blood. A petite maid approached the towering figure at the bow of the ship. He was a man draped in a pink cloak, with rebellious golden locks standing defiantly. Behind his sinister sunglasses lay a disdainful gaze, yet his arrogant demeanor betrayed his audacity. He gazed upon the island known as the Gateway to the New World, a veritable treasure trove for casinos, auction houses, or slave trading, an opportunity squandered on mere games by those women. Doflamingo smirked slightly, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a chilling light, as if surveying his next acquisition. Hey, Doff, shall we send our subordinates into action now? That woman doesn't seem inclined to capitulate, remarked the grotesque, snot-nosed man who had previously threatened Sammy, grinning wickedly as he approached. Be careful, Tory Pole, Doflamingo warned, his smile vanishing as he furrowed his brow. You're getting too close. Let us dispose of her swiftly, so we can set off early, Doff. Didn't you say you wanted to witness the execution of the Pirate King in Loketown? Tory Pole prodded, his impatience palpable. Doflamingo, valuing his family's loyalty, considered the trivial demand. With a sinister smile, he replied, You have a point. Let us eliminate those troublesome women now. Dealing with a minor force in the Shambadi archipelago was hardly a significant task for him. The moment to witness history was imminent, and he did not wish to waste time. Yet, as it pertained to expanding his business and advancing into the new world, it warranted his personal involvement. With his plans forming, Doflamingo delicately stepped forward, invisible threads extending from his fingertips into the clouds above, moving with an ethereal grace. Under the directives of the executives, all of Don Quixote's henchmen ceased their destruction and began to converge upon the red light district, surrounding it completely. The women, filled with terror, watched as this formidable assembly encircled their haven, led by the diverse executives, with a tall man in sunglasses at the forefront, his lips curled in a defiant grin. Having deliberated long enough, he prepared to issue the command for a bloodbath when the atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent. Forgive me, young sir, whom do you intend to kill? Chapter 26. Asta to the rescue. With a series of crisp footsteps echoing from the outskirts of the crowd, Don Quixote's henchmen seemed unable to withstand the psychological onslaught. Their mouths agape, eyes rolling back as they collapsed one by one, akin to wheat bending before the wind. In the heart of the block, as if sensing the chilling aura of terror that permeated the air, Madame Sammy, accompanied by a cadre of subordinates and young ladies, emerged from their chambers and flocked to the balcony, their faces alight with astonishment. Who goes there? Step forward, roared Diamante, one of the high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, as others scoured for the source of the ominous footsteps. What nonsense is this? Such overwhelming presence. As the most formidable figure present, and a wielder of conqueror's haki, Don Quixote Doflamingo could keenly sense the dreadful atmosphere. Veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his brow. The air crackled with dark crimson lightning, accompanying the relentless footsteps, evoking a paralyzing fear and panic within their minds. Yet, curiously, despite hearing the approach, none could ascertain its origin until the footsteps grew clearer, revealing a figure advancing from the distance. Upon a heap of fallen soldiers lay a tall man clad in military attire, predominantly in black, with a sword and gun as his most distinctive insignia. This slender silhouette, enveloped in black and red lightning, approached with a calm yet graceful stride, and with each blink, he seemed to close the distance at an alarming speed, akin to a specter from the underworld. Upon seeing this figure, Sammy, who had been taut with tension, finally relaxed, nearly losing her footing, only to be steadied by a loyal subordinate. Oh dear, madam, seeing Lord Us has made you so excited you can barely stand, teased Airy, a confidant who had been by her side for over a decade, causing Sammy to blush slightly. Of course, Sammy was not the only one exhilarated. Lord Us has arrived. So dashing. I want to bear your children, Lord Us. In an instant, the once quiet red light district erupted as countless women, who had been hiding, peered out from windows, screaming and cheering, eager to vent their grievances through their welcome of Lord Us. In stark contrast, the members of the Don Quixote family wore expressions of utter dismay. Where did this dragon come from? They had been investigating Sammy for years, yet had never heard of such a formidable figure. As the women of the red light district cheered and the members of the Don Quixote family stared in disbelief, Us strode into the crowd, unimpeded, for wherever he walked. Only the sounds of bodies collapsing echoed behind him. Not even the elite or the officers were spared. Until Us stood before Doflamingo. The vast Don Quixote family had only him remaining upright, a clear testament to his dominance. Doflamingo's previous bravado had evaporated, his silver teeth clenched, veins pulsated on his forehead. And beneath his sunglasses, his pupils trembled in disbelief as he stared at the smiling man before him. How could such a figure appear in paradise? with flowing black hair and a striking black military uniform, armed with a sword and a gun. Us's seemingly gentle face bore eyes that looked down upon all with disdain. A member of the Roger Pirates, with a bounty of 990 million berries, Black Gun doter Us. What is this madness? Us's lips curled into a slight smile, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. Towering at 6 feet 8 inches, he looked down upon the still youthful Doflamingo. Did you not hear my question? He leaned slightly, his pupils ablaze with a crimson glow, fixating on Doflamingo's trembling gaze. Whom do you wish to kill? His calm, yet domineering demeanor, coupled with an oppressive aura, rendered all present unable to quell their turbulent hearts. In the face of imminent danger. Witnessing the flamboyant and formidable entrance of their half-boss, the male employees in the taverns and casinos felt a thrill run through them. While several of the girls in the red light district nearly fainted, overwhelmed by a sense of safety. Did you see that? Little Seven, our master has arrived. Yes, yes. I knew Lord Us would come. So handsome. Besides Sammy, although Us did not glance in their direction, the two young maids, Little Six and Little Seven, waved their hands excitedly. As Us's exclusive maids, they had long been captivated by his strength and charm, their hearts having taken the shape of Us. Throughout the chaos, they steadfastly believed that Lord Us would arrive and drive away the scoundrels. Indeed, had Sammy not swiftly dealt with those questioning Us's intentions when the phone snail failed to connect, the two maids might have resorted to violence themselves against the doubters. Under the scrutiny of so many, Doflamingo felt his composure fraying. As a wielder of Conqueror's hockey, he was not at a loss for words. But he held back the sweat trickling down his forehead and gritted his teeth to speak. Black Gun, what brings a man like you here? Even if you are a member of the Roger Pirates, your audacity is astounding. Do not forget, Roger has just been captured by the Marines. And yet you dare to appear so brazenly under the gaze of the world government. Let me remind you, I am Don Quixote. Upon hearing this, a wider grin spread across Us's face, though his eyes remained devoid of warmth. So, Doflamingo, your confidence rests upon the world government you speak of? Or do you believe that those swine would choose to wage war against me upon your demise? Do you truly believe that? Us's gaze pierced through Doflamingo, revealing the truth behind his arrogance. You are nothing but a discarded waste, expelled from Mariewa. Silence. Us's words shattered Doflamingo's defenses. Veins bulging on his forehead as hatred and humiliation made him forget the disparity in their strengths and his trepidation of the Roger Pirates. What right do you have to judge my life? The shadows of his childhood haunted him, and as that veil of shame was ruthlessly ripped away, he could no longer maintain his composure. In the end, you are merely a 15-year-old brat. Chapter 27. The downfall of the Don Quixote family. Though Doflamingo was intimidated by the overwhelming Conqueror's hockey unleashed by Us, his true apprehension did not stem from the mere 15-year-old Us. Rather, it was the potential remnants of the Roger Pirates lurking in the shadows. Even with the capture of the Pirate King Gol D, Roger, his formidable crew had received no reports of misfortune. Given the current strength of the Don Quixote family, they were far from capable of contending with such monsters. Yet, the mere presence of a 15-year-old was not enough for Doflamingo to believe he would be bested. If he eliminated all witnesses, who would know it was he who had acted? Such inflated thoughts could not solely be blamed on Doflamingo. Having grown accustomed to the four seas, he could not fathom the true terror of the powerful in the New World. Do not be so arrogant, you bastard. The same awe-inspiring momentum erupted violently, with clusters of black and red lightning, reminiscent of Conqueror's hockey, scattering like a spider's web. Yet, in contrast to OSI's formidable presence, Doflamingo's display of dominance appeared somewhat juvenile and reckless. Moreover, while OSI exuded an air of tyranny and disdain for the world, Doflamingo's hockey revealed a sinister and brutal essence, as if it harbored a deep-seated hatred and resentment towards the injustices of life. With a slight curl of his fingers, a series of slender and sharp threads emerged from his fingertips, as fine as hair. To the onlookers, these threads were nearly invisible, save for a faint glimmer of cold light reflecting off them. What once could only be deemed the ability of a useless fruit had, through relentless development, transformed into weapons sharp enough to slice through steel. Without hesitation, the attack aimed directly at OSI's neck. OSI, seemingly oblivious, continued to gaze calmly at the fiercely advancing Doflamingo, thinking, die. You are merely a fortunate passenger on a favorable wind. What right do you have to stand before me? A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Doflamingo's eyes as the nearly invisible threads sliced through the air, their black sheen amplifying their lethality. Even if he was once deemed a failure, Doflamingo, bolstered by his haki, was undeniably a paragon of superiority within the paradise. Above, the women observing the unfolding scene were aghast. Lord OSI. No. To them, it appeared that OSI was entirely unresponsive to Doflamingo's brazen assault, remaining rooted in place, allowing himself to be slaughtered. Some, trembling in fear, had even closed their eyes tightly, shielding themselves, terrified of witnessing the bloodshed of the heroic figure they revered. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi nearly rushed forward, but were restrained by Sammy, who too was shaken, her pupils quivering as she monitored the situation, knowing that should OSI fall, a furious Doflamingo would not spare anyone present, and all would pay the price for his wrath. As the crowd anxiously observed the central arena, seemingly foreseeing the imminent bloodshed, none noticed the incredulous expression blooming on Doflamingo's face. What is happening? Why does it not feel like the usual sensation of cutting flesh? In that fleeting moment, the towering man before him seemed to transcend the bounds of reality, completely disregarding his lethal strike. Doflamingo's fierce expression froze in disbelief as he beheld the unflinching figure of OSI, who, with a slight curve of his lips, appeared to mock a mere clown in this unfolding drama. With a gentle extension of his hand, OSI reached for the black threads that had just passed through him. Grasping them firmly, a slight pressure resulted in a sound reminiscent of crushing uncooked noodles. Before OSI's flowing presence, the razor-sharp threads, fashioned by Doflamingo's shallow armament haki, shattered effortlessly. A deep, obsidian hand pulsating with crimson energy emerged in Doflamingo's moment of disarray. The incomprehensible force effortlessly seized his neck, lifting him from the ground without any resistance. Clearly, this scene struck a profound blow to Doflamingo's arrogant heart. The abrupt shift in dynamics left the hundreds of women in the brothel, including Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, momentarily speechless, their mouths agape as they beheld OSI strike. Even Mrs. Sammy, who had been smoking, inadvertently let her cigarette fall to the ground. At that moment, OSI finally appeared serious, his long black hair swayed without wind. Boom. The intensified black and red lightning erupted, a cacophony of thunder reverberating through the atmosphere, striking the surrounding buildings and stirring up clouds of dust. The materialized conqueror's haki intertwined, as OSI wielded this technique to exert overwhelming pressure. Doflamingo, already at a disadvantage in the clash of haki, found himself crushed under an unimaginable weight. Unable even to conceive of resistance, his worldview was being irrevocably reshaped. What a joke! How could the disparity be so vast? Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, dripping down his chin. To avoid succumbing to this overwhelming aura, Doflamingo bit down hard enough to break his teeth rather than acknowledge his inner terror. The strength was so profound that even as OSI consciously avoided harming the young women in the brothel, the residual power compelled them to kneel, trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the deluge of black and red thunder, a solitary figure stood defiantly, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. This was the first time he had unleashed his full power without reservation. Even OSI himself pondered whether his conqueror's haki was excessively potent for someone of his age. Such might would surely lead to an insatiable craving for dominance. While grappling with the burden of his own strength, OSI's grip remained unyielding. The entwined haki and his overwhelming force, even when exerting less than a tenth of his might, caused Doflamingo's armament-coated neck to creak ominously. Under the dual assault of asphyxiation and psychological pressure, the once mighty newcomer of the North Sea, Doflamingo, finally succumbed, his head lolling as he lost consciousness. Thus, it was proclaimed, in the narrative voice of One Piece, on the archipelago of Sabaody, in the realm of the uncontainable, the notorious pirate Doflamingo, captain of the Don Quixote family, with a bounty of 340 million, faced defeat at the hands of the Black Gunman, OSI. Chapter 28. A preemptive meeting with Captain Roger in Mrs. Sammy's villa. Within an opulently adorned room, elegant and soothing music filled the air as dancers, clad in scant attire, twirled gracefully, striving to captivate the attention of the man present. However, OSI appeared utterly oblivious to the dancers serving merely as a backdrop. Before him, a snail phone was chattering incessantly. Reclining on the lavish sofa with legs crossed, OSI smiled, sipping from a large container of juice, replenishing the sugars consumed during his recent training. Hello? Buggy, don't interrupt. Initially, the phone displayed the distinct features of the red-haired Shanks, but soon transformed into a familiar red-nosed visage. OSI, finally reached you. How have you been lately? Of course. Everything is well, Buggy. Nothing to worry about. That's good to hear. While Shanks and I were seeing everyone off the ship, quite a few events transpired. We practically explored the entire New World. OSI lounged comfortably on the luxurious sofa, one leg crossed over the other, enjoying a massage from Xiao Lu while Xiao Qi wiped his mouth. Listening to Buggy's recounting, he merely waved his hand, dismissing the girls in the room, leaving only 2 young maids to attend to him. The maids, understanding the situation, remained silent, pretending not to hear, as OSI engaged in conversation with his friend. Moreover, the elders entrusted us with the solemn task of accompanying Captain Roger on his final journey. As the conversation naturally gravitated towards the inevitable topic of Captain Roger's execution, Buggy spoke with a heavy heart. We have just escorted Uncle Biden back to his homeland, and in a few days, Shanks and I will pass through the Sabaody archipelago before heading to Logtown. Will you be joining us, OS? OS nodded affirmatively, of course. I must pay my respects to Captain Roger one last time. A mischievous grin suddenly crept across his face. However, I imagine there will be numerous naval officers stationed there. Perhaps even an admiral. So do take care, you and Shanks. On the other end of the line, aboard the Oro Jackson, where only Rayleigh and 2 others remained, Buggy's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. The Navy? During the time of the Roger pirates, my impression of the Navy was quite profound, especially that boisterous, iron-fisted bastard. Even when Captain Roger was around, that guy was a headache, and he was merely a vice admiral. If an even stronger admiral, or even a fleet admiral were to appear, without the crew of the Roger pirates, he would undoubtedly end up imprisoned in the underbelly of the city. Rayleigh, I think you should come with us. There will be the Navy present. Buggy immediately sought a solution, his face drawn with concern. Rest assured, Buggy, the Navy will not lay a hand on you, Rayleigh reassured him with a smile. Fully aware that OS was intentionally teasing Buggy, but choosing not to reveal it, Roger wagered his life to ensure that all the crew of the Roger pirates were removed from the world government's bounty list. How could Captain Roger have done so much for us? Upon hearing this, both Shanks and Buggy felt their eyes moisten, touched by the captain's ultimate sacrifice. No, no, no. Uncle Rayleigh, OS, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, finished the last bit of juice in his glass, gently stroking the white-haired head of little Chibi, and continued. The bounty revocation that Captain Roger fought for does not extend to the 2 who did not reach Raftel. Moreover, even if it were revoked now, should you stir up trouble again, you may very well find yourselves on the wanted list once more. Upon hearing OS's words, Buggy's heart, which had just warmed, turned cold again. However, OS's next words provided him with some comfort. But you and Shanks need not worry too much. After all, you bear no bounty. Unless you run into someone familiar, you are unlikely to be recognized. Hahaha. Hearing OS's merciless ridicule, Shanks and Buggy were left in a state of ambivalence. Unsure whether to rejoice or feel disheartened, standing awkwardly in place. They were concerned about being targeted by the Navy, only to realize that the Navy currently regarded them with indifference. But OS, aren't you concerned? I recently saw your bounty. It skyrocketed to $1 billion. That's 1/5 of Captain Roger's bounty. You could easily become a target. Once their concerns were addressed, Shanks promptly recalled OS's situation, knowing full well that during those days, he had offended numerous Navy officers. Even the likes of Garp remembered his face. If the higher-ups in the Navy decided to target him, even OS would be in considerable trouble. OS, however, seemed unconcerned and casually shared his situation. You needn't worry about me. In fact, after disembarking, I consumed the devil fruit that Captain Roger entrusted to me. With the power of the strongest observation hockey and the ability to teleport, I can traverse anywhere in the world with ease. Upon hearing this, Buggy and the others exchanged glances, both surprised and astonished. On one hand, they were taken aback that OS had consumed a devil fruit. On the other, as OS had described, the combination of foresight from observation hockey and teleportation made it difficult for them to imagine any scenario in which OS could be captured or defeated. Not to mention OS's already formidable strength and innate talent. After a long conversation among old friends, they eventually agreed upon a time and place to meet before finally ending the call. Once the conversation concluded, OS sat quietly on the sofa, leaning back against the soft cushions, contemplating a thought that had just emerged, the desire to visit Captain Roger in advance. In OS's eyes, the world government's so-called impregnable impel down was merely an illusion. With the powers of foresight and teleportation at his disposal, even the naval headquarters appeared no more formidable than a sieve to him. He was confident that even if he were discovered, he could retreat before any high-ranking officer could react. Even if an admiral were to block his path, he was certain he would not easily be defeated. No one could confine him if he chose to leave. However, if it were not an admiral but someone else. It would merely be a matter of evading a barrage of sea stone bullets. Once the decision was made, OS, never one to hesitate, stood up, gently lifted the chin of the little maid beside him, and remarked, "Secure Doflamingo and his cadre with sea stone shackles. I shall deal with them upon my return. Also, inform Madame Simi that I will be stepping out for a while. She may contact me via the snail if needed." Understood, Master OS. Chapter 29. Rear Admiral OS. The weather was clear and bright over the bustling Sabati archipelago, teeming with visitors from afar, a melting pot of diverse backgrounds. Amongst this vibrant crowd, the representatives of justice, the Navy, were not to be overlooked. A squad of patrolling naval officers moved through the streets, turning a blind eye to the occasional presence of pirate crews. It was a tacit agreement. As long as the pirates did not cause trouble, the Navy would not intervene. Especially in light of the widely circulated news that the pirate king, Roger, had been captured. The morale of pirates at sea had diminished significantly, which was a welcome respite for these junior naval officers. All right, our shift is over for today. Everyone prepare to head back to headquarters. Oh, finally, a chance to rest for a bit and see my wife and kids. Why the hurry to return? Let's collect our bonuses first and enjoy ourselves. Oh, that might not be a good idea. Quit your whining. Under the blazing sun, a naval ship heading back to Marine headquarters in Marineford officially set sail around noon, the deck echoing with the banter of the young naval recruits. In the ship's galley, a towering figure sat at the dining table, casually resting his leg over the other. The cacophony outside did not disturb his peace. Even the occasional rocking of the waves could not shake his composure. Clad in a navy cloak that nearly reached 3 meters in length, he exuded an air of heroism that complemented his military attire. The ornate shoulder insignia, adorned with intricate patterns, spoke volumes of his esteemed rank. Every aspiring soldier in the Navy would recognize this symbol. It was the insignia of a general, the cloak of a rear admiral in the naval headquarters. So, that fellow is a rear admiral, OS mused as he savored a piece of steak, with 2 nervous young sailors standing beside him, their eyes fixed ahead, unable to resist swallowing at the enticing aroma of the steak. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As OS slowly began to speak, his voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing his words, a somewhat timid figure cautiously peeked into the room, a wrinkled face adorned with a sycophantic smile, before gradually stepping inside. "Major General Allen, I apologize for the interruption. I am here to report on my duties." The newcomer, a diminutive man, rubbed his hands nervously while ingratiatingly addressing OS. He then turned serious, directing his gaze at the 2 young soldiers beside OS. "You 2 may leave." "Yes, Colonel Dick." Despite feeling disdain for the behavior of their superior, the 2 soldiers dared not reveal their true feelings and solemnly exited. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" OS felt a chuckle rising within him, but he managed to maintain a composed expression. In response to the naval officer's overtures, he exuded the gravitas expected of a naval superior. Indeed, OS's demeanor perfectly aligned with the expectations of Colonel Dick, newly assigned to the naval headquarters, and his imagination of high-ranking officers, dignified, commanding, and imposing. So much so that when OS casually fabricated a name and reason, draped himself in an old cloak acquired from vanquishing a naval rear admiral years prior, Dick completely accepted his identity as Major General Allen of the naval headquarters, who had separated from his crew during a mission and was now returning after completing it. Reporting. "Major General Allen, I have completed the announcement of the patrol mission's conclusion and organized all necessary tasks for the return journey," Dick reported earnestly. Even though OS continued to savor his steak, seemingly indifferent to the briefing, Dick, aware of this, couldn't help but think, as expected of a major general of the naval headquarters. This nonchalance suggests that even the most trivial patrol mission pales in comparison to the experiences of such a seasoned veteran. After all, a major general is just a step away from a lieutenant general, 2 steps from a general, and 3 steps from a marshal. In the presence of such an eminent figure, he felt compelled to make a good impression. Observing OS simply relishing his steak, Dick, with high emotional intelligence, retrieved a treasured bottle from the depths of the kitchen's safe. "Major General Allen, this is a rare wine from the land of fine spirits that I happened upon. I hope you find it to your liking." He bent slightly, overly eager to uncork the bottle and pour it into a nearby goblet. "Oh, how thoughtful of you. It pairs well with this somewhat dry meal," OS replied, his eyes glinting as he paused before taking a hearty sip. A splendid wine indeed. OS genuinely appreciated the compliment. noting that this wine was unlike the rum and beer he had previously consumed. It was truly delightful, although its price was exorbitant. Despite the considerable sum he had stored away, he could hardly afford such indulgence. A mere bottle would vanish in 2 or 3 sips and cost 100,000 berries. Perhaps he should consider conquering that wine-producing nation. It would eliminate the need for payment. After all, which notorious pirate truly pays for their purchases? Just as long as you enjoy it. If you do, I shall bring you more in the future, as I will certainly rely on your support moving forward. Dick, hearing this, was elated and promptly pledged his loyalty, eager for OS's patronage. The sight of OS's broad smile made Dick feel as though he were on cloud 9. Rest assured, Colonel Dick, I will certainly advocate for you with the great generals of the warring states. And as for Advisor Crane, you need not worry about opportunities for promotion. Dick, upon hearing this, felt as though he could offer his very heart to demonstrate his loyalty and serve with unwavering devotion. However, for OS, accustomed to the service of petite maidens, the presence of such an unattractive individual held little interest. He concocted a convenient excuse to dismiss Dick. In truth, if this naval officer, who appeared rather inept, had devoted even a fraction of his attention to the pirates rather than currying favor with superiors or oppressing the populace, he would have recognized that the esteemed officer before him was none other than the infamous figure on the wanted posters, Black Gun Dodoros OS. Chapter 30. A day at the naval headquarters. At the naval headquarters, Marineford, Colonel Dick's patrol ship gradually returned, anchoring at the port. Ignoring Dick's search for influential patrons, OS discreetly vanished into the ship unnoticed. Strolling upon the land of the naval headquarters, OS casually walked with his hands in his pockets, feeling as though he had returned home. This is Marineford. Indeed, many formidable individuals reside here. Within the expansive realm of OS's observation, the central headquarters building emanated several powerful auras reminiscent of Rayleigh and Captain Roger. In terms of raw strength, OS would find it challenging to gain an advantage, as figures like Garp and Sengoku likely remained within the naval headquarters. Nevertheless, OS had no intention of causing a ruckus. His current plan was to locate a naval vessel bound for Impel Down, discreetly board it, and seek an audience with Captain Roger. After all, Marineford was not far from the underwater prison of Impel Down, and being the region with the highest concentration of elite naval forces, the number of captured pirates was indeed substantial. Thus, the ship he needed not necessarily had to be one tasked with transporting the most dangerous criminals. The first and second levels of Impel Down contained many petty criminals with bounties in the tens of millions of berries, not requiring the constant supervision of admirals or the prison warden. After scanning the vicinity of the naval port with his observation hockey, OS found no vessels transporting prisoners. I suppose I shall wait a while longer, he mused. Surely, in such a vast naval headquarters, there must be at least one ship heading to Impel Down. While storming the prison was an option, having the Navy provide cover would undoubtedly make the journey far more convenient, akin to how Monkey D. Luffy mingled with the Empress. If all else fails, I could always employ my raw strength to teleport in. With that thought in mind, he meandered through Marineford. Perhaps it was due to the tousled hair he had intentionally styled, resulting in an unexpected fringe, but as he walked, he received numerous salutes from soldiers rather than shouts for battle. Good afternoon, Major General. Hello. OS nodded in acknowledgement to the soldiers, having encountered 10 who saluted him thus far. As expected in the world of One Piece, everyone is muscle-bound. A mere change in hairstyle and attire renders one unrecognizable. Wandering through this island, regarded as a forbidden zone by pirates worldwide, OS realized it was not merely a colossal military base. Rather, it served as the operational hub for the Navy, just a fraction of Marineford. Additionally, it housed numerous naval families and ordinary residents, with residential buildings, markets, restaurants, and taverns. Given its proximity to the naval headquarters, it could be considered one of the most livable cities OS had ever encountered. Unlike other nations or islands, which, despite their prosperity, could easily descend into chaos upon encountering a brutish pirate, Marineford maintained an air of safety and stability. As evening approached, within a restaurant in a residential area, numerous Navy personnel, having completed their duties or finished their shifts, gathered in groups, linking arms as they arrived to dine. Alongside their meals, they ordered several barrels of beer, indulging in hearty drinking. The sound of beer being poured echoed as a young sailor clad in a Navy vest downed an entire barrel in one go. Exhaling with a look of utter contentment, they engaged in casual conversation, lamenting the recent high intensity of their work. After all, This brief interlude was their only opportunity to relax amidst their exhausting duties. With barely over a week until the execution of the Pirate King, Gol D. The headquarters had issued a state of emergency. Honestly, there is no need for such tension. The Pirate King was captured by Vice Admiral Garb after all. We have our Navy heroes. A group of young soldiers discussed current events, boasting and freely expressing their opinions. After a couple of drinks, they even began to complain about orders from the headquarters. Just as one sailor was about to voice another thought, another soldier, previously lost in his drink, inadvertently glanced towards the entrance of the restaurant, suddenly spitting out his beer in shock. The soldier who was drenched expressed his annoyance. "What are you doing? Shut up." Before his companion could finish speaking, the startled sailor immediately stood to attention, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he fixated ahead. Perhaps noticing the confusion among his comrades, he loudly declared, "Good afternoon, Rear Admiral." At this exclamation, even the dullest of individuals realized the gravity of the situation. A group of soldiers hastily stood up, disregarding the fallen stools beneath them, falling into precise military formation. Panic spread across their faces as they sweated profusely, having carelessly criticized orders from the headquarters, now caught in the presence of a Rear Admiral. They worried about potential repercussions, especially the one who had been the loudest in his complaints, now regretting his words deeply. Standing before them was none other than OS, the so-called Rear Admiral, casually dining rather than attending the officers' exclusive mess. He found it somewhat absurd that he had encountered this situation while merely seeking a meal. "You all continue your meal. Pay me no mind," he said. Observing OS's indifference, the soldiers finally exhaled in relief as he approached the counter to place his order, then settled by the window to enjoy the view. They cautiously resumed their meals, thankful for the leniency of the officer. "Thank heavens we encountered a tolerant superior. I thought we'd surely face punishment. I've heard some leaders can be quite strict, like Vice Admiral Sakazuki. However, despite spending many years at headquarters," one soldier remarked, "I don't believe I've ever seen this Rear Admiral before. It's strange. What are you saying? I feel like this Admiral looks familiar." "As if I've seen him recently," another chimed in. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. It's as though we crossed paths not long ago. But I can't quite place it." As they conversed, unbeknownst to them, OS was listening intently, perhaps deducing that they might have seen his bounty poster. Their initial misperception had led them to erroneously associate his familiarity with a naval identity, making it impossible for them to identify him correctly. Yet, even someone as inconspicuous as OS had entered the public's consciousness. The epic initiated by Captain Roger had certainly cast long shadows. Chapter 31. The Malevolent Pirate and the Beautiful Navy Officer. If there are no Navy ships heading to Impel Down today, I might as well teleport there, OS mused, contemplating the bustling atmosphere of Marineford at dawn. After dining the previous evening, he had nowhere to go. So he used his observation hockey to scan the officers' quarters and found a single Commodore who had just returned from a mission to spend the night at his residence. Who would have thought? In the very heart of the Navy's elite, Marineford, a pirate with a bounty exceeding $1 billion could reside so brazenly. It was indeed a case of darkness concealed beneath the lamp. As OS savored his breakfast, he quickly sensed two formidable presences nearby, one of which was approaching rapidly. "What is happening? Have I been discovered?" He maintained a composed demeanor, quietly enjoying his wontons, appearing merely as an unremarkable passerby. Today, to avoid being greeted repeatedly by the junior sailors, he had deliberately left his navy cloak behind and donned civilian attire. After such a conspicuous outing yesterday, he had not been suspected, yet today, in his low profile, he was suddenly recognized. OS felt puzzled, finishing his last wonton while a peculiar red glimmer ignited in his eyes. "I beg your pardon, sir. May I take a look at the sword you carry?" A voice called from behind him. He slowly turned to find a woman with long black hair, but what initially captivated his attention were her long, bare legs adorned with a black spider tattoo on her left thigh, adding an alluring contrast and wild beauty to her appearance. Judging solely by looks, OS, with his experience in the red light district, could ascertain that she was at least on par with the top courtesans under Sammy's command, further accentuated by her navy cloak. A battle between a malevolent pirate and a beautiful navy officer? OS's thoughts wandered, contemplating suggesting this new venture to Sammy during their next meeting. It could prove quite profitable, provided they weren't afraid of navy pursuit. However, on a serious note, he recognized the navy officer before him, Commodore Guillaume. OS admired her striking figure, then shifted his gaze to the figure behind her, quickly retracting his attention. "Hey, you jerk, your disdain is far too evident." Gaki, visibly irked by the apparent judgment, found himself feeling a sense of threat due to OS's strikingly handsome visage, even concealed by sunglasses, and yelled out in outrage. Gaki. Gion scolded sharply, prompting him to fall silent immediately. She then turned her attention back to OS. I apologize, sir, for my companion's rudeness. I merely wish to see the sword you carry. This? OS, relieved that they didn't recognize him, internally reflected on how a simple change of attire could render him unidentifiable. It was indeed universally applicable. It was hardly surprising that Gion and Gaki could not recognize him. Since his bounty notice was issued after his battles with Roger's crew, he had seldom made public appearances. During the latter stages of their voyage, OS had primarily operated from the shadows, rarely wielding a sword, thus escaping significant attention. Now, he was indeed a formidable swordsman. Years had passed, and OS had dramatically grown taller. His demeanor had transformed significantly. Without the black military uniform and his iconic black gun on his back, who would connect the towering figure of over 2 meters to the once diminutive boy of merely a meter. To maintain a low profile during his outing, OS had meticulously prepared civilian clothing and sunglasses, even leaving behind the symbolic black gun gifted by Master Tam, opting only for a long sword and some belly. On the vast ocean, many can recognize a person clad in military attire, armed with a black blade and firearm. Yet few can identify an individual dressed in a trench coat, with a knife at their waist and sunglasses perched upon their face. Observing the two, who utterly failed to recognize him, OS felt that changing his attire the previous night had not been in vain. He had wagered that amidst the multitude in Marineford, these officers could not possibly know each and every one of their ranks. As he had surmised, he casually inquired, "Do you recognize this sword?" He generously handed the weapon to Kaki, despite her wary gaze, confident in his ability to reclaim it swiftly. Indeed, Gion, oblivious to Kaki's unusual demeanor, examined the blade closely after receiving it. It is the great sword of the 21st craft, the shadow of the underworld. This sword had once belonged to a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, who vanished alongside it after encountering the Roger pirates in the New World. To find it here was truly unexpected. Where did you acquire it? Gion asked earnestly. Fortunately, like most, she instinctively believed that no pirate would dare to brazenly appear in Marineford, thus harboring no suspicions regarding OS's identity. OS scratched his head, pondering how to explain that he had slain the admiral and claimed the sword as his own. I purchased it from a chance encounter with a merchant. This was a fabrication. I see. Gion accepted his explanation, recognizing that, after all these years, the tale could have circulated widely. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and made a request. I have an unusual favor to ask. Gion stepped forward, grasping OS's hand earnestly, her large eyes fixed on the sunglasses adorning his face. I would like to buy this long sword from you, as it is the weapon of a hero who sacrificed for justice. She attempted to appeal to his sense of morality as a resident of Marineford, hoping he would understand. Please, Gion, you're too close. Kaki, witnessing the scene, felt his teeth grind in frustration, unable to intervene due to military decorum prohibiting harm against ordinary citizens. How infuriating. Were it not for my position as a naval officer, I would have dragged that scoundrel away. As for OS, his countenance revealed no sign of emotion. The proximity of Gion, with her enticing form, did not elicit even a flutter of his eyelids beneath his sunglasses. How preposterous to think that a few words could procure my prized sword. Do I appear to be a fool? Having already tasted the pleasures of romance, OS, though still youthful, possessed a remarkable immunity to the charms of beautiful women, honed through countless encounters. Apologies, but this is my personal collection, surely. The Navy does not engage in coercive transactions? Certainly not, but I shall not sell. OS sighed inwardly, wondering if there were some sort of ill omen in the world of pirates today. After all, how could a simple descent for breakfast lead to such an encounter with an aficionado of fine blades? He could not admit to being a renowned swordsman, for that would only invite further scrutiny. But to steadfastly claim he was merely a collector would be met with disdain as squandering a treasure. How vexing. Had I known, I would have preferred to teleport to Impel Down, don the garb of a warden, and infiltrate unnoticed. Ah, Gion Kaki, at last, I have found you. Just as OS was becoming increasingly exasperated, a familiar voice rang out from across the street. Upon hearing it, OS looked skyward, exhaling in resignation. Indeed, venturing out had proven ill-fated. In such a vast Marineford, he had encountered an adversary. Huh, is that you, Admiral Kazan? Please hold on, I am currently. Gion, being an old acquaintance of Kazan from the Navy Academy, was not surprised by his appearance and began to explain her busy schedule. However, an unexpected chill enveloped her, the creeping ice rendering her momentarily bewildered. Surely, it was only a slight delay in attending a meeting? Don't you dare, OS. Kazan's demeanor had shifted to one of hostility as he glared at her, his expression a grim portent. It was the first time Guillaume witnessed the usually laid-back Kazan display such seriousness. What? Are you speaking of me? OS feigned innocence, wearing a face of apparent naivety. Huh. You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've changed your attire and donned sunglasses? What a jest. My animosity towards you has never waned. Having pursued the Roger pirates alongside Carp for years, Kazan knew OS better than anyone within the Navy, having been repeatedly outmaneuvered by him during their pursuits. Unless engaging in a boarding action, Kazan had learned to avoid appearing on deck, all to avoid this troublesome individual. If anyone could assess the worth of future-seeing hockey-infused sea prism stone bullets, Kazan would claim second place, for no one dared to assert they were superior. As the palpable tension escalated, OS sighed, choosing to remove his sunglasses and reveal a calm, serene smile. Disregard me, young ice. Almost instantly, a fist imbued with icy energy loomed larger before him. The black fist, a legacy of Carp's justice, hurtling toward OS's face. Yet, the force of the blow did not cause him to lose his composure. As the punch struck, a plume of smoke enveloped the area, yet all present, adept in observation hockey, remained acutely aware of their surroundings. In that moment, Guillaume and Kaki finally comprehended the reality before them. The tall figure adorned with sunglasses was indeed a pirate. Had he vanished in an instant? Is that speed the Sora technique? Kaki analyzed coolly, while Guillaume's face flushed with embarrassment. It was disgraceful to be outsmarted by a pirate within the Navy headquarters, igniting a spark of anger within her as she unsheathed her renowned blade to confront him. If he had merely used through, he could not have escaped the tracking of observation hockey. It must be the ability of a devil fruit. You too must exercise caution. This individual is not easily subdued. As Kazan warned his companions, the icy aura emanating from him spread rapidly in all directions. That man was once a member of the Roger Pirates, and though I hate to admit it, his strength rivals that of a young Roger. A user of advanced hockey. A master swordsman, possessing remarkable observation hockey, an unknown devil fruit ability, and a bounty of 1 billion black gun OS. Kazan's expression was grave. Despite his disdain and anger towards OS's actions, he could not deny that this man was worthy of being his rival. Akin to how Roger viewed Vice Admiral Carp, an existence he was determined to capture. The current Kazan was not the same as the defeated man after the O'Hara incident. He now championed a burning sense of justice. Encountering such a fervent youth as OS left Kazan with little choice. It seemed he could no longer continue this charade. With that thought, OS's figure unexpectedly appeared behind Guillaume. Excuse me, Miss Navy, could you return my sword? In a swift and decisive moment. Upon sensing a figure emerging behind her, she hesitated not for an instant. With a sudden surge of strength, the slender waist of Guillaume propelled into action, delivering a precise and lethal slash akin to a fleeting meteor. The chilling sword aura swiftly cut through the air, etching deep fissures into the earth beneath. Upon realizing that OS was a pirate, the once amiable and gentle female Navy officer transformed into a blood-soaked rose of the battlefield, ready to spill blood at the slightest misstep. Was she truly a sword master at such a young age? What a fearsome woman she was. In a heartbeat, OS's towering silhouette reappeared behind her, his immaculate coat unblemished and his demeanor utterly composed, indicating that her earlier strike had scarcely grazed him. Instead, OS simply seized her wrist with an effortless grip, applying a slight force to effortlessly restrain her arm. The terrifying strength he exhibited caused a faint crack of bones to echo, leading Guillaume to tremble involuntarily, relinquishing her grip on the sword, pain etched across her face. The famed blade returned to its original owner, albeit he could hardly be considered the true owner. Damn pirate, do not touch Guillaume. A furious roar erupted nearby as Kaji, like a valiant knight charging into battle, surged forward with his fist cloaked in a dense layer of hockey, glaring at Guillaume, who was held captive by OS. His eyes ablaze with fury. Guillaume, seeing Kaji step up, felt a flicker of hope. If he could hold OS even for a moment, she would seize the opportunity to escape. Die? Well done, Kaji. In an instant, a torrent of crimson hockey enveloped OS's feet, and with explosive force, a kick landed. Time seemed to freeze as a black foot miraculously appeared before Kaji's chest. What? Kaji's instincts screamed danger, but he was unable to react in time. With a deafening sound of sonic boom, the terrifying strength and flowing haki intertwined, impacting Kaji's corpulent form. His consciousness faded almost instantaneously as he was propelled away at a speed even greater than his initial charge, crashing through building after building, ultimately collapsing amidst the ruins. Unconscious and lifeless. Chapter 33. The invader of the Navy headquarters isn't in turn. Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. This was the first impression that filled Gion's heart. And it was no wonder that Kazan held such apprehension towards this seemingly youthful man, who surpassed all present in terms of haki mastery alone. Ah. Please do not pretend I am not here, Black Gun. As Kaji was almost sent flying, a man cloaked in frost sprang into action, attempting to seize the opportunity to catch OS off balance. Ice crystals proliferated through the air, freezing the moisture and forming dazzling ice flowers, while OS, still poised to kick, was abruptly encased in a massive ice sculpture. Your mobility is indeed peculiar, Dorothea OS, but while you are attacking, you must possess a physical presence unless you continuously evade. If you teleport away, you cannot strike. If you do not, you will surely be frozen. Admittedly, OS acknowledged that Kazan possessed a certain innate combat talent. Achieving this level was impressive enough to soil his coat. Encased in transparent ice crystals, OS remained frozen in a kicking pose, resembling a statue. It was in this moment that Gion, enduring the pain of her dislocated wrist, forcibly withdrew her arm from OS's grip and retreated a few steps to Kazan's side. As expected of a crewmate of the pirate King Roger, she was utterly defenseless. Gion gripped her sword with one hand, her expression grave as she regarded the handsome man within the ice. Surely the ice could not hold him indefinitely. Kazan silently agreed, his hands emanating waves of cold to reinforce the ice's stability, all while observing the figure within, allowing Gion to adjust her stance and recall information about OS. Previously, she had only heard Sister Crane occasionally mention him, a significant figure emphasized by the Steelbone Fleet Admiral, marked as a future substantial threat to the Navy. With his bounty continually elevated, back then, she had thought OS was merely a young man riding on the coattails of the Pirate King's fame, a hollow title. As a member of the new generation of naval forces, she believed herself and her peers, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, Kaji, and herself, were unparalleled geniuses of their age. Yet today, encountering someone from Roger's crew, she truly comprehended the vastness of the seas. If she remembered correctly, he was only 15, even younger than all the new Navy officers. What was she doing at 15? Perhaps not even a swordmaster yet. Such a monster must be left in Marineford today. Gion gritted her teeth. Who do you intend to leave behind? What? Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the figure within the ice would suddenly vanish? A chilling sensation enveloped them, prompting both to instinctively attack behind them, only to strike empty air. OS had deftly shifted, appearing languidly atop a nearby building. Resting his elbows on the balcony, gazing down at the two, who stood on high alert, his expression unchanged and calm. Hey, you two. Why not just pretend you haven't seen me? I'm merely here on vacation, not causing any trouble. Even when I dine here, I pay my dues, contributing to Marineford. Right? Of course, the response to OS was a barrage of icy projectiles. Black Gun OS. What do you take Marineford for? This is the Navy headquarters. A bastion of justice. It is not a place where pirates like you can come and go as you please. Gion declared resolutely, yet internally. She recognized the overwhelming mobility of her opponent and his formidable advanced Kenbunchika haki. With only the three of them, it was nearly impossible to detain him. Thus, despite the underhandedness of her tactics, she resolved to provoke him, buying time until the arrival of Sengoku, Garp, and others, which would provide a chance to subdue him and send him to the depths of the undersea prison, ensuring that OS and his captain would share the same fate. As a crewmate of the Pirate King, do you only know how to flee? Answer me, Dorothea OS. Gion shouted, seemingly forgetting who had just effortlessly restrained her. OS merely smiled, recognizing the baiting tactic. However, he could not deny that her words piqued his interest. He wondered if a future admiral and candidate could truly bring him the thrill he sought. He extended a hand, curling his fingers slightly. Indeed. It had been quite some time since I had engaged in direct combat with anyone. You two can come at me together. I believe I should be able to resolve this before Karp arrives. OS words pierced through the girl's cunning intentions, causing her to become somewhat flustered. Next to her, Kazan was equally incensed by OS' arrogant demeanor. Don't be so arrogant, Black Gun. A wave of ice crystals swiftly enveloped Kazan's form, and enormous ice spears began to take shape. brimming with tremendous kinetic energy, shooting forth with great force, followed closely by sharp, cutting sword winds. At this moment, many junior officers in the periphery of the battlefield sensed the turmoil and hurried to provide assistance. After quickly arranging for the evacuation of the residents, they were taken aback to realize that the individual engaged in battle with Admiral Kazan and Brigadier General Guillaume was a pirate listed on the wanted poster. They promptly joined the fray. However, faced with the already heated ice attacks from Kazan, they found themselves unable to approach this high-stakes battlefield, relegated to watching from a distance. Simultaneously, they contacted the Marine headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Click. This is Sengoku. What is it? Admiral Sengoku, who had been attending to official matters, immediately stood up, shattering the desk before him. What audacity! A crew member of Roger dares to invade the Marine headquarters while the fleet admiral is away at the Holy Land. Are they out of their minds? Is it Rayleigh or Jabra? Neither. It's Black Gun Dodoros. Black Gun? Hearing this, Sengoku paused, momentarily bewildered. If memory served him correctly, that kid was merely an intern of the Roger Pirates. How dare he? Chapter 34. The alliance of the Golden Lion attacks the Marine headquarters. Bang, bang, bang. Once OS ceased his attempts to evade, the aftermath of the trio's battle finally unfolded within a certain radius, with a mix of frigid air and dust spiraling skyward. The once clear sky gradually darkened. After turning back to unleash his blade, a barrage of massive blacksword energy surged forth, intercepting all incoming attacks. OS then glanced upward, the ominous sky resembling the harbinger of a storm. OS, did you conjure this? The two turned their heads, acutely aware of the peculiarities above, gravely questioning OS. Can we not attribute every calamity to me? This is certainly beyond our capabilities. It appears a significant figure is approaching. A terrifying crimson light erupted, and a look of surprise crossed OS' face. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it to be expected. Yes, Captain Roger is nearing execution. It is indeed time. However, witnessing such a historical scene was worthwhile. It made the journey less futile. Your schemes are about to be thwarted. A formidable adversary is arriving at Marine headquarters. OS, with a sense of intrigue, sheathed his sword and teleported toward the plaza of the Marine headquarters, pondering who would dare invade Marineford. Wait. Guillaume intended to pursue but was halted by Kazan's grip on her shoulder. She cast a puzzled glance back only to find Kazan rooted in place, his expression grave as he gazed at the sky above Marineford. Following his line of sight, Guillaume also looked up, cold sweat breaking from her forehead, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. What is this? Is it a meteor? No, it resembles an island. In the sky, massive boulders, akin to islands, broke through the clouds, hurtling toward Marineford. The two could no longer concern themselves with OS or the elite forces of the Marine headquarters. They had to confront a crisis capable of sinking all of Marineford. The Golden Lion Shiki was arriving. Though it seemed exaggerated, this ability was genuinely unfair. Perched atop the Marine headquarters building, OS gazed at the apocalyptic side of islands cascading down, drawn by gravity toward Marineford. Almost all high-ranking Marines, including several familiar faces, were employing their utmost efforts to confront this crisis. Carp, Sengoku, Tsuru, Akainu. Facing this assault posed a significant challenge, yet it was not insurmountable. After all, even a young Carp possessed the strength to obliterate an island with a single punch, let alone the other admirals and the nature-based monstrosities responsible for large-scale destruction. Despite shattering the majority of the islands, it was estimated that nearly half of Marineford had been devastated, excluding the Marine headquarters building where OS resided. As the clouds shifted, a torrential rain began to fall, and a figure descended from the skies. Sasaki no Rina, the Golden Lion, OS, seated atop the Marine headquarters building, observed the golden figure floating nearby and greeted him. Huh. Hearing the voice, Shiki, who had stormed into the Marine headquarters in a fury, paused momentarily and turned toward the source of the sound. There, a figure in a trench coat sat atop the building, gazing at him nonchalantly. It's you. I remember you. The monster kid from Roger's ship. Surprised to see a familiar face, Shiki exclaimed. Hey, kid, are you also here for Roger? OS contemplated clarifying that he was not there to disrupt the execution, as he understood Captain Roger willingly surrendered. However, he had come to see Captain Roger and intended to infiltrate the Marine ranks to visit Impel Down. Well, sort of. Haha. Indeed. Those who possess the will of the Conqueror are alike. Roger could never be captured by mere Marine scum, nor should he die in disgrace in the weakest East Blue. Join forces with me, kid. Let these Marines witness the terror of great pirates. As OS was about to respond, He sensed an impending danger through his kenbunchika haki. What do you pirates think the Marine headquarters is? Boom. Accompanied by a blinding red light. A storm of black and red thunder erupted. A burly figure, fists enveloped in terrifying conqueror's haki, charged straight toward OS. OS had felt that formidable power from a distance before, but this was his first time facing it head-on. Now, there was no Captain Roger to shield him. With the rooftop of the building shattering, the residual force of that dreadful punch reverberated through the dark clouds, creating ripples in the sky. Lack of martial ethics. I'm but a young person of the new era, Carp. At some point, OS found himself beside the Golden Lion. The continuous movement granted by the Shun Shun Nomi allowed him to maneuver in a near-weightless fashion through the air, hands tucked into his pockets, moving with ease. Gazing at the towering figure atop the Marine headquarters building, his fists crackling with black and red lightning, OS felt a sense of awe. After all, he was a top-tier powerhouse. His conqueror's haki felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of such a kingly figure. At least for now. He would not stand a chance in a direct confrontation. Haha, Carp, have you grown too old to move? Missing the mark against a mere kid. You should just go home and enjoy retirement. Shiki taunted mercilessly as he watched Carp miss his punch. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of naval personnel below, numerous individuals were raising their phone cameras, capturing the moment when Os and the Golden Lion stood side by side against the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Os felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely come to witness a momentous occasion, yet somehow found himself entangled. It was akin to a mishap. Like yellow mud falling into one's trousers, it was not quite excrement, but it left a similarly unpleasant impression. As he gazed down, he beheld an overwhelming assembly of naval admirals, vice admirals, and countless junior officers, a configuration that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Great Marineford War. After all, during that conflict, the formidable Carp and Sengoku, alongside two other admirals, had played negligible roles, merely coasting through the ordeal while only a Kainu and a few vice admirals exerted any real effort. Now, however, they were confronted by Sengoku and Carp at their full might, alongside numerous naval leaders and future admirals. Truth be told, Os contemplated a hasty retreat. Yet, gazing at the unprecedented grandeur of the scene, he acknowledged that, despite a touch of recklessness, his curiosity was piqued. He yearned to explore his own limits after extensive training, with Carp and Sengoku bearing the brunt of the confrontation. He decided to push forward with all his might. Chapter 35, Clearing the Field of Conqueror's Haki. Confronted with this monumental scene, Os admitted to feeling an exhilarating warmth coursing through him. Following Carp and Sengoku's engagement with the Golden Lion, Os was about to face the entire naval force beneath the ranks of admirals. Though no admirals were present, the remaining lineup was still astonishingly formidable, 3 prominent natural-type vice admirals, Guion, Dalmatia, and Fire Mountain, among a multitude of elite brigadiers and countless naval soldiers. Amidst the relentless downpour, fierce winds whipped through Os's cloak and Shiki's grand robe. As the two pirates, each with bounties in the double digits, momentarily allied. Listen up, if you dare to hinder me, I swear I'll end you. Shiki, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, flashed a wildly confident grin as he threatened Os. As long as you can hold off Sengoku and Carp, we are assured victory for now. Os responded with a calm smile. He was confident that, unless faced with someone significantly beyond his level, he could at least hold his own. Clearly, the youthful naval recruits were still insufficiently experienced to overwhelm him. Despite the immense pressure and the numerical superiority of their peers, the two did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. Rather, they engaged in light banter. Observing this, the vast number of naval personnel on the ground felt quite differently. They perceived the duo as utterly insane, facing two pirates with 10-digit bounties. Many of the new recruits felt their legs weaken, knowing that even a mere aftershock from such figures could decimate them. Had it not been for the presence of high-ranking admirals, they might have retreated long ago. For now, they could only ease their inner turmoil through conversation. I've seen the bounty of Black Gundor Os, a member of the Roger Pirates, and the legendary pirate, the flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki, 2 sovereign-level powers joining forces. Such notorious pirates are surely destined for demise. As for the admirals and above, they remained notably composed. After all, the naval forces seemed to hold the upper hand. Yet, given the fearsome reputations of the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates, they dared not let their guard down. One misstep against such formidable enemies could prove fatal. Bolstered by their overwhelming numbers and the confidence instilled by their officers, the morale of the naval soldiers remained high. Not a single deserter could be found. They shouted fervently, their voices rising to a grand crescendo reminiscent of the Marineford War. What a ruckus. I wonder what they're so excited about. They're merely a bunch of foot soldiers. Oss mused, observing the fervent soldiers who posed no threat to the two airborne figures. Perhaps, in the world of pirates, the threshold for excitement was rather low. Time to clear the field, Oss declared, standing aloft, surveying the boundless naval forces below with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, only contempt for the insects beneath him. In an instant, a commanding aura radiated from Oss, expanding outward and enveloping almost half of Marineford in a dark crimson shroud. Bolts of black and red lightning erupted from him, rampaging and swirling like the harbingers of doom, indiscriminately sweeping across everything in their path. Thud, thud, thud. In the face of this overwhelming conqueror's haki, countless naval personnel were unable to withstand even a moment, collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back in their heads. Even the mid-ranking officers could barely maintain consciousness, struggling to kneel and catch their breath. Above, the figure emanating black and red lightning loomed like a demonic deity, casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. Haha, no wonder Roger praised you so highly. At such a young age, you possess such audacity. However, our era has not yet ended. The seas are not yet ready for you youngsters to take the stage. In the next moment, a gold and red conqueror's haki, even more formidable than Oss's, surged forth from Shiki, compounding the pressure. At this juncture, only those above the rank of captain could maintain their awareness, setting the stage for a true clash of titans. Brats, Marineford is not a place for you to run rampant. With a voice filled with rage, a figure leapt forth before Oss and the golden lion, enveloped in a radiant, holy golden light. The user of the Buddha fruit, Admiral Sengoku, was now unleashing his fury, sending forth a terrifying shockwave. Buddha shockwave. The blinding golden light approached rapidly, yet the two in the air remained unfazed. One was unafraid, and the other had anticipated this moment. Amidst the glorious radiance, a flash of crimson cut through, an event that certainly did not escape Oss's observation. With a calm smile, he watched the impending shockwave. Shiki's thousand lion slash. The clash of their exaggerated techniques resonated through the heavens, the aftermath of their encounter echoing ominously. Clearly, Sengoku alone was insufficient to subdue the golden lion. Shiki had come prepared, unafraid of the consequences. Before long, Carp joined the fray, swinging his fists and engaging in this high-stakes battle. Such a confrontation would only conclude when one side was utterly exhausted. There would be no easy resolution. A terrifying tempest emanated from the trio, devastating the earth and sky alike. In the central square, the remaining naval forces, led by the three elemental monsters, could only observe this battle, unable to intervene. After all, they were merely in their early 20s, and the current trio of Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru had only recently graduated from Naval Academy, nowhere near their peak potential. As they gazed upward at the climactic showdown, a tall figure with hands in pockets slowly approached from the edge of the square. Without warning, a laser beam shot forth from the naval ranks, hurtling towards the man's head with blinding speed. Stealth attacks were not advisable, Polysolino. Oss smiled faintly, neither dodging nor avoiding, allowing the beam of laser to approach his forehead. Then, a scene that left all the Navy personnel in astonishment unfolded. Oss appeared to be as insubstantial as a wisp of smoke, and in that fleeting moment of impact, the light passed through him without causing harm. Chapter 36. Oss, the young three admirals. Could it be that the observation haki has completely captured him? This is simply monstrous, murmured the black gun Oss. At that moment, a man dressed in striped attire, draped in a navy cloak, stepped forward from among the naval leaders. His demeanor was unsettling, and his words were laced with an unpleasant air. He was Vice Admiral Borisolino, a user of the light fruit. In response, Oss merely smiled with intrigue, saying, "The term monster is one I've grown accustomed to. So, are you all planning to team up against me, this so-called monster? How unplayful of you." Black gun, Dor Oss. Against a world threat as heinous as you, the Navy need not adhere to any moralities, came the vehement retort. Great fire. Sakazuki, without a shred of interest in Oss's words, wasted no time, his entire being transformed into a seething mass of molten magma. Sulfurous fumes erupted from him as viscous lava roiled, casting a crimson glow from his attire. His fists, clad in leather gloves, brimmed with the power of a volcanic eruption, continuously expanding. Even from a distance, a wave of heat surged forth, causing Oss's long hair to dance wildly in the thermal currents. The strength of the magma fruit. capable of propelling hundreds of tons of volcanic rock thousands of meters into the air, was indeed remarkable. Yet, this technique had its drawbacks. It was too slow. Unlike the agility of light or the vast spread of ice, the magma fruit possessed unprecedented power but required a lengthy build-up. In the face of OS's foresight, this formidable display of power held no chance of landing a hit. Indeed, the natural fruit had its advantages, which OS begrudgingly acknowledged. Yet, some superhuman abilities, governed by rules and concepts, transcended them. OS could easily evade this attack, but that would contradict his desire to unleash his true potential. After all, encounters with opponents of equal caliber were rare. Most were either too weak or overwhelmingly strong. To date, OS had never engaged in a truly exhilarating battle, which was somewhat detrimental to his growth in Conqueror's Haki. Thus, standing resolutely before Sakazuki's colossal magma fist, OS's eyes sparkled with a crimson glow, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was evident that the future he envisioned aligned closely with his expectations. Facing such terrifying magma, OS slowly tightened his fist, his flowing armament Haki coiling around it. The naval leaders, who had strategically distanced themselves to avoid the molten onslaught, were struck with disbelief at this sight. Was he truly intending to confront Sakazuki head-on? Such audacity! Even with armament Haki, theoretically capable of injuring a natural-type user, the sheer explosive force and heat would surely sear his hand instantly. This arrogant youth. Yet, OS's true strength evidently surpassed their estimations. In the next instant, black and red lightning surged around the surface of his flowing Haki, causing the very ground to tremble under the weight of an overwhelming presence. It was as if this force, by mere existence, exuded an aura of terror. That kid. This intensity instantly drew the attention of the three battling in the distance, momentarily halting the fierce skirmish. How could this be? A 15-year-old wielding Conqueror's Haki? Sengoku's eyes flared with a fierce light, blood vessels visible within. Hahaha. As expected of the monster Roger spoke of. That gun-wielding boy possesses the potential to challenge the world at such a tender age. Kapu laughed heartily, declaring, "Then let us ensure he remains here forever." Hey, you two dare to divert your attention from the battle? Have you no regard for me? I am the Golden Lion. Clearly, Kapu and Sengoku's exchange incited the lioness' wrath, amplifying the pressure. Even Kapu and Sengoku bore solemn expressions in the face of this power, let alone the still youthful Sakazuki, who was now in his 20s. Nanny. This presence. Cold sweat trickled down Sakazuki's face, quickly evaporating in the seething magma. He steeled himself, channeling all his energy. The magma fruit's explosive power surged as his colossal lava fist aimed at OS. In response, OS unleashed a full-force flowing cherry blossom Haki punch. The two forces collided, and an immense pressure and heat instantaneously melted the ground into liquid. Boom! The two powers remained locked in a stalemate. Yet, curiously, the initially anticipated searing heat that would obliterate flesh seemed unable to reach OS's fist. Before his fist, which emitted black and red lightning, there appeared an invisible barrier, preventing the magma from penetrating. Sakazuki's expression turned grave, and the Navy personnel were rendered incredulous. This is the power of Haki. Sakazuki, even your proud volcanic explosiveness pales in comparison. OS's fist, flickering with black and red lightning, remained focused on Sakazuki's eruptive force. He merely crouched slightly to gather strength, a terrifying might surging from his core. The ground within 100 meters sank as if overwhelmed by the weight. The excessive counterforce enveloping the earth, showcasing the sheer might. In an instant, his figure, entwined with black and red lightning and flowing Haki, broke through the magma fist and appeared before an unprepared Sakazuki. This figure resembled a demon king from hell, crimson light flashing in his eyes, the terrifying Haki encircling his fist. With a surge of power, Sakazuki's chest caved in. Unable to enter elemental form for defense due to the flow of the cherry blossom and Conqueror's Haki, he took the full brunt of that monstrous punch. The sight of him, bloodied and rolling his eyes back, was even more exaggerated than when he was pummeled into a pulp during the Marineford War. As OS contemplated delivering another blow, the other naval officers, not mere decorations, unleashed a barrage of laser beams and a deluge of ice, compelling OS to retreat outside the attack range. Yet, the black and red lightning upon his fist did not dissipate. Amidst the storm, the proud figure clad in a trench coat stood resolutely, his long hair and coat billowing in the wind, a serene smile adorning his handsome face. Clutching his Haki, the red light of foresight never faded from his eyes. With just one person, he instilled a sense of despair in all the younger generation of the Marine at Marineford. So, who shall be the next? Chapter 37. OS's divine evasion. The cold wind mingled with the torrential rain, and amidst the ravaged battlefield, that proud figure simply standing there rendered all the Navy personnel hesitant to act. The ground sank hundreds of meters with just a single charge. And among the fallen monsters defeated in the collision lay Sakazuki, entangled in a fearsome display of flowing haki and conqueror's haki. The aura of invincibility, though intangible, bore heavily upon the hearts of every Navy member, including Kazan and Borsellino, who were no exception. Kazan gazed in a daze at the man he had longed to capture. He could easily rely on his exceptional observation haki and devil fruit powers to toy with them, yet he offered them a chance for a direct confrontation. However, no one dared to be certain of their victory, especially not against those black and red iron fists. Even Sakazuki, the strongest in terms of offensive power, could not claim invincibility. As for ambushes, such intentions were mere fantasies in the presence of those eyes capable of piercing through the future. Moments later, a cough echoed through the arena, and from the vast pit, a figure clad in a red suit staggered to his feet. Blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, it was the dog of the prison. One must admit, this fellow had genuine resilience. Yet his pained expression and the bloodstains made it clear that the recent blow had inflicted significant damage, leaving him still in a wounded state. However, with Sakazuki's resurgence, the previously stifled atmosphere among the Navy shifted dramatically. Is this the Red Admiral? Hey, what are you hesitating for? No matter how formidable the opponent, as members of the Navy, sworn to protect these seas, we must exert our utmost effort, even if it means sacrificing our lives. Observing the comrades around him, who appeared on the brink of despair, Sakazuki's expression darkened immensely. His furious shouts resonated powerfully, rekindling the fighting spirit in many previously demoralized Navy generals, who clenched their weapons anew. Simultaneously, a chilling aura and dazzling flashes erupted on the battlefield as everyone prepared to unleash their full potential. As he surveyed the determined faces of the Navy's future leaders, OSU raised an eyebrow. For a fleeting moment, he believed he could dominate the field. Yet it was evidently not that simple. Heroes abound like fish crossing a river. While OSU may lead the pack, he could not dim the brilliance of others. In the Navy headquarters devoid of deserters, there were indeed no cowards. Observing the soldiers clad in Navy cloaks, OSU afforded them the respect they deserved. His excitement evident in his smile, his eyes gleaming with a red light. He slowly shed his coat, revealing a physique brimming with explosive power, marked with only a few scars, as he had rarely been injured due to his innate monstrous observation haki. With his dual-colored haki entwined around the dark crow sword, one hand clenched into a fist and the other wielding a blade, he was ready to give his all for these Navy warriors. He then extended his left thumb upward, appearing to offer a thumbs up from a distance. He scrutinized the ranks of the Navy, finally locking onto the curly-haired man he often targeted. Nanny? Kazan, gathering cold frost within, was momentarily stunned by this gesture. It has been shown that when someone points a thumb at you, it may not always be a compliment. It could very well signify a target. In Kazan's perspective, those red eyes that had been fixed on him from 100 meters away now seemed to appear right before him, still staring intently, though the hand's action had changed. The long sword, wrapped in black and red lightning, sliced toward him with astonishing speed. What a joke! As OSU's blade struck down, a terrifying sword energy, accompanied by haki, cleaved into Kazan's frozen form. The speed was too rapid, catching him off guard, even as Kazan instantaneously activated his elemental transformation. A vivid red wound manifested before swiftly freezing to staunch the bleeding. OSU intended to deliver another strike, but a beam of light surged toward his nape, prompting him to evade rather than endure, swiftly sidestepping and turning to counter with a slash against the incoming magma. The situation had transformed from the earlier wide-ranging confrontation with Sakazuki to a highly coordinated assault by the Navy. Were it not for the visions of future events flashing before him, OSU would have likely been overwhelmed by the continuous barrage. Yet, with the powers of foresight and teleportation, invincibility was inevitable. Darting and dodging, he teleported away from the encroaching glaciers, remaining unperturbed amidst the Navy's onslaught. With sheer strength and haki, he dispatched any who approached him with ease, charging through the ranks. He turned to unleash a strike against the suddenly appearing Amano Murakumo sword, teleporting away from the Hellhound while delivering a powerful punch to Sakazuki's chest. Despite the occasional disjoint between his foresight and physical response, OSU bore wounds upon his body. Although painful, the sensation of progress and strength enthralled him. The visceral exchanges of blows became an addiction. With his crimson eyes scanning the battlefield, he questioned, "Do you wish to join the dance?" Despite the injuries accumulating, burns, piercings, and frostbite, the numbers of the Navy were visibly dwindling. After all, not everyone was a tank. Most young generals, after enduring a single blow, would succumb to incapacitation like their predecessors. Gradually, only 4 figures remained engaged in battle. Yada no Kagami. OSU's form flickered as he teleported, his eyes flashing red as he envisioned each trajectory of the light projectiles, expertly evading them. Yet, upon teleporting to a specific location, he felt the ground beneath him smooth and cold, frost creeping upward. Utilizing the gaps in the beams, they forced him to evade to a designated spot, where he would be frozen. A commendable tactic. OSU observed his right foot encased in ice with a calm demeanor, his eyes shimmering with foresight. He had seen this moment's future long ago. However, this was also a characteristic of widespread attacks. To avoid freezing, one must endure the light projectiles. Watching the Navy soldiers impacted by the beams, OSU recognized their urgent desperation. At the very moment he was ensnared by the frost, a charged magma fist hurtled toward his face, accompanied by a dazzling beam of light and a colossal icy bird exuding chilling air. Faced with these 3 formidable attacks, OSU exhibited no panic. Rather, his smile deepened, finding the situation amusing. Very well, I shall take this more seriously. The Conqueror's haki in his grip began to compress, gradually enveloping the entire blade of the Dark Crow sword. Prepare to receive this. Shimp. In the face of the 3 nature-type assaults, OSU refrained from teleporting away forcefully as he sought to test his limits. As his unyielding voice echoed, the 3 attackers felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. The black and red blade, infused with tangible Conqueror's haki, combined with the unmatched strength of his formidable presence, sliced toward them at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Black-red lightning intertwining with elemental ruptures, the dazzling brilliance illuminating OSU's exhilarated visage. The sheer power, coupled with familiarity with such strength, caused Sengoku and others to glance back in surprise. Is that Roger's Shimp? It bore resemblance, though the power was not as exaggerated. Hahaha. Such a promising little brat. Is this the extent of the new era's Navy? Shiki mercilessly mocked, though he had little regard for the Roger pirates. He preferred to witness the Navy's humiliation over their triumph. This inept group, how could they possibly capture that scoundrel Roger? I concede that the 3 future admirals possess the qualifications to engage with me. OS's blade, imbued with divine precision, cleaved through the devastating natural elements unleashed by his adversaries. His eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he pointed his sword at the trio. Come, attempt to slay me. OS's disdainful demeanor evidently provoked the 3. Their bodies radiating exaggerated natural forces, altering the very environment around them. The sheer power they wielded could permanently transform the island's geography and climate. As both sides unleashed their full might, OS admitted to feeling a certain pressure. Against one opponent, he felt confident in his dominance. Against 2, he managed to maintain a semblance of control, but against 3, he could merely hope to avoid defeat. This, of course, was with the advantage of his 2 formidable abilities. No wonder Oda had once remarked that no individual could single-handedly defeat 2 admirals. The sheer destructive might of their overwhelming presence rendered it nearly impossible to overcome them without extraordinary circumstances, such as a mismatch in experience or an unusual fruit ability allowing for a stealthy strike. Observing the myriad wounds adorning his body, OS recognized his current limits. Yet, even with this understanding, he yearned to push his boundaries, perhaps as a catalyst for the further enhancement of his Conqueror's haki. This was the fundamental reason he chose to engage in this battle. He could not fathom that his ambition had swelled to the point of challenging 3 admirals, only to fall short of attaining the pinnacle of Conqueror's haki in the future. He envisioned a moment when he and Shanks might stand together in a grand spectacle, both unleashing their haki, rendering any weakness irrelevant. He refused to lag behind Shanks in this formidable display of prowess. The fierce battle raged on. Encounters between masters are often measured in days. 5 days and nights of relentless combat began to take their toll, even on the formidable OS. His body, riddled with wounds both new and old, bore witness to the toll of the struggle. Some injuries had formed thick scabs, while the 3 admirals were equally pained, their bodies marred by wounds that rivaled OS's own. Were it not for their elemental transformations occasionally mitigating some damage, their situation would be dire. Borsalino's glasses lay shattered, and the ever-casual old monkey had lost several teeth, his body marked with footprints and cuts. Sakazuki fared no better, after initially taking a punch from OS. His reflexes had notably declined, and without the protective layer of magma, he would certainly appear bruised and battered. Yet, the most grievous condition belonged to the focus of OS's attention, the once mighty captain of the Golden Lion. His face and body were marred by horrific wounds, and his left leg contorted in an irregular shape, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Fortunately, it remained intact, bound with the most robust of bandages, expected to heal in 10 days to a fortnight. It was not a matter of their incompetence. OS was simply an aberration. Apart from a slight inexperience in battle, he exhibited no weaknesses, his mastery in martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey eclipsing theirs by a wide margin. Coupled with his elusive teleportation fruit, he sustained minimal damage. And as his conqueror's hockey intensified with each clash, the pain inflicted by his strikes escalated dramatically. At last, the prolonged skirmish reached its conclusion. On the opposite end of the chaotic battlefield, the three veterans of the old era determined the outcome. Shiki's defeat would herald the dawn of a new era of peace, a reality the Navy would not allow anyone to disrupt. Garp. With the final blow of the galleon impact, the proud yet defiant Golden Lion ultimately succumbed. Perhaps the helm above had hindered his strength, or perhaps his single-minded determination proved insufficient against the overwhelming odds. Ultimately, Shiki fell, incapacitated by the sea prism stone shackles, devoid of the means to retaliate. At the very moment Shiki collapsed, OS felt a surge of urgency, the hairs on his body standing on end as his hockey warned of impending danger. In an instant, he executed a long-distance teleportation, vanishing from his previous location. Hahaha. You dodged quite well, little gunner from Roger's crew. An enormous fist, radiating a fierce crimson glow, descended upon the ground where he had just stood, fracturing the earth for miles around. The three heavily wounded admirals staggered back from the residual force. The assailant was none other than the man who had repeatedly cornered OS's captain, the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. Watching Garp's fist shatter the ground, OS couldn't help but sweat nervously. Without Captain Roger present, was he to be bullied as an intern? Mr. Garp, such behavior hardly befits a righteous Navy officer. I warned you, OS. At this moment, Sengoku, still in his Buddha form, joined the fray, sternly rebuking OS. We do not need to adhere to any morals when dealing with scoundrels like you. Is that so? Then as a pirate, is it not normal to flee in the face of insurmountable odds against the Navy? OS responded dismissively to Sengoku's tirade, instead smiling at the others. He had understood that the moment Shiki fell, it was indeed time to retreat. He had fought well, made his mark, and if he lingered any longer, he might find himself imprisoned alongside Captain Roger. Nanny? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's face flushed red with anger. You scoundrel. His anger stemmed from the knowledge that, given OS's nearly insurmountable ability, if he chose to flee, no one could likely stop him. But in doing so, what would become of the Navy's honor at Marineford? As if to stoke the flames of tension, a flock of seagulls armed with cameras soared above, snapping photos incessantly. OS smiled for the cameras, waved at the Navy, and amidst their furious retaliation and the ensuing chaos of smoke and explosions, the shadow of Black Gun, OS vanished. Chapter 39. A shocking news that reverberated across the seas the day after OS's escape from Marineford. The eruption of the Marineford invasion battle event shook the previously tranquil seas like a thunderclap. Global discourse ignited. As one of the three great powers of the New World, the audacity of a powerful figure like Shiki to storm the Navy's headquarters, while astonishing, was not entirely unexpected. Such notorious pirates were prone to outrageous acts. However, the emergence of the name Black Gun Dodoru OS immediately captivated the attention of countless nations and factions worldwide. The bounty poster read, Black Gun Dodoru OS. Former member of the Roger Pirates, proficient in the 3 types of hockey, suspected user of the Paramecia-type teleportation fruit. One of the masterminds behind the Marineford invasion battle, with a bounty of 649 billion berries. Dead or alive. A criminal of the highest degree. This tale, once confined to a small circle, now revolves around the name of a young intern from the Roger Pirates, who, following a significant event, has instantaneously ascended to become one of the most sought-after pirate supernovas in the world. No, this is beyond mere supernova status. According to an exclusive report by the World Economic Journal, this young lad aboard Roger's ship may possess the strength to rival the highest-ranking admirals of the world government. He is the young king, a prodigy nurtured by the pirate king Roger, poised to dominate the forthcoming era, a king of the next generation. In the red light district of Sabaody Archipelago, which has begun its reconstruction and operations. The former splendor is gradually being restored. Madam Sammy, there's a report about Lord OS. The two mascots of the red light district, OS's dedicated maids, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, excitedly dashed into Sammy's office, forgetting to knock in their exuberance, startling Sammy, who was sipping tea. They bounced around, placing the newspaper on the table, exclaiming, "Look, look. The newspaper says Lord OS had a brawl with the admirals at Navy headquarters and then left in style. Now everyone is saying that Lord OS is the king of the next era. How magnificent. It's no wonder he's Lord OS." With hearts aflame, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi gazed at the newspaper's portrayal of OS, feeling prouder and more fulfilled than OS himself. Yet, the two naive young maids were oblivious to the profound impact this news would have on Sammy, who has traversed the dark underworld and seen the harsh realities of life. As she took the newspaper and scrutinized each word, her face betrayed an uncontrollable astonishment and shock, her exquisite pupils quivering. She had considered that Lord OS might be formidable, but never had she imagined him to be this extraordinary. If this were true, then the newspaper might not be mistaken. Lord OS indeed possesses the qualifications to challenge the world's strongest. As the report concluded, it summarized, the Dark Gunner, OS. A disheartening genius, possesses a monstrous physique and unparalleled hockey, along with a devil fruit ability that grants absolute combat dominance. He appears to be a product of Roger's tutelage. A leader of the new era equipped with absolute power, and based on his displayed charisma and potential, he may hold absolute dominance over the world's top warriors for at least the next 30 years. In the first half of the Grand Line, on an unknown island, a magnificent ship lay docked. Not far from the harbor, in a nearby forest, three figures gathered, roasting the island's wild game. Mr. Rayleigh, Shanks, there's big news. The trio, en route back to Sabaody Archipelago, had paused for a rest when suddenly, Buggy rushed over from the beach, clutching a newspaper and shouting, "There's news about OS. It's a major event." "Really? Let me see." Upon hearing this, Shanks leapt up from the ground, snatching the newspaper from Buggy's hands. The more he read, the more stars appeared in his eyes. "That's so cool," causing a ruckus at Navy headquarters. Buggy, unable to contain his excitement, replied, "Right? The world is buzzing that Captain Roger was defeated and captured by the Navy. OS has avenged us." The two continued their animated discussion before turning to Rayleigh, who was still grilling the meat, and quickly ran over to him with the newspaper. Rayleigh, observing the two impulsive youngsters, said nothing but smiled as he took the newspaper. Just one glance, and his face revealed astonishment. The newspaper opened with a large image of OS, bare-chested and wielding a long sword, his long hair flowing, covered in wounds, yet smiling with a gaze fixed intently on the 5 admirals before him, Admiral Sengoku, the Navy hero Garp, and the 3 natural-type monsters of the Navy. Beyond the extensive praise for OS, the article included illustrations of him battling the future 3 admirals, his body entwined in black and red lightnings, fiercely clashing against the trio of natural disasters. It is evident that as these 3 young admirals' ranks and combat abilities rise, the significance of this image will only increase. After such an extraordinary showdown, leaving without a scratch, what a nostalgic feeling. Just from the moves captured in the photograph, Rayleigh recognized it as one of Roger's signature techniques, now being further developed in OS's hands. Furthermore, the concluding remarks about OS painted a picture of an unparalleled presence, evoking memories of Roger's youth. However, Roger at that time was not 15, but 25, a terrifyingly young man. Rayleigh mused, but he wondered what OS's true intentions were. Was it merely to avenge Roger? Meanwhile, high above him, held down, seated cross-legged in the clouds, OS casually caught a passing newspaper bird and, after purchasing a newspaper with the coins from its pouch, released it back into the wild. After perusing the article, OS couldn't help but chuckle, both speechless and amused. That Morgan's fellow, in the early days of his venture, would say anything for sales, almost claiming OS as the future king of the world. The selection and arrangement of the photographs, while all truthful, misled the world, making it seem as though OS orchestrated the invasion of Marineford single-handedly, with the Golden Lion merely playing a supporting role. Whether it was fighting 3 admirals or using hockey, OS appeared as the central figure in the narrative. Yet, OS questioned himself. His initial intention for going to Marineford was never to seek fame. Even the fighting was just a spontaneous decision, wanting to test his full strength and bolster his spirit, a thought that emerged later, looking at his bounty notice. With its bold and exaggerated claims, OS felt a twinge of helplessness. This was a bounty with its own lavish formatting. Being forced into such grandiose titles didn't bother OS too much. After all, no one could truly harm him. However, being misrepresented would require him to settle the score with Morgans when they eventually met. Chapter 40. Infiltrating Impel Down. Have you heard? The battle at Marineford. Of course. I heard the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, is being transported soon. To which level? Huh? Are you an idiot? Of course, it's the 6th level. The Infinite Hell. True enough. Behind the Justice Gate, a cylindrical structure mostly submerged in the sea, 2 gatekeeper guards were idly chatting. One was so bored he nearly dozed off when suddenly, a soft thud caught the attention of one guard. What was that sound? Hey! Upon hearing the shout, the drowsy guard sprang up in alarm, almost losing his grip on his weapon, tossing it in the air a few times before finally catching it and hurriedly aiming it behind him. But looking back, he found nothing but an intact, firmly closed gate. What are you doing, you fool? There's a limit to jokes. It is indeed perplexing, for I just heard footsteps. How could that guard also harbor doubts? Could it be that I am merely hallucinating? At this moment, after advancing through the gates of the city, a man, bare-chested and adorned with numerous gruesome wounds, casually sauntered past, a long knife strapped to his waist and a pack on his back. This was OS, who had traversed the layers of heavy defenses and instantaneously teleported from the skies. It is hard to fathom that within this notorious prison, known as Impel Down, one of the 3 gateways of the world government, where countless pirates tremble in fear, a vicious pirate who had just invaded the Navy headquarters could roam freely. Having breached both Marineford and Impel Down, one might wonder if he would next visit Eni's lobby. However, OS had little interest in the lowly guards of Eni's lobby, who could be easily outmaneuvered, viewing it merely as a potential sightseeing opportunity. Truly, Impel Down is vast. Even the 1st level, within the range of OS's observation hockey, felt nearly uncontainable, resembling a small town. Yet, he had no intention of lingering on the 1st level. As he walked, he sought the optimal point for teleportation to the lower layers. It was imperative to avoid teleporting directly into the midst of the guards. Although OS was confident in dispatching these minions, exposure could lead to entanglement. After all, Impel Down is a confined space. And should a throng of individuals come charging at him, he might jeopardize his meeting with Captain Roger, not to mention contend with formidable opponents like Magellan. The soft patter of footsteps was hardly noticeable within Impel Down, yet this unfamiliar figure inevitably drew the attention of numerous inmates. Upon witnessing someone who neither donned the garb of a guard nor resembled a warden, they momentarily froze in disbelief before erupting with an intense desire for survival. Hey, you there, please take me with you. I have buried treasures outside, and I am willing to do anything. Just take me with you. You little brat. Let me out, or I swear I'll kill you. The cacophony of threats and pleas surged, reverberating as though it could topple the very structure of Impel Down. OS's expression turned a shade of green, his teeth clenched as he glared at the prisoners, dark red lightning crackling around him. Silence. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. The previously frantic pirates collapsed, eyes rolled back, their bodies falling to the ground. After all, they were merely the lowly scum confined to the 1st level. None even boasting a bounty exceeding 100 million. Notably, even the surveillance snail mounted on the wall succumbed to OS's overwhelming presence, sparing him further effort. With an exaggerated sweep of observation hockey, OS glimpsed the scenery at least 3 levels below. Continuously teleporting, he ventured deeper, effortlessly dodging patrolling guards by utilizing visual blind spots or employing his formidable conqueror's hockey to knock them out instantaneously, seamlessly infiltrating the depths of the underwater prison. As he descended to the 5th level of hell, he sensed a familiar presence through his observation hockey. Magellan, the future warden of Impel Down and the current vice warden. Upon recognizing him, OS quickly withdrew his perception, his eyelid twitching in irritation. It was not without reason. Magellan was once again suffering from digestive distress, an unpleasant sight that made OS feel as though his hockey had become tainted. Fortunately, after several swift maneuvers, OS finally reached his destination, the 6th level of Impel Down, Infinite Hell. Once at this level, he chose not to linger. For those worthy of confinement here were none other than notorious pirates whose names would echo through history. A bounty exceeding 100 million was merely the baseline. Such individuals could not be subdued by mere conqueror's hockey. To prevent any disruption during his meeting with Captain Roger, OS directly locked his observation hockey onto Roger's cell and teleported there. In the darkest solitary cell at the deepest point of Infinite Hell, devoid of any light, A robust figure sat cross-legged. "You've arrived, OS," spoke Roger, possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things. Recognizing OS's presence even in the dark without the aid of observation hockey. With a sound of friction, a flickering flame illuminated the cell, revealing OS's remarkably handsome visage. "Is it truly this torturous? Not even a glimmer of light. Hahaha, there's nothing to be done. They only serve one meal a day. Had I known, I would have arrived to surrender a bit later." Observing the shackled Captain Roger, still maintaining his carefree demeanor despite the dire circumstances, OS could only feel a sense of helplessness. "By the way, OS," Roger inquired with a smile, a hint of implication in his gaze, "did you bring any alcohol? I haven't had a drink in ages." "No. What? You must be joking." Upon hearing this, Roger's face fell, his expression akin to that of a child in despair. Seeing this, OS finally revealed a mischievous smile. "All right, truth be told, I did bring some." In this cramped cell, the two of them sat across from each other, encircled by a small oil lamp, the dim light flickering in the room. It was the first time in days that Roger displayed a smile. "I only brought 4 bottles. Once they're gone, that's it." OS retrieved 4 bottles of rum from his pack, opening them one by one. He had initially intended not to partake, but considering Roger's impending journey, he found it hard to refuse. "Come on, Captain Roger, although I don't particularly enjoy it. I'll make an exception and drink with you this time," OS proclaimed with grandiosity, feeling a sense of masculine romance. However, contrary to his expectations, Roger looked at him disdainfully upon hearing this. "If you don't like to drink, just leave them all to me. I wasn't even going to have enough." This old man. Should he be labeled childish or merely a genuine drunkard? His stinginess was surprising. A vein pulsed on OS's forehead, his expression darkening, yet fortunately, after some persuasion, he managed to get Roger to relinquish 1 bottle. Subsequently, OS produced several bundles of large bones from his pack. As the execution approached in a few days, even if it was not lavish, it could be considered a final farewell feast, and Roger appeared quite pleased. Gazing at the food and drink before him, he seemed genuinely delighted, though the shackles hindered his movements. "Do you want me to help you get those off?" "Oh, is that possible?" Roger responded with a smile. Due to the torment of illness and prolonged hunger, he had little strength left, even finding it challenging to utilize his hockey. Observing this, OS felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. With a gentle touch of his flowery cherry blossoms, the sturdy shackles shattered into fragments. The two individuals, who had once shaken the seas, now reveled in camaraderie, sharing meat and drink. This scene prompted OS to reminisce about the joyous, free days aboard the Oro Jackson. "OS, how is everyone faring now?" Roger held meat in his left hand and wine in his right, clearly intoxicated with joy, his face flushed as he asked. "Uncle Rayleigh has sent everyone back home, right? No Navy pursuit, no bounties. I hear all is well." "Indeed," Roger responded with satisfaction, taking a hearty gulp of wine. Pleased that he had insisted to the world government that his crew would no longer be pursued. However, although the bounty on him had been lifted, after a scuffle at Navy headquarters, he was now wanted for over 2 billion berries. Noting Roger's exuberance, Us added, "Cough, cough." With such a twist, Roger couldn't hold back, spraying wine everywhere. Just as he was about to complain about Us's knack for trouble, he realized yet another sip of wine had gone to waste. "My wine," he lamented, mouth agape, feeling dejected over the loss. It was only after Us generously offered him the remainder of his drink that Roger perked up again. "By the way, Shanks and Buggy mentioned they would be going to see the execution in a couple of days, and I plan to join them." Upon hearing the names of those 2 youngsters, a nostalgic expression crossed Roger's face as he turned to Us, saying, "They're the hope of a new era. Us, you must look after them for me." "Huh? Am I not part of the new era as well? Why should I take on that responsibility?" Us questioned, puzzled by the apparent favoritism. "New era? You've already seen it. Haven't you? We arrived too early and have lost our qualifications," Roger stated matter-of-factly. Us sensed something amiss and felt momentarily dazed. He was still young. While aboard the ship, he had been caught up in sentiment and merriment, happily joining the crew of Raftel, only to realize he had aged in rank. This was troubling. Had he become a remnant of the old era? Us was bewildered, standing in place for some time before regaining his composure. Moreover, considering the upcoming battle among the 12, it seemed he would not have a chance to participate. Although he didn't particularly care about that, the sudden realization of becoming an old-timer left him somewhat uneasy. He had hardly begun his adventure at sea. Yet now he felt he belonged to a past generation. Never mind, he concluded, as he had no aspirations to become the pirate king. With this thought, Us felt considerably better, realizing he could still enjoy his freedom. That evening, the two conversed extensively, discussing their perspectives on the world government, reminiscing about their past adventures at sea, and contemplating the future direction of the world. After indulging in food and drink, it was finally time for Is to take his leave. However, just before departing, he seemed to recall something and turned to the man who had dominated the seas for a lifetime. "Hey, Captain, I remember you have a wife and child, right?" "Oh, how do you know that?" Roger asked, somewhat taken aback. "Did you forget?" "My observation hockey," Us replied with a chuckle. "Haha, yes, I almost forgot. What a remarkable ability. Do you need me to look after them?" "You must understand, the world government and the Navy will not spare them," Us said calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Roger. "Oh, rest assured, Us. I have entrusted them to Garp, haven't I?" Us turned to face the ever-optimistic, bearded man seriously, acknowledging that while Roger was indeed a great captain with ambition and charisma, he was undoubtedly a failed husband and father. Us felt unqualified to judge Roger's choices. But as someone who had benefited from his kindness and considered himself a half-disciple, he couldn't help but voice his concern, with just Garp, a Marine vice-admiral. What power does he have to confront the entire world government and Navy? Or do you believe that your so-called camaraderie will persuade Garp to defect from the Navy? Right now, she is just a defenseless pregnant woman. Faced with Is's probing questions, Roger fell silent, the usual smile fading from his face. He was at a loss for words. This was the first time Us had seen Roger like this. His expression was devoid of emotion. Us continued, "Having received your care over the years, I will ensure they are settled in a safe place. Of course, I will not interfere in their lives. As for the path that child wishes to take in the future, let him decide for himself." After speaking, Us looked at Roger, who remained unresponsive, head lowered in silence. He then turned and vanished from the cell, stepping outside. Just as Us was about to leave Roger's line of sight, he heard a faint whisper through his observation hockey. "Thank you, Us." Chapter 42. The cost of a lazy victory. 10,000 meters in the air, the cold currents blew fiercely. Yet Is remained unaffected as he headed straight for the South Sea. He wished he didn't have to hurry, but with the execution only 2 days away. He recalled that shortly after the execution, the Navy had traced the clues to Bartolomeo Island in the South Sea. Roger's wife, Port St. Rouge, had delayed her delivery for over a year to evade Navy scrutiny, ultimately perishing after giving birth. To be cautious, Us chose to act swiftly. With his instantaneous movement ability, reaching the South Sea would take no more than a couple of hours, and if all went well, he should arrive just in time for the execution. South Sea. Bartolomeo Island. It was a beautiful country, or at least Us thought it quite suitable for romance. Love often blinds one, and a young girl in love would easily find her heart drawn to the noble men of the sea. Yet, Rouge understood that although Roger loved her, a man like him could never be shackled by love, especially with his life hanging by a thread. He loved her, but his true passions lay with the sea and his dreams. Nevertheless, Rouge was willing to carry on his legacy. Standing on the cliff, Rouge gazed at the ocean, the breeze tousling her hair. She looked at Roger's wanted poster, memories of their tender moments flooding her mind. If it's a boy, he will be named Ace. If a girl, she will be named Anne. These were the names Roger had once promised. However, he would never have the chance to meet his child. "My condolences, madam." A voice interrupted Rouge's reverie. She turned warily to see a tall young man in a black military uniform standing beside her. Panic surged. Her first instinct was to flee. After all, Roger's notoriety meant neither pirates nor the Navy would overlook his bloodline. She had to escape. "There's no need to be alarmed, madam. I am not a bad person. Captain Roger is concerned for your safety and entrusted me with this task." Roger? Perhaps it was the mention of that name. Or perhaps this had not acted aggressively, but Rouge remained rooted in place, realizing that as a pregnant woman facing a tall, robust man, running away would lead her nowhere. Seeing that Rouge had not run but remained wary, Us found himself at a loss. What could he present as proof of his identity? He wished he had asked Roger to write a letter or something. After a moment of thought, inspiration struck him. He pulled out his wanted poster and displayed it before Rouge, pointing to the section where it introduced him. "Madam, you can see this." Rouge noticed the sincerity in his words and looked at the part of the newspaper he indicated, reading, "Wanted, deemed extremely dangerous." Upon finishing the introduction, Lugio gazed warily at the villain before her. "OSS, you are pointing in the wrong direction. Are you a member of the Roger Pirates?" Perhaps sensing the confusion in Lugio's eyes, OSS rubbed his head, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he had forcibly boarded the ship midway, riding the wave of fortune that came with Roger's era and becoming a passive beneficiary. He was bound to pay some price for it. Unlike Roger's other crew members, who followed him out of camaraderie or the pursuit of dreams, their relationship was one of equality. The Roger pirates were not a family bound by blood. They were under no obligation to care for Roger's widow and child. Whether due to ignorance or indifference, they could not be faulted. Their primary charge from Roger was to guide those who would inherit his will to Raftel at the right time, rather than those who shared his bloodline. However, OSS was different from Shanks and Buggy. As young boys, they had received undeniable guidance and protection from Captain Roger after boarding the ship. Under this dynamic, Shanks and Buggy, as hopeful contenders of the new era, saw their commitment to this new age as the best form of gratitude. Shanks inherited the straw hat and carried forth Roger's will, with hopes of reaching Raftel at the right moment. Even if he could not, he would maintain the balance of the sea, paving the way for the next inheritor of Roger's will. Buggy, a potential seed of the new era, received little hope from Roger and minimal investment in his development, which balanced out. OSS, however, did not belong to either category. He was both a remnant of the old era and a young man living in the new one. Roger never demanded anything of him. On the return journey from Raftel, realizing that OSS's greatest pursuit was joy and freedom, he did not even request him to protect the one who would inherit his will. He merely asked him to pass on the world's hope to others, with no further demands. This awkward position led OSS to feel he ought to do something, for he was not inheriting any will, yet he had reaped the benefits and power abundantly. Thus, ensuring the well-being of Roger's wife and child became the only way he could repay Roger. Indeed, before Roger departed, he entrusted OSS with the care of his family, a fact that brought a gentle smile to OSS's face as he told a benevolent lie without a hint of pretense. These simple words shattered Lugio's final defenses. Tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, her forehead resting against OSS's shoulder as she bit her lip, tightly clutching the newspaper announcing Roger's impending execution. The age gap between them was significant. She had loved Roger for his passion, respecting his dreams and choices, but that did not mean she was indifferent to their love. Upon learning that Roger still cared for her and their child, Lugio chose to trust OSS without hesitation, willing to follow him away. After all, she and her child needed a safe environment, and OSS, as a member of Roger's crew, appeared to be a reliable guardian. Without delay, they returned to the small house where OSS quickly gathered some belongings. He effortlessly lifted a massive package and, while surveying the area, noticed a dusty sword in the corner, Roger's sword, the Supreme Great Knife, one of the 12 Supreme Blades, Ace. If you wish, I can give it to you, OSS offered. Lugio noticed this and smiled, knowing she had no use for it. Roger's legacy included more than just this item. With OSS now their sole support and a member of Roger's crew, she felt at ease accepting this favor. Approximately an hour later, a large and a small figure emerged from the small house. Lugio glanced back at the dwelling that once held their cherished memories, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia. They had indeed spent a beautiful time here. With the hefty burden resting on her shoulder, OSS observed without urgency. "Shall we go, OSS-san?" After a moment, Lugio turned and smiled gently. Perhaps Ace's gentle and shy nature would be inherited from his mother, OSS mused, returning her smile with a nod. It must be said, Lugio carried an impressive load. Anyone less robust would struggle to manage it, as she seemed to have packed nearly everything connected to Captain Roger. Items included bowls they had shared meals from, trousers Roger had not had the chance to wear after washing, and Roger's captain's hat. If Lugio were not so infatuated, a man like Roger, a middle-aged gentleman, would not have captured her heart. Although the small house was situated by the sea, it was not adjacent to the nearest dock. As they walked, OSS observed many residents going about their lives. The Navy would soon arrive for inspections, making it easy to expose them. If they walked openly, many would certainly notice the two figures, especially with the tall and large OSS carrying luggage nearly matching his own size. Anyone with a keen eye could deduce their identities. And while he did not fear trouble for himself, he was concerned for Lugio. Perhaps noticing the slight squint in OSS's eyes, Lugio was startled, her gaze filled with suspicion. "Are you planning to eliminate everyone in order to erase our traces, Mr. OSS?" The latter part of her statement remained unspoken, as the thought crept into her mind and startled her. "Not at all," OSS chuckled. "Am I really that brutal?" With a surge of his conqueror's haki, those nearby, whether working or dining, fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Unimpeded, OSS and Lugio made their way to the dock. If we travel in a straight line, we should arrive in 2 days, OSS estimated. Upon reaching the dock, they found numerous ships anchored, mostly merchant vessels alongside a few aristocratic yachts, likely belonging to nobles from some kingdom seeking the beauty of Bartolira Island. Mr. OSS, which ship is here to take us away? Lugio inquired as OSS came to a halt at the dock. How about this one? Huh. Lugio was momentarily confused. It seemed as though OSS was asking her, without prior arrangements, as if they were selecting a ship on the spot. Well, since you are pregnant, we shall take the most luxurious one, OSS decided, carrying the still bewildered Lugio towards the grandest ship at the dock. He confidently ascended the gangway, but soon, guards noticed them. Hey, who are you two? This is the royal ship of King Solilon. You commoners. With that, the guard, about to utter a curse, fell swiftly into slumber, courtesy of OSS. As OSS boarded the ship, he quickly caught the attention of the ship's guards, who, led by the captain of the royal guard, swiftly surrounded the uninvited guests. A figure clad in armor stepped forward, brandishing a spear, demanding, "Who are you?" Lugio felt a twinge of anxiety, but OS, encircled by his companions, remained unwaveringly composed. Unfazed by the prospect of a firearm, he held an unwavering confidence that he could neutralize everyone before a single shot was fired. Yet, he pondered the consequence of such an action. Who would navigate the ship? With a playful smile, he produced a folded piece of paper and presented it, declaring, "This is my identification." The head guard, who had been poised to fire, hesitated momentarily upon hearing the word identification. This prompted him to wonder if the individual before him was a high-ranking official of the world government seeking passage from this place, especially since their Solaron kingdom was also a member nation. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible to grant him passage, albeit after waiting for the king to return from his excursion. As he contemplated this, the head guard accepted the paper from OS and slowly unfolded it, revealing the bold words "Wanted Notice." Staring at the identical likeness of the man before him on the notice, the guard experienced a brief mental lapse. Upon seeing the staggering bounty amount, his mind nearly exploded. Wasn't this the infamous pirate whose notoriety had recently surged in the newspapers? His pupils dilated with panic, and cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. What? Is it possible for us to leave immediately? OS smiled gently, resembling a casual traveler. He leaned closer to the trembling head guard, whispering like a devil, "Should you dare refuse, I will ensure your entire nation is annihilated." Upon hearing this, the guard's face drained of color, for he had no doubt of the veracity of OS's words. After all, he was speaking of the legendary pirate who had decimated the Marine headquarters and yet roamed free. "Alert all crew members to set sail at once," he commanded. "But the king has yet to return. Enough with the excuses." The head guard, in a fit of anger, kicked down the dissenting crew member, brandishing his weapon at the captain and demanding immediate departure. As for the king, left stranded on the island with no means to return home, he would simply have to endure the hardship for the sake of the nation. Witnessing the unfolding scene, OS nodded in satisfaction. To some, the wanted notice posed a threat to personal safety, but OS saw it differently. It could serve as a form of identification and, at times, a pass. Quite convenient, indeed. The luxurious ship soon roared to life, and the head guard even prepared the most comfortable royal suite for Lugio, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she had come to realize that the vessel they were aboard was commandeered. It was no surprise, after all, that OS was a crew member of the Pirate King. Fortunately, OS did not intend to sail directly to the Sabaody archipelago aboard the ship. He planned to disembark in the adjacent waters to maintain the secrecy of his ultimate destination. Before departing, he casually secured several treasure-filled chests, not that he needed the money, but as a living expense for Lugio. As he watched the cruise ship gradually fade from view, he retrieved a din-din mushi and dialed a number. "Moshi Moshi, is this Sammy? I'm currently at Tamiya Island. Please send a ship to fetch me." Chapter 44. Dying in a hospital bed is the greatest tragedy at long last. OS returned to the Sabaody archipelago. As Sammy's ship docked, he disembarked with Lugio, arriving at a port directly leading to Area 17, surrounded by Sammy's enterprises, devoid of any unwanted onlookers. Upon his return, OS recognized several familiar faces. "Hey, OS." Before OS could utter a word, a figure lunged towards him, the most distinct feature being that unmistakable red nose. "Buggy. Sabo, don't ignore me." Seeing this familiar face brought joy to OS. Not only Buggy, but also Rayleigh and Shanks were present. OS had previously informed them of his whereabouts. How cool, OS. We read the reports about you. Shanks greeted with a cheerful smile. Ah, that was merely a coincidence, OS replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as the newspaper exaggerations were overwhelming. It was one thing to be scrutinized by strangers, but quite another to face acquaintances. Rayleigh, with a proud smile, patted OS on the shoulder. Observing the once inexperienced boy who could barely last a round against him now standing as a formidable pirate in his own right. Reflecting on the past, it felt as if it were only yesterday that the long-haired boy, bare-chested, had sought to join the Roger Pirates. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Lugio. Recognizing her as the wife of Captain Roger and bearing his child, OS deemed it essential to introduce her to them. However, before he could elaborate, all three men wore expressions of astonishment, particularly upon noticing Lugio's slightly protruding belly. OS? Excuse me. OS. Buggy, with a hint of exasperation, wrapped his arms around OS's neck, whispering, I know you have a penchant for the red light district, but this is a bit too fast. I senti it? You've only been off the ship for a few months. Shanks, though silent, mirrored a similar expression of surprise. Even Rayleigh shared their concern, cautioning, if you indulge too early, your future path may not be long, OS. Hearing their remarks, OS felt a wave of frustration. What are you all talking about? This is Captain Roger's wife, and she is carrying his child. The trio fell silent, the air thick with disbelief until, after a prolonged pause, one exclaimed, What? Without lingering, after entrusting Lugio to Sammy and Rayleigh for supervision, the three immediately set off towards Logtown. Who would have thought that Captain Roger had a wife? And why would he entrust you with her care, OS? In the dining hall, the three enjoyed a meal while catching up after so long. Shanks expressed his surprise at the sudden emergence of Roger's wife and child, prompting his curiosity. Buggy, equally intrigued, directed his gaze toward OS. Well, it was during my visit to Impel Down to see Captain Roger that we discussed it. Upon hearing this, Buggy nodded in understanding. I see. So it was during your visit to Impel Down. As OS continued, his voice dwindled, and Buggy's eyes widened with sudden realization. Wait, what? You're talking about the underwater prison Impel Down? Even Shanks gasped in astonishment, while Buggy seemed on the verge of hyperventilation. What else could it be? Is there a second Impel Down? OS replied with a hint of amusement. Are you an idiot? Being surprised is completely justified. That's the underwater prison that supposedly houses countless sea monsters. The so-called hell from which escape is deemed impossible. Buggy exclaimed, flustered. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? No, you're a monster among monsters. OS found their reactions amusing, while he might be the first. He certainly wouldn't be the last. His recent ally, the Golden Lion Shiki, would soon follow suit. After reuniting, the three had much to discuss, but inevitably, their conversation shifted to the purpose of their journey, the execution of Captain Roger. As the topic arose, the atmosphere grew somber, though OS continued to stuff his mouth with food. As if the matter were of no concern to him, Shanks appeared somewhat melancholic. Observing the seemingly unfazed demeanor of Oz, he could not help but inquire, Oz, do you not feel sorrow? After all, Captain Roger is to be executed imminently, and just a year ago, we were all sailing freely upon the seas. Oz shook his head. Of course, there is a degree of reluctance, but more so, I feel joy. Captain Roger died for his dream. Is there anything more romantic than that upon the vast ocean? In contrast, if Captain Roger had suffered and perished in agony upon a sickbed, that would truly evoke my sorrow. Upon hearing this, both Shanks and Buggy were momentarily taken aback. They genuinely felt that Oz had a point, yet, given their still youthful minds, even if they agreed, they could not help but feel a pang of sadness. To assert that Oz was entirely unperturbed would be disingenuous. After all, he had been cared for by Roger for many years, and genuine feelings were undoubtedly present. However, having witnessed Captain Roger's execution scene over 1,000 times in his past life, Oz's emotional response to this anticipated event had surely been dulled considerably. As their conversation continued, the time aboard the ship passed relatively swiftly. By the following morning, the trio finally set foot on the land of Logtown, arriving just in time for the execution scheduled for the morning. By the way, Oz, Shanks, have you noticed the numerous Marines in the vicinity? Buggy remarked, glancing at the several warships docked at the harbor and the Marines meandering through Logtown. Do not worry, Buggy. After all, you have no bounty on your head. Oz replied with a faint smile. He surveyed the bustling crowd around him, pirates, civilians, and nobles, all mingling in the small east blue town of Logtown. It was inconceivable for the Marines to boldly capture anyone here, should a riot occur. The execution, which held significant meaning for the Navy and the world government, would likely become a global laughingstock, an outcome that would never be tolerated. Chapter 45. Join the Seven Warlords. O's Captain Roger had arranged for a grand funeral for himself. As the trio walked down the street, their distinct pirate attire caused many civilians to part ways. However, the congestion in Logtown had reached an absurd level. Even with efforts to avoid the throng, it was inevitable that someone would bump into them. Ouch! Oz, leading the group, suddenly felt something collide with his leg. Looking down, he discovered a small child with white hair. How familiar! Oz squinted, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, the child, who had collided with Oz, was sitting on the ground, clutching his head with tears welling in his eyes, a bright red bump on his forehead that looked painful. He felt as though he had crashed into a wall of steel rather than a person. Hey, little one, what is your name? Oz gently bent down to address the reckless child. Who would tell you, you pirate? The child, despite the bump on his head, displayed a stubborn defiance in the face of Oz's towering figure. He's just a kid. Let's move on, Oz, Buggy urged, feeling that conversing with such an unlikable child was a waste of time. All right, Oz softly replied, then smiled at the determined child who was gritting his teeth and glaring at him. He reached out a hand and lightly tapped the bump on the child's forehead. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The little one immediately burst into tears, rolling on the ground while clutching his head. Oz, finding the situation amusing, continued onward with his companions. Well then, until we meet again, Smoker. How do you know my name? Damn it, that hurts. Witnessing Oz's mischievous behavior and the child Smoker, who had a bump on his head, Shanks adjusted his straw hat, a glint of inexplicable emotion in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had seen a reflection of his younger self. Oz, you haven't changed a bit over the years. It was just a joke, Oz replied with a sly grin. At that moment, in the execution square of Logtown, people from all corners of the world gathered. Whether they were renowned pirate newcomers from the New World, fledgling revolutionaries, or local residents drawn by the spectacle, all formed a massive circle around the large platform at the center of the square, collectively awaiting the historical moment. In a corner of the square, BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. A voice reported, as you anticipated, the trace of Black Gun has been discovered in Logtown, accompanied by the figure in a suit, holding a den mushy, suddenly halted, his expression turning rigid. This prompted curiosity from the other end. Who else? The den mushy displayed a very serious face, questioning. However, the suited man had no time to respond, for he noticed a towering figure looming before him, cold sweat instantly covering his body. Were you just calling for me? As he turned around, he was met with a handsome smile, the gentleness of which felt chilling, as though the surrounding temperature had vanished. My apologies. My observation hockey seems to be overly sensitive. If you call my name, I will certainly sense it, Oz said casually, delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The man, who had intended to draw his weapon, lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he vomited bile. Oz paid him no mind, instead retrieving the den mushy from his hand. Hello, may I inquire why you are investigating me? Observing the den mushy's clear features, marked by a scar on the forehead of a man with a thick beard, Oz grinned with interest. Lord Voholsai of the Gorsii, on the Red Line. In the Holy Land Mariehwa, amid the corridors of supreme power that symbolize the world government, 5 figures, some seated, some standing, gazed solemnly at the den mushy stationed at the center of the table. Suddenly, the previously respectful and tense expression that the den mushy had emulated shifted dramatically. Its eyes glowing red, replaced by a mocking grin. Black Gun, Doflamingo, how did you come to know our identities? Saturn Voholsai inquired, his voice tinged with suspicion. Perhaps I foresaw the future and overheard your self-introduction, Oz fabricated nonchalantly, finding it convenient to invoke his observation hockey. Upon hearing this, after a brief exchange of incredulous glances, the 5 men shared silent communication, pondering the implications of such far-reaching foresight. Very well, let us speak plainly. Our time is precious. The world government is investigating your movements with the intention of recruiting you as one of the warlords of the sea. What is your stance on this? Warlords of the sea? Holding the den mushy, Oz momentarily paused. He had initially assumed the world government sought to apprehend him, perhaps even setting a trap. He never anticipated that he, one of the half-culprits responsible for the destruction of Marineford, would receive such an invitation. The thought amused Oz greatly. Is it truly acceptable? After all, I recently invaded Marineford, and I am now a significant adversary of the Navy. The Navy's reputation is of little concern. Before OS could finish speaking, Satan Saint interjected, transforming the telephone bug into an image of an elderly man wearing a flat cap. His expression was grave as he stated, "We have conducted a thorough investigation and analysis of you, Black Gun. Your abilities and talents pose a significant threat to the world government. The nearly impossible to capture fruit ability and monstrous hockey you possess cannot be overlooked simply for the sake of the Navy's reputation." Initially, upon hearing of OS's notoriety and exploits, the five elders contemplated sending an assassination squad to eliminate him. However, after meticulously analyzing his data and combat records, they realized that such an endeavor was nearly unattainable. As OS aged and his power grew, the likelihood of apprehending him dwindled to almost zero. Should they provoke him? Even a relentless assault using his teleportation abilities on member nations and Navy branches could inflict devastating damage to the world government's rule. Hence, despite their frustration and reluctance, they understood the necessity of placating this formidable entity, even if it meant extending an olive branch. In summary, considering the existing threats and potential capabilities that OS presented, they cast aside any grievances regarding his possible connection to Laugh-Tale. Allowing OS to run rampant would undoubtedly jeopardize the world government's grip on the seas. Faced with such consequences, the five elders found themselves stripped of their usual authority and arrogance before their subordinates in the Navy, their brows slick with cold sweat and their pupils trembling. Thus, during their dialogue with OS, they refrained from adopting a condescending demeanor. They were seasoned politicians, aware that pride is the most futile of sentiments in the world. As they awaited OS's response, he offered a tantalizing proposition, a clean slate and legal piracy. "It sounds enticing," he mused, "but I must decline." A faint smile graced his lips, yet a sudden twist in the conversation ensued. The five elders, feeling deceived, exchanged glances of concern. Regardless of whether it stemmed from self-interest or the dignity of the world government, such a response was the least favorable outcome for them, and anger flickered in their eyes. After a lengthy silence, the cold voice of Saint Vocally emerged once more from the telephone bug. "OS. You must understand that while we may be at an impasse, your enterprises and acquaintances in the Sabaody archipelago reside under the watchful eye of the government." Attempts to entice him had failed. Now, they resorted to threats. Although they were powerless against OS, intelligence gathered indicated that individuals like Sammy had a noteworthy connection with him. If they could manipulate these ties, even the strongest of individuals could be swayed, much like Roger and Whitebeard, who were known for their strong bonds of loyalty. OS interrupted their thoughts, stating, "You may proceed with your intentions. Those women from the red light district are merely tools for my profit. However, should you provoke my ire, I will uproot every Navy branch in the New World, followed by seizing the treasures above and then dismantling the member nations." His expression remained largely unchanged, still adorned with a faint smile, and his tone was as casual as if discussing mundane matters, yet his words left the five elders momentarily speechless. Such emotional manipulation would have no effect on OS, they quickly concluded. The negotiation had reached a stalemate, but OS's subsequent remarks felt like a final blow to their pride. "You need not regard me as your arch-nemesis," he said, shaking his head in exasperation. These cunning old men were indeed tiresome, employing the same tactics repeatedly. He had no desire to prolong this encounter. The execution was imminent. "I harbor no interest in toppling the world government, nor do I care about Emu, Joy Boy, or the Void Century. My actions are driven by whimsy and amusement. While you may perceive this uncertainty as a threat, I am more than willing to extend you the courtesy of cooperation, provided you show me respect." With that, the telephone bug was abruptly disconnected. On the other end, the five elders sat in silence for a long while, the weight of their gravity palpable. Where had Daughter OS acquired such information? Had Roger divulged it? Perhaps it was from a troublesome figure on the final island. They sensed trouble looming on the horizon. Nevertheless, his demeanor suggested a lack of outright hostility. Perhaps there were instances where he could be of use to them, allowing for some strategic concessions in the future. In agreement, the five elders deliberated, ultimately deciding on a stance of measured tolerance and concession towards OS. This was the most prudent course of action available to these politicians at present. "Hey, OS, over here." Shanks and Buggy had pushed their way to the front, waving at the tardy OS. "Where have you been? Captain Roger is about to make his entrance." As the three stood at the forefront, time ticked away, bringing them closer to the execution. During this interval, OS recognized numerous familiar faces. Moria, with his sharp teeth and demonic appearance, had not yet transformed into the infamous gluttonous pirate, but was instead ambitious in his quest to become the Pirate King. Though OS deemed this aspiration somewhat overreaching, the Cold Sweat King, Monkey D, dragon, cloaked in green, observed from a distance, still unmarked by the notorious blows of Carp. Young and fair-skinned, the future world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, stood nearby. Doflamingo, who should have been present, remained in confinement due to a recent lesson from OS. Then, OS's gaze landed on a familiar silhouette, one that stirred uncertainty within him. With slicked back hair, a prominent scar across his face, and a long coat. The figure matched someone he knew perfectly. Who is this beautiful woman? He pondered, gazing at the alluring figure beside him. Could it truly be my old acquaintance, Crocodile? With a seductive and fiery physique, her icy demeanor did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it lent her an air reminiscent of a queen of the underworld. It was indeed true. Crocodile had sought out Ivankov for that surgery. Upon seeing Crocodile, OS's spirit of amusement reignited. What if Ivankov had not performed the surgery on Crocodile? Or perhaps let him perform such surgeries on others? OS was astonished by the dark amusement that flickered in his mind. It was utterly insane. Hey OS, what are you dazing about? He felt a gentle nudge from his two close friends, Buggy and Shanks. Chapter 47. Farewell, Forever the Pirate King. OS was startled by his own thoughts. If one were to contemplate this angle in depth, the possibilities were limitless. Not only that, but even Luffy, Zoro, Akainu, and Akiji could come to mind, or perhaps, thinking back to the older generation, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, Jabba. OS shivered. Such blasphemy, too perverse. He dared not dwell on such thoughts any longer, fearing they might lead back to himself. Struggling to rid his mind of these unsavory notions, OS finally regained some clarity. Regardless of what others might do, at least Crocodile had not undergone a gender transformation. He found her current appearance quite agreeable. Resolute, OS's mischievous spirit returned. Pondering how to prevent Crocodile from seeking Ivankov's assistance, a plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps noticing OS's gaze, Crocodile, who had yet to approach Ivankov, furrowed her brow and shot him a cold glare. To OS, if she were in her male form, there might be some intimidation factor, but with her current demeanor, he felt an unsettling urge to toy with her fate. Crocodile was intriguing. Fortunately, this little interlude did not cause any disruption. Moments later, a commotion arose from the distant crowd. Through his observation hockey, OS distinctly sensed the presence of that man. The sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps drew everyone's attention. With two guards parting the way, a figure clad in a deep crimson captain's attire, shackled yet imposing, emerged steadily, exuding a sense of calm in the face of death. Captain Roger. Upon seeing him, both Buggy and Shanks gaped in astonishment, their expressions filled with excitement as they fixed their eyes on the towering figure. They watched as Captain Roger ascended the platform alone, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably, even though they had prepared themselves. The sight of him enveloped their hearts in profound sorrow. He was undeniably a remarkable figure. Below the platform, even the most rebellious of the new pirate generation, witnessing Roger's composure in this moment of impending doom, found themselves awestruck, silently observing. As for OS, he stood frozen, his gaze fixated on the figure seated above, poised for execution. He had thought that after witnessing this iconic scene countless times, he would be immune to its impact. At least not feeling the devastation that Buggy and Shanks did. However, as OS extended his palm, observing the glistening drops falling upon it, the sensation was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Hey, OS, be careful not to catch a cold without a shirt. Let's go down and buy some clothes together. Haha, OS understands me the best. I told you, a little drink doesn't harm the body, he chuckled. Want to learn how to coat your weapon with hockey? Watch closely, I'll teach you. Truly, it was for OS's bounty increase that a banquet was to be held. Thank you, OS. Memories unfolded like a film in his mind. Faced with the prospect of life and death, OS felt both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from Captain Roger departing with grandeur, pursuing his dream without regrets. The sorrow arose from the realization that he would forever lose this esteemed captain, who had once shown him kindness. With a smile that seemed eternal, Roger sat upon the platform, his eyes devoid of fear in the face of death, resembling a true and victorious king. Just before the execution, someone could no longer contain their impatience and boldly shouted that famous question, "Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasure you found? You must have acquired that legendary great treasure, the one of a kind." "Silence," shouted the executing soldier, but but he could not suppress Roger's final words. With a defiant grin, Roger's voice resonated across the square and, thanks to the transmission of the din din mushy, echoed throughout the world. Want my treasure? If you desire it, you can have it all. Go seek it in the Grand Line. I've hidden everything in this world there. After he uttered those words, the crowd fell into a brief silence, shocked, even forgetting the figure pierced by the sword, blood slowly seeping out. The entire world erupted in frenzy, exhilarated by the existence of the great treasure. Amidst the cries of ambition and the cheers of setting sail, only 3 figures remained, silently gazing at the bowed head of the man, tears flowing freely, especially OS, a remnant of the old era, who, as one knowledgeable of all, did not care who would ultimately find Raftel or who would possess the world's treasures. He only knew that this man, who boasted of fame, wealth, status, and everything in the world, ultimately departed with merely a small bundle, living alongside Luffy with just a pair of spare pants. His captain's hat worn for so many years without change. Captain Roger, you rascal. Once, OS had heard many doubts cast upon Roger. Some claimed that he, by initiating the era of piracy, had caused a surge in the number of pirates, bringing untold dangers. Yet, having traveled the world and witnessed its myriad nations, OS understood that even without Roger's proclamation, countless wars and thefts would still plague the world, a consequence of the celestial dragons and world government's 800 years of decayed rule, the oppression of nobles, and the opportunistic chaos of ambition. Conversely, the beginning of this grand pirate era, amidst the turmoil, would inevitably give rise to those capable of inheriting the will of Roger and Joy Boy, ultimately liberating the world. Roger may not have been a good man in the traditional sense, but he was indeed a fine captain, a true hero, and that understanding was sufficient for OS. At that moment, the sky grew dark and foreboding, as if the world mourned Roger's passing. Gentle raindrops began to fall. Shanks lowered his straw hat and wept silently, while Buggy, more exuberant, opened his mouth wide in sorrow for the captain, tears streaming down his face. OS slowly raised his gaze to the sky, fixating on the ominous clouds, the water cascading down his face indistinguishable as either tears or rain. What mockery was this? Thick clouds looming. Anger flickered in his eyes. His countenance icy. Captain Roger's demise was an affirmation of his ideals and beliefs, not a sorrowful affair. With his long hair billowing in the wind, OS slowly drew his long sword, a torrent of conqueror's haki erupting like lightning, causing chaos and shock among those present. Countless astonished eyes turned towards the figure shimmering with black and red lightning, and Buggy and Shanks, equally stunned, stared at OS, recognizing the sword as belonging to Captain Roger. He raised his sword to the heavens, reminiscent of a man who once stood against the world. Divine rebellion. In an instant, amid countless gasps of astonishment, the heavens tore apart. The sun's rays gently cascaded down, illuminating the departing figure with a resplendent glow. Chapter 48. Diverging Paths. The official conclusion of an era. The execution had concluded, marking the end of a legendary era. Mourning is, after all, the greatest homage one can pay to the deceased. OS had not lingered in sorrow. Nor had Shanks or Buggy. They had already steeled themselves for this moment. Captain Roger would not wish for the youth of the new era to remain burdened by his departure. As the gathered crowd began to disperse, a few figures lingered in front of the execution platform, recognizing OS, the infamous Black Gun who had recently invaded Marine headquarters. Some were wary, others curious. Some sought to provoke, while a few brandished weapons with fervor. It was evident how deeply OS's earlier display of power had shaken them. Particularly the young man bearing the black sword, whose eyes gleamed with fierce determination, akin to a rare treasure. Under normal circumstances, OS would have welcomed engaging with these future luminaries, perhaps teasing the little eagle or patting the little croc. However, his current mood was far from playful, for his focus remained on Captain Roger's lifeless body. Slowly, he retrieved a din mushy from his pocket, and with a soft click, he began to speak. To the outside world, none could discern with whom OS was conversing or the nature of their exchange. They only knew that upon concluding the call, Marine headquarters received a directive from the world government to surrender Roger's body to Black Gun OS. He was the foremost criminal responsible for the destruction of Marine headquarters, a universal adversary of the Marines. If they were to hand over the corpse to such an individual, the situation would be untenable. In the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku's expression darkened as he responded sharply to the din mushy. Mind your words, calm. The Marine's reputation is but a facade, merely a vassal of the government. The five elders' uncompromising stance rendered Sengoku speechless. His attempts to retort were silenced by the frigid gaze from the other end of the line, compelling him to begrudgingly acquiesce to the order. The command echoed through the ranks, and despite their confusion, no Marine dared defy it. What does Black Gun OS intend to do? Does he seek to ignite another war while the Marines and world government personnel are present? They pondered. How audacious. Yet, to their astonishment, both the Marines and the world government's guards merely watched as the tall figure ascended the platform, paralyzed into inaction. Even the Marine commanders could only glare at OS in disbelief. OS paid them no mind as he steadily approached the platform, hoisting Captain Rogers' bloody body. Casting a fleeting glance at those below, he turned away, vanishing from sight with the corpse. Indeed, his fruit abilities had not yet reached the level of instantaneous teleportation with living beings. However, with Roger deceased, such constraints no longer applied. As the protagonist departed, the remaining onlookers gradually dispersed. Buggy and Shanks, having failed to locate OS, made their way towards the outskirts of Logetown. Along the way, however, a dispute arose between the two longtime friends. Buggy, glaring at the indifferent Shanks, shouted, "You promised we would sail to Laugh Tale together." Shanks, calm and composed, lowered his head, the straw hat obscuring his eyes as he offered an unexpected reply. "Yes, but I've changed my mind. I'm not ready to go just yet. Though I will still be a pirate." He extended an invitation to Buggy. "Come aboard with me, Buggy." Upon hearing this, anger and a sense of betrayal surged within Buggy, who glared at the calm Shanks and swatted his hand away. "You coward. You fool. Only OS truly deserves to be the king of the new era. Captain Roger misjudged you." Buggy could not fathom why Roger had not chosen OS as his successor, and his disappointment in Shanks was profound. "You haven't forgotten, have you? You lost my treasure map. We'll be enemies the next time we meet." With that, Buggy stormed away, leaving the sorrowful scene behind. Shanks remained rooted in place, watching Buggy's retreating figure, lost in thought. The two had indeed been stubborn friends, had Shanks been able to explain that now was not the right time. Buggy might not have left in anger, believing that Shanks had betrayed Roger's legacy. The outcome was that two childhood friends might not see each other for over a decade because of this misunderstanding. Buggy was always so impulsive. At some point, OS appeared beside Shanks, observing Buggy's departure without attempting to intervene. Men of the sea have their own choices, and as a good friend, OS would not impose. When Buggy eventually found his resolve, OS would naturally be there, for he held a keen interest in the matter of becoming a king's subordinate. "I understand, Shanks, that now is not the opportune moment, but..." OS paused, turning to meet Shanks's resolute gaze, a familiar smile gracing his face. "How can you be certain you are the right choice? The future pirate king could just as well be Buggy." Yet OS had no intention of mediating. For if Buggy were to become Shanks's right-hand man, would the future Emperor Buggy even exist? Buggy had never lacked the potential to become a king. Everyone has their own path and journey in life. In truth, the trio had already diverged when the Roger Pirates disbanded. They seemed to drift further apart, having shared joyous times in the past, yet now no ship could unite them. Their separation was inevitable. This is life. Nonetheless, they would surely meet again upon the vast seas, and it would undoubtedly be an amusing encounter. On this day, OS, Shanks, and Buggy formally parted ways, embarking on their separate journeys across the ocean. Chapter 49. The Selection of the Seven Warlords, Angel Investor. After the execution, approximately an hour later, OS successfully returned to Sabaody Archipelago. Unlike his departure, he returned alone. Entering the central hall of the red light district, he opened the door to find not only Sammy, but also the twins and Rayleigh present. "Lord OS, you're back," the twins exclaimed, bouncing over to greet him. OS smiled, ruffling their hair, acknowledging everyone before plopping down on the sofa, crossing his legs. "OS, I watched the live broadcast of the execution, Roger's remains," Rayleigh inquired. Holding a bottle of liquor, his curiosity piqued regarding how OS had so effortlessly obtained the body from the world government and what he intended to do with it afterward. OSS contemplated for a moment, realizing there was nothing particularly secretive about the matter at hand, especially since everyone present was an ally. It was merely a business transaction with the 5 Elder Stars. As for the remains of Captain Roger, they had been cremated and his ashes scattered into the sea. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh nodded, a glimmer of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. Indeed, it seemed a fitting resting place for Roger. However, he held no interest in inquiring further about the transaction OSS mentioned with the 5 Elder Stars. The same could be said for Samin and the others, who, Despite their curiosity regarding such matters involving world-renowned figures, refrained from questioning OSS, adhering to a principle of knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. That evening, in a cell once used to confine unruly female slaves, the rhythmic and crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the hollow corridor. This sound instantly roused Doflamingo, who had been reading a newspaper, causing him to sit up abruptly. The cadence of these footsteps was unlike that of the usual meal deliverer. He was all too familiar with it. Countless times, it had etched itself into his nightmares, accompanied by an intensifying sense of oppression that had often jolted him awake. Gasping for breath, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his jaw clenched tightly, yet he dared not allow even the slightest vein to surface. Unexpectedly, OSS remarked with a teasing tone, "I suppose they Haven Tea subjected you to any personal punishment these days?" Unbeknownst to him, OSS had seated himself beside Doflamingo's bedside, casually glancing at the newspaper he had been reading. Reading the news is indeed a commendable habit. Upon opening the paper, OSS discovered it was the latest edition. Captain Roger executed, the era of great pirates begins, accompanied by a chilling photograph of OSS gazing down from a platform, burdened by Roger's remains. Who is this photographic genius capturing me in such a dashing light? I do not rely on my looks. Observing OSS's relaxed demeanor as he nonchalantly perused the newspaper, Doflamingo felt a knot tighten in his throat. Despite OSS's seemingly affable disposition, the sight of this formidable figure rendered Doflamingo rigid, the suffocating sensation still lingering, disrupting his breath. The more he read the newspaper, the more he was struck by the realization of the terrifying entity he had offended, an individual who could brazenly invade the Navy headquarters, hailed as the next generation's king, operating freely under the watchful eyes of the Navy and the world government, yet evoking an undeniable fear that halted any retaliatory action against him. Black Gun OSS. Indeed, only such a near-omnipotent being could possess the overwhelming conqueror's haki. Just a single encounter had extinguished any thought of resistance within him, leaving only a primal fear. In Doflamingo's eyes, OSS had undoubtedly joined the ranks of the world's strongest. For only by falling to such a formidable opponent could one find solace in the excuse for defeat. Losing was not a reason for despair. Losing to the weak was. "Rest assured, I am not here to kill you," OSS remarked, flipping through the recent newspaper. Although his gaze did not meet Doflamingo's, his observation haki effortlessly discerned the depth of Doflamingo's anxiety. Was it merely a crushing defeat that instilled such psychological trauma? You still possess conqueror's haki, after all. Shanks, for instance, was crushed to sleep on multiple occasions without such a shattered resolve. It's no wonder he could eventually become one of the four emperors, demonstrating an impressive tolerance for adversity. Upon hearing OSS's words, Doflamingo began to regain his composure. Indeed, if OSS had intended to kill him, it would be a simple task for such a monster. There would be no need for lengthy discourse, unless OSS were the type to seek amusement at his expense. He furrowed his brow, regarding the casual figure before him with a serious expression. "Do you really require someone like me, a nameless nobody?" "You are far from a nameless nobody, Don Quixote Doflamingo." OSS smiled as he closed the newspaper, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Doflamingo, hands clasped behind his back, and said with an air of nonchalance, "Defeated by me does not imply your lack of strength, on the contrary. I see great potential in you, and am willing to invest in your ambitions." His gaze fixed intently on Doflamingo's taut expression, he mused about the celestial dragon, abandoned by the Holy Land, who had witnessed the purgatory of humanity and had now awakened to his conqueror's haki. Such growth promised to yield many intriguing developments. "Allow me to lend you my support, and you must be sure to express your gratitude afterward." With a smirk tugging at his lips, OSS's eyes glimmered with a cat-like curiosity, leaving Doflamingo, typically so brash and defiant, feeling a twinge of unease. Slowly, he retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. Beep, 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 click. An imposing figure emerged on the screen, coldly scrutinizing OSS. "What is it, OSS? Speak plainly. We've made time for you solely because it's you." At the instant the voice of the transponder snail echoed, Doflamingo's pupils quivered violently. The disbelieving smile on OSS's face was unfathomable. "How is this possible? Those voices are indelibly etched in my memory. They are the voices of the 5 elder stars, the highest authority that declared my death sentence as a celestial dragon. How could they be conversing so casually with a pirate?" His worldview shattered and began to reshape itself. Faced with such formidable figures, OSS spoke with remarkable ease. "This pertains to our prior arrangement. The condition for the exchange of Captain Rogers remains a symbol of our peaceful coexistence. I have identified one of the candidates for the Warlords of the Sea. Chapter 50. OSS enters the fray in the holy land of Mariawa, amidst the corridors of power. The 5 men representing the highest authority in the world wore solemn expressions, all fixated on the transponder snail at the center of the table. Upon hearing OSS's words, they exchanged glances and slowly nodded. In their view, there was never any need for concern about the reliability of the list OSS provided or the loyalty of those within the world government. A loyal wolf, after all, is still a beast, and it cannot compare to the Navy's own dog. What they sought was merely the deterrent power of those notorious pirates within the Warlords of the Sea, which would aid the world government in better ruling the seas. Naturally, it would be ideal if OSS, hailed as the next generation's king, could join their ranks, though he had recently declined their offer. Now let us hear it, OSS. As a former crew member of Rogers' ship, we still trust your judgment. Who is the man you have chosen? After a moment of silence, Saint Saturn was the first to inquire. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo felt a pang of anxiety, but he saw OSS respond with calmness. This individual should be quite familiar to you, Don Quixote. Upon hearing that surname, the 5 elder stars were momentarily taken aback. A celestial dragon? Don Quixote. Seeing the astonished and bewildered expression on the face of the telephone bug, Us chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, it is that little demon you drove out of the Holy Land, who has now become a wielder of Conqueror's hockey. At least I cannot comprehend your reasoning, abandoning a kin with such power in favor of protecting those who merely ride on the backs of slaves." Us intended to continue his light-hearted jibe, but was abruptly interrupted by the cold voice of the 5 elders. Matters internal to the celestial dragons are not your concern. Let us discuss the affairs of the young Don Quixote. The usually stoic and taciturn Nezashiru, holding his sword, spoke coldly. "Regardless, this is a family matter of the celestial dragons. Even if a mistake were made, it should not be judged by an outsider like you. No, it should be said that the celestial dragons cannot be in the wrong. You must understand, us, the position of Warlord of the Sea belongs to those formidable pirates who can instill fear across the seas and hold renown. Don Quixote Doflamingo? We have indeed heard of him. Perhaps he has some fame in the North Sea, but in such an expanse of ocean, it is far from sufficient. Indeed, to them, an 18 or 19-year-old ruffian from the North Sea, regardless of his influence in the underground world, remains inadequate. They expect at least a noteworthy achievement, such as having faced an admiral in combat or clashed with one of the emperors. You should grant the youth a chance, dear elders. Us had anticipated this refusal, but his wisdom had already devised a countermeasure. Is it not fame and intimidation you seek? Quite simple then. What if I were to vouch for him? If I were to inform the media and newspapers that the notorious pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo narrowly escaped my grasp, alive and well? Upon hearing this, not only was Doflamingo, who had been dispatched in an instant, taken aback, but even the seasoned 5 elders were momentarily bewildered. Could it truly be played this way? To toy with the prominent figures of the sea as if they were mere subjects of Wayno? Despite the shock, they soon realized, with peculiar expressions, that it might indeed be feasible. With us as a member of the Pirate King's crew, coupled with his astonishing achievements, a few embellished details in the newspapers could easily deceive the world. Even the original owner now seemed to consent. Who could dispute it? Having resolved the qualification issue, the 5 elders briefly conferred and, in principle, agreed. However, one of the elders, Piter, reminded us, "Since you are willing to back him with your name, we have no objections. However, you must comprehend that within these seas, the Warlords of the Sea, as a nominal counterbalance to the Navy and the rulers of the New World, are strictly forbidden from defeat. This means that should Doflamingo falter, not only would the dignity of the world government be at stake, but also your own reputation. Do you understand?" This statement was clear. To put it more crudely, if Doflamingo lacked the requisite strength and was forced into a lofty position, it would only serve to backfire on himself, leading to a loss of face. Yet, this concern posed no threat to us, for he was aware that the Flamingo born of wrath and hell held potential. Having maintained the position of warlord for so long, it would be a narrative twist for the protagonist to topple him. Despite the connection to his own inadequacies, it could be considered a plot device. As a subordinate, he remained more than qualified. If you harbor doubts, how about we make a pact? Us narrowed his eyes and smiled, eager to hear more. If Doflamingo loses his qualification due to defeat, let me assume that role. Surely, that wager holds significant weight? As has placed himself in the game, the 5 elders, without further deliberation, accepted the terms. It was evidently a deal with no downside. Should Doflamingo prove himself, with us as his guarantor, the flag would remain unfurled. Conversely, if he faltered, us inclusion among the warlords, along with other formidable figures, would undoubtedly transform them into a true force capable of rivaling the new world powers, a monumental boon for the dignity of the world government. With a click, the call was swiftly ended. The once clamorous cell fell into silence, illuminated only by the flickering of dim candles, casting shadows upon Doflamingo's uncertain and perspiring visage. The events that had transpired felt surreal, as though he were trapped in a dream. How could it be? In mere exchanges, a significant figure of the sea was elevated by the world's foremost authorities, effortlessly, as if lifting an ant. Conversely, should they wish to eradicate him, it could be as simple as crushing an insect. Observing the man who calmly tucked away the telephone book, his demeanor as serene as water, Doflamingo acknowledged that for the first time, he had witnessed what true power entailed. Chapter 51. I hope you can restrain your anger, lord us in a matter of moments. The position of Warlord of the Sea was secured, a monumental event that could alter Doflamingo's fate. Yet for us, it was merely a leisurely maneuver. It was uncertain when. Perhaps as his ambition swelled or his strength expanded, he found it effortless to sway the tides of the sea. To him, it was a trifling matter. And as for the debt Doflamingo owed him, he could repay it over a lifetime. As night descended, the red light district buzzed with life. In a luxurious private room, a shed his upper garments and entered the bathing center, of course, a legitimate establishment. Steam enveloped the air, and in the heart of this exclusive chamber, a tall figure reclined at the edge of a warm spring, arms outstretched, relaxing. Soon after, 3 figures entered, whispering. Sammy, clad in a light garment, gracefully knelt by the poolside, gently massaging us shoulders. Xiaolu and Xiaoqi, dressed in revealing swimsuits, slipped into the spring, offering him delicacies and chilled drinks, respectfully feeding him. I am quite pleased. This spring is soft and inviting, Us remarked with a warm smile, appreciating the attentive service of Sammy and the others. Wandering about all day is indeed exhausting. During his time sailing with Captain Roger, he had witnessed the true nature of these seas, not merely travel and adventure, but a chaotic domain where pirates clashed recklessly for islands and territories, where the world government exploited and oppressed, and self-styled aristocrats ran rampant, while the populace struggled in the cracks of existence. It was only because of possessed strength and the protection of the Roger pirates that he had never directly felt the malice of these seas. However, since leaving the ship, Us had learned that he must rely solely on himself. Although he possesses formidable strength, his life has been fairly manageable. However, the scheming and intrigue are inevitable, whether facing the 5 elders or those so-called rulers of the sea. The only places that truly evoke a sense of home for OS are the homes of the Old Town Mayor and the Roger pirates. Besides the realm of the girls he protects in the Sabaody archipelago, their devotion stems from their own strength and a hint of beauty. Yet that strength is a result of OS's arduous training. He cherishes this oasis of tenderness. As OS displayed a relaxed and content expression, Sammy was massaging his temples, her face reflecting a hint of hesitation, her eyes flickering. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate. We are old friends now, right? Sammy? Such subtle emotions and expressions could not escape OS's keen perception. Upon hearing his sudden inquiry, Sammy's gaze darkened, and she dared not conceal anything. It's nothing, Lord OS. I was just contemplating that Doflamingo. With my years of experience in business and discerning people, I can assure you he is not one to remain loyal to others. Moreover, he possesses the same kingly aura as you. I certainly believe that with your strength, you would not fear anything, but I worry he may turn out to be an untrustworthy wolf. Since OS decided to release Doflamingo, she had sensed something amiss, a feeling that peaked after an undisclosed conversation. Amidst the incredulous gazes of those in the red light district and the tearful lamentations of the Don Quixote family's subordinates, OS emerged from the prison with the long-imprisoned Doflamingo, publicly announcing his release. This action undoubtedly displeased the women and girls who had suffered at the hands of the Don Quixote family. Yet they were willing to suppress their emotions for OS's sake, to prevent these lovely girls from feeling disheartened. OS leaned down with a smile and whispered into the silently bowed head of Doflamingo, "You understand what you need to do, don't you, Doflamingo?" Upon hearing these words, Doflamingo seemed to snap back to reality, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses betraying no emotion. After days of confinement, stepping outside into the warmth of the sun, he felt nothing but a chilling numbness. Under OS's mischievous gaze, the once arrogant golden-haired youth no longer wore his usual smirk. After a brief pause, he silently approached the prisoners of the Don Quixote family. Seeing their young master walk towards them, Toripol and the others initially thought that Doflamingo had negotiated with the Black Gun OS. And though they were unaware of the conditions met, they were relieved to finally be freed. "Hey, Doflamingo, we can finally," Toripol stepped forward to speak. But the silent Doflamingo disregarded him entirely, striding directly toward the crowd behind him. These individuals were the family's henchmen and lackeys who had previously instigated a riot in the red light district. They, too, had been imprisoned, awaiting OS's decision. Yet their treatment was far worse than Doflamingo's. Upon seeing their master approach, hope ignited in their eyes. Truly, he was the king they believed in. How wonderful! Finally, liberation. But just as their joyous smiles began to fade, an unsettling feeling crept in. Suddenly, they perceived something amiss, their perspective shifting. Is this my body? In the fleeting moment before their heads were severed, their consciousness lingered. But before they could ponder the reason, they were plunged into eternal darkness. This was destined to be a massacre. Among them were even some loyal subordinates who had followed Doflamingo for years. Yet he, in silence, strangled them all with threads. Sammy and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene. Even the women who had previously suffered at the hands of the thugs found this act excessively cruel. Those with timid hearts even began to gag. Only Sammy, despite her discomfort, kept her eyes fixed on the silent Doflamingo, soon witnessing a shocking spectacle. After eliminating all but the higher-ups, Doflamingo unexpectedly broke into a smile. Seeing this, Sammy felt a chill that surpassed the sight of his anger. He turned towards OS, bowing his head with a smile, concealed eyes beneath the sunglasses. "I hope you can quell your anger, Lord OS." Chapter 52, Defeated by OS is, in fact, a form of honor. A patient beast is often more feared than its hunter. This was Sammy's immediate impression. However, this sentiment was only applicable to her. If it were OS, it would be more akin to a barking dog doesn't bite. Should it dare to bark, its teeth would be knocked out. Moreover, it is not even a dog. With the Conqueror's hockey, it could merely be considered a rebellious flamingo. Of course, before releasing this flamingo, OS had secured it with a chain, retaining a portion of its life card, ensuring that as long as OS desired, it would be futile for Doflamingo to flee to the ends of the earth. Do not worry. OS gradually relaxed his head backward, resting it on the soft, white surface. Looking up with a smile at Sammy's delicate face. As long as a gun is pointed at its head, even a wolf will turn into a dog. Especially a gun that ignores space and speed. Conversely, as the angelic investor, OS had also granted this fellow a taste of sweetness, such as the techniques for using the flowing cherry. After all, he had made assurances to the world government. Although he, as a pirate, had little concern for breaking promises, he still valued face. If he had just made a guarantee, and this fellow set sail only to falter, OS would feel rather embarrassed. Wouldn't that be a blow to his dignity? Just 3 days after releasing the flamingo, a sensational piece of news, propelled by some mysterious force, quickly spread across the globe. Extra! Extra! The rising pirate star, the Night Demon. Recently, in the Sabaody archipelago, he fought against the legendary pirate and former Pirate King crew member, the next generation king, Black Gun, and was forced to retreat. Whether it be the newsboys shouting in bustling marketplaces or the countless seagulls soaring over the sea delivering the news, all were striving to convey this message to the world. On a deserted island, one of the protagonists of the report, OS, had just concluded his training on the development of the teleportation fruit's abilities. Beep beep. Moses, is there a problem? OS inquired while munching on food and observing the adorable girl-like snail phone before him. The snail's appearance constantly shifted, at times with black hair, at others with white. Lord OS, the report you were waiting for has come out. Indeed, you still look incredibly handsome. Lord OS, do you need us to come assist you? As the conversation veered off course, OS found the clinginess of the little maid somewhat bothersome. He wasn't sure if others experienced such annoyance, but he certainly did. In his haven of tenderness, he politely declined the service request from the two and hung up the snail phone. Thinking back, it had been many days since he last read the news. While in the Sabaody archipelago, he didn't need to purchase papers himself. Sammy would naturally send someone to prepare everything. Now, he needed to fetch the news on his own. So where could he find a delivering seagull? As OS raised his head and gazed into the sky, it seemed as if the heavens had anticipated his needs. Or perhaps it was the unique ability of a news-delivering seagull. Whenever someone out at sea desired a newspaper, these seagulls would invariably appear with one in tow. At that moment, A lone seagull glided through the sky and noticed the deserted island. Typically, such an island would see no visitors aside from the occasional passing ship. So the seagull intended merely to complete its routine before moving on. However, it was then that it curiously spotted a person waving up at it. A customer, indeed? It swooped down, ready to fulfill another delivery, but as it descended from a height of 100 meters, something seemed to catch its attention. Suddenly, it halted mid-air, refusing to descend any further. On the other hand, OS felt a stroke of luck upon seeing the news-delivering seagull, akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. Yet as he prepared to request a newspaper, the seagull refused to descend. Instead, after recognizing his face, it squawked several times, seemingly conveying, "You are a scoundrel on the blacklist," and promptly turned away to fly off into the distance. OS, with his arm still raised in a gesture of greeting, felt his limb freeze in midair. Exhaling slowly, he narrowed his eyes, the expression shifting to one of displeasure. The seagull's refusal to acknowledge him stoked his irritation further. With a thought, he instantly transported himself 1,000 meters into the sky. This sudden maneuver startled the seagull, causing it to forget how to fly and plummet downwards until OS caught its tail. "Seriously? Just because I once forgot my money and took a freebie, you blacklist me?" "I didn't even steal. I merely used your funds," he lamented. "Tell Morgans, if he dares to blacklist me again, I'll pluck every feather from him. I'll spare your life this time." After utilizing the money from the seagull's pocket to procure a newspaper, OS released the frightened creature and instantly teleported back to the deserted island. As he munched on a meat bone, OS opened the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye was a striking photograph of himself with Don Quixote Doflamingo in the red light district, captured during their clash of conquerors hockey. He likely had noticed the seagull snapping the photo amid the chaos. Though it was described as a collision, it was more of a complete domination, with black and red lightning flashing everywhere, making it impossible to discern who was responsible for which strike. A classic opening image, with the content relying heavily on embellishment. Following their encounter, neither party yielded, leading to a clash of conquerors hockey that left everyone present dazed. Ultimately, after an overwhelming defeat and the slaughter of his subordinates, OS managed to provide cover for Doflamingo's escape. "Since when did my subordinates become the ones being slaughtered?" he mused. It was amusing how a small amount of material could spin into a full-fledged story. OS had no objections to this alteration, as it bore no impact on him. However, those formidable beings at sea who also read the newspaper held a different perspective. Unbeknownst to them, this was a marketing ploy orchestrated by OS and the world government. And upon reading the article, they immediately etched Doflamingo's name into their memories. This individual was indeed significant, though he had fled in disgrace. The circumstances of his adversary must also be considered. OS now stood as a renowned figure across the seas, one of the most prominent figures in the world of pirates, having invaded the Navy headquarters, creating chaos in Logtown, and holding off 3 Marine admirals. For a young man to escape his grasp was no small feat. No one would look down upon it, but rather regard it with admiration. Just as Crocodile's survival against Whitebeard or Moria's escape from Kaido had prompted the world government to actively recruit them, the same principle applied here. Among the men at sea most concerned with news about OS, a few scrutinized the report multiple times, including Shanks, Buggy, and Mihawk, each reacting differently. Chapter 53. The Advancing Young Eagle. Even though the organization known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea had not been formally announced by the world government, preparations had long been underway to suppress the increasing number of powerful individuals in these waters, and they were sparing no effort in promoting Doflamingo. Even the pirates of the New World had become familiar with the name Don Quixote Doflamingo, on an unnamed island in the East Blue. Within a bustling tavern filled with laughter and clinking glasses, a straw-hatted redhead was deeply engrossed in his meal while contemplating where to recruit new crew members. Amid his musings, the voices of several robust men at a nearby table discussing current events captured his attention. "Have you seen the recent news? That big shot, Black Gun OS, has a young man who managed to escape from him. Who is OS? Is he famous?" A burly man inquired, clearly lacking awareness. This piqued the interest of another nearby giant who had encountered the notorious figure who had split the heavens in Logtown after that life-altering experience. He had become a staunch admirer of OS. "You don't know? Let me tell you. Black Gun OS was originally a crew member of Pirate King Roger. He was a truly formidable individual." Shanks adjusted his straw hat as he perked up, his ears attuned to the mention of OS. Yet, as the tale unfolded, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. One man versus all the Marine admirals? Entrusted with great responsibilities by the Pirate King? he was familiar with OS. And while these claims were somewhat true, they soon escalated into absurdity. According to rumors, do you know why he is called Black Gun? The giant asked with a serious demeanor. Could it be because his gun is particularly black? One of the men speculated. Where did you get that idea? The giant retorted, rolling his eyes. It's said that while he typically favors swords and fists, his true strength lies in the gun he wields on his back. The monster Kazan from the Navy, you know him, right? The one who fought alongside the other two to a standstill against OS? It is said that his leg is still injured because OS once shot it. Well, though the men beside him seemed oblivious, they nodded along. Yet one finally ventured, so, is OS good or bad in the report? He is a defender, so he must be good, right? Shank's lips twitched as he could no longer contain himself and ultimately purchased a copy of the newspaper. However, upon closer inspection, his expression turned grave. Aligning with the sentiments of most others at sea, Doflamingo was indeed a formidable individual. As someone who had spent many years alongside OS, Shanks was among the few who understood his strength intimately, having experienced defeat at his hands more than once. It was precisely this understanding that made him acutely aware of how remarkable it was for a young individual to have survived OS's relentless pursuit. At least Shanks mused to himself, had OS set his heart on eliminating someone, without the intervention of figures like Vice Captain Rayleigh, that individual would have no chance of survival. Don Quixote Doflamingo, was he another formidable adversary of the new era? Shanks resolved that when he had honed his own strength to its peak, he would seek out Doflamingo for a showdown to determine who was more deserving of the title of king in this new age. Indeed, he has relinquished any fantasies regarding the title of the next generation's king. After all, Captain Roger declared that us belongs to the old era and in this new age. He doubts the existence of such an extraordinary individual. In a certain obscure town in the East Sea, the aspiring pirate Buggy, armed with his fragmented abilities and the foundation he laid aboard Roger's ship, currently revels in his lowly dominion. At this moment, he spots a familiar name in the newspaper, Us. Upon seeing this endearing name, Buggy is momentarily moved. However, as he scrutinizes the content further, astonishment washes over him. What? A young man can contend with us and retreat unscathed. This must be a fabricated tale. Aren't they afraid of inciting Us's wrath? Truly, they dare to write anything. Ironically, amidst the vast ocean, only Buggy remains lucid. Perhaps due to his history of protection, Buggy possesses a clearer understanding of us than most. In his eyes, Us has become nearly invincible in the world. When it comes to the likes of Whitebeard or the Golden Lion, akin to Captain Roger, Buggy might entertain the notion of engaging in battle, yet he finds it implausible that any young contenders could emerge without external influences. Hey, you scoundrel! How dare you belittle my esteemed friend Buggy? I'm furious, he exclaims. Hey, you there! Bring down every messenger seagull you spot. Yes, Captain Buggy. In a certain sea region of the Grand Line, a young man clad in black and wielding a sword sits in a solitary boat, his sharp gaze narrowed, exuding intense battle spirit. Oh, the Sabaody Archipelago! You escaped from Logtown, but this time, you shall not evade me. The young man, gripping his black sword, releases the newspaper and propels his boat forward with determination. He is none other than one of the most renowned newcomers on the seas, the future world's greatest swordsman and the founder of the new small sword style, a successor to the 1, 2, and 3 sword styles, young Dracul Mihawk. Upon witnessing us unleash a devastating sword strike with his ace, he realizes that this may be his next formidable opponent in the realm of swordsmanship. As a world-renowned swordsman and heir to Roger and Rayleigh, he firmly believes that by defeating us in combat, he will take an unprecedented step towards becoming the world's greatest swordsman. After experiencing your swordsmanship, I shall undoubtedly gain invaluable insights. I eagerly anticipate our encounter. Us. Chapter 54. Just because I wield a sword, does it necessarily make me a swordsman? When the young man with the large sword stands before us, he admits to feeling a tinge of intrigue. Although he has heard of Mihawk, who, in his youth, sought to challenge various swordsmen in pursuit of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, he didn't expect this individual to confront him so swiftly. Rewind 3 days. Upon arriving and learning of Us's absence, he loitered outside the red light district for 3 days and nights. Eventually, one of the staff, unable to contain their curiosity, approached him to inquire about his purpose, only to discover that he had come to challenge Lord Us. Sammy, upon learning of this, paid it no mind. For Lord Us's reputation echoes throughout the seas. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry seeking a challenge demanded attention, it would surely become tiresome. Thus, the future world's greatest swordsman, The warlord, Dracul Mihawk, could only remain like a guardian at the entrance of the red light district, his keen eyes scanning passers-by with greater vigilance than a security guard checking food delivery personnel, fearful of losing sight of his target. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had traversed the realms and quietly appeared at the bathing center within the red light district. After spending several days honing his abilities on a deserted island, Us, now weary and travel-worn, enters the hot spring under the astonished and anxious reception of the bathing center's manager, shedding his garments to indulge in a rare moment of relaxation. Come in. Sammy arrives promptly with a squad of beautiful attendants, bringing an abundance of delectable food, arranging a seamless service. Us languidly reclines on the soft cushions, engaging in light conversation about recent events at sea, when he hears a surprising piece of news. You mean Mihawk has been waiting for me outside the red light district for several days? His expression shifts, pondering for a moment before a smile graces his lips. Well, then, I suppose I shall meet him. Upon discovering that the very individual he had been waiting for had been enjoying himself in the red light district all along, Mihawk's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Yet he raises his black sword. Knight Draculus, accept my challenge. Challenge? Why? To defeat you. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. It must be noted that the youthful Mihawk, unlike the composed artist he would become 2 decades later, exhibits a fervor rivaling that of Zoro in his earlier days. This reminds us of the persistent challenges posed by Shanks during his time aboard Roger's ship. However, Us, lacking any dreams, finds it hard to empathize with such passionate individuals, especially when no one is vying for the title of the world's greatest gunman. On the contrary, he feels somewhat burdened by the prospect of triumphing over Mihawk, as it would inevitably lead to the title of the world's greatest swordsman being thrust upon him, subjecting him to a cascade of challenges. Defeating opponents in a battle is simply not his nature. After all, Us sees himself as an undefeated deity of war. As for losing, that concept does not exist in his lexicon. Well, you see, Mihawk, it's not that I refuse to fight. It's just that I am not a swordsman. What would a duel between us even signify? At this, the young Mihawk feels a sense of insult to his intelligence, the fierce energy of his sword seemingly emanating from his very gaze. You wield a sword, and yet you claim not to be a swordsman? Just because one can cook does not necessitate a career as a chef. Mihawk is left speechless by Us's retort. After a prolonged silence, seemingly convinced that Us would not engage in combat, Mihawk's expression darkens, disappointment etched upon his youthful face as he prepares to depart from this disheartening encounter. Yet, Us's next words pique his interest once more. I shall accept, but I have a condition. If you lose. Us rises, inspired by his earlier mention of chefs. He realizes that he will undoubtedly venture out to sea in the future, and even if he does not establish a pirate crew, he will encounter grand spectacles that he cannot navigate alone. After all, while occasionally indulging in grilled fish and meat on a deserted island is tolerable, it cannot be a constant. Moreover, having a companion for conversation would alleviate the tedium. However, if he were to bring along girls from the red light district, they would be too weak and require too much care. Thus, Us seeks a reliable, capable companion with culinary skills and extensive solo sailing experience. Someone who does not get lost. Who could that possibly be? What a mystery. Conditions? Upon hearing those words, the young man burdened with a dark blade halted his steps, slowly turning his head to meet the malevolent gaze of Os. It was as if he had heard some jest, for within his hawk-like, captivating eyes burned an indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. As for conditions, feel free to propose whatever you wish. If I should fall beneath your blade, he declared, pointing solemnly at his own chest, then take my life without hesitation. This display caused Os's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. How fiery. Why would I desire your life? All I require is your companionship on the seas for a few years, along with some culinary contributions. The young Mihawk pondered briefly before readily agreeing. Very well, however. After I defeat you, I shall continue my quest for the next challenger. Os chuckled as he approached Mihawk. You may find yourself waiting several years for that. Are you implying that I need to grow stronger for a few more years to defeat you? Not at all. After a few years, when I am in a better mood, I shall naturally allow you to depart. Mihawk remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. What an arrogant man. Of course, the two could not engage in a duel right there on Sabaody Archipelago. Instead, with a mere thought, Os caused the surrounding space to distort. Mihawk sensed the anomaly. Rest assured, it is merely the power of my fruit. Having previously focused on the growth of his haki and neglecting the development of his devil fruit abilities, OS had recently devised several practical techniques, such as instantaneously transporting others and summoning distant objects to his side, comparable to the prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique. After several instances of teleportation through the air, they swiftly arrived at an island densely populated with primordial forests, materializing in a clearing beside the woods. Mihawk, with eyes narrowed like a falcon, was about to take a step when he realized something was amiss. His feet felt oddly sticky. Hahaha, my apologies. It's my first time teleporting someone, and I accidentally brought you to a sticky situation, OS said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 55. Why don't you shout the name of your technique? Whoosh. Mihawk, with a grim expression, wielded his sword with precision, swiftly slicing through the air towards OS. OS, with a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, stood firm, allowing the blade to glide by without leaving a trace of blood. Hey, I truly didn't mean it. Is it necessary to be this furious? Your expression suggests otherwise. Is it that obvious? OS couldn't help but chuckle, watching as Mihawk subtly maneuvered his feet, attempting to rid himself of the sticky substance. Teasing the young Hawkeye was indeed as enjoyable as teasing the young Shanks. Seeing OS laugh unabashedly, Mihawk tightened his grip on the knight, his sword, and with renewed vigor, he prepared to strike again. Is that the supreme great blade, Ace? Mihawk recognized the weapon. So the rumors are indeed true. Originally belonging to the Pirate King, Roger, it was passed down to his formidable disciple, Dorrit OS. In truth, however, it was merely a memento that OS had taken care of for his family. The reason for replacing his previous blade was simply that Ace was sharper, sturdier, and had a better grip, offering little significant assistance in terms of strength. The two stood at opposite ends of the clearing, each wielding their black swords. Since we are to compete in swordsmanship, I shall refrain from using my devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, you would not accept the victory. With that, OS enveloped his blade in Busashoka Haki, speaking calmly, I shall not employ my fruit abilities either. The young Hawkeye would not yield, positioning knight before him, its edge glinting ominously, his voice cold and crisp. Without your fruit abilities, can you evade my blade? My knight has been tempered in the blood of countless foes, and has become exceedingly sharp. My ace is no less formidable. Both combatants were enveloped in rich haki, their expressions serious as they regarded one another. OS sensed that the young Mihawk was indeed formidable, given that he was now 19 years old. Roughly the same age as Zoro, who had trained for 2 years, he should not be weaker. In a clash of combat awareness, haki, and swordsmanship, OS found himself evenly matched with the young Hawkeye, despite only using sword skills and dual-color haki. Exhaling slowly, OS gripped Ace with one hand, and the haki previously coiling around the blade began to flow like water, its vivid red hue reminiscent of blooming cherry blossoms. Yet the trail left by the blade resembled the depths of an abyss. One sword style, dark cherry blossom. The flowing haki adorned Ace, but the strike unleashed black sword energy, a colossal wave of force that tore through the air and cleaved the earth asunder. Mihawk furrowed his brow, but remained unfazed, gripping his sword tightly, raising knight above his head, and then bringing it down with fierce intent. Boom. In an instant, a massive emerald sword energy erupted skyward, appearing even more immense than the crimson black energy. The two sword energies collided with astounding speed, entangling each other, despite the emerald energy being sharper and larger. The disparity in haki caused the flowing energy to continually disintegrate the opposing force. Nonetheless, the exchange remained evenly matched. Yet, OS's attention was diverted by an undeniable point. He noticed Mihawk, silent and cold, slowly raising his sword for another strike, exuding an air of superiority that irked OS. Why did you not utter a word during your previous attack? It feels as though I executed a grand technique, only for you to effortlessly counter it without acknowledgement. Do you truly believe I am oblivious? That last strike was undoubtedly your full strength. In the future, should I ever call out the names of my techniques, I shall be a fool. Feeling as though he had been played, OS's mood soured, his desire to tease the hawk diminished. A fierce crimson light flickered in his eyes as he lunged forward with his blade, resolute in his intent to hold nothing back. I ought to teach you a lesson. Mihawk, caught off guard by OS's sudden shift in demeanor, Mihawk was momentarily bewildered. What transpired? Yet, true to his character, he did not question the reason behind the intensified assault. He simply raised his sword and fiercely engaged OS in combat. Clang! The clash of their swords unleashed shockwaves that fractured the ground beneath them, a battle befitting a grand swordsman. Sword energies erupted sporadically, shattering trees and obliterating any creatures unfortunate enough to wander into the fray. What an overwhelming force! After several exchanges, Mihawk's hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. Had he known, he would have opted for ranged sword energy attacks. With the enhancement of raw strength, OS's swordsmanship transcended mere technique. He wielded the blade with the might of a bludgeon. The two continued to clash, alternating between unleashing sword energies and engaging in close combat, their blades rising and falling, traversing the island from south to north, leaving no intact stone in their wake. 3 days and nights passed without a victor emerging. Damn, why is this old Hawkeye swordsmanship so stable? No matter how hard I strike, I cannot find a flaw, OS thought, observing the young Mihawk across from him, slightly breathless but still spirited and resolute. Could it be said that he is indeed the future world's greatest swordsman? With his innate talent, coupled with the swordsmanship learned from Captain Roger and Uncle Rayleigh, he found himself only evenly matched. Although Mihawk was a few years his senior, it was a testament to the caliber of the world's greatest swordsman, indicating that, at least in terms of swordsmanship, his talent was indeed on par with that of us. Gradually, Us lost his patience and decided to resort to trickery. With a terrifying aura erupting, black and red lightning flickered ominously from Ace's blade, a stark contrast to the earlier atmosphere. Just as Us instinctively thought to utter the words shunned by, he caught himself and swallowed them back. In that fleeting moment, his eagle-like eyes narrowed, and a sense of danger surged within him. Was this the move from Rogue Town? Chapter 56. This rampaging era should not have forgotten me. This feeling was all too familiar. The black and red lightning sent shivers down his spine. Mihawk, do you not fancy playing it cool? Then let me show you how my calmness manifests. The playful tone in Us's voice left Mihawk perplexed. What did he mean by pretending to be calm? He was merely a sincere swordsman, lacking in eloquence. To him, this was the norm. After all, which serious swordsman would divert their energy towards flamboyant names rather than honing their skills? As he beheld the intensely concentrated black and red light coalescing around Us, Mihawk's long-formed battle instincts went into overdrive, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Us's lips curled into a sinister smile as he unleashed an astonishing force, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst. In an instant, the ground beneath him collapsed under the tremendous recoil. Clang! Ace, entwined with black and red lightning, came crashing down upon Mihawk with an overwhelming force. Mihawk too sidestepped, lowering his body slightly as he executed a full-force slash towards Us, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. Crimson spread across his vision instantaneously. At some point, the black blade knight had spun through the air, embedding itself into the ground, its hilt trembling as if to affirm the sheer magnitude of power it had just endured. Why not evade? Us released the conqueror's hockey coiling around his blade, his expression darkening as he regarded the steadfast youth before him. In that previous clash, after sending Knight flying, Us had indeed held back. He had no intention of killing Mihawk. Yet this fool had seemingly chosen to collide with the blade's remaining momentum. Evade? Mihawk staggered a few steps, unable to maintain his footing as he knelt, his hand pressed against the blood seeping from his chest. Yet, there was no trace of pain on his face, only an unwavering resolve. As if fear was a concept foreign to him. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I falter in the face of another S-blade? Not even you, Is, could deter me with your sword. Despite the eloquence of his words, defeat was still defeat. Against Us's full-force strike, be it in hockey, swordsmanship, or sheer strength, Mihawk found himself utterly outmatched, making defeat an inevitable conclusion. After years in the field, he had felled countless renowned swordsmen. But it was only upon encountering this man, Us, that he truly comprehended the vastness of this world. Such a monster truly existed. After the battle, on the archipelago of Sabaody, in a private room atop a bar in the red light district, was your last move called Shunbai? The battle-worn Mihawk reclined on an opulent, soft sofa, his bare torso being meticulously wrapped by several doctors from the red light district. Yet, he appeared utterly disinterested in the alluring figures beside him. Instead, his piercing gaze remained fixated on Us, as if he were the true beauty in the room. Unperturbed, Us indulged in a massage from a petite maid, seeking to relax his battle-tensed muscles. Upon hearing Mihawk's inquiry, Us finally opened his eyes, locking onto those eagle-like orbs. No, that was merely a casual strike, he retorted. Rolling his eyes defiantly, Mihawk remained silent, unwilling to dwell on Us's banter. Yet he could sense that the move was indeed identical to that executed in Rogue Town. The suffocating feeling as if no one in the world could withstand such a blow. Is that black and red lightning a manifestation of your devil fruit ability? Do you wish to know? Indeed. Then plead with me. Us quipped mischievously. Seeing Us's smug demeanor, even the typically composed Mihawk felt a vain throb on his forehead. As he noticed Us's smirk fade when he closed his eyes, he decided not to tease him any further. All right. This is merely a method of applying Conqueror's Haki. Wrapping it around the blade. Since I stated I wouldn't use my devil fruit abilities, it's impossible for me to do so. Upon hearing this, Mihawk, who had just reopened his eyes, finally took notice of Us's playful expression, realizing how prideful he was. However, Mihawk disregarded Us's gaze. His fighting spirit undiminished as he solemnly addressed us. One day, I shall grow to unravel this technique, but until then, allow me to accompany you. Us merely chuckled and nodded. I believe you will. In truth, Us had a fair understanding of Mihawk. He would eventually choose to live under the name of Buggy. Much like Crocodile, seeking a tranquil sanctuary untouched by disturbance, perhaps explaining why he had yet to reach a point of solitude and distrust in humanity. In a way, he had unwittingly saved Mihawk a great deal. Though unaware, the debt owed by Dracula Mihawk would undoubtedly far surpass that owed to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Thus he would spend a lifetime repaying it. Observing Us's playful expression while sipping red wine, Mihawk's demeanor stiffened, his eyelids lowering as he sensed that Us was contemplating something sinister. A powerful yet peculiar individual. In the days that followed, Us refrained from causing chaos outside. As there were no grand events to engage in, most of their time was spent training and battling together on a deserted island, indulging in the pleasures of the red light district. Gradually, the once solitary future world's greatest swordsman began to relish this lifestyle, even if each challenge ended in defeat. His progress was swift. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Without Us's presence, many events unfolded across the ceaselessly tumultuous seas. On a shattered island, amidst the remnants of leveled hills, 2 figures stood, one seated and the other standing. It's nearly time, Mihawk, said the tall, handsome youth with long hair, now 17 years old, gazing at the white-clad young man beside him. Ah, indeed. Let us set sail and witness the era that is beginning to rampage. It surely will prove to be quite entertaining. Us grinned wickedly, causing Mihawk to break into a cold sweat, wondering whether the world had indeed become more amusing. Had they forgotten the remnants of my bygone era? Chapter 57. Let us explore the new era aboard the Oro Jackson. Welcome back, Lord Us. Mr. Mihawk walked through the streets of the red light district, where the girls greeted the arrival of the two with palpable excitement. The fervor was especially intense upon seeing Os, reaching a level akin to that of infatuated fans. Thanks to the formidable reputations of both men, Sammy had thrived in the underground world, garnering a reputation as a potential ruler of the shadowy realm. The operations in the red light district had ascended to the top 2 globally, rivaling the scale of the Joy Street in the New World, with daily earnings calculated in billions. Thus, the two were revered not only as protectors but also as deities of fortune. Who could resist such a lure? As Os walked ahead, he greeted the beautiful girls with a warm smile, bending slightly to acknowledge them, occasionally gesturing with his chin or affectionately tousling their hair. His handsome face radiated kindness, captivating both young maidens and married women alike. In contrast, Mihawk maintained an air of aloofness, arms crossed, closely following Os, unfazed by the flurry of admiration from the charming figures around them. His dedication to the swordsmanship remained unwavering. Notably, upon reaching the heart of the red light district, they encountered a lovely young woman cradling a baby. Given her position and the child in her arms, her identity was unmistakable. Long time no see, Os-san, Mihawk-san. Rukyu greeted with a gentle smile, her gaze towards Os filled with gratitude. Oh, is that not Lady Rukyu? Since Os had brought Rukyu back to Sabaody Archipelago, she had settled comfortably there. For Os, the expenses of a pregnant woman were but a trifling matter, and he was generous, especially considering the immense value of the inherited Ace. Over a year ago, she had given birth to Roger's son, Ace. Os had even returned from a deserted island for the occasion, vividly recalling Rukyu's playful suggestion that Ace recognize him as a godfather, which had startled him into a hasty refusal. What would I do when I meet Rayleigh later, calling him old brother while Ace calls me brother? That seems rather misplaced. After much contemplation, he decided it was best to stick with Mr. Os. You're taking little Ace out to bask in the sun. What a spirited little fellow, just like Captain Roger. Perhaps endowed with innate intelligence, Ace reached out his arms upon seeing Os and Mihawk approach. Os scooped him up, weighing the son of the legendary captain in his arms. Noticing Mihawk observing coldly from the side, he smirked. Hey, Mihawk, would you like to hold the child? Mihawk, taken aback by the suggestion, momentarily displayed a rare look of confusion as OS handed the baby to him. Wait a moment, you. Despite his serious demeanor, Mihawk found himself awkwardly cradling Ace, prompting OS to burst into laughter. In comparison to Ace, he found far greater delight in teasing Mihawk. All right, OS chuckled as he took Ace back, returning him to Rook's embrace. We are preparing for a sea voyage and may be gone for some time. If anything arises, please reach out to Sammy or contact me directly, Lady Rukyu. With a playful tug on Ace's cheek, OS waved goodbye. The two ascended to the upper levels of the central area, soon arriving at Sammy's office. Oh dear, Lord OS and Mr. Mihawk, you've returned without prior notice. I shall have everything prepared at once. Sammy's warm welcome was something they had long grown accustomed to as they settled onto the sofa. OS reclined with his legs crossed, while little 6 and 7 promptly served orange juice and red wine. Well, Sammy, Mihawk and I are set to embark on a journey. Please assist us in our preparations. OS casually remarked, with Mihawk silently savoring his drink, as this had been a planned endeavor. Over the past 2 years, OS had meticulously charted their timeline and route. Sammy, anticipating their request, replied, everything is already arranged, Lord OS. The two young maids chimed in, indeed, everything is well prepared, clothing, food, and approximately 10 billion berries packed into several crates. Ah, quite thorough indeed. Might we bring 6 and 7 along? Well, Lord OS, we can provide massages, serve meals, and warm your blankets. That one tea do. This is no mere game. The sea can be perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety, Mihawk interjected, his brow furrowing as he finally interrupted their light-hearted banter. Hey, are you forgetting something? We need a ship to set sail. OS paused, suddenly recalling the oversight, and clapped his hands. All right, I've been so accustomed to teleportation that I forgot one must actually take a ship to leave. Sammy, unfazed, responded, actually, I've already taken care of that for you, OS. At that moment, a weathered voice echoed, and a somewhat disheveled figure appeared in the doorway. OS recognized the presence immediately, greeting him with a smile. Rayleigh, old friend. Mihawk's sharp gaze fixed on the legendary swordsman, his desire for a duel rising within him. Though he knew the situation warranted restraint. Over the past 2 years, Rayleigh had spent considerable time in Sabaody Archipelago, often sharing drinks under OS's name. They had encountered each other numerous times, but Rayleigh had never engaged Mihawk in a serious duel, recognizing that the young swordsman was still honing his skills. Far from a match for Rayleigh in his prime. As Rayleigh's appearance coincided with their earlier discussion, OS raised an eyebrow in curiosity, using his foresight to glimpse a possible future, which left him somewhat astonished. Rayleigh, you actually. Hey OS. Using your observation hockey like that takes the fun out of life. Rayleigh chuckled, surprising OS. Go on, OS. Represent us old-timers and explore this era. Board the Oro Jackson. Chapter 58. Big Mom's Ambition and OS's Rise to World Sovereign in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the harbor of Sabaody Archipelago. A long-dormant giant ship was polished and refurbished, now docked at the shore. Ah, the Oro Jackson, how nostalgic, OS mused as he stepped onto the deck. Memories flooding back as though they were from yesterday. There was no sense of sorrow or parting. With OS's speed, he could return at a moment's notice. Only Rayleigh, watching the grand vessel depart, felt a sting of emotion welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, among the crowd witnessing this scene by the harbor, a few unusual figures mingled. For Sammy, Rayleigh, and others, OS's maritime venture was merely a fleeting episode in their lives, as they understood him well. However, to the outside world, OS was far more than just a name. He was a symbol of an era. Before the birth of the new king, the majority of people in this era believed that the most promising contender for the throne was none other than Black Gun Osto. At the Navy headquarters, a frantic voice echoed through the transponder snail, relaying an urgent report to the headquarters. The operator's brow furrowed in concern as he listened intently. Please, go ahead. The report continued. This morning, Black Gun Osto set sail with Hawkeye Mihawk. The operator was momentarily speechless. Osto's frequent visits to the red light district of the Sabaody Archipelago were hardly a secret. The world government had been aware of this information for years. The addition of Mihawk, a newcomer, was not particularly alarming either. However, the next words from the intelligence officer left him utterly stunned, his pupils trembling as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The two were aboard the Oro Jackson, the former ship of the pirate King Gol D. Roger. And all signs indicated that this was not just a brief outing. What? The news of Black Gun Osto's return to the seas spread like wildfire among the world's great powers, instantly capturing their utmost attention. This was precisely why Osto had chosen to depart without any pretense. He wanted the world to know that he, unlike other members of the Roger Pirates, had not retired. Consequently, the Navy headquarters convened an emergency meeting. Reliable sources indicated that today, Black Gun and Hawkeye were preparing to make their mark on the seas once more. And the Navy had to be prepared. Seated at the head of the table, Sengoku, who was gradually taking charge of many Navy affairs, addressed the assembled admirals with gravity. Haha. Sengoku, if you had given the order, I would have already gone to the Sabaody archipelago to capture that brat. No need for all this fuss. Carp chuckled. Munching on senbei, seemingly unfazed. Silence, Carp. Sengoku's frustration boiled over as he stood, roaring in anger. The world government has ordered us not to engage with Osto. In fact, Sengoku was not the only one who took this matter seriously. Many others present displayed even more exaggerated reactions. Boom. A wave of sulfurous heat and biting cold swept through the office, and a grimace appeared on the faces of two vice-admirals. Upon hearing Osto's name, even Kazan, who was typically more composed, could not hide his apprehension. It was hard not to wonder if, should Osto appear before them, they might take the reckless risk of defying military discipline. Their reactions were not unwarranted. Osto had previously inflicted a severe beating on the hardliner Akainu, and as for Kazan, well, that was a tale well known among them. Meanwhile, Kizaru remained relatively unfazed upon hearing the name, merely breaking out in a light sweat. Having suffered the least among the three, he was less hardened in character and simply remarked, "So, Osto, the monster of monsters, is stirring up trouble at sea again? Kazan. Akainu, temper your tempers. Now is not the time for recklessness." Sengoku, noticing their inability to contain their emotions, felt a headache coming on. "Our immediate priority is to execute the world government's order regarding the buster call on O'Hara. You two refrain from causing any more trouble." At this, the two men, whose emotions had been tumultuous, finally fell silent, their expressions darkening. In the new world, Totland, a realm resembling a fairy tale kingdom with candy-laden trees, chocolate rivers, and singing flowers, was governed by one of the new world's overlords, the natural-born monster and former member of the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. Within her castle, a figure rushed into the opulent chamber, breathless and agitated. "Mama, there is news regarding Black Gun, Osto. He has set sail." Upon hearing this report, the plump matriarch, who had been indulging in desserts, lifted her head, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. A towering man beside her, wrapped in a large scarf that concealed his face, also looked on with grave concern. The current Big Mom had long since lost the allure of her youth, her figure transformed by years of indulging in sweets and childbirth. At the news, she momentarily froze, her gaze sharpening on the messenger, her interest in the cake forgotten. Once she confirmed she had not misheard, an ecstatic smile spread across her face, radiating unparalleled excitement and desire. "Has that little brat Osto finally come of age? How splendid." Observing her reaction, Katakuri wore a troubled expression, fully aware of his mother's intentions. If she ordered them to bring Osto to her, it would be an impossible task. He understood well that even his most prized observation Haki might fall short before someone like Osto, who was rumored to possess innate abilities. "Of course, I know. That guy Osto is not someone you can handle. However, we can relay the message to him. I trust he will be interested." The world's strongest woman, Charlotte Linlin, raised her hands high, her eyes gleaming with madness and excitement. "As long as he agrees to inherit our conqueror's Haki, combined with my steel-skin talent and his innate brute strength and observation Haki, the child born from us will undoubtedly surpass Roger, Whitebeard, and even Rocks, becoming the world's mightiest monster." Chapter 59. Daily life aboard the Oro Jackson. In summary, any faction with an ear to the sea had already learned of Osto's departure, and their reactions varied widely. Some, like the Navy, felt an impending sense of crisis, while others, like Whitebeard, dismissed the young rogue from Roger's crew. Meanwhile, younger supernovas were eager to test their mettle. At this moment aboard the Oro Jackson, the center of countless discussions, Osto was peacefully fishing. It had been quite some time since he had fished on the ship, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. Sitting on the edge of the Oro Jackson, he wielded an extravagant fishing rod, patiently awaiting a catch, though 2 hours had passed without a single bite. Of course, Osto was not merely fishing. It was also a form of training. As is well known, the advanced application of observation Haki requires a calm state of mind. Osto was honing his patience and willpower while persistently attempting to extend the duration of his precognitive abilities. From the moment he first awakened this skill to now, nearing a full minute, it was a testament to Osto's relentless efforts. This meditative practice likely benefited his mental state, and his conqueror's haki had seen slight growth during this process. On the other side, Mihawk, having just finished his sword training, approached OS with a towel draped around his neck, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though he could not comprehend why OS was so intent on visiting O'Hara, he knew that the two of them could not navigate the ship there in a short span of time. Mihawk's expression remained stoic as he cast a sidelong glance at OS, who was peacefully fishing, lounging on a deck chair with his legs crossed. Knight rested on the armrest of the chair, while Mihawk observed OS, who was seemingly indifferent to his presence, his lips twitching slightly. Mihawk was not a man of many words, yet somehow, he found his temper flaring whenever he faced OS. Isn't it your plan to make O'Hara our first stop? Yet here we are, unable to steer, read maps, or even cook. When will we ever? The cold-eyed hawk, upon seeing OS with his eyes closed in meditation, felt the urge to unsheath his sword rising within him. Relax, relax, Mihawk. OS slowly opened his eyes, stretching his limbs before leaping down from the ship's edge to stand before the seated Mihawk, his demeanor lighthearted. Isn't sailing merely about reaching the destination? Just point the way. As he spoke, OS lifted one foot and then set it down lightly. Suddenly, Mihawk felt something amiss. The surroundings appeared unchanged. The sea was still the same, but there was an inexplicable oddity. I accelerated using teleportation to train my fruit abilities. We'll arrive in half a day. OS gestured with a flourish. In the vast ocean, devoid of any reference points aside from the water itself, the sensation was not immediately apparent. However, from an aerial perspective, the Aro Jackson resembled a ghost ship, gliding across the waves at a bewildering speed. Having previously chided OS for his lackadaisical attitude, Mihawk now sensed a glimmer of utility in him and decided to relinquish control. He tossed OS a pointer. This is a collection of various eternal pointers that Sammy gathered based on your designated route. Just follow the direction indicated. Seeing OS nod in understanding, the little eagle made his way to the storage room, procuring some vegetables and meat before heading to the kitchen to begin cooking. OS, intrigued by the unfolding scene, followed him inside. Weren't you supposed to be steering the ship? Why are you in the kitchen? Mihawk scrutinized OS, who simply retrieved a glass of orange juice from the refrigerator, smiling as he replied, What does it matter? My observation haki can cover a radius of thousands of meters. It's the same wherever I am on the ship. Mihawk, now disinterested in his chatter, began washing vegetables, immersing himself in the task. OS leaned on the dining table, watching Mihawk with keen interest as he skillfully peeled a potato within seconds, his technique flowing seamlessly like water. Such prowess was not only evident in his swordsmanship but also in his culinary skills, leaving OS in awe. Having always relied on roasting meat on deserted islands or dining lavishly in the red light district, OS had longed to see Mihawk cook but had been met with the latter's proud refusals. Now, he finally witnessed it. Once the dishes were served, OS took a bite and felt stars in his eyes, realizing that persuading the little eagle to board the ship had indeed been a wise decision. The flavor rivaled that of the finest chefs in the red light district. A formidable swordsman, yet never lost. A master chef, yet not lecherous. What a paradox. After devouring all the food, OS leaned back in his chair, only to find Mihawk elegantly dabbing the corners of his mouth with a napkin. His gaze fixed coldly upon OS. What are you staring at, little eagle? Initially irked by the repeated moniker, Mihawk had grown accustomed to it, merely responding coolly. Since I prepared the meal, it is only fitting that you wash the dishes. Mihawk relished the thought. The feeling of being burdened since boarding the ship had been persistent, with OS merely observing from the sidelines. It was high time this lazy king did some work. Oh, that's fine by me, OS responded without a second thought. Mihawk smirked, intending to offer tips on how to wash properly, but was interrupted when OS raised his hand, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the mess of leftovers vanished, leaving only pristine plates on the table as if they had just emerged from the cupboard. Why not just teleport them outside? Another snap, and clean plates appeared neatly arranged in the cupboard. Why have you fallen silent, little eagle? Are you naturally reticent? Let us duel. Chapter 60, the Do Not Move ability. The sinister OS, by the way, why did you choose O'Hara as our first destination? After hours of clashing swords, Mihawk finally felt a sense of relief as OS restored order with a snap. The reason? OS leaned against the ship's edge, the refreshing sea breeze tousling his hair as he gazed into the horizon, where a distant speck was rapidly enlarging. It's simple. If we don't go now, we might miss it. Travel is about checking in. Miss it? Mihawk frowned, puzzled. An island doesn't just vanish. At the speed of teleportation. Reaching O'Hara from the Grand Line would require little time at all. Any pirates encountered along the way would either be unable to match their speed or would be swiftly cut down by Mihawk's blade. As the Oro Jackson drew closer, it came to a halt beside a cliff that lacked a dock, and OS and Mihawk teleported onto the Knowledge Island. As expected, the colossal tree at the island's center was breathtaking, nearly obscuring the sky. OS marveled at the sight, wondering if it concealed the world's entire collection of books. I wonder if they have that kind of book? What? Mihawk did not comprehend, furrowing his brow at OS. Never mind, just forget I said that. Realizing Mihawk's disinterest in women, OS shook his head. They opted not to teleport directly into the tree, as while convenient. It deprived OS of the travel experience he cherished, one where he witnessed everything firsthand, rather than hastily arriving and rushing to the next destination. In fact, OS was confident that he could check off all the islands in the world within a few months if he approached it like a special forces mission. But that did not appeal to him. Emerging from the forest at the cliff's edge, they had no fear of losing their way. With observation hockey, they could navigate easily, primarily following the towering trees. However, as they walked, OS sensed several small figures nearby, particularly one that piqued his interest. Mihawk observed as the child abruptly altered her course, choosing not to inquire further, merely raising an eyebrow in curiosity before following her. The two soon arrived at the opposite edge of the forest, where a farcical scene was unfolding. Look, it's that monster. Quick, everyone, attack her with tomatoes. Haha. The malice of children is often innate, perhaps stemming from a desire for amusement or a tendency to conform. Clearly, the little girl, who had grown up without parents and preferred the solitude of books, became the easiest target for bullying, eliciting pleasure from her tormentors. The tomato struck her head. Although the impact was not painful, the aftermath was quite bothersome. At that moment, her primary concern was returning home to wash off the tomato juice, wondering if it would require extra soap, and fearing whether her aunt would scold her for it. Yet, the situation escalated as a few children in the distance showed no signs of relenting. Reluctantly, she resorted to using the ability that had previously proven effective, a power that had earned her the moniker of Monster, in hopes of frightening away the group of children. Unfortunately, having employed this tactic too frequently, many children had grown indifferent to her displays of power. After all, how formidable could the abilities of a famished little girl be? Just as she curled up, preparing to endure the bullying and hasten to the library to read, the anticipated scenario did not materialize. What was happening? She lifted her gaze and beheld an imposing figure standing before her, gripping the collars of the children who often tormented her, their heads adorned with swollen bumps. Who is he? Is he here to protect me, like Saul? You ugly little brats, how dare you bully someone? With a swift strike, he dealt them a few blows to their heads, sending them weeping away. Mihawk, watching the scene unfold with a mixture of satisfaction and bemusement at Oath's antics, found himself somewhat speechless. There was no semblance of the strong demeanor one would expect. Although he had observed the recent developments, he too harbored disdain for those ugly children. Oath, however, relished the moment. Since the age of 6, he had been the king of children on Drum Island, where he had always been the one to bully others. He had never witnessed a scenario where children turned on one another. Hey, Nico Robin, where are you going? Oath called out, noticing Robin, who was also contemplating escape. She froze in her tracks, momentarily bewildered, realizing that he had just called her name. Yes, I'm talking to you. Take us for a stroll around the island. And if I'm in a good mood, I might reward you later, Oath said with a smile. However, despite his high charisma, this time he faltered. Having endured a troubled childhood, Robin did not trust strangers and promptly dashed towards the town. Ugh, you're quite the challenge, Oath muttered, pouting. Having spent considerable time among the girls of the red light district, he had assumed his charm was at its peak. Then, in a gentle tone, he commanded, "Don't move." Nico Robin. As his clear voice resonated, a peculiar scene unfolded. The frail little girl, who had been sprinting forward, suddenly appeared frozen in place, unable to move. Her expression frozen in a moment of panic. Mihawk frowned, witnessing Oath's ability for the first time. Was this a newly developed power? Oath approached the immobilized Robin, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips as he extended his hand towards the book she clutched tightly. Hey, little Robin, if you dare to run away, I might just burn your book." His gaze was filled with malicious intent as he extracted the book from her embrace, the title eluding his comprehension. Yet, it was hardly surprising. Having been raised by pirates, he had never set foot in a school, and recognizing the words in a newspaper was a feat in itself. By the standards of this world, Oath was indeed among the illiterate. As expected, upon hearing Oath's ominous words, when he released his hold, little Robin did not flee. Instead, she gazed up at the handsome yet wicked adult before her with fear and trepidation in her eyes. "Please don't burn my book." Chapter 61. The Demon Slayer's order approaches. Go say hello. Why bring this little girl along? Do you plan to take her on the ship? Mihawk, observing Robin's determined yet fearful demeanor as she led the way, could no longer suppress his curiosity. He was indifferent to the situation, as he was merely accompanying Oath, with no authority to decide. Huh? How could you think that? I have no habit of caring for others during my travels. I didn't even bring my beloved Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi aboard. I simply thought, having come all this way, I should meet the protagonist of this event. Mihawk furrowed his brow. Yes, it should be about the recent happenings. You will soon find out, Oath teased, for in his view, the terror of the so-called Demon Slayer's order posed little threat to him and Mihawk, being mere nuisances to ordinary nations and isolated strongholds. As they followed the path laid by Robin, who remained focused on her destination, Oath initially assumed she would lead them to explore the town. However, with a sweep of his observation hockey, he discerned something amiss. She was guiding them to a peculiar location. Mihawk, while walking, turned his gaze to the surroundings. Aware of the lack of any sense of direction, thus able to notice the signs, Oath nodded, hands in pockets, indifferent to Robin's intentions, a smile playing on his lips. This Robin, just a bit of bullying, and she is already so wary, leading us to find her parents. The little girl, perhaps sensing Oath's gaze, grew anxious as she directed her steps towards a cliff. Even disregarding Oath's strange ability, she ran desperately towards the precipice, clearly not intending to jump. "Saul," she cried out, her small figure racing forward, unable to consider why the two behind her did not stop her. "Looks like I've been mistaken for a villain. But I hardly resemble one," Oath mused, stroking his chin before glancing at Mihawk. "Hey, little eagle, do you think I look like a bad person?" Mihawk chose to ignore him, instead drawing his black blade, sharp eyes fixed on the cliff ahead. As the ground trembled slightly, a massive shadow loomed, revealing a giant towering several meters high. It was the former Marine giant, Vice Admiral Saul, with a robust upper body and short, slender legs. This giant possessed a rather disproportionate physique, and he was also young Robin's closest friend. "What is happening, Robin?" Saul lifted the crying child into his hands. His small eyes filled with confusion before noticing the two strangers following her. Upon recognizing one of them, a wave of familiarity washed over him. "Why, you must be mistaken." "How could it be? There is no mistake," Oath exclaimed, a glimmer of recognition in the giant's eyes, his massive frame recoiling in shock. The figure wielding a sword and a gun was an indelible presence in the minds of any Marine. Yet, hadn't he vanished from the seas long ago? Gazing into the giant's astonished and disbelieving eyes, Oath merely smiled and greeted him. "It has indeed been a while since I last encountered a giant. The last occasion being my visit to Elbaf alongside Captain Roger." Before I could finish my thought, Ors had somehow already positioned himself within the palm of Saul, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he observed him with keen interest. Despite Ors's relatively diminutive stature in comparison to the towering figure before him, Saul dared not make any sudden movements, although he had never witnessed the legendary power of this next-generation king firsthand. He was acutely aware of his dear friend Kazan's formidable strength, which was akin to that of a monster, unmatched and overwhelming. The being before him, however, was even more terrifying than Kazan. Just 2 years prior, he had visited Kazan while he was recovering from a fractured leg, a creature of such size that it took an entire month for him to walk normally again. As Saul observed Robin, who stood frozen in place, he could not bring himself to make any sudden moves with Ors perched upon his hand. His expression was grave, laced with a silent plea, "Please do not harm Robin. She is truly a kind-hearted child. If she has offended you in any way, then take my life instead and spare hers." Seeing the deep bond between the two, Ors's expression was somewhat perplexed, his eyes twitching slightly. It seemed as though his arrival had incited a panic akin to that of a demon hunter's decree. Was his reputation now so fearsome that it preceded him across the seas? "Hey, can any of you understand human language, or have you all succumbed to paranoia? I merely came to travel. Is it not reasonable to have a local show me around?" Eventually, Ors became aware of the terrifying reputation his name had gained over the past 2 years, prompting a sense of frustration as he departed the forest. He had finally encountered a character from the original narrative, yet the impression he left was that of a peculiar uncle. This experience successfully dispelled the idealized notions he held about the main cast. They were not too dissimilar from the majority of pirates. Bored, Ors took the Little Eagle and strolled about O'Hara Island, sampling the local cuisine and exploring the massive tree at the island's center. He notably captured numerous photographs with a den mushi. Observing the diverse array of pictures in his hands, Ors nodded in satisfaction, including images such as the little eagle reclining and reading amidst the giant tree, a snapshot of him with Myhawk, and a panoramic view of O'Hara taken from a height of 1,000 meters. Throughout this time, Myhawk, despite occasionally displaying reluctance, half-heartedly accompanied Ors on a tour of all the must-see spots in O'Hara, revealing a contradiction between his words and actions. However, Ors chose not to expose him, merely smiling as he glanced at Myhawk, who had just claimed to be uninterested but was now savoring O'Hara's local delicacies. "What are you looking at?" the little eagle inquired, squinting. "Nothing much. I simply wanted to mention that our time in O'Hara is nearing its end. Some old friends have arrived at sea." Ors chuckled lightly. With his exceptional observation haki, it was effortless for him to detect numerous warships, brimming with swords and cannons, slicing through the waves towards O'Hara. Neither Ors nor Myhawk felt any anxiety regarding the impending Demon Hunter's decree, which instilled fear in the world. "Well, it has been quite some time. Let us go greet them, Myhawk." Chapter 62. The great figures appearing in O'Hara on the Island of Knowledge. O'Hara, several kilometers offshore. Waves surged as soldiers gathered on the decks, loading cannonballs. On the coast, countless locals preparing to set sail or visiting for various purposes gazed perplexly at the immense fleet in the distance. Is that the Navy? It seemed unmistakable. With warships bearing the seagull flag, as countless vessels surged forward to encircle O'Hara, their cannons adjusting their angles, targeting the island. On the deck, many high-ranking officers, typically unseen in the West Sea, were present, including two tall men, one with curly hair and sunglasses, the other robust and wearing a hat. On the opposite side stood a man in a gray and white striped cloak, brandishing a uniquely shaped golden den mushi, exuding an air of arrogance as he appeared to be coordinating a military operation. Anyone knowledgeable would be astonished to recognize this golden den mushi as the signal indicating that the last vestige of the world government's patience had been breached, heralding the imminent execution of absolute retribution, the Demon Hunter's decree. Typically composed of over 10 warships and 5 elite officers of at least the rank of Rear Admiral. This decree would unleash indiscriminate devastation upon the targeted area. The atmosphere thick with smoke finally roused the curiosity of the coastal populace. Why do I feel like those Navy ships are heading towards O'Hara? Could it be that a notorious pirate has come here? What kind of pirate would warrant such a grand display? The Pirate King? The citizens murmured anxiously, unaware that there indeed existed a pirate worthy of such an operation. At that moment, he leisurely sat at the edge of a cliff, sipping orange juice through a straw. After this Demon Hunter's decree concludes, it is likely that 3 admirals will emerge. Ors reflected on the history embedded in his memory. Beside the juice-drinking Ors, the clean-cut and handsome little eagle, dressed in a vibrant red floral shirt, stood with his arms crossed, gazing calmly at the distant fleet. He then turned his gaze to Ors, who remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated the situation. Is such a large-scale navy here for just the 2 of us? It was understandable why Myhawk would think this way. After spending a few days on the island, he recognized it as merely an ordinary small island in the West Sea, devoid of any powerful individuals capable of utilizing haki. How could it possibly attract such a large-scale military assault? With this thought, he slowly unsheathed his ornate long sword, Yuru, appearing ready to strike first with a 100-meter sword wave as a greeting to the Navy. It was easy to imagine that, without a formidable opponent intervening, Myhawk could indeed slice through a naval warship with a single stroke, leaving a smooth, unblemished cut. No matter how grand the fleet, it would matter little against such true strength. In the presence of genuine power, the numerical advantage of basic combatants lost all significance. Only the 5 leading rear admirals might survive his blade. Huh? What have we done to deserve this? It seems we actually have some merit. However, this time, the Demon Hunter's decree was not aimed at them, and the world government surely understood that such a decree was nothing more than a jest against Ors. If they truly wished to deal with him, they would need to dispatch several top-tier forces for a surprise attack. A vast fleet encirclement? To Ors, That would be akin to a group of live targets. Their actual objective was the annihilation of O'Hara. Did you see the tomes within the giant tree of O'Hara? This island, known as the Island of Knowledge, is home to numerous scholars investigating a segment of history. History? A history concealed by the world government. One so taboo that they would not hesitate to obliterate an entire nation to keep it hidden. Upon hearing this, a serious expression finally crossed Mihawk's face. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, realizing the depth of the situation. Do you wish to hear more? I can provide you with a brief overview. OS smiled as he glanced at the small eagle beside him. Forget it. It always feels like certain knowledge could lead to trouble. And I am not particularly interested in the past. The aloof sword enthusiast, the small eagle, declined OS's request for disclosure. OS did not press the matter but continued to observe this apocalyptic scene, feeling the weight of an unbearable burden without the corresponding strength to confront it. Whether deemed an idealistic pursuit or an act of folly, OS lacked the self-sacrificing heart of a saint and chose to remain indifferent. On the naval vessel, at the forefront of numerous sailors, stood a tall figure at the bow, clad in a black naval coat and obscured by sunglasses, the Naval Admiral Kazan. Silently gazing at the coastline as he listened to the hushed whispers of the sailors behind him. Are we truly going to conduct indiscriminate shelling? There are many civilians on the shore. Silence. That is an order. Regardless, this seemed excessively harsh. Despite the doubts harbored by many within the Navy, the command structure, being the lapdogs of the world government, exhibited no mercy. Under the directive, rounds of cannon fire were unleashed, indiscriminately bombarding the entire island of O'Hara, inciting chaos in an instant. Boom. The smoke from the explosions and the wails of the civilians quickly became the dominant theme of this beautiful island. A hell on earth? Both local civilians and unsuspecting visitors found themselves perishing amidst the relentless onslaught. They looked on in disbelief as the Navy, which the world heralded as just, committed atrocities against its own people at this very moment. Before long, personnel from several warships began to disembark, fervently pursuing scholars among the panicked crowd. Amidst the throngs of terrified people, two figures stood out, strolling leisurely, utterly incongruous with the surrounding anguish and panic, as if existing on an entirely different plane. OS had no intention of concealing his identity. In this vast ocean, there was nothing requiring him to hide. Any artillery shells or stray bullets, as they approached within a 10-meter radius, vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the two appeared atop a tall building, recording the entire devastation with a snail phone. Check in at the destruction of O'Hara. Their singularly defiant demeanor soon attracted the attention of both the Navy and the organization. However, when they surrounded the building and truly beheld the figure waving cheerfully at them, they were instantly struck dumb, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Even their weapons trembled and clattered to the ground as they hesitated to retrieve them. How could this be possible? After a prolonged silence, one sailor shakily produced a snail phone, nearly shouting in terror, "Commander, we have encountered an unmanageable figure." What are you saying, sailor? In the face of the world government's extermination order, what prominent figure would dare to intervene? On the other end of the snail phone, a serious voice questioned. It's that black gun OS. Chapter 63, Don't Move, Kazan. Upon hearing this news, the naval officer on the other end of the line gasped. And after a moment of stunned silence, blood vessels erupted in his eyes, cold sweat instantly drenching his face. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Hey, sailor, are you sure you saw correctly? This is no joking matter." Yet, before he could hear the report, the anxious expression on the snail phone vanished, transforming into one that bore a faint smile, with crimson light gleaming in its eyes. This change sent shivers down the naval officer's spine, eliciting a look of horror that could not be contained. At that moment on the high-rise, OS watched with keen interest as the snail phone appeared in his hand. Leaning casually against the railing, he adopted a relaxed posture that belied the tension felt by the encircling Navy. Their trepidation stemmed from the fact that he was the very person who had once decimated half of Marineford, a notorious criminal beyond the reach of even the Navy's highest echelons. Moreover, the organization members directly subordinate to the world government were apprehensive due to a prior directive from high-ranking officials, which stated, if encountering OS during a mission, cease all actions and await further instructions from higher-ups before proceeding. The tension on the other end of the snail phone rivaled that of the officers present. As he hesitated to hang up and immediately report to superiors, a gentle voice emerged from the snail phone. Moses, is this a Navy officer? Please connect me to Kazan. Just tell him an old friend is looking for him. If you hang up, you will regret it. I have memorized your facial features." Upon hearing this, the naval officer turned pale, feeling akin to a mute consuming bitter herbs. The higher-ups had explicitly stated that without orders, the Navy was prohibited from engaging with OS. If he provoked OS into attacking the Navy, he knew not what would befall him. But it was certain that the world government and Marineford would hold him accountable. Cursed fate. Why must I be so unfortunate? With no time to ponder further, he dashed towards the recently docked warship, carefully cradling the smiling snail phone. As he hurriedly approached, the officers stationed near the ship attempted to inquire, but he dashed past them as though they were invisible. On the deck, Kazan was just preparing to disembark when he noticed one of his subordinate officers racing towards him. What was his name again? Dick? Upon closer inspection, he saw that Dick was clutching a snail phone. Unbeknownst to him, Dick was also acutely aware of the misfortunes of life. The more one fears something, the more it materializes. In truth, after the incident involving OS's incursion into the naval headquarters, upon seeing that handsome face in the news, he realized the magnitude of his blunder. He had inadvertently brought the black gun, OS, to Marineford. If the admiral and the generals found out, he would undoubtedly be court-martialed or perhaps even executed. Thus, he had told no one, even going so far as to silence the sailors who had seen OS's face. He had thought that this matter would simply fade into the background as he sought to garner some credit. Instead, he found himself entangled with this formidable figure once more. Now, all he wanted was to deliver the snail phone and distance himself from these perilous personages. Alas, fate had other plans. Just as he was about to reach Kazan and hand over the snail phone, two figures emerged slowly from the void. One of them, with a mischievous smile, patted Dick on the shoulder and, observing his astonished expression, said, "Thank you, Colonel Dick, for so kindly guiding me once again." Dick felt as though he might shatter, envisioning a grim future ahead. Of course, Dick was not the only one taken aback by the entrance of OS and his companion. Kazan, witnessing the tall, striking figure adorned in black military attire, armed with weapons, and bearing a slightly altered visage, stood with his mouth agape, momentarily stunned before his expression hardened. His fists clenched. How could this be possible? Intelligence indicates that Black Gun must have just departed from the Shambadi archipelago a few days ago. How could they possibly appear in the West Sea? Compared to Kazan, the other naval commanders, who were slightly slower to react, wore expressions of disbelief. Just a few days prior, during the meeting, they had analyzed Black Gun as whereabouts. Everyone's attention was inevitably drawn to the young man with long black hair, who, in the presence of numerous naval officers, merely offered a smile. Kazan, however, felt no admiration for that seemingly perpetually calm smile. Instead, a flurry of ice surged from his body, enveloped in an intense chill. "How vibrant you remain, Kazan." OS, as if oblivious to the palpable killing intent radiating from Kazan's eyes, greeted him as one would an old friend after a long absence. Meanwhile, the naval rear admirals and brigadier generals, witnessing this scene, gritted their teeth and approached the about to erupt Kazan, urging, "This is unacceptable, Vice Admiral Kazan. The world government has long emphasized that under no circumstances should we engage in battle with Black Gun, OS without orders." Kazan merely gazed down expressionlessly, ice gradually forming on his sunglasses as he observed his many colleagues attempting to restrain him. He slowly replied, "No orders to engage in battle? Isn't the demon-slaying order a command? Daughter OS is currently on O'Hara Island, isn't he?" Hearing this, several naval officers were taken aback. "So, I am merely executing orders." My dear colleagues, in that very instant, a cluster of explosive ice flowers erupted beneath OS's feet, naturally missing their mark as OS's figure vanished from the spot. Mihawk, who did not teleport with him, swiftly evaded thanks to his observation hockey and steadied himself on another part of the deck. "Hey, Kazan, long time no see. Is this how you greet someone?" OS's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly appeared behind Kazan. This moment was instantly perceived by Kazan's observation hockey, and he concentrated a dense black armament hockey in his hands, ready to counterattack. However, he then heard a faint whisper, followed by a strange occurrence where his body seemed frozen, rendering him momentarily immobile. "Do not move, Kazan." With these words, as if encased in ice, Kazan's figure, poised to turn and strike, was indeed frozen in place. On the deck, the numerous naval officers gazed in horror at the now immobilized monster of a vice admiral before the gentle-faced military youth, their eyes filled with dread. What bizarre ability is this? No, it isn't complete stasis. Vice Admiral Kazan is still moving. Among the Navy, there were those well-versed in observation hockey. Upon careful examination, they noticed something amiss. One pair of keen eagle eyes was the first to discern the nature of this technique. Mihawk, arms crossed, finally grasped the essence of OS's second use of this ability. He was constantly shifting his enemy's body to a previous moment in time, achieving an effect akin to suspension. Come on, let's not explain skills to our own, the young eagle said. Even without my words, the opponent will soon realize how to counter it. The solution is quite simple. Suddenly, a fierce punch broke through the restraint, heading straight for OS's face, only to be effortlessly caught by his equally armored strength. To counter the fruit's abilities, an excess of haki is required. However, even if it can be countered, there will still be some effect. The two clashed again, their powerful haki colliding, creating a wave of energy that threatened to collapse the entire deck. Mihawk nimbly leapt, landing on the shore, where OS's figure swiftly appeared beside him. Amidst the swirling dust, a terrifying shadow flickered, the light reflecting from his sunglasses casting an eerie glow. A voice, cold and laced with murderous intent, echoed, "Daughter OS, according to headquarters orders, I am not permitted to lay a hand on you. If you must place blame, direct it towards your presence on this island, which is destined for destruction." OS merely shrugged, an air of innate disdain in his eyes. "I have no intention of instigating a war. I truly just came to say hello. Otherwise, do you think this so-called demon-slaying order would leave any Navy personnel alive?" Upon hearing this, Kazan felt deeply insulted. OS seemed to possess an innate ability to provoke anyone he desired into harboring murderous thoughts, regardless of how amiable or gentle their nature. "Then let us see you try. For the past 2 years, I have dedicated myself to eliminating you." An extreme cold and sharpness radiated from him, as he gripped an ice blade forged from his concentrated haki. "To deal with you, I have relentlessly trained my haki alongside Captain Garp. Long ago, after that battle which nearly shattered his leg, Kazan had pondered deeply on how to defeat a monster like OS. The punch Garp delivered to drive OS back at Marineford provided him with inspiration. The fruit's abilities could only serve as an aid. True confrontation would rely on the strength of haki. "Prepare for arrest, Daughter OS." With a resounding clash, the formidable armament haki enveloped the ice blade. As Kazan moved at a ghostly speed amidst the encroaching ice and snow, he clashed with OS, whose speed was equally extraordinary, if not superior. In terms of armament mastery, they appeared nearly evenly matched. "You've improved significantly, Kazan." OS could tell that Kazan's haki level had indeed risen considerably since 2 years ago, and the application of it in conjunction with his fruit abilities made him all the more formidable, earning a silent nod of respect from OS. Yet, this so-called formidable nature was merely relative to the young OS of 2 years prior. "Since you're so eager for a challenge, allow me to indulge you as well." OS shook his head in resignation, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura enveloped half of O'Hara Island, black and red lightning crackling wildly towards the heavens. Upon witnessing this scene, Mihawk broke into a cold sweat, his expression grave. Is he going to use that move? Meanwhile, the other naval commanders, observing the tense standoff between the two, silently groaned. What had originally been a plan to obliterate the demon slayers had now transformed into a true demon hunt. Yet, being the Navy, they did not waver in the face of such a powerful adversary. Wrapping their haki around their weapons or fists, they prepared to support Vice Admiral Kazan as best as they could. However, just as someone was about to charge forward, suddenly, an exaggerated, meter-long emerald sword aura streaked past them, separating the battlefield from the two combatants. A figure, cold and proud, emerged from within. The faces of several cloaked naval officers turned grim, cold sweat beading on their brows as they turned to look. What kind of eyes were those? Like a top predator soaring in the sky, his hawk-like gaze was devoid of emotion, and standing before him felt akin to facing a cold, unsheathed blade. A magnificent, intricately designed black sword lay horizontally before him, its chilling aura harmonizing with an aristocratic demeanor that did not detract from its beauty. His haughty tone seemed to be a natural trait. "Pitiful weaklings, if you wish to intervene in this battle, you must first survive beneath my blade. Who can tell me?" On the coast, an exaggerated sword aura erupted into the sky. Aboard a warship, Sakazuki, with a serious demeanor, gazed intently at the distant coastline. He turned to his aide, who was at the transponder snail, seemingly just receiving the news. The aide's expression changed dramatically, cold sweat pouring down as he rushed to report to Sakazuki. "Report. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, the latest news from the front line indicates that the one battling the Navy on the coast is Black Gun OS. What did you say?" Boom. Before the aide could finish his sentence, upon hearing the name OS, Sakazuki's reaction mirrored that of Kazan. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he swiftly realized that he could finally use the demon extermination order as an excuse to completely eliminate this notorious pirate. In an instant, he transformed, his body becoming a ferocious volcanic eruption, launching towards the coast, leaving behind a bewildered aide and a group of astonished soldiers. Meanwhile, the news of this shocking development also reached the equally stunned Commander Spandane of the Demon Extermination Order. Once he grasped the situation, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the subordinate who reported, "Did you just say it was Black Gun, OS on the coast fighting the Navy?" Nanny. Upon hearing that name, he fell to the ground, mouth agape, eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Being the one responsible for gathering information on OS for the Five Elders, he was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable person regarding OS's strength in the Elder's stance. Thus, he comprehended the perilous signal that OS's appearance under the Demon Extermination Order represented. "This is beyond my control." He fought to suppress his panic, rationality urging him to quickly retrieve the most well-maintained and precious transponder snail from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Click. The transponder snail connected, revealing a stern figure with a scarred forehead and a thick beard, exuding an imposing presence. What is happening? Spandane. Chapter 65, Fistbone Galaxy Impact, West Sea, O'Hara, Coastal Region. Looking around, the vast sea for miles had been completely frozen into solid ice. The biting cold wind combined with overwhelming dominance created a scene where OS was momentarily suppressed. The extreme low temperature drastically affected the body, and in close combat against Kazan in such conditions, OS's monstrous physique became evident. "I'm getting goosebumps. We need to settle this quickly," OS thought. "Not just for the sake of a thrilling battle, Kazan, but also as a test of my 2 years of training." Shaking his arm, OS's previously relaxed gaze sharpened. As the Conqueror's haki surged like lightning, wreaking havoc in the sky and gradually enveloping his fists, he glanced at Mihawk, who was effortlessly handling multiple foes, and called out, "Little Eagle, step back a bit." With a swift motion, Mihawk dispatched another Navy Rear Admiral, turning to OS with surprise, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Are you really going to use that move? Making such a scene right after setting sail?" "Indeed, it's been a long time since I've made my presence known. Consider it a small welcoming gift for this new era," OS replied with a smirk, the black and red lightning in his hands growing ever more intense. Upon hearing their exchange, not only Kazan, who had just been forced back by OS, but the struggling officers were equally bewildered. Before they could react, the previously unstoppable Mihawk also chose to retreat. A massive green sword aura repelled numerous Navy officers, swiftly retreating inland. Before they could block him, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged into their minds. This terrifying sensation, "Am I going to die?" They turned abruptly to the battlefield center, where the once fearsome figure was now radiating black and red lightning anew. No, it couldn't merely be described as lightning. It was more akin to a thunderstorm. In the face of the unrestrained Conqueror's haki, several officers, weakened and trembling, knelt on the ground, swords plunged into the earth, barely holding themselves upright. Those positioned at the battlefield's periphery were similarly affected, not to mention Kazan, who was now the prime target, feeling an immense pressure weighing down upon him. Even beneath his sunglasses, his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. How could you possibly wield that move? OS did not respond. His gaze ablaze with crimson light, a smile tinged with cruelty adorning his features. "Apologies, Kazan, but this time, you cannot escape." The next generation king's black and red thunderstorm began to condense around his fist, ultimately forming a dazzling red light source, akin to a laser birth from Kizaru. Shining brighter than before, illuminating the entire coast even in broad daylight. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying light and figure vanished. All the officers who felt a sudden lightness in their bodies stood up, still bewildered, scanning their surroundings. Kazan, however, was drenched in cold sweat, his expression tense, mouth agape as he stared skyward. The officers noticed this and looked up as well, but that single glance nearly caused their hearts to stop in terror. What is that? The sun. The blinding red light, now hanging high in the sky, was hurtling down towards the ground like a fallen sun. Boom. The sheer magnitude and speed were inescapable, let alone the foresight that had already deciphered their movements. Having been chased by Old Man Garb since childhood, he had witnessed this move hundreds of times. How could he not have learned it? Previously, the Conqueror's haki had been too immature, but now it was different. Kazan, nearly an adult OS, even without the powers of a devil fruit or enhanced observation haki, had firmly stepped into the threshold of an emperor's strength, reaching the initial stages of the world's top-tier combat power. What an astonishing man! Watching the dazzling light source in the sky, Mihawk, who had retreated a kilometer from the battlefield's center, couldn't help but praise, even amidst his cold sweat. Even though it's not my first time witnessing this, it still feels exaggerated. Fistbone galaxy impact. As the red cross-shaped light struck the ground, a momentary silence followed. Then the overwhelming force radiated outward like a blazing sun. What tremendous power! Before the might of this human-shaped nuclear bomb, the Earth was easily torn asunder. Though not as devastating as a full-force strike from Garp, the land within several thousand meters was already shattered. A colossal cloud of dust surged into the sky, creating an apocalyptic scene. Whether it was the residents of Hahaha Island or the Navy personnel still at sea, they trembled, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Alas, the situation aboard the warship had escalated beyond comprehension. Witnessing the cataclysmic scene of the nuclear explosion, Spandam, the once arrogant commander, found himself reduced to a pitiful figure, kneeling and weeping uncontrollably as he beheld the exaggerated ferocity of the conflict. Recalling the esteemed orders from the illustrious Saint Vacheli of the Five Elders, fear momentarily abandoned him. He rose abruptly, issuing commands to the crew, quickly informed the naval forces aboard the ship to approach Hahaha Island immediately. Under the supreme authority of the world government, we must intervene in the ongoing battle. The soldiers, still reeling from the awe of witnessing the clash of titans, turned pale at his furious proclamation. Surely, they misheard? Were they truly expected to halt this war? Spandam, sensing their hesitation, grew frantic, drawing his pistol and aiming it at his own head. Disregarding the tears streaming down his face as he bellowed, "This is an absolute command. Until we comprehend the situation, how can we possibly engage that black gun OS?" What was unfolding before them? The earth lay shattered, a vast crater marking the land, while the mangled remains of a brigadier and a major lay scattered. And the countenance of Akainu was a portrait of dread. Amidst the ruins, a marine vice-admiral, buried beneath the debris, could only emit raspy coughs of blood. Akainu hastily cleared the rubble, only to discover Kazan, who had been the first to land on the island, lying there, his pale face and copious bleeding revealing the extent of his injuries. Several kilometers away, OS appeared beside Mihawk, inquiring whether his current power could instantly incapacitate a marine vice-admiral. Mihawk, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, had already spotted the gravely wounded Kazan. He sensed something amiss. After all, he had faced this attack before. While its power was indeed formidable, it was rather unusual for a vice-admiral to be rendered unconscious in a single blow. OS, perceiving Mihawk's query, wore a look of resignation. Once one reaches the rank of Marine Admiral, a single fatal strike is unattainable. I am not Captain Roger. The reason Kazan had absorbed all the damage was rooted in his unwillingness to succumb. OS had clearly sensed that, despite foreseeing Kazan's evasive trajectory, the esteemed disciple of Garp had no intention of dodging. Instead, he braced himself to engage OS head-on. OS clenched his somewhat stiff and unyielding hand, reflecting that there was no overwhelming advantage. It was merely a test of strength between men. Neither resorted to underhanded tactics. OS did not employ his notorious instantaneous teleportation, nor did Kazan invoke elemental transformations or ice barriers. Two long-time adversaries chose the most straightforward, unguarded method to defeat one another. However, Kazan overestimated the might of his haki-infused punches and underestimated OS's extraordinary growth and mastery of haki, leading to his downfall. If one were to question their motives, the answer was simple. To evade was to be deemed a lesser pirate or marine. In truth, a limitless brawl in the confined space of Hahaha would take 3 days and nights to conclude. Before long, Akainu erupted like a volcanic inferno, and OS anticipated that their clash would end there. However, the debut of a new era would not be interrupted. "Akainu, are you searching for me?" Just as Akainu was unaware of OS's presence, intending to carry Kazan back for treatment, a voice he longed to hear echoed in his ears. Instinctively, he cast aside the injured Kazan, unleashing a torrent of molten rock. A colossal magma fist, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged toward the source of the voice, but alas, it struck nothing but air, the searing lava cascading into the ocean, melting the shattered ice and causing localized boiling. Such fervor, with a second magma-infused punch aimed at OS. It too missed. Do not be so arrogant, OS. The justice of the Marines is not a game for you to toy with. The coldest of soldiers often burn with fiery passion, and with molten rocks surging from him, Akainu resembled a fiend consumed by anger. Justice? Is the slaughter of innocents justice? Was there not a refugee ship that you destroyed prior to my arrival, Akainu? Upon hearing this, Akainu's naturally stern visage twisted into a mask of fury. Silence. What right does a mere pirate have to question the justice of the Marines? If scholars were aboard that ship, it would only have broadened the scope of this massacre. As a soldier, obedience to orders was paramount, and Akainu, with his own considerations, deemed it unnecessary to elaborate to OS. He was unworthy of such explanations. Observing Akainu's refusal to communicate and his descent into a frenzy, OS lost interest in toying with Kazan, instantly teleporting hundreds of meters away. The long black gun, previously wrapped in bandages, now graced his hand. Though it lacked the prestige of other weapons, it was still serviceable. He had grown accustomed to fighting with fists and blades, and the world had likely forgotten that he was, at heart, a marksman. With the sniper rifle gifted by Uncle Bartam in hand, a fierce crimson light ignited in OS's eyes as he loaded a sea-stone bullet from his pocket, entwined with flowing haki and dark red lightning. Just as he aimed, a wave of danger surged through him, making Akainu's scalp tingle as he prepared to unleash his magma storm. He looked at OS, who was aiming the gun, and felt absurdity wash over him. Using a firearm against me? Does he underestimate me? If Kazan were still conscious, he would quickly grasp the gravity of the situation. While OS was formidable with his fists and blades, it was his marksmanship that truly invoked fear. Left shoulder, OS murmured softly as the red light in his eyes flickered. The sea-stone bullet, laced with flowing haki and conqueror's haki, shot forth with incredible speed, becoming a red meteor. What? Akainu felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Realizing the bullet's menace, he raised his hand and unleashed a ferocious magma blast in an attempt to intercept it. A shocking scene unfolded as flesh erupted from Akainu's left shoulder, the internal wounds unable to heal swiftly under the onslaught of haki. What sorcery is this? Did the bullet just vanish for an instant? Pain etched across his face. Akainu promptly seared the wound with molten lava to staunch the bleeding. Do you not comprehend, Akainu? OSS's stern voice shifted once more, resonating from the distant sky, his eyes ablaze with a prophetic crimson light, reminiscent of a deity hunting within the mortal realm. Such is the caliber of the world's foremost sniper. Now, where shall I aim next? OSS pondered, his gaze gradually descending. Please wait a moment. Chapter 67. The Wrath of the Five Elders. OSS's malicious intent, a furious shout, filled with desperation, abruptly pierced the battlefield. What? As the Hailu stone bullet lodged in his shoulder rendered him feeble, a sweat-drenched Sakazuki turned his troubled gaze toward the bloodshot figure on the warship, who was shouting with all his might. It was someone he recognized, a cowardly official of the world government. Yet, this individual dared to risk his life by intervening in the battle against Black Gun. This undoubtedly signaled a message. What nonsense is this? With so many losses in the Navy, how could we yield at this moment? Sakazuki's fury ignited once more. The magma that had begun to simmer within him erupted with terrifying heat. He forcefully tore away the flesh embedded with the Hailu stone bullet from his left shoulder. Blood splattering beneath the insignia of his naval cloak, a vivid red, indistinguishable from either blood or magma. Meanwhile, OSS, suspended in the heavens, felt no surprise at the unfolding scene. After all, he had perceived it all within the span of a minute. His observation haki allowed him to sense Spandam, who was desperately protecting a serious-looking Den Mushi. In the face of this unexpected disruption, Sakazuki was clearly unwilling to show any deference. Even though Spandam was the nominal commander of this operation, I am merely executing the Demon Slayer order. How long must you continue this foolishness, Sakazuki? A voice filled with authority and ire emanated from Spandam's direction, but it was evident that he was not the one speaking. As that voice echoed, all members aboard the warship immediately knelt on one knee, including Spandam, who raised the Den Mushi high above his head. The visage that materialized was none other than one of the five elders of the world government, the judicial martial god, Walkulai Saint. How could this happen so swiftly? Sakazuki's seething magma began to subside. Despite the turmoil of anger and humiliation within him, he could not allow it to surface. However, the tension in his clenched jaw and the half-covered face beneath his cap betrayed the volcanic eruption brewing inside. Ultimately, it was the incompetence of the Navy that had led to this. What face do you have to declare that the war must continue? At this moment in Mariawa, the atmosphere of power was palpable, thickening in the air. Walkulai Saint's gaze was frigid, his expression darkened as he rebuked the Navy's reckless actions. Such folly. Do you not regard the world government? If the celestial dragons appeared in O'Hara, would the Navy also seek to annihilate them under the guise of the Demon Slayer Order? You are nothing but dogs of the world government. Yet, this was not the primary source of the Five Elders' fury. Had the Navy possessed the capability to eliminate Black Gun OSS at O'Hara and successfully carry out the Demon Slayer Order, the Elders would not only have refrained from reprimanding them, but would have also endorsed Sakazuki and Kazan for promotion to admirals on the merit of their accomplishment. The crucial point lay in the fact that the five individuals representing the pinnacle of worldly power were exchanging intelligence reports detailing the ongoing conflict at O'Hara. The more they reviewed, the darker their expressions became. The summary of the battle could be distilled into a few words: overwhelming, powerless, defeat. With Kazan gravely injured and unconscious, the Navy was still engaged in a desperate struggle without any means of counterattack. Is Sakazuki a fool bent on destroying the world government? Listening to the Elder's scathing rebuke and recalling his own resolve to fight to the bitter end, Sakazuki's eyes, shrouded in the shadow of his cap, were nearly bloodshot. Scanning the scene, he observed the numerous fallen subordinates and severely injured comrades, then glanced at the untouched Elders, who were issuing commands from their lofty position. After a prolonged silence, reason ultimately prevailed. The general, who had intended to fight to the death, stood there wordlessly. It was the best answer he could offer. There was no need for further dialogue. Lord Walkuli of the Five Elders. At an indeterminate moment, a tall figure appeared on the deck of the warship, standing boldly before the kneeling members without reservation. His eyes, ablaze with crimson light, fixated upon the Den Mushi. As astute as he was, OSS understood while the Elders' intent in publicly chastising Sakazuki, it was merely a means of providing a graceful exit, or perhaps a final veneer to preserve their amicable relations. Had OSS found himself in a position of weakness on the battlefield, the contents of the call would likely not have been one of mediation, but rather a preparation for public execution. The infamous next-generation king, captured by the world government and subjected to public execution, would undoubtedly serve as a potent sedative for this chaotic era. OSS observed as the Den Mushi's crimson eyes gradually opened, and the Elders exchanged glances filled with a hint of helplessness. Why, after such a long absence, did you choose to appear at this moment when the world government has issued the Demon Slayer Order against O'Hara? Despite their exasperation, the Five Elders were well versed in the art of negotiation when faced with OSS. Their words bore a firm demeanor. Their recent reprimand of Sakazuki was intended to extend a semblance of goodwill towards OSS. However, when it came to genuine dialogue, the Elders would not yield. Why? OSS stroked his chin, glancing skyward twice. Of course, it is for travel, for after the issuance of the Demon Slayer Order, such sights shall be lost. Then, as if struck by a thought, he feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "Could it be that you gentlemen believe I am studying the 20 kingdoms in OSS?" The simultaneous outcry interrupted OSS's potential revelation, and the faces of the Elders were now clouded with anxiety and cold sweat. There was no need for study. They were fully aware of everything, this wretched individual. Those present were equally astounded, as if they were on the verge of uncovering some catastrophic secret. Had it been anyone else privy to such confidential knowledge, they would have long since been silenced by the Demon Slayer Order. Yet, it was OSS, truly a source of constant concern. It seems that the priority of the command regarding OSS would need to be elevated significantly, at least above that of the Demon Slayer Order. Chapter 68. For 490,000,000 berries, the power of Black Gun has become even more terrifying. This was the most immediate impression of the Five Elders after receiving first-hand intelligence and footage from the battlefield. Initially, they believed OSS could remain undisturbed in the Sabaody archipelago for a considerable time, and over the past 2 years, they had nearly forgotten this maritime threat. Yet, they were unprepared for OSS's sudden return to the global stage, delivering a staggering revelation. Understanding that negotiations were imminent, the Five Elders addressed Spandam with gravity, commanding, "All of you step back." Upon receiving the order, the members departed as if granted a reprieve, leaving only Spandam, who remained kneeling with a pained expression as he clutched the Den Mushi. OSS smiled gently, slowly extending his palm, and the Den Mushi instantly appeared in his hand. Only then did Spandam reveal a grateful expression, respectfully vanishing from the warship in a flash. "OSS, are you intending to wage war against the world government?" After the irrelevant personnel were dismissed, the cold and indifferent financial war god, Nasu Shuru, spoke up, having always been the most ruthless among the Five Elders. In response, OSS merely raised an eyebrow, questioning the premise of such a statement. I was here on the island long before the Navy's arrival. If anyone is inclined towards war, it ought to be you. But you were well aware that the Demon Slayer order would descend upon O'Hara. How could you possibly know that I was already informed? Nasu Shuru was momentarily at a loss for words. He could not reveal how OSS had obtained that information, as it would tarnish his own reputation if it were to be known that it had leaked from within the world government. Well, the events have transpired. Discussing them is now futile. At this juncture, the environmental war god, Mazu Shuru, interjected, "You must understand, OSS, that the world government maintains a policy of absolute zero tolerance towards O'Hara. Even with your presence, the outcome of O'Hara's eradication from the map remains unchanged." This statement held truth. Although OSS was formidable, he could not contend with the multitude of experts within the world government. They might not be able to capture him, but they were certainly not to be obstructed. This was the profound essence of the world government, which had ruled these seas for 8 centuries. They proudly believed that OSS's presence here was to advocate for O'Hara, leading to a direct conflict with the Navy, unaware that OSS had no such inclination. "I have never harbored the intention to protect O'Hara," OSS shrugged. "Sometimes, I am perceived as a hypothetical enemy, as though everything I do serves a purpose. In reality, many times, I act purely on impulse." The 5 elders were left befuddled, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they gazed at the Den Mushi, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. "There is but one reason to engage in battle with the Navy," OSS smirked, "and that is to declare my return to this era." "Madman," was the first word that sprang to the minds of the 5 elders. They had not anticipated that the outbreak of such a large-scale conflict would merely serve as a proclamation of his resurgence at sea. Yet, simultaneously, they received a signal. The black gun OSS had, upon reaching adulthood, finally re-emerged on the stage of these seas. The 5 elders felt a mixture of eagerness and reluctance. They were eager because OSS was relatively amicable and manageable compared to the ruthless pirates who only knew destruction. His overwhelming potential and strength would undoubtedly impose a crushing dominance over the new generation of pirates. After all, in their extensive lifetimes, only a handful of monsters comparable to OSS had ever emerged. The most recent of these had already been eradicated. Their name was Rox. Conversely, they were reluctant due to his unpredictability, posing a significant threat to the world government. Allowing him to roam the seas could disrupt countless plans, akin to the current Demon Slayer order. "We understand your sentiments, OSS, but you must realize that the Demon Slayer order cannot serve as a tool for your fame." The agricultural war god, Peter Shuru, stated with gravity. "This is not akin to an assault on the Navy headquarters. The Demon Slayer order represents the ultimate deterrent of the world government against the seas and cannot be discarded like the face of a subordinate." Implicitly, this meant that OSS could not leverage the dismantling of the Demon Slayer order to regain his status as a top figure on the seas. This was the world government's bottom line. After contemplating for a moment, OSS chose to compromise. As previously stated, if the world government extended him courtesy, he would reciprocate under normal circumstances. Should he act in bad faith, it would jeopardize his future aspirations of becoming the next wielder of the face fruit ability. The 5 elders had just publicly reprimanded Sakazuki, which had, in turn, afforded him some degree of respect. "Since you have all stated this, I cannot refuse to show courtesy. Let this matter rest here. I have no interest in intervening with O'Hara. Please feel free to handle it as you see fit." Despite being severely weakened by OSS and Mihawk, the remaining combat strength of the Demon Slayer order was more than sufficient to obliterate O'Hara. With a complete fleet, multiple warships, and the injured Sakazuki, the annihilation of O'Hara would make no difference, merely a matter of speed. Perhaps not expecting OSS to acquiesce so readily, the 5 elders were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed that someone with OSS's notorious reputation would seize the Navy's proactive aggression as an opportunity to impose numerous conditions, and they were prepared for a degree of tolerance. However, OSS appeared particularly amenable this time. After careful consideration, the 5 elders decided to extend an olive branch. "In that case, OSS, let it be understood that the world government owes you a favor. As long as it is not excessive, the world government will maintain a friendly stance towards you. Creating a scene would be detrimental to both parties." Thus, what could have escalated into a brutal war was resolved with a few exchanged words. Additionally, at OSS's request, the 5 elders granted a minor concession, issuing an order of little consequence to them. "From this moment forth, the bounty for the Black Gun OSS shall be revised to 44,900,000,000 berries. Chapter 69. OSS has found you thus. After a brief pause, destruction resumed. Sakazuki seemed to release all his pent-up rage and frustration upon this island, which existed outside the world's recognition. The once oblivious islanders, believing themselves safe, were plunged into panic once again. Molten projectiles rained down from the sky like a volcanic eruption, causing violent explosions and extreme heat. No one could survive under such a cataclysmic power. After all, not everyone was named OSS. Why? How could the Navy massacre innocents? Damn it. I merely came to O'Hara to procure goods. I am a noble from the neighboring island. Regardless of one's identity or innocence, indiscriminate destruction continued. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, two figures passed through, witnessing the land laid to waste by arrogance and ambition. Occasionally, they recorded moments with the Den Mushi. No one dared intervene, for OSS had assured the five elders that he would merely use the recordings for personal purposes and would not divulge their contents. Consequently, both the Navy and the falling molten projectiles intentionally avoided a 10-meter radius around the two, creating a peculiar safe zone amidst the obliteration. This extraordinary sight quickly caught the attention of the surrounding populace, who, driven by a primal instinct for survival, frantically pushed forward, trampling over former friends and family in a desperate bid to enter that safe haven. Witnessing this, neither the Navy nor the other figures dared approach. They could only stand awkwardly at the periphery, striking down those who were forced out. Witnessing the unfolding situation, the populace became ever more resolute in their belief that remaining close to these two enigmatic figures assured their safety. I am no savior, OS mused. Observing the throngs of refugees encroaching upon him, nearly brushing against him, he raised an eyebrow. He was no benevolent soul, prone to acts of compassion merely for the sake of insignificant lives, nor would he dare to oppose the world government on their behalf. Their demise could only be attributed to the audacious scholars, or at worst, the world government itself. In any case, the blame would not fall upon him, OS. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a clear, resonant sound echoed as the cacophony within a 10-meter radius of OS and Mihawk was abruptly silenced. The crowd, once densely packed, was instantaneously pushed back to a distance of 10 meters. Once the Navy grasped the situation, they immediately sprang into action. However, as the throng attempted once more to breach the safety zone, they were met with despairing realization whenever they approached the 10-meter perimeter. They were inexplicably thrust back to distances ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters away. Yet, even so, some persisted obstinately, repeatedly attempting to surge forward, showcasing a remarkable tenacity for survival. Mihawk observed the scene with a cold detachment, unable to stifle a sigh of admiration. Yet, true to his composed nature, he refrained from intervening at that moment. It is time to depart. My next visit to O'Hara will be months away, and by then, this place will likely have become a desolate isle, OS thought, retracting the transponder snail into his cloak. Suddenly sensing something peculiar, he glanced at Mihawk with an inquisitive expression. Moreover, it seems a little imp has snuck aboard our vessel, Little Eagle. An hour prior, in the forests behind O'Hara, a giant bore a pained expression as he sprinted across the terrain. Despite cannon fire striking the mountains, nothing could impede his pace. Cradled in his palm was a small girl, weeping inconsolably. Please, Saul, I want to be with my mother. No, Robin, you must survive. Tell everyone that O'Hara once stood against the world. Saul gasped, determined to fulfill Alvia's dying wish. Yet, from his towering vantage, he could see that O'Hara was fully encircled. Akainu, leading the Demon Slayer Order, would not allow any ship to escape. Initially, relying on Kazan's indecision and compassion, there had been a glimmer of hope for escape while Akainu remained on the shore. But Akainu was different. He was resolute in his desire to obliterate everything to accomplish his mission. What to do? What can I do? Saul pondered, bewildered, as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a sliver of hope beneath a cliff. The Oro Jackson was anchored there, away from the port, shielded by OS's expansive observation hockey, thus mitigating the risk of theft. A bold plan took root in Saul's mind upon sighting the ship. Despite the substantial risks, it represented his final opportunity. After all, encountering Black Gun might offer a chance of survival. Remaining on the island was a certain death sentence. Resolute, he sprang into action, leaping into the sea beneath the cliff as little Robin gasped in shock at the sudden loss of weight. Half submerged, he carefully placed Robin on the deck of the Oro Jackson, his expression tinged with concern. Robin, quickly hide in the cabin. Upon hearing his command, young Robin clung to the ship's edge, her tear-streaked face filled with sorrow. No, please don't leave me here. Yet, despite her desperate pleas. Saul's heart remained steadfast as he slowly retreated, distancing himself from the vessel. Listen carefully, Robin. Right now, the only one capable of ensuring your safety against the world government and navy is Black Gun OS. You must remain on this ship. They would not dare to harm you here. You must survive, Robin. Thus, Saul departed, leaving Robin in uncertainty about his fate. The only course left to her was to heed Saul's last instructions. Stealthily slipping into the ship's cabin, where she found a wooden barrel to hide within, curling up as tears continued to flow. Time passed, and the sound of approaching footsteps startled her awake, rendering her motionless with anxiety, for the footsteps seemed alarmingly close. She could faintly discern a conversation. For our next destination, let us pay a visit to the old man. After all these years, it's time to return to our old home in the new world. Do we need to go through Reverse Mountain and Fishman Island? No need. We just came from Sabaody Archipelago. We have to return to coat the ship, which is too much hassle. We can simply cross the calm belt, or if there's a shorter route, we could fly over the red line with the ship. The conversation continued for some time, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. Believing the two had left, Robin let out a sigh of relief, only for the lid above her to suddenly be thrown open. A mischievous, handsome face appeared, startling Robin and leaving her pale and on the verge of fainting. Gotcha. I found you. Chapter 70. A contract of submission seems quite acceptable aboard the Oro Jackson in O'Hara. OS observed the frightened little Robin before him. A smirk playing on his lips, he was likely to leave her with a psychological scar for life. In the kitchen, trembling, young Robin stood before him, while OS, with evident curiosity, lounged in a chair, sipping orange juice through a straw. Meanwhile, Mihawk stood upright, his hawk-like gaze fixed coldly upon the girl. What shall we do? Shall we cast her off the ship? Mihawk reflected, finding no particular aversion to Robin. In his eyes, she was no different from the others on the island. His hesitation in not immediately expelling her stemmed solely from OS's apparent interest in the girl. Perhaps sending her away is not entirely out of the question, OS mused, elongating his words as if genuinely contemplating the matter, which greatly frightened Robin. She recalled Saul's sacrifice for her, the promises and wishes of her mother, the devastation of O'Hara, and her own instinct for survival. Please don't throw me off the ship. I will do anything if you spare my life. Her tears welled as she faced the towering youth, her voice trembling. I want to live. Anything. OS's interest piqued at her declaration. Had she simply stood there weeping, he might have considered returning her to O'Hara to witness whether fate would favor her without Kazan's presence. However, since she had uttered such words, OS was not devoid of compassion. Moreover, an intriguing idea had struck him. In an instant, paper and pen materialized in his hands, and he swiftly began to write. Mihawk, arms crossed, cast a curious glance at him. Yet, upon deciphering the contents of OS's writing, Mihawk's expression shifted to one of momentary astonishment. The paper bore the word agreement. And as he read further, he discerned the phrase, contract of submission. Did you not claim that you would do anything to survive? OS grinned, extending the paper toward her. Fingers interlaced upon his knee, observing her reaction intently. As anticipated, Robin appeared momentarily stunned as she received the paper, but after reading it closely, her countenance paled drastically. In the midst of the devastation of O'Hara, Doric saved Nico Robin's life. When the time came for her to reach adulthood, her life would belong to him. Doric demonstrated an unwavering sense of equality, showing no favoritism whatsoever. In this regard, Robin was akin to Sabo, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Mihawk, and even the future crocodile. The debt of life-saving, the debt of mercy, and the debt of protection would require a lifetime to repay. Although Doric harbored suspicions of taking advantage of the situation, his actions were undeniably fair and just. At that moment, young Robin had already achieved considerable success in archaeology and possessed a profound love for books. So it was impossible for her not to comprehend the implications of the agreement she was presented with. It was, in essence, a contract of enslavement to Doric. There was no mistaking it. Trembling, little Robin clutched the paper, sitting on the ground, with no choice but to bite her lip and suppress her tears as she inscribed her name at the end. I will repay your life-saving grace, she declared solemnly, returning the contract to Doric, who glanced at it nonchalantly before tucking it away. Seeing Doric remain silent, Robin lowered her head and moved to the table, picking up a cloth to begin cleaning the floor, reminiscent of her time at her aunt's home. You need not do that, Mihawk remarked coldly, observing her scrubbing the floor. Doric can manage those tasks. although he was unaware of Doric's reasons for allowing her aboard or how long she would remain. Mihawk's character dictated that he would not question it, temporarily accepting her as part of the crew. "Is there anything I can do?" Robin asked fearfully, glancing at the stoic Mihawk, seeking some semblance of safety through engagement. With his black sword at his side, Mihawk looked down at her, arms crossed, causing Robin to feel a flutter of anxiety. After a moment, he replied, "Then you shall be responsible for washing the vegetables," as Robin busied herself in the kitchen. Following Mihawk's instructions, Doric observed her quietly. Unlike the grown Robin, who was fair-skinned and statuesque, this young version of her appeared dark and slender, and hardly could be considered an adorable child. Moreover, unlike during her time on Roger's ship, Doric had no intentions of keeping her aboard for long. He planned to drop her off at a relatively safe town soon. Sipping orange juice, Doric maneuvered the Oro Jackson away from the cliff. Casting a glance back at the towering precipice, where a conspicuous head peeked out, he chuckled and shouted, "Hey, Saul, remember, I saved Nico, Robin. Don't forget to send my regards to Uncle Jabba." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Robin, who was washing vegetables, felt tears streaming down her face upon hearing Doric's voice. Despite her sobs, her hands continued their meticulous work. Suddenly, a large hand presented her with a tissue. Startled, she looked up to see the expressionless Mihawk. "Wipe your tears and snot. We wouldn't want them to fall onto the vegetables," he said, offering the tissue without any concern, before turning back to his work. "See, although he seems aloof, he is genuinely a kind person." Doric's towering figure suddenly appeared beside her, smiling. Little Robin nodded dazedly, observing the slightly flustered Mihawk, who chased after Doric, who kept evading him. In that atmosphere, she began to feel that perhaps signing the contract was not as dreadful as it seemed. Chapter 71. The formation of Old Man Kike controlling the Oro Jackson. Doric settled into a chair on the deck, observing the fleet of ships encircling O'Hara, moving forward with an air of confidence. At the helm of the fleet stood Spandam, who watched as the Oro Jackson approached the encirclement. Doric made no effort to evade or teleport away, merely smiling at Spandam. With a grand gesture, Spandam commanded the ships to part, bowing deeply as he addressed Doric. "Please, Mr. Doric, proceed." His demeanor suggested that Doric was indeed his superior, disregarding the bewildered expressions of his subordinates. Seeing Spandam's eager compliance, Doric smiled slightly, retrieving a Din Din Mushi from his pocket and placing it on the railing before Spandam. "This is a Din Din Mushi that can contact me. I trust this will not be our last encounter," he said. Spandam quickly pocketed the Din Din Mushi, grinning as he watched Doric's ship disappear from sight. Once alone, the smile faded, replaced by weariness. Both the Gorosei and Doric were figures he could not afford to offend. Although Doric had given him the Din Din Mushi, it did not signify that he could reach out to him at will. In reality, it bore resemblance to the Din Din Mushi bestowed by the Gorosei, serving primarily to command him during the period of amicable relations between Doric and the world government. He understood that should conflict arise due to his actions, the Gorosei would be the first to demand his head. Doric was singular in his existence, yet he could command as many subordinates as he desired. During the O'Hara massacre, in Doric's hometown, Dalamos Island, the elderly mayor, Kike, puffed on a cigarette, his face marred by deep wrinkles. Within his home, a number of anxious locals gathered, quietly discussing matters amongst themselves. At length, a robust middle-aged man could no longer contain his frustration and approached the old mayor. "Uncle Kike, what should we do?" "Alas, there is little we can do," Kike replied, visibly older than when Doric had departed. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his hair had turned entirely white. At his advanced age, he could no longer muster even the most basic haki, which had only been at an elementary level to begin with. Observing his own decline in strength, Kike realized that King Karali would no longer grant the town tax exemptions. Though they were not a member of the world government and did not owe celestial gold, the insatiable desires of the nobility could not be ignored. When Kike had first returned to the country in his 40s, he had been at the peak of his powers, a combatant aboard rock ship, capable of wielding his dual-colored haki. At that time, the king had shown him considerable respect. To placate him, the king had arranged for him to settle in a town, exempting it from taxes for nearly 2 decades. This was how the elderly Kike had managed to support a gluttonous child like Doric. But now, Kike had grown frail. Seizing upon this vulnerability, the new king intended to levy a double tax on the years of exemptions, alongside other domestic taxes, aiming to use the funds to apply for membership in the world government, thereby eliminating concerns about formidable pirates like Kike invading their territory. However, The dilemma lies in the fact that the townsfolk are utterly unable to raise the required funds, and they find themselves devoid of any viable solutions. In the absence of alternatives, I, the old man, must resort to risking my life. Although old Keek may be aged, he is not yet deceased. His physical prowess from his youth still lingers to some extent, coupled with a wealth of combat experience. To subdue him, one would need to expend the lives of dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary soldiers. At that moment, a young man from the town, Jesse, exuberantly dashed in from outside, neglecting to knock on the door. He clutched a newspaper in his hand, panting heavily, and raised it aloft, exclaiming, "Big news, Dad. Grandpa the mayor." "What is it, Jesse?" Old Keek raised his gaze towards the youth, who was also the son of a formidable man and one of OSS's childhood companions. "Is it about OSS? Nanny?" Upon hearing this, before anyone in the room could react, the excited old Keek surged forth with an unexpected swiftness for his age. Snatching the newspaper from Jesse's hand and scrutinizing it closely, the first photograph on the front page stirred his emotions. Indeed, it was OSS. That rascal still looked remarkably handsome. Old Keek chuckled, and the residents nearby, hearing the long-forgotten name, gathered around him eagerly. Black Gun Dodoru OSS, after 2 years of silence, has set sail again aboard the Oro Jackson 3 days prior, engaging in fierce conflict with the Navy. In light of his perilous exploits, his bounty has been updated. Black Gun Dodoru OSS, a paragon of the world government's highest military prowess, a king among the younger generation, nurtured by the pirate King Roger, is destined to rule the next era, the next generation king, the new overlord of the seas. Following this illustrious series of titles that echoed throughout the oceans, the residents immediately fixated on the bounty amount. The mere sight of it left them aghast, mouths agape, their pupils trembling in disbelief. Only old Keek, seasoned by the grandiose spectacles of life, managed to retain a modicum of composure, though his face flushed a deep crimson. He opened his mouth several times, yet words eluded him until, in a sudden burst of elation, he leapt 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, "OSS, he has become." Hahaha. After years of longing, old Keek felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him, akin to the triumphs of the maritime overlords like Gold Roger and Whitebeard, whom he had nurtured into existence. He always knew that OSS, with his monstrous talent, would one day soar, and now, he too would be carried aloft. "Fear not, everyone." Old Keek's face radiated joy, as if he had returned to the exuberance of his youth. OSS has become a maritime overlord. How splendid! The townsfolk, who had watched OSS grow up, were equally filled with excitement, their eager gazes fixed on old Keek. "Quickly contact OSS, Mayor." "Yes." However, upon hearing this, the once jubilant old Keek suddenly resembled a silenced duck, his countenance bewildered. He stuttered for a moment before slapping his thigh in frustration. "That rascal. I don't have his snail phone." Chapter 72. "No, you should disembark, little Robin." Unbeknownst to him, OSS, pressed by old Keek's expectations, wore a serious expression as he lounged in a chair, his legs crossed, intently observing the battle unfolding before him, his demeanor somewhat grave. "Hey, are you two adept card players?" Gazing at the unplayable hand before him, OSS regretted having taught them how to play do di ju. After sailing beyond the waters surrounding O'Hara, OSS, feeling bored, retrieved a set of entertainment items prepared by Simi, which included a deck of playing cards. He excitedly called over Mihawk and Little Robin, and the 3 gathered at the table. After a brief explanation of the game, the intelligent Mihawk and Little Robin quickly grasped the rules. Then, OSS began to lose consecutively. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he watched Mihawk finish his hand, disbelief etched on his face. "Let's go again." This new round proved to be much tenser, and by the end, OSS was left with only 2 cards, while Mihawk and Little Robin each had just 1. "As long as one of my cards can beat the 2 of theirs, I can win." Having lost several rounds, OSS nervously swallowed, determined to employ a trick. Moments later, "Little Eagle, you actually..." OSS's expression was one of incredulity. Mihawk, sitting upright, cast a sidelong glance at him, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes piercing with insight. "Indeed, OSS, you resorted to trickery in the end. Curse it." Little Robin regarded the 2 with curiosity, perplexed by their peculiar exchange. Yet, the seemingly straightforward card game was laden with subtlety. Owing to his familiarity with OSS, Mihawk had been on guard against his tricks from the very beginning. During the earlier rounds, while OSS was losing, Myhawk had anticipated his potential for cheating, and as they approached the final round, he sensed OSS's intent to resort to trickery. Thus, he resolved to delay playing his card for at least a minute after OSS made his move. Sure enough, OSS foresaw a future where Myhawk would hold his cards. Neither playing nor declaring he could not play. He could not discern whether Myhawk's hand was strong or weak. Ah, so you can foresee the future, can you? I can predict your predictions of the future. OSS felt his temper flare. I'm done playing. This is utterly uninteresting. Tossing his cards aside. The table instantly cleared, all cards vanished. Myhawk, unfazed by OSS's antics, shook his head and proceeded to the ship's edge to practice swordplay against the sea. Little Robin smiled gently, thinking to herself that OSS was quite an amusing individual. With his hands resting behind his head, OSS, feeling somewhat disheartened, detected a target within the realm of observation hockey. He opened one eye, snapped his fingers, and a courier seagull appeared in his grasp. At that moment, the bewildered seagull was equally perplexed. What just happened? Wasn't I just soaring through the sky? After a brief moment of confusion, the seagull locked eyes with the man who held it, recognizing him instantly. In a flash, it retrieved a newspaper from its pouch and, with swift wings, respectfully offered the paper to OSS. I didn't expect the courier seagulls to be so polite nowadays, even adhering to formalities of the defeated nation, OSS mused. Feeling slightly embarrassed to snatch it from the bird, his earlier despondency began to dissipate. All right, I suppose I will pay this time. It must be tough for them to fly around delivering newspapers all day. However, before OSS could conjure some money from his wallet, the seagull extended its wings in a pause gesture, then produced a coin from its little wallet, flaunting it before the somewhat dumbfounded OSS and Robin, ensuring they were both aware of it. With a serious demeanor, it returned the coin to its wallet and gestured, conveying the message. Boss, this means you've already paid, so please let me go. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he observed the seagull before him, dutifully rushing to deliver the next newspaper, and ultimately decided to let it go. Did Morgans train every seagull, recognizing each one as if they were familiar? It seems the warning from last time was effectively conveyed. Whenever they meet, he would spare its life. Shaking his head, OS reflected that as one's status rises, the pleasures of the world indeed diminish, necessitating one to seek them out independently. Little Robin, read the newspaper with some feeling, make it more expressive. All right, Lord OS. Leaning back in his chair, OS closed his eyes, recalling his fondness for audiobooks and live readings from his previous life. Beside him, Little Robin held the newspaper and began to read attentively. A few days ago, for 490,000,000 berries, life and death are irrelevant. Heinous crimes. OS slowly turned his head to glance at Robin. Who was reading with such fervor? Why do you read heinous crimes with such intensity and hatred? Huh? Little Robin looked puzzled. Didn't Lord OS ask for an expressive reading? She noted the bold, red, exclamation marked phrase. Forget I said anything. Continue. OS shook his head and listened on. The great pirate, Gol D, has escaped from impelled down. Has that guy finally broken free? OS recalled a comrade from his past, though he found it curious that it took him 500 years to emerge. Perhaps he could seek out the old fellow for a chat. With OS's abilities enhancing their voyage, the ship swiftly approached the edge of the West Sea, where a quaint little town appeared, bustling with life. OS and Myhawk disembarked, with a small figure trailing behind them, reaching only to OS's knee. Let us buy some snacks. Eating proper meals all day can be quite tiresome, OS remarked, hands in pockets, gazing at the sky. You need not eat if you don't wish to. Myhawk retorted coldly, heading toward the butcher and vegetable vendor. Is it so wrong to indulge a little? OS sighed, swiftly catching up, then suddenly remembered something. Snapping his fingers to conjure a bag of berries, which he tossed to Robin. Little Robin brightened, believing she was finally of use, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Is there something you need me to buy, Lord OS? No need. OS raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips, yet his words felt chilling to Robin. This is your severance pay. You may disembark in this town. Chapter 73. Setting a small goal to control the underground world. Is it truly all right to leave her on this island? As the evening breeze rustled Myhawk's white shirt, they drifted further from the coastline, where he could barely see a small figure still waving diligently. You seem quite concerned for that little one, OS teased, munching on chips while observing Myhawk's silhouette facing the shore. Myhawk remained silent, merely walking toward the stern with his sword in hand. OS's voice followed him. I've left her a life card. My observation hockey has scanned the town, and there are no gangs or nefarious factions here. Moreover, one must trust in her ability to struggle for survival. Little Eagle. Without turning back, Myhawk quickened his pace after hearing OS's words. Truly stubborn, aren't you, Myhawk? OS chuckled softly. Life aboard the Oro Jackson remained unchanged despite Little Robin's temporary involvement and departure. After finishing dinner, OS slumped in his chair, rubbing his belly when he suddenly recalled something and picked up his notebook. Ah, Little Eagle, remember not to discard the pointer from O'Hara. It is still useful. Upon hearing this, Myhawk furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled. Although he had yet to dispose of the pointer, O'Hara had been destroyed. What need was there for a pointer to a deserted island? OS propped his legs on the table, which was now impeccably clean. I plan to return home for a few months and then revisit O'Hara. Some intriguing individuals will appear there. I've already notified Sammy to have her subordinates watch over O'Hara. It is not often one can gather two individuals I wish to find. Myhawk listened intently, refraining from asking why or who those individuals were, for he trusted OS completely. As long as it was a destination OS desired, whether it was O'Hara or Mariewa, Myhawk would dare to accompany him. You may decide on such matters. However, I am more curious whether there are stronger swordsmen in the New World than you. Myhawk's sharp gaze fixated on OS. He had heard rumors about the New World long ago, but before reaching adulthood, he had wandered the paradise and the four seas. Before witnessing OS's prowess, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Only upon meeting OS did he realize the vastness of the world surpassed his imagination. If there exists a swordsman surpassing OS, life ahead surely will not be dull. Contemplating Myhawk's words, OS stroked his chin. In the New World, there must still be swordsmen worthy of the title of Great Swordsman, though few can claim to be stronger than me. In OS's mind, if he were to consider swordsmen who might surpass him, only a handful remained, Rayleigh, Zaro, and a select few. As for the Gold Lion, he was likely spent. Having his head stuck on the ship's helm with his sword tied to his feet, retaining perhaps only half of his former skill. Most other monsters in the New World did not seem to be swordsmen. It could be said that the 20-something Little Eagle, with his exceptional talent in swordsmanship, was nearing the pinnacle of swordsman, likely just a step away from awakening Conqueror's haki and further mastering it. As the conversation turned to the New World, OS clearly had many thoughts swirling in his mind, or rather, he had long harbored such ideas. Listen, Little Eagle, I have had an idea for quite some time. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, capturing Myhawk's attention once more as he savored his wine. What is it? I aspire to control the entire underground world. OS displayed little interest in the four emperors. Dividing the New World and ruling over a territory seemed unfit for his character. Upholding Captain Roger's dying wish to balance the seas with his immense power was already the role Shanks played. OS would merely be adding to the embellishment. Though blessed with talent and strength, OS had no desire to become the next Rox, dominating the world's trade and economic lifeblood, truly the puppet master of the underground world. In doing so, his influence might rival that of the world government, allowing him to indulge in luxury without compromising his dignity. OS expressed contentment with his plan. Upon hearing the entire scheme, Myhawk couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If this were to unfold, they would likely face the pressure of the entire world. It was not fear that gripped him. Rather, Myhawk often found himself astonished by OS's extravagant and whimsical ideas, while OS himself seemed oblivious to this reality. OSS smiled lightly, yet remained indifferent. What does it matter? Do you not trust in my strength? Moreover, there is no need to recruit soldiers to conquer the world. With a clenched fist, dark red lightning flickered ominously. As long as I can subdue the leaders of the underworld, who could possibly escape? A subtle curve graced the lips of this king, his gaze somewhat fearsome, with a hint of crimson appearing in his pupils. In any case, I do not believe that anyone in this world could evade my grasp. Myhawk harbored no doubts regarding this. He understood that if OSS truly desired to find someone, it was highly improbable that anyone could elude him. Unless one were to reside on some exceedingly remote deserted island, completely cut off from the outside world. Once OSS established his intelligence network, bolstered by the powers of observation and the ability to teleport across distances of thousands or even tens of thousands of meters, no matter how deep one hid in the ocean, OSS would extract them with his instantaneous abilities. Myhawk believed in OSS's strength, but he also held faith in his own. Setting his cup down on the table, he turned to OSS with a smile. On this journey, we are bound to encounter many formidable swordsmen. Perhaps it was fate or simply history repeating itself. Within a few exchanged words, a monumental decision that would shape the future of the world was made with laughter by these two powerful men, reminiscent of the previous master of the Oro Jackson. In retrospect, OSS considered that his initial reason for joining the Roger Pirates was not a mere fabrication. After all, he indeed possessed the qualifications to turn the world upside down. The key was that this did not conflict with Captain Rogers' legacy. Those who inherited Rogers will sail freely to fulfill his dreams, leaving OSS, the one aiming to dominate the world, with little concern. Chapter 74. The growth of young OSS. Two ambitious young men, newly emerging from obscurity, sailed their ship through the calm belt adjacent to the West Sea, heading toward the New World. It is worth mentioning that the calm belt was indeed devoid of wind. This was OSS's first experience in the calm belt. Following Rogers' ship, he had traveled to most places across the world, whether it be paradise or the New World, but this tranquil realm, isolating the seas from the New World, was seldom traversed due to the Aro Jackson's lack of advanced energy propulsion. Most journeys were still along Fishman Island in the Twin Cape. Moreover, Amazon Lily seemed to be situated within the calm belt. As OSS piloted the Aro Jackson halfway through the calm belt, he suddenly recalled this fact. A real-life country of women, he thought, having heard that Uncle Rayleigh had visited there. After all, it wouldn't hurt to take a bit of time to visit the old man. A detour to Amazon Lily sounded delightful, given that they were out at sea for leisure. With this thought, OSS inquired about the direction to Amazon Lily from Myhawk, only to be met with a scolding. Are you foolish? Amazon Lily is in the calm belt on the South Sea. We are currently in the calm belt beside the West Sea. Not to mention the fact that it was out of the way, there was also a vast red soil continent separating them. Myhawk sighed deeply, feeling a bit of a headache at OSS's eagerness. Upon hearing this, OSS reluctantly abandoned the idea, thinking, I can always go another time. Besides, it seems the Empress hasn't been captured yet. Reclining in his chair, OSS flipped through his notebook, which recorded events he recalled happening in various years, while simultaneously unleashing a tangible wave of conqueror's haki that caused Sea Kings attempting to attack the Oro Jackson to fall asleep before they even approached. Myhawk stood at the bow of the ship, a massive greensword aura sliced through the air, cleaving the slumbering Sea Kings in half, their smooth-cut surfaces indicating a clean separation. Some were disposed of to clear the path, while others were selected by the Little Falcon as part of their food reserves. As the Oro Jackson advanced unabated, a vast black shadow suddenly materialized from the depths of the sea. A colossal Sea King? OSS paused his actions of flipping through his notebook, slowly turning his head in anticipation. Before him loomed a monstrous creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a fish, surfacing from the water. Its predatory gaze fixated on this intruder within its territory. Its length was approximately several times that of the Aro Jackson. And while OSS believed his pupils were certainly smaller than the creature's, they still remained within his observation range. What an enormous fish. But I have no plans for fishing today. OSS's expression remained calm. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind playing the role of a fish tamer. But he was eager to return home. He had no desire to engage in a game of chase with such a behemoth. After all, with the Oro Jackson's ability to teleport thousands or tens of thousands of meters, he would merely be flapping about in front of this creature. Thus, he declared, "Begone." With a fierce gaze, OSS unleashed a nearly tangible wave of Conqueror's haki, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that surged across the sea toward the colossal Sea King. Struck by the dark red lightning, the Sea King's eyes filled with a distinctly human-like fear, its house-sized pupils trembling violently, gradually retreating. It then flipped over and swiftly dove into the depths of the ocean, the turbulence it created nearly capsizing the Aro Jackson. It was only thanks to OSS teleporting the ship into the air that they avoided being engulfed by the massive whirlpool. It seemed that the Navy's warships possessed a certain cleverness, outfitted with sea stone and stealth radar. Nevertheless, while the Navy had technology, they had brute strength. Charging forward with his Conqueror's haki, OSS felt an elation wash over him as he relaxed in his chair, reminiscing about the days before joining the Roger Pirates. Who is this little brat? I have no time to take care of you. I'll only keep you for one night, and once I find your terrible parents, you're out of here. Do not smile. I am a great pirate. Let go, let go. Are you a monster? A little child managed to bruise my arm. Hey, how did you know what was in the birthday gift box? Speak clearly. Well, little brat, you will undoubtedly become the world's most formidable monster. Just like the captains I followed when I was young. I tell you, once they make their move, you will be my grandson, taking my surname, Dor, the future monster. Dor OSS. When OSS was very young, old Kike had transitioned from pirate to caretaker. OSS had often heard him complain and advise. OSS, once you become a great pirate, do not forget your grandpa. In my youth, I too harbored dreams of being a ruler of the seas, but unfortunately, I lacked your potential. Little OSS listened to this familiar rhetoric, unable to refute it. With old Kike's talent, even if he trained his body from a young age and sought to learn hockey after boarding a ship, enduring numerous life and death battles, he would only be capable of contending with the likes of a fleet captain or a commodore at his peak. He would merely be an ordinary combatant aboard Rox's ship. Even after a lifetime of effort, he would not reach the starting point of his beloved grandson. If memory serves, OSS was capable of defeating a naval commodore by the age of 12 or 13. It was no wonder old Kike entrusted his unfulfilled aspirations to OSS. After all, his own body had failed him. Furthermore, nurturing a ruler of the seas must surely be more gratifying than becoming one himself. Due to OS's extraordinary talent from a young age, simply feeding him became a formidable challenge. Even though old Kike had saved a considerable amount of money in his youth, he was compelled to seek additional income and collect subsidies from the townsfolk. The residents understood that it was because of old Kike that they were spared from the nobles' oppression, so they willingly contributed to his upbringing. Even when their children were bullied by OS, as long as it wasn't too excessive, they turned a blind eye. Thus, OS essentially grew up on the generosity of the community. In his childhood, he would occasionally venture into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts to provide meat for the entire town. This time he returned with the intent to repay their kindness. What should he do? Perhaps he could conquer a nation for fun? After all, those nobles were nothing but pompous buffoons, and who occupied the throne mattered little. Moreover, the world government still owed him a personal favor. Chapter 75: How Wonderful It Is to Be Properly Dressed. On Dalamos Island, the once tranquil ambience of the seaside town had vanished, with every household tightly shuttered. Outside the town, the kingdom's regular army, led by several nobles, slowly advanced. Although they would scatter at the mere sight of pirate flags in the New World, they transformed into formidable warriors, brandishing weapons against unarmed civilians. You dare refuse to pay taxes? I shall shatter your spirit of independence. In his younger days, old Kike would have confidently charged through this rabble, but now, age had robbed him of his vigor, leaving him unable to summon his once mighty hockey. Hey, old man, surrender at once. The leading noble, squinting with greed, lamented the financial losses the kingdom incurred due to this old fool. Lord Earl, His Majesty the King demands we swiftly resolve this issue. The dignitaries from the world government will arrive shortly. Another noble approached and whispered in the elder's ear. Understood, the old noble replied, straightening his collar. All troops advance. As the order echoed, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the front lines, causing the old noble to furrow his brow. What on earth? But no one answered him. In the distance, a frail figure emerged, dragging the lifeless body of a fallen soldier. It was none other than old Kike. Who is this old fool? Someone who's seen better days should not flaunt their bravado. It seems you wish for death. The noble regarded the frail figure as one would a specter. At your age, what delusions do you still harbor? He promptly commanded his soldiers to charge at the elderly figure, dismissing him as merely an old pirate. The king's caution seemed excessive. Recalling the king's instructions before embarking, he could hardly suppress a laugh. The world government has discovered certain irregularities in this town that may require further intelligence gathering. Nonsense. Once we seize this town, we will have enough wealth to join the world government, ensuring our dominion endures. The old noble's thoughts turned to how much wealth he could embezzle from this quaint little town. Meanwhile, the robust soldiers surged toward old Kike, intensifying his anxiety. Behind him, a group of able-bodied townsfolk trembled, clutching machetes and knives, realizing they stood no chance. Damn it. A petty man thrives. Old Kike gritted his teeth, watching the elite soldiers close in. Such soldiers, in the vast ocean, would scarcely pose a threat to even the weakest of pirates. What a disgrace. If only OS were here, he would never allow such vermin to rejoice. Before he could finish his thoughts, the previously menacing soldiers began to collapse in droves. The noble's words caught in his throat, his expression froze. What? As consciousness slipped away, the leading noble fell to the ground, and this peculiar scene stunned old Kike, who had intended to fight to the death. However, being well-traveled, he quickly recovered, his face reddening as he began to scan his surroundings. Hey, you little brat. Is that you? Yet, old Kike looked around, unable to find the figure he yearned to see. Unbeknownst to him, the one he longed for was miles away at sea. OS witnessed everything unfold on the island and breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that Amazon Lily was not located by the South Sea. Or else his old man and the neighbors would have been in grave danger. Your conqueror's hockey is becoming increasingly refined, OS, my hawk remarked. genuinely impressed by the precision with which OS incapacitated a group of soldiers from a distance. OS, however, paid little heed, merely letting a few dark lines form on his forehead. You think yours is refined? Searching everywhere and finding no one. It was a resident from the seaside who informed Old Kike that a red ship had appeared along the coastline. A red ship? Old Kike briefly pondered before sprinting toward the shore. As expected, the distinctive sharp prow and mermaid emblem came into view. Hey, old man. At the bow, OS waved at the energetic figure on the shore. In the blink of an eye, the Oro Jackson teleported to the dock. It truly is OS. After so many years, I can hardly recognize you. Hey, Jesse, is this really the same OS? He must be over 3 meters tall now. The townsfolk erupted in unprecedented cheers and astonishment at OS's arrival. Only Old Kike, initially bouncing with excitement, suddenly stood still. He gazed intently at the vibrant figure before him. This aura, it is indeed reminiscent of someone he once followed. A towering figure of 3 meters now stood beside Old Kike, evoking an almost surreal sensation within him. Yet, as he looked at the face resembling that of the small boy he had nurtured, he felt tears welling up. Finally, he could only utter, "It seems you've dressed well and grown quite strong. How wonderful." Chapter 76. Then let us conquer this island. A mere utterance from OS. Delivered in a tone so nonchalant it resembled the mundane acts of eating or drinking, instilled a sense of surrealism among the townsfolk. They gazed at this child they had watched grow up, now a figure capable of easily determining the fate of a nation. Their hearts racing with a mix of admiration and trepidation. Meanwhile, the girls who had grown up alongside OS, captivated by his handsome and imposing presence, exchanged whispers filled with excitement. I always thought OS was incredibly handsome as a child. What? Yuli, don't you remember giving him that little handkerchief, which he used as toilet paper when he ran out? The townspeople engaged in fervent chatter, yet Old Kike furrowed his brow, expressing concern. You ought to be aware, you little rascal, that the king of this country is in contact with the world government. You may be young and unaware, but the world government has deep roots. Even Captain Rox, with his 800 years of legacy, was a formidable entity. OS, heed my advice, do not act impulsively. Observing Kike's earnest analysis. Seemingly fearful of OS making a foolish choice, OS chuckled in response. Do not worry, old man. While the world government is indeed powerful, I would never be foolish enough to confront them head-on. If I desire to leave, there is no place in this world that can confine me. Besides, the world government owes me a favor. A mere small nation in the New World is unlikely to trouble them. Kike was momentarily taken aback by OS's words. The world government owes him a favor? Though he was aware that OS was strong, he had little grasp of just how formidable he had become. Perhaps he was on par with the former captains? Nevertheless, that would hardly withstand an assault from the knights of the world government. Well, you shall find out tomorrow. The day is growing late. Let us rest for now. OS shrugged. Upon hearing this, the gathered townsfolk, despite their excitement and curiosity, discreetly dispersed, while Kike led OS and Mihawk homeward. Along the way, Kike discreetly glanced at the strikingly handsome yet stern young man carrying a large sword beside OS. Unable to contain his curiosity, he patted OS's thigh and whispered, "Is this your recruited crew member?" Crew member? OS paused, stroking his chin. Not quite. As I have yet to formally announce the establishment of my pirate crew, he is more of a companion. By the way, he is also a master swordsman. Oh, I see. Just like Captain Shiki, right? Upon hearing this, Kike, who had initially harbored doubts about the fair-skinned young man possibly being a product of OS's peculiar tastes, quickly reassured himself. How could someone who exudes such exaggerated sword energy possibly be a fraud? Thankfully, he was not some strange daughter-in-law. If he were a figure akin to Captain Shiki, then serving as OS's first mate would indeed make sense. Having been a potential fan of OS since childhood, Kike naturally held high expectations for him, viewing him as the next Rox. Thus, when he saw the note about OS being taken by Roger, he nearly choked with rage, leading him to adopt OS's habit of frequently reading the newspaper to keep track of the Roger Pirates movements, eagerly searching for any mention of OS or wanted posters. Heaven knows how delighted he was to hear of Roger's capture 2 years ago, believing that OS would finally return, only to be met with silence for 2 years, which led him to repeatedly declare that OS had forgotten his roots. You little rascal, how long do you plan to stay this time? Kike, stooping slightly and clasping his hands behind his back, cast a sidelong glance at OS, inquiring casually, though his grip betrayed his tension. Probably a few months. But I have matters to attend to afterward. Ah, busy I see. Busy is good. Kike nodded, understanding that he had not expected OS to linger at home for long. Given his status as a prominent figure on the seas, destined to boldly navigate the oceans. Yet, unbeknownst to him, OS's busyness was far removed from the ambitions of conquering territories or recruiting subordinates. Aside from confronting the Navy, he had engaged in none of the legitimate activities that a notorious pirate should undertake. The following morning, Kike, beaming with vitality, donned a new outfit reminiscent of his days as a combatant, albeit slightly oversized now. OS, observing this transformation with the perceptive eye of Kimbunchaku, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Upon finishing his attire, OS emerged into the courtyard, wondering why such a trivial event warranted such grandiosity. "You little rascal. This is my first venture since my retirement. Do as you wish. It is but a fleeting moment," OS shrugged, making his way to the kitchen, where Mihawk had already prepared the meal. Outside the courtyard, numerous residents had gathered at the doorstep. Kike, filled with exuberance, swung open the door, and the humble townsfolk, well aware of the impending adventure, exchanged worried glances. "Is it truly safe, old mayor? We're talking about the royal army and the world government." "Hahaha, it will be fine." Kike laughed heartily. OS is remarkably strong. Meanwhile, within the opulent palace, a cadre of nobles and ministers whispered among themselves. Atop the dais sat a young man crowned with a royal diadem, inquiring of his guards. There has been no word. Count Huku has not been reachable since last night's action. What nonsense! The king furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "The lords of the world government are soon to arrive, and the promised riches from the heavens have yet to be assembled. If it comes to that, we shall have to squeeze the residents surrounding the royal city." "Report." A voice rang out urgently from outside the palace. "There is an enemy." "What?" Upon hearing this panicked announcement, the young king sprang to his feet, descending the steps to confront the soldier. "What did you just say?" However, as the soldier raised his head to respond, his eyes widened in terror, rendering him speechless. Following the soldier's horrified gaze, the king turned around, only to be met with the chilling sight of a dark figure perched upon his throne, casually crossing his legs, one hand cradling his head, while the other pointed a finger in a gun-like manner at him, a smirk playing on his lips as he uttered a sound effect. Bang. Chapter 77. One may indulge in extravagance, but one must possess strength. "Who are you?" Gazing at the man seated upon the throne, the young king momentarily forgot his indignation and skepticism, instinctively voicing his question. Yet no one answered. The tall youth, with his legs crossed, merely maintained his playful demeanor, pointing his finger at the king's head. Bang. In the presence of terrified nobles, their king seemed to grant them a semblance of respect as his head tilted, and he collapsed to the floor, lifeless, without a wound or trace of blood. Bang. The brief silence was shattered once more as another corpulent noble inexplicably fell. Thus commences the slaughter. The nobles, who once prided themselves on lineage and appearance, trampled over their own kin and friends, hastily fleeing toward the palace exit, while the man atop the throne, like a child playing with a gun, simply pointed ahead, pressing lightly, perhaps having grown accustomed to living in luxury. Thriving off the labor of the populace, their speed was insufficient to escape the palace in time, and one by one they fell, their bodies serving as stepping stones for their companions. Perhaps it was due to disdain for the sluggishness of handguns beneath the grimaces of the nobles. The man seated upon the throne raised his hand once more, not merely with his index finger, but with both middle fingers prominently displayed. Subsequently, the sound emanating from his mouth quickened, a rhythmic patter akin to that of a skilled stunt performer, and soon the ground was littered with fallen figures. Among them, some individuals began to exhibit signs of mental collapse. A strikingly beautiful lady, in a fit of desperation, shouted at one of the figures, "Do not be so arrogant. How dare you slaughter nobles without fear of the world government's wrath? You, a mere commoner who merely got lucky by consuming a devil fruit." Observing the man's garb, clad in an unknown black military uniform, adorned with an array of weapons, he clearly belonged to the ranks of pirates or bandits, individuals she had always held in disdain, often commanding her guards to deal with them ruthlessly. To her, his ability to incapacitate others seemed merely a consequence of having consumed some devil fruit, a revenge against those who once oppressed him, while they, the inherently noble, deserved their status. Such individuals were troublesome. Yet she believed that with the impending arrival of the world government's powerful forces, these lowly beings would be swiftly dealt with. In her panic and fury, her voice remarkably caught the attention of the man upon the throne. OS gaze was soon drawn to this hysterical figure. Commoners, indeed, seemed to revel in their high-handedness. OS, in fact, found his attire quite dapper. Perhaps her words had an effect. He suddenly felt disinclined to grant them a swift end. Instead, he thought it would be amusing for them to experience the suffering they had once inflicted. With a light chuckle, OS snapped his fingers, and in an instant, whether it was the ministers attempting to flee the palace or the psychologically shattered noblewoman, they all froze in place as if turned to stone. The slaughter had concluded, and the bullets had ceased fire. The ensuing spectacle would be a noble version of the Don Quixote family descending, a truly malicious delight. Coldly observing the nobles bound to the city walls, their futile rage or humble pleas for survival, Mihawk expressed his confusion. "There is nothing to concern yourself with, little eagle," remarked the seasoned Keg, accustomed to grand spectacles, mimicking OS tone, oblivious to the dark lines forming on Mihawk's face. From their earlier actions against the town to the countless years of lavish oppression over the citizens, their fate had long been sealed. Lavish indulgence? The exasperated little eagle tugged at the corner of his mouth, pondering the term, then turned to glance at OS, who was enjoying the performance. Perhaps sensing this gaze, OS turned to meet Mihawk's piercing stare, smiling lightly. "What is it you wish to see? Surely you do not believe I would advocate for indulgence and continued extravagance." OS remained nonchalant, surveying the farce below. The people's rebellion against tyranny was indeed gratifying, yet it ended there. Their deaths may have been justified, but it was not the true reason for their demise. Across the wall, a general was preparing to slaughter the residents to rescue the nobles. However, upon spotting OS, he dared not make a move. The true reason for their deaths was simply their lack of strength. By the city walls, several figures clad in suits approached swiftly. The nobles, some already delirious from the flames, erupted with overwhelming survival instincts upon seeing these figures. "Hey, esteemed officials of the world government, there is a riot. Please save us. We will pay any price. Release your grip. Do not touch this lady's dress. You filthy commoners, swine." They looked upon the cloaked figures with desperate hope, yearning for them to eliminate the commoners and escort them back to the palace to resume discussions about joining the allied nations. Even if they had to grovel, they would ensure their position in the alliance, thus securing the protection of the world government. However, to their utter dismay, the so-called dignitaries from the world government seemed indifferent to their plight, instead bypassing the mob and advancing forward, ultimately stepping onto the wall. Their expressions were a mix of panic and caution. The leading figure, sweating profusely, began, "There must be some misunderstanding, Mr. OS," yet before he could finish, OS interrupted him, raising his hand. "I understand. Out of respect for the 5 elders, I shall not hold this against you." Without further ado, OS dialed Spandam using the snail phone, dismissing the need to trouble the highest echelons of the world government for such a trivial matter. Given Spandam's position and influence, he could certainly handle it. Under the anxious gaze of the world government officials, Spandam's voice gradually resonated through the snail phone, devoid of his usual arrogance. Moses, this is Mr. OS. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing this obsequious greeting, OS felt quite pleased. "I hope I am not disturbing you with this sudden call." "How could that be? It is an honor for someone of your stature to seek me out." Spandam's face was a masterclass in flattery, revealing his ambition and explaining why the 5 elders favored him. However, OS had not called merely for compliments. He had heard plenty of that in the red light district. "There are 2 matters for which I seek your assistance. Firstly, I wish to replace the king and nobles of the Duramos kingdom and subsequently join the world government alliance. By the way, this does not involve paying the heavenly tribute." At this, Spandam's eyebrows shot up, his tension easing momentarily as he thought it merely a change of kings. "Wait a moment," he exclaimed, his eyes widening as if they might pop out of his head. "Mr. OS, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. It must be reported to the highest authorities of the world government." Spandam wore a forced smile, his mind racing with disbelief. The legendary Black Gun OS was set to become a king of an allied nation. Could the world government's round table truly accommodate such a formidable figure? No. OS waved his hand dismissively and directed the snail phone toward the elderly Keg beside him, who appeared perplexed, unsure of OS' intentions. "The one who is truly to become king is this esteemed gentleman by my side." "What?" Before Spandam could react, Keg was startled, quickly retreating while exclaiming, "How could I, an old man, possibly take on such a role?" OS found Keg's reaction amusing but did not press the matter further, simply addressing the snail phone. "The one destined to become the new king of Duramos is my most esteemed Keg, the illustrious pirate, former member of the Rocks Pirates, Dol Keg." OSS proudly introduced the old man's titles, momentarily stunning Spandam. Although OSS's presence was unbelievable, the three titles of the new king seemed increasingly grand, especially the last one. That of the former uncrowned king of the previous era, who single-handedly bore the weight of the world government, the navy, and the pirate king. If that were the case, I could take the liberty of drafting an application, but it would ultimately require the approval of the five elders, Spandam concluded, his voice dwindling. OSS understood the implication. The next steps were beyond the decision-making power of someone like him, merely a dog of the highest authority. If the old man's identity or the lack of heavenly gold led to hesitance regarding OSS, he hoped OSS would not use him as a punching bag. For Spandam felt caught between OSS and the five elders, making his position tenuous. However, OSS exuded confidence, smiling as he spoke. There's no need for concern. You only need to convey one message when submitting the application. Please, do tell, Spandam gulped. Simply inform them that the world government owes me a favor. And now is the time to repay it. He believed the five elders could not refuse. Delamus was situated in the New World. Amidst the backdrop of the great pirate era, the world government's influence could hardly reach there. The so-called protection was non-existent. Thus, what he sought was merely the title of a member state of the world government. The genuine protection would stem from OSS's formidable reputation that resonated across the seas. As for the reason, OSS mused it was primarily for the sake of amusement. In the future, not only could he attend the World Conference legitimately, but he and the old man, one a remnant of Roger's crew, the other a remnant of Rock's, would be escorted by the Navy to the conference. Just imagining that scenario brought a smile to OSS's face. Additionally, it would provide a lasting foundation for the old man and the townsfolk, ensuring stability for at least 20 years for those who had cared for OSS. The village's wild dogs could even join the royal patrol, receiving their share of royal provisions, honoring their lineage of guarding the town. What could one call this? It was the notion that when one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with him. Miraculously, Delamus, having endured a significant political upheaval, stabilized swiftly, thanks in part to OSS's imposing presence and the staggering bounty figures that could make one's scalp tingle. Did one not notice how even representatives of the world government left with their tails between their legs? Oh dear, it's just a matter of establishing a foundation. How much longer will you dally, old man? Within the king's palace, Old Kike persistently declined the title of king, citing reasons of unsuitability and age, dismissing the townsfolk's pleas, which left them in a state of anxiety. If you want to be king, how can we become nobles? I believe this position should be reserved for OSS. I am far too old, the old man insisted. I have no time to be king. I still aim to conquer the seas, OSS fibbed, convincing Old Kike. You can hold the position for now, and I'll take it up when I have the time. Plus, you can choose a partner nationally, so no more sneaking around. True to his reputation for understanding Old Kike well, this notion visibly swayed the old man. If it were for OSS's future legacy, perhaps he could give it a shot, not for a partner, of course. With such thoughts, he found himself wavering, though he still feigned reluctance. Oh, what a bother. Ultimately, OSS could no longer contain his impatience, snapping his fingers. Old Kike's attire instantly transformed into royal garments, and he found himself seated upon the throne. OSS and Mihawk stood beside the throne, observing the townsfolk awkwardly bowing, exchanging amused glances. You all are truly putting me through the ringer at my age. Old Kike struggled to suppress a smile, glancing at OSS, who was guarding him, feeling a wave of contentment. At last, he had truly been elevated. Chapter 79. As long as I wish, none shall survive in the opulent palace. Old Kike, once scruffily dressed, now donned glasses, his countenance serious as he perused the reports before him. You look quite refined, old man, OSS remarked. Hearing this, Old Kike looked up to see a young man clad in a deep red suit and a black coat, towering over 3 meters in height. With long legs and a robust physique, complemented by his long black hair and sharply chiseled features that transcended mere handsomeness. He sat at the desk, nibbling on a piece of royal fruit. Upon seeing OSS's attire, a smile finally broke through Old Kike's stern visage. That new outfit suits you well, rascal. It's good to change styles occasionally. OSS casually picked up a piece of paper from the desk, noting various matters regarding taxes and public order. Hey, old man. Being king is about enjoying life. Don't wear yourself out. Even a loosely governed regime is better than the oppression of the previous king. The people will appreciate your efforts. Well, that's true, Old Kike admitted, relaxing his aching shoulders and descending from the throne. To be honest, he was rather indifferent. He would write whatever he pleased in his reviews. For instance, during the recent transition of power, When a group of commoners revolted, Old Kike simply responded, "To hell with them." Moreover, with the increasing number of young people from various kingdoms turning to piracy, he replied, "What ambition? Just make sure to visit home often." Such peculiar responses often left his subordinates perplexed, but they had no choice but to comply with his directives. "Let us take a stroll outside." "I prefer a life of freedom," he suggested. Seated at a table in the palace garden, the old man leaned forward, his hands resting on the table's edge, gazing at the meditative OSS. "You've surely experienced that, haven't you?" he inquired. "What?" OSS opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. "You know, that black and red lightning that crashes down and devastates everything," Old Kike described, struggling to articulate his memories of those cataclysmic battles he had witnessed, where the might of the powerful left him blown away by mere aftershocks. "Ah, you mean that," OSS replied, eager to indulge the old man's curiosity. For his greatest aspiration had always been to become a legendary pirate like Whitebeard. Now, through OSS, that dream was being realized, making him all the more inquisitive. Slowly, OSS extended his hand, forming a fist as an overwhelming aura of destruction began to manifest. Old Kike's pupils trembled, his body involuntarily shivering, yet he was exhilarated. Yes, that is the aura. It sends shivers down to the core. As OSS's aura coalesced, densely packed black and red lightning gathered in his fist. Old Kike felt the immense pressure of this power, struggling to breathe, but could not help but applaud OSS, who appeared to command dominion over all. What incredible strength! "Tell me, OSS, can you defeat Whitebeard, Edward Newgate now?" Old Kike inquired with great enthusiasm. He found Oth's aura overwhelming, reminiscent of the formidable presence Whitebeard once exuded. Amusingly, he could not discern which was more potent, as if comparing a 1,000-ton boulder to a 10,000-ton one, both were insurmountable. However, Old Kike's question left Oth momentarily speechless. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "In terms of raw strength, I must admit, I still fall short. I have witnessed Whitebeard's immense strength, his devil fruit abilities, and his conqueror's hockey, nearly on par with Captain Roger. Yet, I am still rather young." This revelation disappointed Old Kike, though it also brought him a sense of comfort. After all, Oth was indeed youthful, and greatness would come in due time. Yet, what Oth said next brought joy back to Old Kike. "However, this is merely a difference in numbers. If we were to engage in unrestricted combat on the seas, I am confident that not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates would survive, not even the fishmen." Oth's nonchalant tone struck Old Kike like thunder, and he instinctively did not doubt him, for Oth had been causing a stir at the Navy headquarters since his youth. He felt increasingly reassured. If even such a monster could not contend with Oth, then this brat would likely be safe in the future, sparing the old man from anxiously reading newspapers filled with reports about Oth. Afterward, Oth and Mihawk resided on Drum Island for several months, spending quality time with Old Kike and taking a well-deserved break. During this period, Oth managed to obtain Morgan's contact information through the news-seeking seagull. With the connection established, a bird-like face appeared on the transponder snail, smiling warmly. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Oth of the Black Gun. This is Morgan's from the World Economic Journal." Oth was well aware of Morgan's work, having been featured in the newspaper for years. He chuckled awkwardly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down as he remembered that half of his current notoriety stemmed from this very individual's embellishments, even if much of it was true. Haha, I must ask, what brings someone of your stature to seek me out?" Morgan's hastily redirected the conversation, having lost track of the numerous sensational stories he had concocted over the years. "I have 2 matters to discuss today." Oth casually sipped his orange juice through a straw, continuing, "Firstly, the Kingdom of Drum on the Grand Line will henceforth be under my protection. Please publish this. Anyone daring to attack, be they notorious pirates or allied nations, must prepare for total annihilation." That's simple enough. The Black Gun Oth has his own territory. This is big news. Morgan chuckled with a hint of mischief. Already preparing sensational headlines. Shocking. The legendary pirate begins territorial conquest in the New World. The man with a bounty of 4 billion. What are his intentions? All who dare enter shall be slain. The new ruler of the New World declares his sovereignty. Observing Morgan's poorly concealed excitement, Oth raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, but chose not to dwell on it. He had no doubt that Morgan's would not dare to defy him. Otherwise, he would follow the seagull back to its headquarters and eliminate him. As Morgan's pondered, Oth continued, "As for the second matter, I intend to dominate the entire underworld. Would you care to join me, News King Morgan's?" Upon hearing this, Morgan's previously cheerful demeanor froze. He scrutinized Oth's expression, noting the lack of a menacing tone. Only a slight smirk and eyes that seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Ah, haha, a figure of your stature is interested in our small enterprises? Morgan stammered. He understood the vastness of the underworld, encompassing lucrative industries such as entertainment, gambling, funerals, special services, transportation, media, lending, storage, arms, and brokering. While he recognized that Oth's ambitions might not topple the strongest, they could undoubtedly disrupt the fundamental structure of the world. Consider this. Do you truly believe you can hide behind those birds for life? Oth's words possessed an innate persuasive power, momentarily rendering Morgan speechless. Yet, he remained composed, confident in his means of concealment. Even if you relocate to an airship, it would make no difference. A cold sweat trickled from his feathers. His bird-like face now somewhat grim. How could you possibly know? You work in intelligence, so you should be well aware of me, Morgans. No need for further introduction. Oth's eyes glowed with an ominous light, emitting an intangible pressure. I will always find you, whether in the sky, beneath the sea, or underground. If you join me now, I will not interfere with your business. In fact, I can offer you protection and share exclusive world-breaking news. However, Oth's gaze sharpened. If I must expend considerable effort to locate you, the consequences will be dire. Though unspoken, the silence carried a weight that was profoundly unsettling. Morgan ceased to smile, falling into a contemplative silence. He could not refute Oth. The more he understood Oth's capabilities, the more he recognized the sheer terror of such power. While his own clandestine operations were already dubious, they paled in comparison to Oth's prowess. If he wished to continue disseminating news and expanding his enterprise, avoiding this being capable of instantaneous movement and possessing observation hockey that could span vast distances was impossible. As a top-tier intelligence officer, he had encountered many sea monsters. Yet even they would regard Oth as a monster. Moreover, he had anticipated this day would come. Numerous reports indicated that whether it was the booming business of the Mamasimi red light district or the emergence of new intermediaries in the underworld, Oth's shadow loomed over them all. Others might be oblivious, but he was not. All these actions unequivocally pointed to one conclusion. Lord Oth intended to infiltrate the colossal benefits of the underworld, not merely to join, but to seize control. He aimed to consolidate the fragmented underground market under his singular authority, wielding his absolute strength and unparalleled abilities to ensure no one could resist, nor dare to oppose him. Even the world government would likely have to turn a blind eye. This was an inevitable trend, not a trivial matter one could evade. After a moment of consideration, Morgans ultimately conceded. Resistance was futile without leverage, and his cards were insufficient to shake Oth, a titan who had already left the world government battered and bruised. In light of this, I am willing to join your ranks, esteemed Lord OS. If the opposing force consisted of grand pirates like the elderly matron or Whitebeard, Morgans would certainly disregard them. However, the individual before him is different. His unparalleled abilities and terrifying potential transcend the mere question of power. There is no need for concern. Morgans. Upon hearing the gentleman's perceptive words, OS appeared quite pleased and offered some comforting remarks, stating that he generally refrains from meddling in Morgan's affairs. Whatever news you wish to disseminate, I shall not interfere, as long as you manage to propagate the information I desire. You have thus fulfilled your mission. Moreover, I can divulge a few secrets. Is it any wonder that this man instills trepidation in the world government? He possesses such a wealth of astonishing revelations. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Just how many secrets has this man uncovered through his extraordinary abilities? What has Roger discovered? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Morgan's forehead as he felt both exhilaration and curiosity. Surely, following such a king of the underworld, one would uncover more sensational news. Unbeknownst to him, the slight misgivings he once harbored dissipated, and he became wholly engrossed in the potentially monumental news that was bound to come to light. Of course, OS is not particularly concerned with their so-called loyalty. After all, he lacks the observation hockey of someone like Rayleigh. As long as they comply, he relies solely on his own formidable strength rather than on the hearts of men. Furthermore, do not forget to convey to the other heads of the underground world that they should hastily come to surrender. It is quite a waste of time to seek them out one by one and subdue them. As the conversation drew to a close, OS cheerfully instructed Morgans, particularly regarding Stussy from the recently emerging Happy Street. Should she be willing, I can arrange for her to collaborate with Sabo in this venture. If not, OS's smile widened, then I shall no longer regard the face of the world government, and ultimately, it will be left to Vegapunk to discuss matters with her personally. Chapter 81. farewell and departure from O'Hara. After instructing Morgans, OS turned his attention away from the matter, for in his view, defiance was simply not an option for those who wished to survive in the underworld. With Morgans under his control and possessing the entire world's intelligence, unrestricted teleportation, and the ability to entangle, he had transformed into a veritable eraser of human form. The time for reunions must inevitably come to an end, as old Kike well understood. At the port of the Duramos coastline, a massive red ship was currently docked. Old Kike gazed up at the vessel and shook his head in annoyance. Roger's belongings were indeed cursed. At the harbor's edge stood OS, clad in a dark red suit and draped in a black coat, just having hung up a transponder snail. Crates of supplies were being loaded onto the ship, with old Kike personally overseeing the operation when suddenly, a shadow enveloped his vicinity. Are we departing again? Without turning around, old Kike, hands clasped behind his back, asked in a hoarse voice, Indeed, time is of the essence. It would be best to set sail within half a day. OS nodded in agreement. My hawk remained silent, already aboard the RO Jackson and beginning to tally the supplies. When you are less busy, do come back and take a look. You are the heir to this nation, and this will be your legacy. Upon hearing this, OS could not help but chuckle. It was always meant for the old man to enjoy his retirement. A small kingdom was hardly of interest to him. After all, even Crocodile and Doflamingo had set their sights on the grand nations of Alabasta and Dressrosa. OS was not concerned with scheming over a mere small island. Oh, do take care of it, old man. Don't collapse too easily. Perhaps sensing the underlying meaning in OS's words, old Kike suddenly laughed heartily. Of course. I await your return to support my old age. That is well. I shall take my leave now. OS crouched down and embraced old Kike's shoulders, provoking a wave of disdain from the old man, who scolded him for being sentimental and urged him to hasten his departure, lest he disrupt his mood. What are you doing hugging? Hurry along. You are a sovereign of the seas, yet you act like a child. It would be quite a spectacle for your subordinates to witness. As OS's figure receded onto the ship, old Kike remained silent. The vessel swiftly set sail and gradually made its way out of the harbor. This solemn expression lingered until the Oro Jackson was nearly out of sight, at which point he could no longer contain himself and murmured, Make sure to return often, OS. As soon as these words left his lips, a voice echoed from the horizon, I certainly will. Take care, old man. Ha. Through his observation hockey, he observed old Kike grumbling about the cheeky lad. And OS could not help but smile with delight. Watching OS's joyful demeanor, my hawk savored a sip of red wine and cautioned, if you wish to catch up with them, it would be best to arrive before noon today. No one can predict when they will depart. Got it. I will head out now. OS snapped his fingers, and the eternal pointer materialized in his hand. The next individuals he was to meet were two characters who would only gain prominence in the later stages of the saga, and OS felt quite eager about it. One was Carp's son, Monkey D, Dragon, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, with whom OS had a fleeting encounter in Roguetown. The other was Vegapunk, the true possessor of the brain fruit, a scientist who had transcended the limits of world technology by centuries, akin to a pirate version of Einstein. As for Dragon, OS wasn't particularly interested. He was merely a young idealist aspiring to overthrow tyranny, a phenomenon not uncommon in the annals of history. Yet, such individuals often fail to break free from the cyclical nature of history, for in this world, strength reigns supreme. In OS's view, as long as there exist formidable powers that monopolize authority, true equality cannot be realized. Even if a region briefly experiences it, it can never endure. However, if one is willing to strive for their ideals, that is their prerogative, and OS is disinclined to meddle in such matters. Yet, he was quite intrigued by Dragon's loyal subordinate, a pivotal figure who would provide him amusement, the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov. This individual, even if OS could not acquire him, must be controlled to serve his purposes, as not only could he perform surgeries for pirates and those who offend him, but also supply a continuous stream of technicians to the red light district while saving on labor costs. More crucially, he must ensure that his underworld queen, Sabo, does not become a rough and unapproachable figure due to Ivankov's influence. As for his interest in Vegapunk, it stemmed from OS's genuine curiosity regarding the high-tech creations. If he could fortuitously enhance his weaponry during the encounter, that would be splendid. The mere thought of the intriguing events that lay ahead caused OS to squint his eyes in delight, accompanied by a gentle smile as his gaze drifted toward the young hawk, practicing his swordsmanship. Well, perhaps I shall refrain from that. I would undoubtedly be pursued to the ends of the earth by that proud fellow. Should he become a delicate and alluring woman and thus miss the opportunity to engage with the world's greatest swordsman, even if OS was her closest companion? He would not take it lightly. Ivankov would surely meet a grim fate. What are you gazing at? Perhaps sensing OS's gaze, Mihawk, with his keen swordsman's intuition, cast a cold glance in his direction, feeling that something was amiss. Nothing much. I was merely contemplating that I might soon gain another companion. Is that so? Mihawk redirected his focus back to his sword, continuing to unleash his sword aura towards the sea. A series of neatly bisected fish carcasses floated on the water's surface. He was indifferent to what sort of individuals OS would bring aboard. As long as it did not interfere with his sword practice, he was unconcerned. Regardless of who they might be, they could hardly escape OS's amusement. As it stood, everything OS aimed to accomplish had thus far succeeded without error. The means employed were of little concern. The new crew member would have to fend for himself. Thus, they set sail at full speed towards the West Sea. For the new world would soon return once more. Like a phantom vessel, the R.O. Jackson glided across the ocean under the bright sun, wielding Conqueror's Haki, traversing the calm belt towards O'Hara. In just a couple of hours, a hazy black appeared along the coastline of the O'Hara Sea, resembling a ghostly apparition. Chapter 82, Childhood Memories. The White Trampoline West Sea, O'Hara. Once a naturally lush forest island, it had now crumbled into ruins. With the towering tree symbolizing knowledge now fallen, the world government's extermination order had long since receded, and this place was meant to be deserted. Yet, several colossal ships were anchored nearby. A group of giants were seen using nets to fish something out of a lake. Books, remarkably preserved despite being soaked, were being packed and transported in batches. At that moment, a figure with an exaggeratedly large head was peeking from behind the rocks, tongue out. Behind him stood a long-haired man draped in a dark green cloak, holding a bouquet of flowers. You haven't changed a bit, have you? It's been a while, Vegapunk. The scientist, Vegapunk, slowly turned to see Dragon, sighing in relief. It's you, Dragon. What brings you here? Well, I have some ties with Uncle Clover, but I wonder why there are still people monitoring the area around O'Hara. Is that all right? Dragon, being cautious, had already noticed the individuals stationed around O'Hara. He remained discreet. But the giant's presence could hardly be concealed and might have stirred some attention. Are they from the world government? Vegapunk asked, concerned that these significant books could be exposed. No. They appear more like lackeys from certain maritime forces, not regular troops, Dragon replied, glancing at the giants retrieving the books. Are you particularly concerned about those giants? Indeed. Those books are incredibly valuable. They must not be allowed to take them. They are not thieves. I have investigated them. As they walked and conversed, Dragon suddenly halted, gazing intently towards the distant sea. What is happening, Dragon? Vegapunk inquired, bewildered by his sudden reaction. Dragon, however, did not respond, gritting his teeth as his expression turned grim. His eyes fixed on the black dot beyond the coastline. As the ghostly ship approached, a cold sweat trickled down from his brow. How is this possible? Is that surveillance team left by that fellow? Indeed, I am the one who has come, OS said, his voice smooth and relaxed. With a casual grip, he seized Dragon's claw-like fist, which could shred steel and fracture the earth, and effortlessly pinned it down. Is this how you greet someone, Dragon? How rude of you. Dressed in a dark red suit with a black trench coat and armed with weapons, OS regarded the tense Dragon with an unperturbed expression. While Vegapunk had already retreated to a safe distance, unable to withstand the aftermath of such a confrontation. Fortunately, Dragon's reaction was merely instinctive. He had no intention of engaging OS, and the haki enveloping his hand quickly dissipated. OS released his grip, noting that, in his view, Dragon's claw was not even half as powerful as his own immense strength. Were Dragon to confront him without haki, OS was confident he could easily crush his hand into a pulverized fracture. Black Gun OS, what brings you here? Dragon asked, his face grave. Yet, OS did not answer the question, instead turning to observe Vegapunk, scrutinizing his oversized head. What a colossal head you possess. How many brains does it take to grow this large? No wonder you require such a massive container for storage. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you. Perhaps sensing the palpable tension, OS attempted to reassure them. But as he looked up, his words caught in his throat. Oh, so O'Hara still has female giants? It's been ages since I've seen one. He spotted the giants in the distance, among them a beautiful and alluring female giant. The last time he had seen her was in his childhood, when he visited Elbaf with Captain Roger. Back then, he had even jumped on trampolines with Buggy and Shanks during the novice protection period. Unlike Vegapunk and Dragon, he He seemed far more intrigued by the giants and news of Uncle Jabba. In an instant, OS appeared before the female giant, greeting her with a smile, only to startle the three present, especially the giantess, who instinctively swung a punch, but as her fist approached OS, it halted a mere meter away, as if hitting a wall. Is this how you all greet each other? Their reactions were understandable. A sudden figure appearing beside them, akin to a small insect, prompted a warrior's instinct to attack first. Stop. He is not our enemy, perhaps due to his more astute perception. Girds recognized OS's silhouette and quickly halted the advancing Halting. However, even without her command, Halting found herself utterly immobilized. In the moment she threw her punch, OS had already immobilized her entirely with his spatial abilities, without overwhelming Haki unless one possessed far greater physical strength than OS. Even the might of a giant would be rendered powerless under such spatial constraints. Are you Mr. OS? I've heard Uncle Jabba speak of you and have seen your wanted poster. The female giant, Girds, recognized OS with excitement. Oh, Uncle Jabba mentioned me? OS, intrigued, released Halting from his restraint, turning to Girds. Indeed, Uncle Jabba often shares his nautical tales with us. Girds smiled. But OS seemed to lose interest in Uncle Jabba's current affairs. As he listened to Girds, he stood in the air, his gaze fixated on the swaying, oversized white trampoline, which was far larger than himself. After all, he was still a young man barely past adolescence, brimming with vigor. This was quite the test for him. Chapter 83. The magnificent OS, who values money as not thanks to Uncle Jabba's connections in Elbaf, coupled with OS's formidable power and status. The giants exhibited no hostility. In fact, they warmly invited OS to visit Elbaf again in the future. OS readily agreed, promising to return, though not immediately, as he had much to attend to. Under the watchful gaze of Dragon and Vegapunk, OS and the giants quickly engaged in conversation. Due to OS's high emotional intelligence and eloquence, Girds soon found herself engrossed in dialogue with him. Eventually, this bold and free-spirited female warrior embraced OS, her head nearly submerged in the depths of the moment, making it difficult for her to breathe. OS could have resisted, but why would he? The giants had come with a purpose, so he did not linger unnecessarily. He merely bid farewell, reassuring Sauron that there was no need to worry about Robin, who was doing just fine. After greeting the giants, OS turned and returned to the side of Dragon and Vegapunk, accompanied by a stoic young man bearing a black sword. My apologies, Little Eagle. I forgot to bring you in the ship when I teleported here. Mihawk merely crossed his arms and closed his eyes, indifferent to OS's oversight. As the group strolled across the now desolate land of O'Hara, Dragon could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "What brings someone of your stature to seek us out?" "It's merely a trivial matter," OS replied. Upon reaching a flat area amidst the ruins of O'Hara, a massive stone appeared behind OS, and he sat upon it with a light chuckle. "I've heard that one of your subordinates possesses quite an intriguing ability." "You mean, Ivankov?" Dragon's demeanor shifted, his tone earnest. "Ivankov is my comrade. I would never hand him over to you." Observing the armament coating Dragon's hand and the swirling green winds, Mihawk drew his sword, ready to unleash a powerful strike at a moment's notice. "There's no need to be so tense," OS calmly reassured, raising a hand to quell the anxiety. "I never said I intended to take him away. I simply wished to clarify a few matters." Perhaps sensing OS's lack of hostility or noticing Vegapunk's subtle signals, Dragon ultimately relented, allowing the tension in his grip to dissipate. "I am not a malevolent pirate. There is no need for such apprehension. While I possess the confidence to subdue you by force, it is unnecessary, and I do not wish to create enemies out of thin air." With a playful snap of his fingers, numerous treasure chests materialized before them, all ajar and revealing piles of berries that dazzled the eyes. Upon witnessing OS's casual display, Dragon's eyelids twitched, and he exchanged a glance with Vegapunk, who was sticking out his tongue in disbelief. Dragon approached the treasure chests, casually extracting a stack of berries marked with the highest denominations, pristine and fresh, emanating the scent of newly printed ink. Although somewhat pungent, to Dragon, it was sweeter than any delicacy. "Our revolutionary army is too impoverished." Vegapunk's eyes sparkled. Despite being funded by the world government, his resources were limited and controlled. Had it not been for the dire financial state of Dragon's territory, he would have preferred not to work for the world government. After all, what scientist would dislike funding? Without monetary resources, even the brightest mind could achieve nothing. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. OS lack nothing but money. Observing the gleam in their eyes, OS smirked, crossing his legs and producing a thick stack of cash, tossing it into the air for the wind to scatter, unfazed by the loss. This spectacle made Dragon's teeth grind in envy. Damn it, that must have been several 100,000 berries just gone. He swiftly used his powers to summon the scattered berries back. Yet OS remained indifferent, reiterating, once you grasp the control of the world's entertainment, gambling, funeral services, special services, transportation, public opinion, lending, storage, arms, and mediation, you will astonishingly discover that money seems to transform into an almost infinite number. Though he had not yet secured control of the entire underworld, with the assets and industries held by Morgans, Sabo, Doflamingo, and others, OS had already become a billionaire. If not more. Once the remaining factions capitulated, that number would multiply exponentially. With the strength of the entire underworld behind him, it was inevitable that money would never run dry. Knowing your financial struggles, consider these treasure chests as my investment. Before Dragon could express his gratitude, OS, with a nonchalant demeanor, added, however, I do have conditions. With another snap of his fingers, the treasure chest sealed shut, all locks clicking into place. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If it exists, it is surely tainted with poison. Dragon, anticipating OS's next words, remained silent. I require that Ivankov, without my permission, refrain from performing any gender modifications on anyone, and he must provide medical assistance unconditionally to those I designate. Taken aback by this demand, Dragon paused. Not because he found it unacceptable, but because it was surprisingly agreeable. Is that all? His surprise grew. The seemingly insignificant ability of Ivankov could attract such investment for their revolutionary army? I can speak on Ivankov's behalf and agree to your terms. Dragon hastily responded, eager to secure OS's favor. Not only could they acquire funding, but they could also forge a relationship with such a powerful ally, presenting countless advantages for the future of their revolutionary army. But do not celebrate too soon, OS warned, narrowing his eyes. If I discover he has secretly performed any surgeries, the consequences will be dire. Disbandment would be the least of your worries. Meanwhile, Vegapunk, observing the exchange, sighed in resignation. Dragon is still young. His economic lifeline is being grasped tightly. While he relishes this bargain, he may face significant repercussions in the future. Chapter 84. The newly appointed strongest being, the Seraph OS as the possessor of the most formidable intellect. OS not only comprehended scientific advancements, but also the intricacies of human relationships and the dynamics of power. Nevertheless, he must concede that the allure of wealth is undeniably persuasive, particularly when wielded by a formidable individual. Even Vegapunk himself was not immune to the world government's manipulations. Of course, Vegapunk's speculations were not without merit. If the Revolutionary Army and its future endeavors were to have their military expenditures and various costs controlled by OS, the king of the underworld, while their own strength could not challenge him, the implications would be fascinating. Would the Revolutionary Army ultimately serve Dragon's ideals, or would it be under OS's influence? Furthermore, given that OS and the world government currently maintained a cordial relationship, even as a successor to a member state, the intricate web of alliances and rivalries posed a perplexing dilemma. Would the old guard of the world government fall to the rising powers? Or would the new forces dismantle the decaying regime? Such questions remained elusive. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, it seemed unlikely that they would suffer losses. With Dragon's concerns addressed, OS's gaze shifted to Vegapunk once more. So, Dr. Vegapunk, do you require financial support? Vegapunk hesitated, primarily because although OSI's smile appeared gentle, it instilled in him an ominous premonition, akin to making a pact with the devil. The unsettling nature of this encounter rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the world government's operatives. He pondered the implications carefully. After all, the promise of unlimited funding was enticing. If he could extract just a portion of the research results for his use, he would be at ease, assured that the world government would remain oblivious. OSI coaxed him gently, aware of the profound implications that boundless resources held for a scientist. To illustrate, it was comparable to placing a solitary man, who had been single for 30 years, into a time-limited free red light district. Once conditions were met, it would be impossible to refrain from exhausting oneself in pursuit of satisfaction. Indeed, after a brief moment of hesitation, Vegapunk succumbed to temptation once more. For a fleeting instant, he even contemplated betraying the world government in favor of OSI, as the funding they provided, despite being substantial, was not inexhaustible. OSI, on the other hand, wielded wealth so colossal that he treated money as inconsequential, employing methods of amassing riches at sea that surpassed those of the world government, making him the quintessential benefactor every researcher dreams of. OSI's initial task for Beach Punk was to assist in modifying his black gun, not to transform it into a laser weapon, but to enhance its comfort and range, without concern for recoil. It was no exaggeration to assert that no firearm existed which OSI could not tame. In fact, if it weren't for the potential loss of prestige, even wielding a naval cannon would be a trivial feat for his immense strength. As for the subsequent funding for Beach Punk, OSI would dispatch individuals periodically to deliver it. With such substantial financial backing, should any remarkable technological advancements arise, Beach Punk assured that OSI would undoubtedly be among the foremost to utilize them, rivaling even the world government. Mr. OSI, I have a scientific project that may pique your interest. OSI, intrigued by Beach Punk's sudden inquiry as he accepted the gun, listened attentively. This is merely a preliminary concept, a breakthrough in cloning technology. Ever since Stussy was created, I have been striving for a more perfect cloning technique. For instance, inheriting the original's powers, combined with certain unique racial traits, as well as my burgeoning research on devil fruit abilities. If you are willing, the blood cultivated from you could potentially become the pinnacle of this technology. Upon hearing this, OSI instantly grasped the implications, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. The Seraphim OSI? Inheriting your current talents and devil fruit abilities, alongside the advantages of the Lunaria race, with your gifts augmented by the terrifying resilience and defense of the Lunaria, you would truly possess no weaknesses. Your appearance at the age of 10 could rival that of a general. You could easily become a greater monster than I. He dismissed the thought, not wishing anyone to overshadow his handsome visage while flaunting in the seas. It felt too awkward. Let us table this for now. Allow me to witness your successful results first. Consequently, OSI chose to deflect the conversation. Beach Punk, understanding, recognized that skepticism towards unproven research was a natural human response. The developments progressed even more smoothly than OSI had anticipated. Perhaps the abundance of funding or the stark disparity in capabilities contributed to this harmonious collaboration. Observing Long and Beach Punk along with his subordinates as they counted their bounty, Myhawk expressed little interest in the matter, turning to OSI instead. So, where do we head next? OSI contemplated for a moment, retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket and dialing. That will depend on whether Morgans has disappointed me as the new boss. Click. How are the matters I assigned to you, Morgans? Lord OSI, are you referring to the other underground figures? Indeed. Many have agreed to submit, including several titans of the underground world such as you might, but a few have refused. Claiming what is OSI to us? They fear offending those with greater influence involved. Oh ho? Titans, you say? Who are they? Morgans brightened at OSI's inquiry, his bird-like face adorned with a wicked grin. Haha. When I called, some scorned me for serving OSI, saying I was regressing. But the delight I feel now is equal to the frustration I felt then. Those provincial fools cannot hope to compare with someone like me, who deals in intelligence. The terror OSI embodies is beyond their comprehension. Naturally, some of those small-time players could be dealt with by Morgans, but many were insurmountable challenges. There are numerous, Lord OSI. The most frequently mentioned is that of the former Rocks Pirates captain, Charlotte Lin, who was subtly establishing dominance in the New World. Oh ho? The world's strongest woman? Upon hearing that familiar name, OSI felt a mix of surprise and acceptance. He had seen her captivating visage in newspapers during his youth, though he had heard she had begun to gain weight in recent years. However, it mattered little. OSI had no penchant for revisiting the past. If it had been the youthful Lin prior to her joining the Rocks, he might have felt intrigued, but now he felt utterly indifferent. It seemed that, akin to a character from an anime in his previous life, Big Mom had always been keen on interacting with the underground world. He hadn't anticipated such developments to arise so soon. Record those whom we cannot resolve. I will take action. Understood, Lord OSI. I shall promptly send you the intelligence on those individuals. Morgans, wearing a mischievous smile, was aware that some of the information contained his own agenda, including those who resisted OSI's recruitment and some obstacles to his business. OSI recognized Morgan's unreliability but chose to overlook it, as long as he remained broadly loyal. Resolving troubles on OSI's behalf was ultimately beneficial to OSI himself. As for the second matter, I have located the information you requested on Crocodile. He is currently situated in Alabasta. Alabasta, you say? Ever since Whitebeard's defeat, it has been on a downward trajectory. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Serving Lord OSI is my honor. Click. OSI returned the transponder snail to his pocket, loosened the button on his suit, and turned to Mihawk. "We have much to attend to." Mihawk nodded, genuinely intrigued by the forthcoming new companions. The R.O. Jackson felt rather desolate with just him and OSI aboard, especially after Robin had departed. "We should have the eternal pose for Alabasta aboard, correct?" OSI inquired, knowing Mihawk's observation hockey would facilitate retrieving items from the ship. But the recording pointers all appeared identical, making them indistinguishable to him. Mihawk nodded lightly. "In the future, we shall inscribe each island's name on the pointers." Both possessing the innate ability of observation hockey, OS does not emphasize the mental and spiritual aspects as do Princess Yahim and Raidfield. If their abilities pertain to the psychological realm, then OS operates in the physical domain. His innate sensitivity is extraordinary. He can swiftly discern even the faintest inscription on a pointer handle amidst a sea of indicators. Thus, this acute awareness, even when attuned to the wind direction from miles away, enables OS to excel as one of the world's foremost snipers without relying on the powers of his fruit. The world's greatest marksman. And so, let us embark. Alabasta. Paradise, Alabasta, the rain banquet. Within the raucous clamor of the casino, countless gamblers have gathered, some exulting, others lamenting, including those who, in their desperation, might resort to violence. Among them, a striking figure lounges, smoking a cigar, her beautiful gaze contemptuously surveying the crowd outside. Such fragility is woefully inadequate. Extending her delicate hand, a miniature whirlwind of sand begins to form, sweeping outward with lethal intent. In an instant, a lifeless body lies sprawled on the ground, instantly instilling fear in those with ulterior motives. "That woman must possess the powers of a natural fruit user," they whisper. "Indeed. I hear her bounty is ludicrously high." It seems the rumors hold truth. After being defeated by the legendary Whitebeard, has she truly come to this obscure locale? Crocodile, too, senses the myriad of covert gazes upon her, yet she dismisses them with a huff and retires to her office. Recently, she has received intelligence about a group active on the seas, one of whom possesses the ability to alter their gender. If she could transform into a man, her strength would undoubtedly amplify. As she prepares for her next voyage in search of this so-called brave army, two unexpected guests intrude upon her newly established casino. "Good day, esteemed guest. What would you like to play? What do you have here?" "This is my first time in such a place." A man clad in dark red attire and a large black trench coat, sporting sunglasses, inquires with a smile. Behind him, a man in a white shirt with a cross slung across his back grimaces in disbelief. What an absurd appearance. Yet, it must be noted that amidst the many encountered along the way, none were recognizable. Having been taken and modified by Vegapunk, he bears no signature black gun. The young man, adorned in a luxurious dark red suit, with a sword at his waist and a broad black coat draped over his shoulders, looks less like a pirate and more like a sophisticated gang heir. Meanwhile, Mihawk, though bearing a cross, exudes an innate noble demeanor that starkly contrasts with the image of marauding pirates. Upon witnessing their peculiar attire, the casino manager greets them with utmost respect, treating them as divine beings, while inwardly relishing the opportunity. Their appearance and demeanor scream wealth, yet they are clearly novices at gambling, a rare find indeed. Observing OS's calm and gentle smile, it seems to broadcast in bold letters, "Foolish, affluent, come quickly." Accompanied by the casino staff, they proceed to exchange some chips. After listening to the manager's explanation, OS leisurely reaches into his pocket and produces a 100,000 berries note. The manager's expression instantly darkens. What is this? A pauper in such fine clothing? Unfazed, OS casually takes a seat at a modest gambling table. So, what are the rules? With the server's guidance, OS quickly grasps a unique gameplay style. 10 cards are drawn at random and dealt to 2 players, each receiving 5. They select 1 card to compare values. And in the event of a tie, they draw again from the remaining 4 cards. A mix of winning and losing ensues, with the victor taking all. Settling at the table, OS interlaces his fingers atop it, while the keen-eyed eagle stands attentively behind him, watching the game intently. "Let us begin. I happen to have a knack for card games," OS declares with a smile. Chapter 86, Crocodile. "I shall join you for a game, Black Gun." Upon hearing this, both the casino staff and seasoned gamblers chuckle inwardly. Before the game begins, everyone envisions the goddess of victory favoring them. After all, they too were once as confident as OS, winning several hands at the outset. Once they taste the thrill and ease of earning money in this manner, the mundanity of regular work becomes intolerable. Despite knowing that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, they still wish to believe they are among the fortunate few. In their eyes, OS is just another Navi newcomer. Despite appearing wealthy, they are convinced he will soon gamble away his entire fortune. As the opponents take their seats, the first game commences. Each is dealt 5 cards, and without hesitation, OS flips one over 6. Unsurprisingly, to ensnare the new lamb, his opponent promptly reveals a modest 100. 000 berries, 200, 000 berries. Congratulations, sir. It seems fortune smiles upon you. A sensuous dealer compliments, her alluring form twisting as she playfully feeds OS fruit with a fork. Such actions evidently heighten the atmosphere. OS beams, indeed, my luck is invariably splendid. Producing a handful of berries that appear to total several million, he bursts into laughter, stuffing them into the dealer's neckline. The dealer, taken aback by his generosity, becomes increasingly attentive, showering him with compliments. Perhaps overwhelmed by OS's lavishness, the casino manager, hands behind his back, smirks as he whispers to his subordinates, arrange for him to play at a larger table. With a few wins, we can trap him effortlessly. As he watches his underlings depart, the manager's expression twists into a sinister grin. Once he has accrued monumental debts, it matters not whether one is a wealthy merchant or a noble. They shall remain firmly ensnared within the rain banquet's clutches. Before long, OS's voice rings out, urging, "Hurry up. I've consulted someone, and today my luck is extraordinarily good. A guaranteed win." "Very well, sir. We shall arrange your next game shortly. Smile now. Soon you shall weep." The ensuing rounds unfold similarly to the first. Whether by a wide margin or a narrow one, OS continues to prevail. Beginning with 100, 000 berries, he swiftly accumulates a staggering total of 496 million berries, a veritable fortune. The casino manager, emboldened by OS's apparent wealth, escalates the stakes dramatically in the next round. Doubling the leverage, this is the pivotal moment for exploitation. Should OS falter, not only will he forfeit his prior winnings, but he will also be required to stake an additional 400 million berries. With the prearranged cards swiftly dealt, the confident man seated opposite OS flips over his second card, 11. At this sight, all onlookers hold their breath, for while they relish in the misfortune of others, they are even more enthralled by a dramatic turnaround. As the saying goes, in a game of Russian roulette, if there is but a single bullet, everyone eagerly awaits your demise. Yet, if 5 bullets are loaded, all will wish for your survival. Upon witnessing this scenario, Oz remained remarkably unperturbed, exuding a calm demeanor amidst the anxious crowd. A fleeting crimson glow flashed behind his sunglasses, revealing the gravity of the situation. Your future holds no promise of victory. Subsequently, Oz extended his hand and slowly revealed the card at the center of the table. 13. The second highest card, just behind the king and joker. How could this be possible? He had merely inserted one high card as a precaution against scrutiny, placing it in the least likely position for selection. And yet it was chosen? A bead of cold sweat trickled down, and the overseer's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. 496 million berries, quadrupled. Over 1,600 million. If he lost this, even selling his entire family would not suffice. Just as he clenched his jaw, preparing to order his subordinates to close the venue and force Oz to continue gambling, the sound of polished shoes echoed from above. How could this be? The overseer trembled, attempting to speak. "Give me a chance." Silence. A gust of wind swept down from the upper floor, coalescing into a whirlwind before the overseer, revealing a striking woman of commanding presence. With a cigar clenched between her teeth, she exuded an air of authority, her scar enhancing rather than detracting from her beauty. Her smooth black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a black dress beneath a long coat. Her voice dripped with disdain as she chastised. "You failed to recognize you were being played and still wish to wager more?" The overseer attempted to explain, but the moment he met Crocodile's gaze, he fell silent. Ignoring the incompetence beneath her, Crocodile sauntered over to stand before Oz, her expression serious, the dark lines on her face deepening. "Would you grant me a favor? Just take the money and leave. I, under the name of Rain Banquet, assure you there will be no grievances or complications." The onlookers, initially expecting a confrontation from this notorious pirate queen, were taken aback by her unexpected concession. "What? Are you actually turning away customers? Or is it that you cannot afford the loss?" Oz had not come merely to pocket a trivial sum of billions. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, he resolutely refused. "I am not motivated by wealth. My aim is singular." Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Crocodile's face, though anger flared within her. She was no longer the naive youth she once was. After her challenge against Whitebeard, she realized the extraordinary combat prowess of the world's top monsters, and with her intellect. She was well aware of Oz's true nature. Fighting was an option, but it was certain she could not win. Now, she sought to transition her power and securely locate the legendary ancient weapons to establish a nation that would grant her peace, free from any external influence. Thus, she chose to endure. However, this did not imply she lacked the means for retaliation. Very well, since you wish to play, I shall join you, she declared. The legendary pirate, the king of an era, Black Gun Oz. Chapter 87. Let us raise the stakes, 16 billion. What? I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Black Gun Oz. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. The once boisterous casino fell into a hushed silence, akin to a library, before the noise erupted once more. Wait, are you joking? Did Crocodile just mention that Black Gun Oz? Even within the paradise, those ignorant of the news could not fail to recognize that legendary name. Those who heard it wore expressions of shock, and several, overwhelmed with fear, even collapsed to the ground. Informants and spies among the crowd trembled as they hastily dialed their superiors. Report. Major incident. It concerns the infamous pirate with a bounty of 4 billion. Many fled in terror, while a few audacious souls opted to remain, trembling yet eager to approach and pledge their allegiance. Only to be met with Mihawk's unsheathed sword blocking their path. With his identity exposed, Oz displayed little reaction, casually shifting his gaze toward Crocodile, acknowledging her intelligence. Crocodile's expression darkened as she sat opposite him at the gambling table, cigar in mouth. Since you have such an interest, let me indulge you. The surrounding gamblers observed the two, both reclining comfortably in their seats, tension and excitement palpable in the air. Black Gun. I never expected you to be drawn to such games. Crocodile's long, pale legs nearly diverted Oz's attention, but he remained steadfast. I am intrigued by all things fascinating, including, but not limited to, games. A glint of mischief flickered in Oz's eyes as he spoke, a smile gracing his lips. Since we are gambling, why not raise the stakes? Despite an instinctual understanding that he should not underestimate his opponent, Oz's life had never been one of retreat. Hearing his words, Crocodile paused, lighting her own cigar and exhaling smoke with an air of confidence. As the smoke wafted toward Oz, he raised an eyebrow and gently waved his hand, dispersing the aromatic cloud. Through the curling smoke, he noticed Crocodile's unwavering bravado. What shall the wager be? She was not one to shy away from trouble. Having faced Whitebeard without fear, how could she falter before Oz? Unbeknownst to her, it was precisely this stubbornness and commanding presence that piqued Oz's interest. Had she simply acquiesced, he could have indulged in the pleasures of the red light district for a lifetime, with those like Sammy and the others treating him like royalty. Occasionally encountering a tenacious figure like Crocodile added a delightful twist to life, did it not? Perhaps this was the conqueror's desire. Since I've doubled my winnings to 16 billion berries, let us continue doubling. 32 billion? Crocodile's expression soured. It was not impossible to gather such a sum with her entire fortune, but it would undoubtedly be a significant sacrifice. No, Oz gently shook his head. His playful intent unmistakable in his gaze. I have finally found someone intriguing. Twofold, simply one tea suffice. It must be this amount. He extended his right hand, raising a finger. Tenfold? Crocodile's expression grew serious. 160 billion berries. If she lost, how long would it take her to recover that in Alabasta? 5 years? 10. She is a genius in business, with unparalleled means of making money, and her intellect ranks among the finest in the pirate world. Otherwise, she would not have been able to lend a significant sum to Buggy for starting a company, nor would she have received an increased bounty from the Navy due to her leadership abilities. Thus, this gamble appeared exceedingly unfavorable to her. Although she had confidence in her ability to win, what if she were to lose? Even if she were to triumph? The colossal sum at stake could provoke Oz to a fit of rage, unwilling to part with such an amount. Having lingered in Alabasta for too long, her sources of information had waned, and she found it hard to believe that Oz would possess the audacity to wager over 16 billion berries on a card game. Just as she was about to decline, Oz's expression revealed a glimmer of contempt and mockery as he retorted, 10 times? Are you jesting? I am speaking of 100 times, 6 trillion berries. His seemingly mad declaration sent a wave of disbelief through the onlookers, particularly affecting Little Shah, who felt the blood rush to her head at the mention of such an outrageous figure. Impossible, she exclaimed, no matter how you look at it. That number is far too exaggerated. Even someone of your stature could not easily produce such an amount. How do you know I lack it? OS interjected suddenly, pulling out a document from his pocket. World Government Membership Certification. The Dota royal family as the sole royal lineage of the Duramos Kingdom. Indeed, he continued, waving the paper before little Shah as if it were merely a common berry note. I wager an entire nation on this. Even collecting taxes for a century would suffice. To reinforce his claim, OS retrieved several more documents from his dimensional pocket, bank certificates and ownership proofs of his businesses. Not only 6 trillion. But I could produce 16 trillion if necessary. Although he may not possess such wealth at present, he was confident that it would soon be within his grasp. The sheer magnitude of the underground world rendered such sums feasible. So, it comes down to whether you dare to play, he said, his gaze fixed on little Shah as if she were prey, causing her to break into a cold sweat, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. At that moment, within the rain-soaked banquet, countless gamblers were entranced, their eyes fixated on the papers OS carelessly tossed in the air. 6 trillion? Just hearing that figure instills a sense of unreality. Yet, no one dared to make a reckless move, instead watching in awe at this unprecedented spectacle of high-stakes gambling. However, Crocodile's reaction seemed to disappoint them all. She bit down on her silver teeth, her once poised legs now firmly planted, her expression darkened under an unprecedented cloud of anxiety. How could I possibly wager such an amount? Even with confidence in her ability to outplay OS at the table, she understood with certainty that acquiring that sum was utterly unattainable. 6 trillion was a sum worth killing for. In the merciless sea, the fate of the strong was often decided through bloodshed, and she herself was no stranger to resorting to ruthless measures when necessary. OS narrowed his eyes, observing little Shah, who was growing increasingly agitated. Are you concerned that I might default on my debts? After a brief pause, a mocking smile crept across his face. Are you afraid? Before she could respond, OS snapped his fingers, calling forth a small eagle. Upon hearing this, Myhawk resignedly pulled out a den mushi. And after a brief awakening, it focused on the gambling table, capturing the two figures within its view. Little Shah was left dumbfounded as she realized this was a live broadcast to the world. At the headquarters of the World Economic News, a humanoid bird flitted through the operators, urging them to prepare, excitement radiating from its visage. Big news. Big news. The world's most extravagant gamble is being broadcast live. Lord OS has indeed delivered. This den mushi is invaluable. Although the news mogul Morgans had not yet fully established his business over the years, he had successfully installed den mushi screens in many countries and regions, including several major nations. Hey, look at the screen in the central square. Is that real? It looks like. Report. Lord Buggy, the live broadcast of Lord OS is not just in the newspapers. Shanks, look. That seems to be the friend you mentioned. Is that the little brat from Roger's ship? Marco. Wow, he's grown into quite the young man. As the broadcast spread, even regions untouched by the World Economic News quickly found ways to tune in. Thus, the ensuing gamble would be witnessed by the entire world. This should put your mind at ease, little Shah. Crocodile, now too astonished to care about OS's nickname, stared wide-eyed at the den mushi. Although her presence here was not a secret, she had kept a low profile to pursue the legendary ancient weapon. And now she found herself thrust into the global spotlight. Realizing this, she slowly summoned a stream of sand. Do not move, little Shah. The flowing sand hovered momentarily before returning to Crocodile's side. OS remarked nonchalantly, in this game, no one can withdraw halfway. At that moment, all viewers of the live broadcast heard a voiceover announcing, Ladies and gentlemen, this is the World Economic News, bringing you the first grand gamble of the century. First on the left of the screen, the notorious pirate who once battled the devil's descendant Douglas Barrett and narrowly lost to one of the world's emperors, the sea pirate Crocodile. Next, on the right, the legendary pirate, a crew member of the Pirate King, the new maritime overlord with a bounty of 49 billion berries, capable of single-handedly battling the entire marine headquarters. At just 17 years of age, he wields absolute dominance over the sea's Black Emperor, Lord OS. Hearing this lengthy introduction, those unfamiliar with OS gained a vivid understanding of his stature. The title, Black Emperor, alone instilled a palpable sense of pressure and suffocation. Old Kike, watching the broadcast, blushed with excitement, shaking the shoulder of his attendant. Did you see that? That's my grandson. Haha. What is about to unfold between the two parties is a game with the largest stakes in history. The wager is a fleeting silence that resonates with the hearts of the populace, a staggering 160 billion berries. The announcer's exuberant voice reverberates through the snail phone. What? 160 billion? How many zeros does that entail? Is this for real? Such a colossal sum must surely reach mountainous heights. The scene shifts to the two contenders on the stage. On the right, OS is relaxed and cheerful, seemingly unfazed by the global scrutiny or the exorbitant wager. He gazes calmly at his opponent, the proud Miss Hahaha, who has been set up for this confrontation. Indeed, he has made the right move. For someone as proud as she is, admitting in front of the world that she cannot afford to gamble would be far more agonizing than death for someone who dreams of becoming the pirate king. Under the weight of public pressure and OS's taunts, Hahaha feels her body tense, her face flushes, and her heart races. After a prolonged moment, she finally ignites a cigar, her expression returning to a calm disdain, exhaling a plume of smoke. Her sharp gaze pierces through the haze as she fixes her eyes on OS. Although I don't comprehend your motives, do you believe you have me cornered? Come on, let us gamble, OS. Chapter 89. If you can't repay it, spend a lifetime doing so. Is this what the world's elite looks like? Unfazed by 160 billion. Who will claim this inexhaustible fortune? Let the betting commence. OS, you are truly dashing. In the East Blue, in an obscure little town, a group of circus performers sits in rapt attention, staring intently at the image transmitted through the snail phone. At the forefront is a clown, his lips curling into an excited smile. Listen up, everyone. Watch how my dear friend triumphantly wins this monumental match. Haha. Yes, Captain Buggy. The pirate crew below cheers with wide-open mouths, exuberantly praising, even though they do not understand why Captain Buggy is so certain that the Black Emperor will prevail. As for Buggy himself, he feels both envy and joy. After all, OS is wagering 160 billion berries, a sum even more extravagant than Captain John's treasure. He seems convinced of OS's victory. The thought of OS losing is entirely absent from Buggy's mind. How could that man ever taste defeat? That fellow is the strongest in every conceivable regard. In the North Blue, at the Don Quixote family's headquarters. Hey, Doflamingo, if OS loses, this debt will definitely involve us. On a lavish sofa, a tall, muscular youth clad in a pink feathered coat lounges, his legs crossed, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he watches the live broadcast. Hearing the anxious concerns of those beside him, his expression remains unchanged. Hee. It seems you still do not grasp the essence of this event, Treble. A sinister grin spreads across his face, reminiscent of the arrogant little Ming from before. If that bastard crocodile dares to win, we could eliminate him on behalf of OS. A win-win situation, wouldn't you say? Now, let the cards be dealt. Under the watchful eyes of the world, a game with stakes exceeding 100 billion begins. Hahaha sweats nervously, glancing grimly at the equally tense dealer. For fairness, a freshly unsealed deck is used, from which both Hahaha and OS randomly select 5 cards, face down and impeccably smooth, rendering any attempt to discern their markings through observation futile. OS, with gentlemanly grace, allows Crocodile to choose first, wearing a composed smile. Observing his confidence, Hahaha does not hesitate, seemingly randomly selecting her 5 cards. So many tricks at play, OS thinks, easily discerning 5 abnormal cards among those that appear new. They seem to be marked with something like fine sand, so subtle that one might not even notice when rubbed between fingers. However, compared to the excessively clean cards, these 5 stand out to OS's keen observation like a candle in the dark. Special markings? What a juvenile means of cheating. Meanwhile, Crocodile maintains a calm demeanor as he gazes into OS's eyes, still believing victory is assured. At this moment, she does not dare to fantasize about claiming that vast fortune. Simply sending OS away would be the best outcome she could imagine. Now that she possesses the highest ranking card, what will you do, OS? Under her disdainful gaze, OS casually selects 5 cards from the deck. Without pausing or hesitating, he places them face down before him. Who will emerge as the ultimate victor in this game? The announcer's voice bursts forth, heightening the tension as every spectator holds their breath, eyes fixed on the live table. After this game, I will not claim your money. I only require your departure from Alabasta. Hahaha's expression darkens, as if issuing an ultimatum. Not a chance. I, OS, always honor my word. And besides, why do you speak as if you've already won? Hahaha's forehead creases with frustration. This troublesome man, she thinks, may force her to retreat from Alabasta. This is of your own making. As both players simultaneously reveal their cards, the camera closely follows the action, just as Hahaha prepares to announce the results. OS interjects with a teasing laugh. I win, Hahaha? Startled, Shasha's eyes widen as she gazes at the table. The card he had marked as the king has now transformed into. How is this possible? Crocodile's cigar falls to the ground, his expression twisted with disbelief. A 3. Looking up again, OS smiles as he reveals his cards, flipping them to display a jester adorned with a crown. The king, all in. As OS unveils his winning card, both the live audience and viewers worldwide fall into a moment of stunned silence, which is soon shattered by an eruption of fervor. 160 billion. The Black Emperor OS has become the wealthiest man upon the seas. You unworldly fools, this is the caliber of a true heavyweight, a mere 160 billion berries. The world ignites with excitement, fervently celebrating this grand spectacle, while OS, buoyed by this wave of public adoration, ascends to become the unrivaled star of the seas. The most handsome man in the world, the wealthiest man in the world, the strongest man of the younger generation, the uncrowned king reigning over the seas. In stark contrast to the external fervor and OS's elation, Shasha is engulfed in disbelief, her charming face marred by shock. That card should have been in my possession. Does this mean I now bear a debt of 160 billion berries? What a jest! How could I ever repay such an amount? Clenching her teeth, she is left speechless, grappling with the overwhelming weight of her predicament. Was the great king supposed to be hers? Does that not imply an admission of cheating? Regardless, it was a dead end, just as her rationality teetered on the brink of collapse. A gentle smile adorned OS's face as his words fell like the final straw that broke the crocodile's back. What's wrong? Can't you pay? It's all right. You can repay it over a lifetime. Chapter 90. I successfully tamed Little Shah, Seastone Spirit Ball. What a jest. Perhaps it was OS's words, or the staggering figure of 16 billion that weighed heavily upon her. She would not permit herself to live the latter half of her life shackled by some absurd debt. Sandstorm. With a sudden upheaval, the table was overturned, and a whirlwind of sand swiftly formed, obliterating everything in its sight. To the outside world, it appeared as if a curtain of yellow sand had descended, followed by a blackout. The report concluded here. For further details, please follow the World Economic News. Let us momentarily set aside the repercussions on the ocean due to this incident. At this moment in the rain banquet, a tempest of yellow sand engulfed the entire building, reducing it to fragments and dust. The surrounding residents scattered in every direction, while some unfortunate souls, drawn by the spectacle, found themselves caught in the vortex, buildings, homes, and roads disintegrating in Alabasta. The outskirts of the town saw many fleeing to distant places, yet numerous others, believing they had reached safe zones, turned back only to witness the towering sandstorm looming ominously towards the heavens. With just a glance, people once again dashed toward the periphery. Hey, this is too exaggerated. If one were to be swept away, survival would be utterly impossible. Suddenly, with a sound like the tearing of blades, a massive emerald sword energy erupted from the eye of the sandstorm, slicing through the air. Its sharpness was such that even the earth and lofty buildings were cleaved effortlessly. A path was carved out from the storm, revealing a young swordsman of noble bearing. Such an assault was far from sufficient to vanquish that man. Having spoken, he did not glance back, but proceeded leisurely towards the outskirts. For OS had once stated, if confrontation were inevitable, he would come personally. At this moment, in the eye of the storm amidst the ruins of Rain Banquet, perhaps due to its location, the impact of the sandstorm was comparatively muted. So, you intend to default, Little Shah? OS gazed at the figure before him, Clock Doll, whose body was entwined with yellow sand. Her cold gaze fixated upon him. Her cloak mysteriously vanished, revealing a strikingly alluring figure juxtaposed against the calamity of the sandstorm, creating a stark contrast. You've been targeting me from the start, haven't you? Little Shah pierced through, her anger unabated. As astute as she was, she could no longer deny the current predicament. Yet, even if she could not overpower this detestable foe, she refused to capitulate without a struggle. At the very least, she must attempt to resist. For someone of her caliber could not even be claimed as a child by Whitebeard. Truly, you are a recognized intellect. Hence, I shall speak plainly. The wild sand whipped around them, OS's coat billowing in the wind, yet his form remained steadfast. With a calm smile, he extended his hand. Join me. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden thrust of sand, formed from the tempest, lunged toward his waist with no forewarning. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an odd scene unfolded before Little Shah, her pupils dilating as she surveyed her surroundings. The sand blade had not drawn a single drop of blood. It had only struck a mere shadow. not even allowing me to finish my words. You truly are unlike other pirates. His figure materialized 5 meters away from her. OS still exuding an air of nonchalance. You are worthy to board my ship. Come, little Shah, let us explore the pinnacle of this world together. OS's own words invigorated him. Had she been a run-of-the-mill pirate or a foolish hothead, perhaps she would have been swayed by his rhetoric. Alas, little Shah was neither. Cycle of corruption. Possessing the courage to confront Whitebeard yet unclaimed as a daughter, she would not settle for subservience. It seems I must take you back to settle the debt. Debt notwithstanding, it was time to collect. OS was known for his legitimate claims. Facing a world transformed into sand and dust, a fierce crimson light ignited in his eyes as he held his breath. The gleaming black armor of Haki enveloped him, flowing like a garment, allowing him to navigate the desert with ease. Haki, you say? Yet, one must eventually exhaust their strength, confronted by the ceaseless yellow sands. A chorus of voices encircled him, laden with temptation and confidence, as if seeking to unravel OS's resolve. However, OS, a seasoned veteran against nature's forces, would not falter in the face of such a broad natural assault. He silently attuned himself to the shifting winds and sands around him. Slowly drawing his long blade from his waist, the intertwining black-red energy coiling around it, compressing into an intense crimson lightning that wreaked havoc, momentarily halting the world around him. You must know, as long as one possesses sufficiently potent Haki, even elemental transformations are futile. With those words barely spoken, the figure enveloped in flowing cherry blossoms and conqueror's Haki suddenly appeared at the edge of the sandstorm, striking with his blade, droplets of blood cascading from its tip. The blood vanished in an instant, and the blade returned to its sheath. A bloodied figure knelt before him, back turned. I've got you now. To prevent this individual from merging back into the sandstorm and slipping away as grains of sand, OS, with Haki-wreathed hands, seized her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. You bastard! Little Shah, bloodied and pained, could scarcely muster a retort as her strength waned. You are far too unruly. Calm yourself. With a snap of his fingers, a seastone bracelet materialized around Little Shah's ankle. Though he could not directly touch seastone, with his teleportation abilities, he could manipulate its spatial positioning within his observation range. Thus, seastone posed no hindrance to him. Rendered powerless and suspended in the air, Little Shah's face quickly flushed crimson. It appears I may have exerted too much force. Then let us return together and set sail. OS secured her, hoisting her onto his shoulder. And with the powerless Little Shah in tow, he vanished from sight. Chapter 91. I aspire to be the most free and joyful person in the world. OS squatted there, observing Little Shah motionless on the lounge chair, poking her cheek. Move a little, have some food. You wouldn't want to starve aboard the Oro Jackson, would you? With another snap, a plate of seafood fried rice appeared on the table before her. OS gazed at her, while she offered him a face of utter disdain. Perhaps hunger has become unbearable, or she could no longer endure OS's antics. She finally mustered the strength to speak. You bastard, I can't even lift a hand. How can I eat? Upon hearing this, OS's eyes lit up. Oh, I forgot. Can you assure me that if I let you go, you will behave? Shah nodded resignedly. OS, however, was skeptical, not out of fear of anything else, but mainly because he was worried that if this guy suddenly went mad, he might damage the Oro Jackson, which would truly upset him. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, and after confirming his thoughts, OS nodded and snapped his fingers. The black seastone bracelet around Shah's ankle vanished in an instant. To his relief, she exhibited no unusual behavior. Instead, she silently picked up a spoon and began to eat. OS, with his fingers interlocked beneath his chin, observed her with keen interest and gently prompted, "What do you think? Would you like to join us? I understand your thoughts." Upon realizing that you could not ascend to power solely through your own strength, you became disheartened and sought to establish a utopia, a world free from any external threats. Thus, you are in search of that, correct? OS maintained a gentle smile as he rested his chin on his hand, deliberately ignoring Shah's stunned expression. It's that ancient weapon, the Pluton. How could you possibly know that? Crocodile asked, placing his spoon down, his gaze dark and cold. Perhaps it's due to my precognitive abilities, OS replied nonchalantly. Precognition? Crocodile echoed incredulously, while Myhawk, who was approaching with a bottle of red wine, also paused, both men sweating slightly as they regarded OS. What other hidden abilities does this monster possess? I can assure you that Alabasta indeed harbors great secrets. However, you will never find the ancient weapon there. So you might as well abandon that hope. Upon hearing this, the last fragments of Shah's defenses crumbled. So, All her meticulous schemes and plans over the years ultimately amounted to nothing? She slowly lowered her head, her face shrouded in shadow, obscuring her expression and demeanor. There's no need to despair. Is the great pirate crocodile merely a person who relies on external forces for hope? OS's teasing words instantly shattered Xiao Sha's composure. Just as she wanted to retaliate, a wave of weakness washed over her, causing her to collapse onto the reclining chair. In an instant, OS appeared behind her, looking down at her fallen face. She was ambitious and powerful, seemingly as reliable as the little eagle. Moreover, witnessing this strikingly alluring woman now rendered powerless and blushing as she allowed herself to be toyed with filled OS with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, recalling her transformation and contrasting it with her current seductive beauty made him feel somewhat peculiar. If you have any ambitions you wish to fulfill, this could be an excellent place for you. Just the name Black Gun carries far more weight than any fanciful title like Pluton. Unbeknownst to him, OS was still quite confident in his old moniker, despite his subordinates having already chosen a new title for him. When you decide you no longer wish to stay, I can promise you a retirement in a nation allied with the world government. Upon hearing such enticing words, Xiao Sha maintained a calm demeanor, not allowing herself to be swept away by OS's grand visions. She looked at him coldly and softly replied, "Are you saying that you will never lose, daughter OS? Even when facing Whitebeard, the world government, or any other formidable presence, you believe you will never be defeated?" "Of course not," OS replied, noticing her sudden seriousness. He turned and sat back down in his original seat. "Is that so?" Xiao Sha exhaled a cloud of smoke, perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope in OS that hinted at reaching the pinnacle of the world, or perhaps it was the instinctive desire for stability that women possess. Or maybe she simply understood that escape was futile and bearing an enormous debt had become her reality. "If one day you are defeated, I will be the first to kill you." "All right," OS interpreted her words as a reluctant acceptance. With another snap of his fingers, the sea stone bracelet completely vanished. Crocodile stretched his limbs and, seeing OS lounging with a fruit juice after achieving his objective, could not help but grimace slightly. Is this how he usually behaves? Xiao Sha glanced towards the little eagle, who had just drawn a sword to practice swordsmanship with a sea king. The latter showed no signs of concern, indicating that such behavior had become routine. Xiao Sha, observing the increasingly bizarre characters around her, began to question whether she had boarded the wrong ship. Ultimately, she decided to explore the Oro Jackson, the ship of the Pirate King. She studied the vessel closely, which had traveled the world and reached the final island, Raftel, with a sense of wonder. "It's a beautiful ship, isn't it?" Unbeknownst to her, OS had already approached her side, towering over her, forcing her to look up. "Let us embark on this journey together and see the world." Seeing OS lost in a nostalgic expression, Crocodile unexpectedly asked, "What is your dream, OS?" "Huh." OS paused, caught off guard. "Well, I used to tell people that my dream was to turn the world upside down, but honestly, that doesn't quite fit my character. I'm not one to stir chaos without a motive. Even if one day I did cause such upheaval, I would certainly have my reasons, like for amusement. My dream is to become the freest and happiest person in the world. Whether in luxury or in mischief, none of that matters to me. My life does not require the judgments of insects, for this world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest." "The freest and happiest, huh?" Crocodile mused. He understood that while it sounded simple, achieving it was a monumental challenge for an ordinary person, without the strongest power or the highest authority. The so-called happiness and freedom would be fleeting. "Such ambition you possess," he remarked. Chapter 92. Breaking down the walls, a gift for OS. Then let us set sail. OS declared at the dining table, where his crew had not yet formed a pirate group, as they simultaneously dined and held a small meeting. "You've been restless since we set sail, haven't you?" Mihawk said resignedly, slicing his steak and bringing it to his mouth. "War is all you talk about. Do you have no preparations?" Xiao Sha, marked by a symbol on her forehead, still found it absurd. "What preparations are necessary? We can just charge in," OS retorted, his own forehead marked with a similar symbol as Crocodile and his expression grim. Rewinding 2 hours, as the Oro Jackson slowly departed Alabasta, Xiao Sha, serving as the strategist for OS's crew, had gathered some understanding of the extent of OS's influence and the forces at his disposal, jotting down suggestions for their upcoming actions. While she wrote diligently, OS was engrossed in a free newspaper. It turned out it had been stolen and now belonged to his company. So there was no need for payment. After all, even the seagulls saluted OS before flying away, ensuring the newspaper was delivered promptly. "Hey, Shouldn't you have some plans of your own? The scale of the underground world is beyond your imagination, Hahaha said, holding a cigar and looking seriously at the slacking figure across from her. You can decide these matters. I trust you completely. OS nodded nonchalantly. Having brought Crocodile aboard precisely for her intelligence and skills, along with just a touch of her allure, someone is worrying about it, and of course, he can be a carefree manager. Speaking of which, Morgans, that fellow, added me as the Black Emperor without my consent. It sounds somewhat impressive. Listening to Aussie still discussing title matters, Little Sand was filled with anger. Aussie, you scoundrel. Before she could explode, the sound of a din mushy interrupted the atmosphere. Mihawk, holding a knife and fork, Crocodile, ready to express his anger with the plan, and Aussie, reading the newspaper. All turned their gazes toward the din mushy on the table. Beep, beep, beep. It had just been used to call Morgans and was not yet put away. And now it was ringing again. Why is she calling me? A flash of red light appeared, and seeing the real-life advance call from Aussie, he raised an eyebrow and answered the din mushy. Instantly, a pair of fiery red lips and long eyelashes appeared on the screen, with a red cloak draped behind. A smiling voice, tinged with arrogance, came through. Mama, Aussie. New world, Totland, the land of nations. In an enormous seat, a colossal female figure was shrouded in shadow. Saliva dripping to the ground with a corrosive sound, her terrifying gaze fixed on the din mushy in her hand. Indeed. The last time we met was alongside Captain Roger. Charlotte Linlin. Mama, I'm delighted you remember me, Aussie. The peculiar laughter of Big Mom echoed. Once a little monster on Roger's ship, you've now grown into a significant figure influencing the world. You're not here to reminisce, are you? After all, our relationship is merely one of combat. Aussie regarded the din mushy, puzzled by Big Mom's familiarity. Although he had prepared to visit Totland in the future regarding the underground world, he had yet to take any action. Why had she reached out to him? Could it be that the leaders of the underground world sought her assistance? Curiously, Aussie and the others looked at the din mushy, wondering what this emerging figure, who could become one of the new world's overlords, wanted. Mama, perhaps our past grievances stemmed from Roger, but they were merely historical frictions. In truth, we bear no significant animosity. Big Mom spoke in a relatively calm tone, recalling incidents from when Aussie was still an intern. This was indeed the truth. Aussie had only interacted with Big Mom once, and that was when she was young and beautiful. At that time, Roger's pirates were traversing the new world for the sake of history, and the piece of history in Big Mom's possession was undoubtedly crucial. Thus, Roger's crew had covertly taken a copy and fled. It was during that time that Aussie, the formidable little brat, caught Charlotte Linlin's attention, as he could contend evenly with Katakuri, especially his terrifying observation haki, which for the first time made Katakuri feel the despair of being faced with another's prowess. What I can see of the future is far beyond your grasp. The terrifying strength and clearer foresight stripped Katakuri of his advantages, leaving him to retreat in embarrassment. There wasn't much animosity, yet there had been recent developments. Aussie downed his orange juice and said coolly, although I did admire the image of the young Linlan, who resembled a half-giant, and her strength made her quite the catch, I will not abandon my aspirations or goals for a childhood infatuation. Especially knowing how complex the now-aged Big Mom truly is. You must have received the news, haven't you? Those underlings in the underground world who rely on you. My aim is to control the entire underground world. This alone creates an irreconcilable conflict between us. Mama, is that all? This straightforward response left Aussie momentarily taken aback. For a territory-based overlord like Big Mom, such a substantial piece of the profit pie was never trivial. A sense of unease began to settle in Aussie. Then, Big Mom's next statement utterly shattered Aussie's composure. As long as you are willing to bear a child with me, Aussie, I can offer you all the shares of the underground world as a dowry. Chapter 93. The Tea Party Welcoming Aussie Nanny. Upon hearing this, even Aussie, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, could no longer contain himself. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his eyes narrowed as he glared at the din mushy with fiery red lips, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Big Mom seemed oblivious to Aussie's unusual demeanor, still lost in her own reverie, envisioning a scene where a pink-haired boy, endowed with both their talents, unleashed his conqueror's haki, pushing her to the Pirate King throne. Mama, a child inheriting our abilities will undoubtedly surpass you, Aussie. The power to dominate the world lies before us. Believing herself to be quite persuasive, Big Mom gazed at Aussie, who showed no signs of excitement. Unbeknownst to her, Aussie was internally reeling. If he were in his 20s or 30s, he might have considered it, but now, faced with an aging Charlotte Linlin, who had become a mere egg-laying machine, even if she wasn't as exaggerated as in her 50s, her former beauty had completely faded. Aussie, priding himself on his discerning tastes, found it impossible to entertain such thoughts. And what was this dowry nonsense? Did she consider him some breeding machine? Veins popping on his forehead, Aussie's expression turned icy as he replied, "Then you wait for me in Totland, Charlotte Linlin. I'm coming for you right now. Mama, if you can come to that conclusion, that would be splendid." Before Big Mom could finish her sentence, Aussie abruptly hung up the din mushy, barely restraining his strength, nearly shattering the device. "What, are you saying you're going to agree with her?" Mihawk's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to Aussie's darkened face, his lips curling into a knowing smirk, as if genuinely supportive of Aussie's predicament. In contrast, Little Sand, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a look of disdain on his small face. "Well, I have no objections if you're willing." Aussie bang. "What are you two joking about?" In an instant, an expensive dining table was reduced to dust by Aussie's fist, his face hauntingly grim, his voice a furious roar. Mihawk skillfully steadied his plate to prevent the steak from falling, unfazed by Aussie's reaction. Little Sand, with several veins popping on his forehead, exclaimed, "Hey, you're not seriously considering going to war, are you? Isn't it only natural?" It was easier said than done, even if you were to charge in alone. The aftermath of war and the acquisition of territory were not matters that could be arranged with just a few words. Such affairs would be a challenge, regardless. Ignoring the furious expression of Little Sand, the extravagant and carefree Oos held the already prepared eternal pointer of the world, and with his abilities fully unleashed. The R.O. Jackson advanced with a ghostly speed. "What can I do with you?" "Hahaha, this is truly wonderful. Children, prepare for the tea party. We are here to welcome our new guest, the Black Emperor Oos." After hanging up the phone worm, Big Mom, elated, indulged in 2 more servings of cream puffs before giving orders to prepare for the welcoming. Seeing their mother in such good spirits, her children breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, it was Charlotte Katakuri, the crowning achievement of the Charlotte family, who stepped forward first. He felt an unsettling vibe, but, witnessing his mother's joy, chose not to voice his concerns, simply assuring her that everything would be arranged. "Rest assured, Mother, we will manage this tea party well." Big Mom nodded in relief at Katakuri's composed demeanor. "By the way, gather our partners from the underworld, Katakuri. This is a promise I made to Oos." Katakuri agreed. Knowing that the current dealings between the Big Mom pirates and the underworld were still in their infancy, far from the robust exchanges they would have 2 decades later. Thus, he felt no regret in discarding a smaller cake. After giving a brief command, Big Mom resumed her delight and indulged in sweets. On the other side, the news of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, one of the newly emerged sovereigns of the New World, hosting such a grand tea party could hardly remain a secret. Countless homies and various races residing in Tato Land were unwitting witnesses to the brewing event, among whom numerous spies from various factions infiltrated, eagerly transmitting the latest intelligence once they caught wind of the developments. The meeting of these 2 inherently powerful monsters undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless forces, speculating on the schemes they were concocting. In the Navy's conference room, Brand New affixed the wanted posters of the 2 sea overlords onto the board. Briefing his colleagues on their profiles, Admiral Sengoku slammed the table, his expression dark as he scrutinized the images on the wanted posters. Hearing Sengoku's furious voice, Brand New flipped through the latest intelligence. According to the most recent information, Charlotte Linlin has invited the Black Emperors to Tato Land, supposedly for. He paused before continuing, supposedly for the purpose of procreation. What? Before anyone could respond, the reaction of the 2 vice admirals was the most pronounced. "That guy, Oos, will never settle down," Kazan remarked solemnly. "The offspring of these 2 monsters of the sea will undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to justice and must be crushed in its infancy." Sakazuki's voice was cold and ruthless. He would show no mercy, even towards a mere infant born of such malevolence. At that moment, a long, mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, 2 monsters of the sea, huh? But the world government has not authorized any war." The room fell silent at these words, and the fleet admiral reminded everyone, "Indeed, that is correct. And the world government's stance is supportive. As far as I know, a specialized team is already prepared to retrieve that potentially extraordinary child from Charlotte Linlin for the highest powers." Chapter 94, Katakuri, I call his father. Yes, for this potential child, who may surpass rocks, even the colossal entity that is the world government cannot help but harbor covetous thoughts, despite the child not even being a fetus yet. However, the audacity of such a notion is undeniable, should Us become aware. He would surely demand answers from the highest authorities regarding the meaning of such orders. Not only the world government and the Navy, but also the intriguing combination of that old woman and Us is quite amusing. At the main base of Onigashima, the still imposing figure of the world's strongest master, Kaido, who had yet to develop into his later terrifying physique, was listening to his subordinates report while drinking. How can we not join in this excitement? It would be just the opportunity to clash with that scoundrel Us. What was his title again? King of the Generations? Without my permission. What right does he have to claim kingship? Standing nearby, with arms crossed and covered in armor, the calm and collected king interjected, Kaido, if you truly ally with Us. Charging in like that might provoke a joint retaliation from both of them. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes gleamed with madness and eagerness rather than restraint. If they can manage it. Let them try. Let's see if they can kill me. His boisterous roar echoed, disregarding his subordinates' warnings, as an azure dragon soared into the clouds, disappearing above the waters of Onigashima. Meanwhile, if the ambitious figures of the sea and the formidable world government adopted a watchful approach towards the meeting between Us and Charlotte Linlin, the underground leaders of the New World felt utterly betrayed. How can this be? Just when we were about to rely on the Big Mom, one of the sea's overlords, to counter the pressure from the Black Emperor Us, they suddenly become in-laws, leaving us as outsiders. Hey, Katakuri. We are strategic partners of the Big Mom pirates. Yes, a significant portion of your funding, intelligence, and equipment was provided by us. These shadowy businessmen shouted, armed with firearms and baring their teeth in rage. Yet, they faced the second-in-command of the formidable Charlotte pirates, Katakuri. This is Mother's command. Without wasting words, Katakuri's eyes blazed with determination as he walked unflinchingly through a hail of bullets, impervious to their power. One shot for each, wielding his machi spear. Katakuri unleashed chaos among the merchants, dispatching even the billion-yen bounty hunters with ease. Once all were subdued, he dragged the incapacitated bodies back to present to his mother. Standing at a towering height of 5 meters, with his cold demeanor and striking appearance, Katakuri was hailed as the perfect man, undoubtedly gaining immense favor in terms of looks. Outside the Cake Castle, numerous local residents watched as Katakuri, spear in hand, dragged a long line of unconscious individuals towards the castle. Truly my most prodigious child, Katakuri. Big Mom beamed with pride at his efficiency, instructing her homies to take those who had incited discord between her and Us into custody. Perhaps due to the overwhelming joy on Big Mom's face, or perhaps due to the strong intuition of those with advanced Kenbunchika haki, Katakuri felt a disquieting certainty. Despite limited acquaintance, he sensed that Us did not seem like the type to fulfill Big Mom's desire for progeny. After careful consideration, Katakuri hesitantly spoke. Mother, I am curious about how Us responded to you at that time. Upon hearing this, Big Mom, still reveling in joy, shifted her gaze toward Katakuri, her eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. Katakuri, you ought to refer to him as father, don't you think? At this remark, Katakuri felt utterly flustered. Wait, what? If I recall correctly, that guy is nearly 10 years my junior. His expression stiffened, and his eyelids twitched violently. However, from Big Mom's perspective, the disparity in age could be entirely reconciled through strength, especially considering Ost's extraordinary prowess, which even surpassed her own. From Charlotte Linlin's viewpoint, she had no chance of being Ost's equal at the age of 17. She might as well have been subjugated like rocks. Therefore, if Ost were willing to ally with her, he could indeed assume the title of father based on their shared role in nurturing a child. Perhaps a fitting nickname would be Big Dad? Katakuri fell silent. Fortunately, Big Mom did not take the matter too seriously, understanding that her son's intentions were ultimately for the benefit of the pirate crew. She then revealed, years ago, when I first met Ost, he was utterly captivated by me. Reflecting on the past, she continued, in truth, I later discovered that Ost had grown up admiring my reports, as we belonged to the same ilk. Thus, it stands to reason that Ost harbored admiration for me from a young age. That's why he rushed to find me right after our phone call. As a faded white moonlight, Big Mom was evidently oblivious to the depths of Ost's infatuation and fastidious nature, still perceiving him as the young boy he once was. Katakuri pondered this revelation for a moment, unaware of Ost's intriguing backstory. If that were the case, he felt reassured, given their emotional foundation. It was inappropriate for him to voice further objections, for the sake of Big Mom's pirate crew's growth and the future birth of that monstrous brother. As the perfect son and brother, what would it matter if he called Ost father? After all, his strength was indeed formidable, and as a true man, Katakuri was willing to acknowledge someone of such caliber. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ost, who was inexplicably thrust into the role of fatherhood, he was piloting the ship across the Red Line, having already shown considerable deference to the world government and that esteemed Im-sama by not flying directly over Mary Geos. Little did he know, 5 malevolent old men had already set their sights on the child that had yet to be conceived. Chapter 95. Sacrificing for the happiness of the crew as one of the 2 protagonists under the world's scrutiny, Ost had calmed somewhat after a period of travel. His previously turbulent emotions settling. The elusive Oro Jackson had smoothly bypassed the patrolling vessels surrounding Whole Cake Island, entirely unaware that they were meant to welcome them, and came to a stop at the island's periphery. Ost and his companions quietly traversed the land of Whole Cake Island, where the familiar sounds of jubilant laughter and lively discussions filled the air. Ost casually plucked a small flower, only to discover that its petals bore a pained expression, as if it were crying out in agony. Mihawk and Crocodile, witnessing this for the first time, scanned the surroundings with wonder, the plants and trees swaying in the breeze. Even the very earth beneath them seemed to take pleasure in singing, evoking a somewhat eerie sensation. A powerful surge of dark red lightning swept through, and all sentient beings finally found peace, their vitality waning as they lay still. Can they really faint like humans? Shaki disdainfully kicked a flower out of her path. Such is the power of Big Mom's devil fruit. As they continued forward, passing over the candy bridge, Ost casually broke off a piece and chewed it. The ability to bestow souls upon inanimate objects and to both seize and grant life was a remarkable power. If you wish, little eagle, perhaps your knight could also be brought to life, Ost casually remarked, referencing Napoleon, Big Mom's sword imbued with a soul. Upon hearing this, Mihawk appeared somewhat intrigued, as he considered it a potential advancement in swordsmanship, seeking a deeper connection with his blade. Shaki, however, was less enthused. She had no desire to animate her hook. Yet Ost seemed genuinely interested, stroking his chin while observing Shaki and her right hand's hook. Hey, what the hell were you just looking at? Crocodile, sensing Ost's gaze, furrowed his brow, his sharp features clouded with suspicion. Oh, it's nothing. Your expression hardly suggests that. If they weren't on someone else's territory and there for a confrontation, Shaki might have unleashed a sandstorm to express her ire. News of Ost's arrival on Whole Cake Island could not remain concealed for long. Numerous homies and countless residents had already recognized the trio's distinctive silhouettes. Ost. The sudden announcement from a subordinate surprised Big Mom. She quickly devoured the remaining pastries beside her, leaning toward the guards. Are you certain? Is it really Ost? Despite feeling trepidation under her piercing gaze, the guard stammered, yes, there's no mistaking it. We also spotted Hawkeye and Crocodile. MMM. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin beamed with delight, rising from her throne. Then let the tea party commence. Be sure to prepare dessert and red tea. It has been ages since I last encountered Roger. As the orders were relayed, nearly all of Big Mom's vital children and officers gathered to partake in the tea party, including the now clearly diminished stars, who lined the pathway. Having arrived early, Katakuri stood at the forefront of the line, arms crossed, alongside Perispero, awaiting the esteemed guests. What a grand welcome ceremony, truly befitting a legendary pirate, he remarked. Katakuri said little more, his cold, unyielding eyes betraying his hopes for a smooth encounter. Moments later, amidst a commotion in the distance, a spark ignited in Katakuri's eyes. They've arrived. Seconds later, a shadow approached from the end of the road, a formation of guards, small in stature but impeccably organized, wielding weapons and flanking 3 figures at the center. We aren't here to fight, are we? Ost pondered as he prepared to draw his sword upon encountering the chest-like guards. But before he could draw near, they arranged themselves into a neat line, bowing to invite the 3 to follow. That's because you didn't explicitly refuse when you spoke to Big Mom, Shaki discerned, her world-weary gaze unchanged by the atmosphere. They likely believe you are here to fulfill an agreement. What? Ost's eyes widened in surprise. Please wait for me. The tone was unmistakable. Coupled with the abrupt hang-up, was there any doubt about the attitude being conveyed? Surely. It wasn't a suggestion for me to await your pleasure in bed? OS was feeling somewhat dejected, and just as he contemplated drawing his blade, Mihawk's words halted him. Since they perceived us as benevolent, it would be wiser to wait until Charlotte Linlin bestowed life upon Knight before engaging in battle. In other words, OS, you might as well sacrifice a bit of your charm. We can always turn against them after the affair is concluded. Crocodile, hearing this, displayed a rare smile. It was the first time he had witnessed OS being put in such a predicament. A captain of your stature shouldn't be so easily thwarted, should you? The lazy Black Emperor. OS bristled at this. His intention had been to subdue Big Mom first before allowing her to grant Knight a soul. More importantly, he protested. I work aboard the ship too. You merely snap your fingers and lounge about with your fruit powers. Well, it was indeed a scene of the slacker being reprimanded. Moments later, OS resigned himself to the reality. After all, he wouldn't lose a limb over it. Just a bit of pretense would suffice. Accompanied by the Hamet soldiers, the trio strode with great poise towards the Cate Castle, passing by the peculiar array of Big Mom's children, and in the distance, OS's gaze fell upon an imposing figure. Towering at an astonishing 8 meters. OS considered himself quite tall at 3 meters 3 or 4, even surpassing the 3 admirals by a head. However, standing before Big Mom, he grasped the vastness of this world, as he barely reached her thigh. What a colossal being she was. Chapter 96. You only know that you are doomed. Imagine if it were the younger Lin Lin, the valiant sea heroine from Kaido's memories, standing at 8 meters tall, radiant with youth, capable of withstanding OS's formidable physique. OS was uncertain if he could truly resist such temptation. However, now, her waist had begun to even out, her face bearing the signs of indulgence, with the vestiges of her youthful proportions barely discernible, not to mention the rows of her children gazing at him. Let bygones be bygones. Mama, OS, you've come. Why didn't you announce your arrival beforehand? What a delightful surprise. Big Mom exclaimed joyously upon seeing OS, greeting him with a smile. Just wait, there's even more surprise in store. OS thought to himself, maintaining his usual smile. Since receiving your call, I rushed over without delay. Mama. Hearing this, Big Mom beamed even more, walking alongside OS towards the tea party venue, with their respective crew following behind. Small Eagle and Little Sand remained their usual stoic selves, both taciturn yet composed, even as the Cate Castle intrigued them. They refrained from gawking. Meanwhile, Big Mom's children displayed expressions of curiosity. Is that the legendary Black Emperor? He seems only a few years older than my brothers. This gentleman is truly handsome. How wonderful it would be if you were to become my future spouse. Wait, isn't that what Mom desires? So what? Be quiet. Whispers from the crowd soon caught the attention of Katakuri at the front of the line, who silenced them with an authoritative shout. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on his brow. These siblings had indeed grown spoiled under his indulgence, daring to murmur while OS was present. As anticipated, both Big Mom and OS overheard their chatter. OS remained unfazed, having long enjoyed the admiration of women, but Big Mom, upon hearing, suddenly perked up. Of course. I should have thought of this, OS. How about I choose one of my daughters to wed you? After all, I could never have just one husband. What are you saying? OS admitted he was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. Was this truly permissible? Moreover, with Big Mom's children, those peculiar-looking beings, there were hardly a few who could be considered presentable, and they were all still children. Let us discuss this later. OS muttered, brushing it off. Love and marriage would only impede his dreams of freedom and happiness. Soon, the group arrived at the tea party venue, which was indeed bustling with activity. Although the guest count was modest, the singing and service provided by the Hamets filled the atmosphere with vibrant energy, creating a theatrical ambience that even OS and his companions could not interrupt. It has begun. The time for Mother's tea party has arrived. Flowers, trees, mountains, teacups, everything sings in unison. We made it. Not late at all. The Black Emperor has arrived punctually for the feast. The melodies and music resonated beautifully as OS entered the venue, serving as the guest of honor. Previously, as an esteemed guest among the powerful figures of the underground world, he had only witnessed gatherings where men feasted on meat and drank wine, unlike the opulence and liveliness of this occasion. Amidst the throngs of attendees, several figures captured OS's attention as he approached the main table, taking a seat alongside Big Mom. Mama, have you noticed, OS? With a knowing glint in her eye, Charlotte Linlin clapped, summoning the Hamet soldiers to bring forth a procession of figures. Some were restrained, while others approached freely. Among them several familiar faces. What a precious gift. He recognized them as those who had explicitly refused allegiance in the underground world, as well as the ambiguous ones who had wavered in their loyalties. OS, casually holding a chocolate bar that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, nonchalantly bit into it, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Yet, some figures did indeed pique his interest. I thought you would never show yourself, Stussy. Across from him stood a strikingly fashionable woman with golden short hair, elegantly holding a small bag. "OS-sama, you jest. How could a humble girl defy your will?" As one of the few powerful figures in the underground world, the Queen of Happiness Street, Stussy, along with the lone shark Rufield, had not been humiliated into submission. Recognizing the shifting tides, they readily pledged their allegiance to OS, eager to serve under his command. OSS reclined with his legs crossed, observing the neatly aligned individuals before him. Their heads bowed in submission. He uttered nothing, merely snapping his fingers lightly. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the guests amidst the flowers and greenery, the underground world leaders, bound by chains and lying on the ground, began to disintegrate into fine ash, drifting away. "You are not captivated by my charm. Nor have you come to realize your errors. You simply comprehend that your demise is imminent." OSS sipped his red tea, savoring its flavor, then idly regarded the standing figures, so-called kings of the dark world. "Well, if you wish to preserve your lives, you should offer up your life cards." Chapter 97. Continue to feign indifference, and I shall dispose of you. Life cards possess a mutual attraction. OSS was well aware of this fact. The subcards detached from the primary card exhibit a faint tendency to gravitate toward the main card, and the burning of the life card signifies the vitality of its owner. Notably, regardless of how many subcards are detached, there remains only one primary card, even if reduced to a mere fragment. The primary card retains its status and will not be drawn back. Based on this principle, OSS devised a tracking technique. By teleporting the nearly depleted primary card into the heart's muscle fibers of its owner, there exists no means of escape from his control, other than elemental transformation or surgical fruit capabilities. This teleportation trick was a secret OSS had never shared, and those who offered their life cards remained oblivious to this nuance, only to discover it in panic after being marked by OSS. Regardless of how they tore their life cards apart, they would invariably point toward their own location. And by the time they grasped this principle, it would be too late for redemption. Consequently, in the future underground world, the value of surgical fruit would far exceed the initial 50 billion berries, as countless tycoons of the underground world secretly sought to acquire its power, willing to expend hundreds of billions of berries. OSS, satisfied with the submission of these dark world monarchs, felt relieved, as it spared him a journey. This trip across nations proved quite gratifying for OSS, as it provided entertainment while conserving his energy. For a fleeting moment, he considered abstaining from conflict. However, the prospect of childbirth was unattainable, and reneging would incite Big Mom's wrath, turning her into an adversary. Thus, he resolved to devise a strategy to stabilize the situation. Pondering deeply yet finding no viable solution, OSS decided to indulge in the abundant array of cakes and desserts before him. With such an assortment available, he thought it wise to commence with the meal. Big Mom, too, remained unhurried, relishing the atmosphere of the tea party and the delightful confections. During this interval, OSS proactively expressed his intention to endow Knight with a soul, gesturing with his hand as a magnificent black blade materialized in his grasp. This startled all present, especially Big Mom's children, who immediately rose, faces grave, hands instinctively resting on their sheathed blades and guns. "Sit down." Before anyone could react, a commanding voice emanated from the surroundings. Katakuri, his expression serious, admonished his siblings, his pupils glowing red as he evidently discerned something. Not to mention, he had long been aware of Mihawk and Crocodile seated at a distant table. "Your observation skills have improved significantly," Katakuri, OSS remarked with a smile, placing the formidable black knife, one of the 12 supreme blades, upon the table. "Lin, could you assist me? Imbue this black blade with a soul, akin to your Napoleon." "Oh, I thought it was something else." "OSS, you truly have a penchant for jest." Big Mom finally grasped the situation, initially believing OSS intended to strike. Endowing a blade with a soul is no trivial task. The more potent the homies, the greater the number and strength of souls required. To demonstrate her sincerity, Big Mom waved her hand, and countless souls extracted from the homies surged into the Black Blade Knight. The entire process took mere minutes, and at some point, Mihawk had approached the main table, intently observing the seemingly transformed knight. There's no need for such tension. The worst that can happen is a lack of change. OSS teased the eagle, yet Mihawk, unusually, refrained from retorting, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts, as a milky white energy manifested and was carefully infused into the blade. OSS watched with curiosity. Is this the essence of soul power? Once Big Mom concluded her process, several curious eyes fixated on the Black Blade Knight. Is it a failure? It appears unchanged. OSS looked to Big Mom, who shook her head, sipping her red tea. The homie's transformation is complete. Perhaps it is merely a shy child. Oh, so it has already transitioned into a conscious form. However, being Mihawk's blade, it likely exudes an aloofness rather than shyness. Under Mihawk's scrutinizing gaze, OSS lifted Knight, examining its feel, testing for any differences. He then raised the blade and, with a casual motion, struck towards the sky. Whoosh! The attendees gasped, their eyes wide in astonishment as a massive black sword aura shot skyward, rumbling through the heavens. Among Big Mom's children, those truly on the path of the sword were most astounded, notably Charlotte Smoothie, one of the Sweet Commanders. As an established swordsman, she understood the weight of this strike. The legendary OSS had reached heights in swordsmanship, nearing the pinnacle of the world. OSS subtly gauged the blade, swinging Knight. It feels no different. Its power is comparable to that of Ace's strikes. Observing OSS wielding Knight with such abandon, Mihawk contemplated reclaiming it. What behavior is this? To swing a blade before its owner? Hey, don't snatch it away. I just thought of a way to make it speak. Seeing Mihawk's expression darkening, OSS quickly interjected. What do you intend to do? Mihawk regarded the unreliable figure before him with skepticism. Yet OSS's unpredictability led him to instinctively consider that perhaps there was a method after all. For those who pretend to be aloof, I, OSS, possess my own techniques, given my extensive experience. With confidence, OSS raised Knight amidst the attention of Big Mom, Mihawk, and numerous homies, proclaiming, Young Black Blade, if you do not speak soon, I shall impale you in a dung pit. Perhaps these words bore an unexpected effect, for in an instant, a pair of sharp eyes opened wide, appearing upon the hilt.